In a luxurious and magnificent space, servants knelt below with respectful and serious postures, listening to the imperial decree of marriage bestowed by the emperor. The holy decree stated that the young master of the Gu family was to marry into the Li family. Approved. The servants outside could only continuously plead in misery, "Young master, something bad has happened. Young master, please come out quickly." They cried as if in great pain over what had just happened. "Young master, open the door." A man stepped forward from the side, his voice cold as he asked, "Where is the young master?" "The young master is still in the room. He refuses to come out no matter how we call." The man quickly shouted in anger, "Today is the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. Almost all the important ministers in the court have arrived. The Li family patriarch is also there. The third young master is the main character. Remember, if he is absent, how will others look at our Gu family? Hurry up and open the door to drag the young master out." What? They could not believe what they just heard and started whispering to each other. Is it the Li family of the prime minister who holds power over the court? Is it the Li family that the young master offended? Is it the Li family whose eldest miss the young master teased? We're doomed. What should we do this time? "Young master, I beg you, please open the door." The youth inside was currently focused on cultivation. His body was enveloped by a purple light that seemed extremely powerful. "Gu third young master." The youth's eyes carried a determination that was hard to change. "Gu family, Gu Hongxing. There really is reincarnation in this world. My name is Gu Hongxing, the founding general of the Tianfeng Kingdom, the third grandson of the current dynasty's first-rank veteran. In my past life, I was a sky-profound realm powerhouse in a certain plane. I failed my ascension and nearly died, having no choice but to use the reincarnation secret art to get a chance to repeat it all. Today, the memories of my past life and this life have finally merged completely. I have really succeeded." The youth had now stepped into the initial stage of a human profound realm. "Over the years, how many medicinal ingredients has the old master used on me? I was originally a born waste who couldn't cultivate, but the medicinal power remained in my bloodline, enough to even support me to break through to the earth profound realm. However, just as I recover my memories, I discovered a huge trouble in front of me. The reincarnation art, deceive the heavens, seal the six senses, cover the mortal eyes. Wait until the age of 20, the coming of age, the six senses open, memories appear. Before I recover my memories, I was just a good-for-nothing playboy." At this moment, countless knocking sounds urging him arose from outside. "Young master, come out quickly. The people from the Li family have brought the imperial decree. If you don't come out, us lowly servants will be beaten." As the eldest grandson of the Gu family, I didn't study properly, spending all day leading a group of young masters to eat, drink, and play around, causing trouble everywhere, flirting with flowers and teasing butterflies, relying on the Gu family's prestige to act tyrannically. Once, Gu Hongxing ambushed the house of Lord Fan. The Minister of Revenue stole the clothes of Lord Fan's daughter and then auctioned them outside to make a fortune. "Everyone, come look, this is the handkerchief of Lord Fan's daughter. The highest bidder gets it." Once, Gu Hongxing beat up the son of the Minister of Rights, saying something like Master Chi's shirt looked very similar to his, so he felt very uncomfortable. Beating people without saying a word. "What rank do you have to wear a shirt like mine?" A month ago, under the instigation of playboy young masters, I sneaked into the Li family's house, then went to tease the mute young miss of the Li family. At that time, the youth had a teasing smile on his lips, gently lifting the beautiful face of the frightened girl opposite him, speaking softly, "Is the Li family miss really mute? The rumors aren't false. Such a beautiful face, but doesn't know how to speak. What a pity. But this time, having caused this, the Gu family can no longer protect me. It seems I have to handle this myself this time." The youth quickly opened the large door, appearing in front of everyone once again. Seeing him appear, they were extremely excited. "Young Master Gu, you finally came out. What are you crying for? Didn't this young master come out?" Gu Hongxing looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, "Where are the people from the Li family? Take me there." "Yes." They smiled and chatted happily. "Young Master Gu seems different somehow. Was young Master Gu this handsome before?" At this moment, the invited guests had gathered fully in the main hall of the Gu family. They were having a small banquet that seemed very joyful. The youth's footsteps slowly approached. Seeing him appear, they called out, "It's Gu Hongxing." As soon as he appeared, he walked forward and bowed respectfully. "Grandfather." The man over there quickly nodded. "It's good that you came. Hurry and pay respects to the lords." The man sitting there was Li Tianyuan of the Li family, a first-rank official, holding the title of Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, a famous figure in the court with sky-high power. The man behind quickly stood up. His face carried seriousness as he spoke. Today, apart from holding the coming-of-age ceremony for Hengxing, this old man has something to tell everyone. After discussing with Lord Li, we intend to become in-laws, letting Hengxing and Lord Li's daughter form a great marriage bond. 1 month later, the grand wedding will be officially held. These words made the youth standing there quickly fall into an ice cellar, unable to believe it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed there was no other way for things today. The youth's eyes carried sadness as he looked at the old man beside him. This decision of the old master is, firstly, to deter the villains from all sides. Secondly, to hope that my future days can still be carefree. Thirdly, to resolve the matter of Gu Hengxing bullying the Li family. Miss Li Thursday knew earlier. The Gu family has declined. No matter how much the Li family looks down on Gu Hengxing, they can't touch him and even have to protect this Gu family son well. Thinking of those words, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, completely unable to calm down. Those hands also gradually clenched into fists. The old master threw away his last bit of dignity for the safety of this stinking brat. Is it worth it? Li Tianyuan stood opposite and spoke. Since that is the case, 1 month later, this official will send people to bring gifts, and on behalf of my Thursday New, welcome the third young master. Hearing this, the other person could only bow and reply, "We will do as Lord Li says." Wait. Before the words were finished, Gu Hengxing shouted angrily from the side, "Lord Li, what you said just now was a bit incorrect. This young master wants to correct it. You said you would come to my Gu family to deliver betrothal gifts in a month. This is perhaps spoken in reverse." These words naturally angered Li Tianyuan, standing opposite. "Young Master Gu, what do you mean?" The Gu family patriarch could not remain calm and shouted to stop everything. "Hengxing, do not be rude. Apologize to the Lord immediately." Inside, his heart couldn't help but surge violently. Many years ago, my Gu family had a resounding reputation and sky-high prestige. Naturally, we would never let our child marry into the Li family. But today, the Gu family has long had no choice. He replied with a very serious demeanor, "Grandfather, today, please trust Hengxing's every decision." The old man's eyes over there quickly lit up, seemingly in disbelief. Then the other party couldn't bear the fatigue and sighed, "You are a child of my Gu family. Let everything be as you say." Gu Hengxing stood there and said very seriously, "Lord Li, 1 month later, this young master will bring betrothal gifts to the Li family to marry the Li family Mississippi. How about it? Although this young master is a useless playboy, I am also the only male of the Gu family's younger generation. If this young master marries into the Li family, what face does my Gu family have left? Where is the prestige of the General's Gate? On what basis do we command the 100-battle army of our Tianfeng kingdom, guard the borders of our Tianfeng kingdom, and protect the country?" Those present at the banquet could absolutely not believe what they just heard. And the old master behind had tears welling up in his eyes, barely able to stay calm. Stinking brat. Li Tianyuan stood there looking at him with very serious eyes. Then he quickly questioned the old man behind with a firm tone, "Old Gu head, is this also your final decision?" Gu Hengxing quickly spoke up to answer for his old man. "Lord Li, as a first-rank minister, you know very well what consequences will follow if this young master marries into the Li family. Not only will it cause the army commanded by the Gu family to lose morale, but it will also cause the nations friendly with our Tianfeng kingdom to gossip." Whispers from the surroundings quickly arose, as if to tell them those things. "That makes sense. Is this person really a playboy as rumored?" Li Tianyuan's face darkened as he shouted, "Gu brat, how could this official not know the importance of this? If you had half the talent and appearance of your two deceased elder brothers, what would be wrong with the Li family girl marrying you? But unfortunately, a tiger father has a dog son. It is hard to put to important use." Gu Hengxing heard these words and quickly bowed his head in response. "Lord Li, let's hold off on the matter of marrying in." Previously, the actions of this young master indeed humiliated the Li family's face. "I am willing to accept punishment. If Lord Li agrees, this young master will naturally apologize and atone for the crime." The man's eyes looked coldly straight at this side. Then, without replying, he turned directly to leave. "Forget about today's matter. We'll talk about everything next month." Before leaving, the person seemed to turn his head back a few times. Then he finally left the place directly. That night, the room where Gu Hongxing stayed remained lit until late. He sat on the bed, carefully cultivating with a very serious mindset. The youth's eyes seemed to have become determined with the choices he had just made. The space was still dark and gloomy. The youth was enveloped in a layer of strong purple light, seemingly wanting to create some kind of power. Finally, in a flash, everything was absorbed into his body. He couldn't help but sigh. Gu Hongxing slowly stepped down from the bed. He then walked to the small table placed in the middle of the room, pouring himself a cup of tea while carefully thinking, human profound realm initial stage is still stable. In a while longer, I can impact the human profound realm intermediate stage. At this moment, the sound of continuous footsteps outside caught his attention. Very quickly after, a youth ran in with a panicked face, shouting, "Big brother." He rushed over, crying incoherently, "Big brother, are you seeking death yourself? Daring to argue with that old man of the Leaf family. Only you would do that. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would be dead on the street." Gu Hongxing saw the person appear and could only sigh. All right. Is it not shameful for a man to cry like this? The person who just appeared is the eldest grandson of the Minister of Personnel, Han Rue, and is a brother who grew up with me. Before my sixth senses opened, this kid was always sneaking around causing trouble with me. Han Rue and spoke more and felt more miserable, sobbing as he complained, "Brother, your coming of age ceremony. I should have come to congratulate you, but my family's old man insisted I go to the military camp for hard training. I suffered so much. I barely managed to escape just to see if you're still alive." Gu Hongxing heard those words and calmly commented with a tone of extreme disdain. "Crawled out a dog hole again, huh? Not bad." Han Rue's face turned red as he quickly refuted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the dignified eldest grandson of the Ministry of Personnel. How could I crawl through a dog hole?" Gu Hongxing didn't hesitate to expose him. "Little one, hurry up and pat the dust and dog hair off your clothes. After all, we are young masters of reputable families in the Imperial City. We must have some class." Hearing this, the other person smiled awkwardly. This was just a beautiful accident. Then he coughed a few times to compose himself. "Well, about that." He sat on the table with a happy look and said, "Brother, let's not talk about the dog hole anymore. Let's talk about the Leaf family." Mentioning this, Gu Hongxing's eyes looked a bit angry at the brat beside him. "Back then, it seems you guys incited me to go find the Leaf family's miss, didn't you?" Han Rue felt guilty hearing that. "Brother Gu, back then our group bet that you wouldn't dare peek at Miss Lee, but we didn't tell you to say those things. Speaking of being rash, you were the rashest." Gu Hongxing couldn't really refute this and reluctantly replied, "Fine, it's done. What's the point of talking about it?" In his heart, he couldn't help muttering, "Back when my six senses weren't open, I really was too ostentatious. Better not to think about it." Han Rue continued, "So Brother Gu, what do we do? Really marry into the Leaf family? Or fall out with the Leaf family?" Hearing this, he gently placed the teacup on the table and calmly replied, "When the boat gets to the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" The person beside him smiled happily. "If you're not afraid, naturally I'm not afraid. In that case, let's set off together." These words made Gu Hongxing really confused. Set off for what? Soon after, they arrived at 100 Dreams Pavilion, the #1 brothel in the capital. If you weren't a powerful official or noble, you couldn't enter, and if you didn't have money, you couldn't enter either. Gu Hongxing stood in front of the place, still a bit bewildered. 100 Dreams Pavilion, why are we here? The youth beside him smiled wretchedly and replied, "Did you forget? 2 months ago, 100 Dreams Pavilion said they were importing a new batch of young girls and boys. They've arrived now." Hearing these words, his face remained very serious. "Although I'm not here to seek flowers and ask willows, perhaps I can find what I need. Let's go take a look." The youth behind him was very happy and excited. "All right." The other person quickly chased after him, laughing happily as he walked. "With Brother Gu here, we could get a good spot." As soon as the two of them appeared, they quickly attracted the attention of the others in the brothel. They quickly shouted warnings to each other. "Welcome, young Master Gu, young Master Han." The beautiful girls there couldn't help but feel panicked inside. "We're done for. Young Master Gu is here to cause trouble again." Others also started buzzing with gossip. "It's Gu, third young master. Oh my god, why is this guy here today? Does he want to cause trouble again? Everyone check your clothes to see if they're the same color as his. Be careful or he'll burn them." Gu Hongxing walked out and saw their attitude, feeling quite speechless. "It seems changing my image will take some more time. Han Rue, and walking beside him, on the contrary, felt very delighted by their gazes. Brother Gu is indeed my brother Gu. His legends will forever exist in the Jianghu. At this moment, they walked past the crowd calmly. At a certain table, the hands holding the teacup of a guest began to tremble. The person who appeared was Feng Ma, who couldn't stay calm at all. Heavens, usually this master stays upstairs listening to music and drinking wine. Why did he suddenly come out today? I hope this young master's mood is good today, otherwise he'll cause trouble again. The person replying was Zhao Er, and the serving girls over there also couldn't believe what was about to happen next. A girl, with fear in her heart, whispered, "Every time this Gu third master comes here, he causes quite a stir. Madam Su, the grand ceremony is no small matter. Do we need to?" Before she could finish, the owner of 100 Dreams Pavilion, Su Jinyuan, replied, "The Gu family cannot be provoked casually. Let him cause trouble. Even if he dismantles the entire 100 Dreams Pavilion, we cannot be disrespectful to him." At this moment, she quickly approached the two young masters waiting over there, young Master Gu, young Master Han. Su Jinyuan smiled happily and said, "I've already arranged seats for you two. Just follow me." The two of them slowly walked towards the prepared table. Gu Hongxing smiled politely and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Madam Su. Young Master Gu is too polite." The woman smiled happily and turned to leave. "Then I will arrange the ceremony first and come back to toast you later." Han Rue and couldn't help exclaiming, "Her body is really hot." The large lights around quickly dimmed, and the madam's voice rang out from above. "Today, 100 Dreams Pavilion has a group of new stunning beauties. If you young masters fancy anyone, you may bid freely." At this moment, a group of people slowly stepped up from the wings. They stood there in a horizontal line with listless, slightly melancholic faces. One by one, they stepped forward to display their talents. A beautiful girl hugged a pipa and played a pleasant tune. Another woman began to dance to the music. Countless beauties appeared here with stunning faces and graceful, extremely seductive postures. Han Rue and sat there, his eyes shining brightly. Unable to control himself, "Brother Gu, look quickly. That woman's legs are so white. Brother Gu, that beauty just winked at us." Gu Hongxing really couldn't understand. Can this idiot pay attention to his image? Han Rue and asked with a bewildered face, "Brother Gu, have we ever had an image since we were young?" At this moment, the sound of laughter from behind attracted his attention. The quality of this group is much better than the previous times. The men behind smiled with great interest and started teasing, especially the two in the middle. Their figures are too good. They really want to take a man's life. Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing seemed a bit interested. In the middle, he indeed saw two extremely beautiful young women dancing in the center. The young man couldn't help but exclaim, "The aptitude of the two in the middle is indeed not bad." Han Rue and heard those words and seemed very interested, looking straight ahead. Who? Let me see." The other person's eyes quickly changed drastically. He quickly leaned away from that position with a wary look. "Oh my God, aren't those men? Brother Gu, you actually like this type?" The sound of applause from the woman rang out. The madam appeared there with a friendly, happy smile. "These are all the newcomers of 100 Dreams Pavilion today. Everyone is welcome to choose to your heart's content." They quickly shouted, "I want that girl. The one crying the hardest belongs to me. Go away. Is it any of your business? Do you know the order of arrival?" Countless unpleasant discussions from that crowd rang out. "I want one male and one female to serve me in turns. Don't snatch the one I've like that." Witnessing these things, he remembered what he had experienced in his past life. In his past life, he was an orphan, meat on the chopping block since childhood, so he knew well the hatred and helplessness of being slaughtered by others at will. Han Rue and sat there and sighed. "Brother Gu, if our family rules weren't so strict, I really would want to buy two of them. It's truly a pity." Suddenly, he saw the young man beside him slowly standing up. Gu Hongxing stood there and spoke with an extremely serious face. "I want to buy all of these people." These words immediately made the madam standing up there bewildered. "Young Master Gu, did I hear correctly? You want to buy all the girls here?" To everyone's astonishment, Gu Hongxing said very seriously, "Regardless of male or female, take them all." The people behind heard this and began to panic in disbelief. "I've long heard that Gu family's third son is dissolute, but I didn't expect him to play this big." People at the adjacent tables couldn't help shouting, "Gu third, do you know the rules? If you buy them all, aren't we here for nothing?" "Exactly. Not to mention you still have a marriage engagement with the Leaf family. Eating what's in the bowl while looking at what's in the pot. Is your appetite that big? Aren't you afraid of dying in bed?" Gu Hongxing heard this, his voice remaining calm as he replied softly, "You three." His face carried seriousness as he spoke the next words. "Do you remember the bet we made before?" Those people heard this and were startled, not knowing how to react. Time rewound to a few days ago, late at night, when the moon was high above, emitting a faint light permeating the space. At this time, they were sneaking around as if looking for something. The leader turned his head back. While there's no one around, Gu third, hurry up and go. Gu Hongxing walked behind with a suspicious look, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. Sneaking into the Li family? Is this okay? The three people beside him heard this and smiled happily, quickly encouraging him, "Don't worry, we'll keep watch for you. As long as you dare to go in and take a peek at the Li family's miss, we'll acknowledge you as our big brother." Right. Gu Hongxing looked at them, his face unchanging. Then he quickly joined the fun, his feet quickly stepping on them to jump up. Fine then. That group knew very well that they were the ones who caused the awkward situation for the Gu family back then, so they didn't dare say anything. If the Li family finds out that Gu Hongxing teasing the Li family's miss was due to our instigation, we are definitely dead. His gaze remained calm as he swept over them. Then the teenager quickly turned around, looking as if he wanted to leave this place. If you three don't remember, this young master can take you to the Li family to reminisce. Hearing those words, the crowd behind quickly panicked and spoke up to stop him. Stop! Gu Hongxing looked with cold eyes straight at the stubborn group behind him. What? Still want to make a move on me? Standing there and hearing this, they immediately put on flattering smiles and quickly walked over. Brother. No, boss. We remember. No need to help us reminisce. Right. From today on, whatever boss says goes. If boss wants all the newcomers, we agree. Han Rue and sat nearby, truly speechless at what he was seeing. I was involved in that matter back then too. Luckily, my friendship with Brother Gu is good, so he didn't say anything. Gu Hongxing looked toward the high stage and said seriously, "Boss Su, you see they have agreed. Can this business deal be done?" The proprietress up there seemed a bit awkward at what she had just witnessed. The smile on her face gradually became stiff. Since young Master Gu has spoken, of course it can be done. But this price is not a small number. He glanced at the posturing crowd over there and said coldly, "You guys know what to do, right?" Upon hearing these words, the group fought to speak. "I'll pay. How can we let boss pay out of his own pocket for something like this? We certainly won't yield. Little one, let's go." Han Rue and sat there, his expression changing, somewhat unable to speak. Buying all the people without having to pay himself. This operation by Brother Gu is too godlike. After that, they quickly returned along the old path. Walking on the road, Han Rue and couldn't help but sigh a few times. Brother Gu, today was indeed satisfying. But if your family's old master sees this, I'm afraid you won't have any sweet fruit to eat with these people. Hearing those words, Gu Hongxing smiled and replied, "Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself first. Remember, if you go home any later, I'm afraid your father will beat you to death." Only then did that person suddenly remember the terrifying things that could happen and screamed in panic, almost forgot. Let's go quickly." The servants who had just been bought quickly gathered in the large courtyard in front of his hall. Gu Hongxing stood there, his posture still as majestic as ever. Seeing his attitude, the people standing there seemed a bit afraid. The teenager slowly sat down at a nearby stone table and said softly, "All of you, lift your heads for this young master." Hearing this, they could only gently lift their heads, but their eyes could not hide their fear. He cast his gaze over them, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Then he couldn't help but sigh a few sentences, as expected of the 100 Dreams Pavilion, to be able to find so many beauties. Gu Hongxing's gaze swept across them once, seeming to want to evaluate something. Finally, he spoke up to comment, "Age is just right. Talent is also not bad." These words quickly terrified the group of girls. One of them quickly threw herself forward, her face pale, and cried out, "I beg you, young master, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Very quickly, the atmosphere in the courtyard stagnated into a profound silence. Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing only calmly replied, "All right, when did this young master say I wanted to kill you?" Hearing those words, the girl over there lifted her head with difficulty, seeming a bit incredulous. The figure of the teenager, resilient and strong, slowly continued. "Now this young master will give you two choices. First, from now on, follow this young master, work for me, and obey orders. Second, small ingots of silver were quickly placed on the table. The teenager continued with a faint smile, take 10 taels of silver and then leave this place." Hearing those sentences, those among them seemed dazed, unable to understand it all. What? Bought us, and yet releasing us? Two choices are two completely different paths. Can we really choose? The big shots in this capital have always been moody and unpredictable. Who knows if they'll go back on their word in the next second? The man's voice rang out again, making them a bit panicked. You people are currently not worth this young master lying to or plotting against. The figure of the teenager slowly retreated. The silver is here. Which choice you make is up to you. The girl over there knelt on the ground with a dazed look, unable to believe it. Then, trembling, she slowly crawled towards the large table. Her hands quickly grabbed the 10 taels of silver with vague disbelief. Her eyes carried fear as she asked softly, "Can I go now?" Gu Hongxing did not look at her, only answering coldly, "Go." The remaining people stared wide-eyed, seeming a bit unable to believe it. Then they quickly rushed to the small table, reaching out to take the small silver ingots placed on it. He watched their behavior, seemingly without a ripple of emotion in his heart. "I have given the opportunity. As for the future, that is your own affair." After the scrambling passed, a few people still remained standing and waiting in the courtyard. They still seemed to wear dazed expressions, unable to believe what had just happened. Gu Hongxing stood there and asked coldly, "Why didn't you leave?" Hearing this question, they replied with somewhat pitiful faces, "We are all low-class people. If we go further in the night, we will still be caught again. By then, I'm afraid we won't meet a good person like young master." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Gu Hongxing's lips. "Good person? Do I look very much like a good person? Whether in the past life or this life, my hands have been stained with quite a lot of human blood. The title of good person is truly unbearable." The girl over there quickly continued, "Young master not only did not bully or humiliate us, but also gave us a chance. Treating us like this, young master is already a good person unmatched by anyone." Hearing these words, the teenager's face seemed to crack with disbelief. "Tell me your name." The girl over there seemed a bit awkward. The teenager's voice rang out again, "I entrust the discipline of this group of girls to you from now on." The girl's face carried shock, unable to believe it. She quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and replied, "Gong Xinu thanks young master." His gaze once again fell upon the young man beside her. Although the other party was full of wariness, he still spoke calmly. "I want to be like young master, to be able to not be bullied. There will be a day when I stand at the peak, making others look at me with fear, looking down on the world." When the boy spoke those words, Gu Hongxing seemed to see his own youthful self in the past. Gu Hongxing smiled faintly, seemingly very satisfied. "In my past life, at this age, I single-handedly founded the Sword Pavilion and began pursuing the great Tao of life." He reached out and touched the kid in front of him, saying seriously, "State your name. This young master is willing to give you this chance to be their leader." The person bowed very sincerely and replied, "Shengwan Hai will definitely not disappoint young master." Then he took out a token from his person with words carved on it. "Take it, recognize this title clearly." The two of them took it with bewildered faces, somewhat unable to believe it. "Young master, this is?" The teenager's eyes were cold as he said calmly, "From now on, you are disciples of the Sword Pavilion. All must follow my orders." The two of them seemed unable to react in time to the current situation. Yet, very quickly, the whole group knelt straight down in the courtyard and said in unison, "Greetings, Pavilion Master." In the quiet night, he walked alone in the deserted grounds. At this moment, a cursing voice suddenly rang out from the pavilion in front. "You bastard." A man sitting there shouted angrily, "Do you still have the face to come see your second uncle?" The person who appeared was an old man with a robust body, but he seemed unable to stand up anymore. This was Gu Yumo, the second son of Gu Shang, the decisive hero general of Tianfeng Kingdom, who had once established valiant battle achievements, winning 100 battles and making surrounding countries pale. He slowly walked towards there, smiling. "Second uncle, didn't you call me here? So it's my fault?" Hearing this, the person shouted angrily, "In just one day, you forcibly took the newcomers of the 100 Dreams Pavilion and threatened the young masters of the great aristocratic families. You really did a clean job. Well done, my good nephew." Hearing these sentences, Gu Hongxing only smiled gently and replied, "Second uncle, these are all small matters. I will have my own measure." The fire of anger seemed to flare up in Gu Yumo opposite him. "What, measure?" The other party couldn't help but get angry and started cursing. "A brat like you. If you had measure, would you make enemies for my Gu family all over the capital like this? A brat like you. If you could let this old man worry less, Would you run around flirting with flowers and messing with grass? A brat like you. If you had a bit of future, will my hair and your grandfather's hair turn white so fast? After saying those words, his body seemed unable to bear this anger, and he coughed a few times. Hearing that, he quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake with a very sincere appearance. Second uncle, I respectfully ask you to trust Hengxing. The eyes of the man over there gradually changed violently. He looked at his broken legs, seeming to carry a few parts of regret in his heart. Hengxing, ah. The voice carried a bit of sadness. If your father hadn't entrusted you to me before his death, a cripple like me would have committed suicide long ago. Hearing these words, Gu Hengxing cried out in panic. Second uncle. He assumed a very serious appearance and spoke. Hengxing swears an oath right here. In this life, I will definitely restore the glory of the Gu family, making the General's Gate famous and the loyal martyrs renowned. I will definitely make the whole world see the glory of the Gu family clearly for thousands of autumns and 10,000 generations. These words immediately astonished the man in front of him. The other party then reluctantly sighed, seemingly a bit satisfied. This stinking brat seems different from before. The person then turned his head as if wanting to leave this place. The younger generation of the Gu family only has you left. Second uncle asks for nothing else, only that you could be safe and sound. It's not early anymore. Go back and rest first. As he spoke, he turned and left the large pavilion courtyard. Gu Hengxing watched the figure of the man leaving. 1 month later, the Li family will issue the final ultimatum. I must accelerate my pace. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, seemingly having made a very firm decision. The next morning, sunlight quickly illuminated every corner of the Gu mansion. Gu Shang, as usual, was in his room, gently pouring himself a cup of tea to enjoy the early morning. However, before he could calm himself, someone opened the door and entered from behind in a panic. Master, the young master is in the front hall saying he wants to pay his respects to you. These words caused the old man's face to change rapidly. The sip of tea he had just put in his mouth was quickly sprayed out. What on earth? That brat sleeps straight until the sun is high every day. What kind of madness has seized him today? Although his face still carried a look of puzzlement, he quickly went to where his precious grandson was waiting. As soon as Gu Hengxing saw the person appear, he bowed respectfully. Grandfather, Hengxing has come to pay his respects. The old man's face didn't look good at all. Did you stir up trouble at the 100 Dreams Pavilion yesterday, and now want this old man to clean up your mess? I've heard everything from your second uncle. Hearing this, Gu Hengxing merely smiled gently and replied, Grandfather, you are overthinking it. Your grandson simply came to pay respects and discuss something. Hearing those words, the old man immediately shouted angrily in rebuke. Bullshit. The pit of the Li family hasn't been crossed yet, so don't expect me to be in the mood to wipe your ass right now. He stood there listening to the long stream of scolding, then said seriously, I want to say that I want to leave the capital. These words left the old man completely stunned. What? The young man's face remained serious. Moreover, your grandson hopes you will withdraw the experts secretly protecting me. These words made it impossible for Gu Shang to remain calm. Bastard, if I withdraw the experts protecting you, with your ability to cause trouble, you wouldn't even know how you died. The young man's face below carried a look of determination as he replied, Grandfather, please trust me. I will definitely not cause you worry or disappointment anymore. The old man finally realized something seemed amiss. The aura on this brat was no longer impulsive, but had become much more steady. The capital isn't peaceful right now. Perhaps letting this brat go out to avoid the wind for a while is a good thing. Gu Shang finally calmed down and asked seriously, You brat, where do you want to go after leaving the capital? The young man smiled faintly and answered seriously, to the sword ruins. Cultivating the sword. Though these arrogant words were spoken, he carried an appearance of immense seriousness and determination. As soon as these words were uttered, the man in front of him was astonished. What did you say? The sword ruins? That is the place where a peak dynasty was exterminated 1,000 years ago. 3,000 miles of sword ruins, 3 million dead souls. Gu Shang seriously felt that he was being mocked by this kid. His aged face became angry, revealing a few wrinkles. You brat, are you tired of causing trouble in the capital and now want to seek death? He stood there with a very serious look and said, I am naturally well aware of the dangers within, but I have no reason not to go. He looked straight into his eyes, seeming to want to find the stubbornness within them. The other party quickly turned around to leave, saying angrily, "I do not agree, you bastard." Gu Hongxing stood behind him, his fists gradually clenching tight. Suddenly, he called out, making the other turn his head back. "Grandfather." Gu Hongxing gathered all his courage and quickly knelt on the ground to show his attitude. The man on the other side was helpless, his stuttering voice carrying a bit of anger. "You brat." The young man continued very seriously. "Grandfather, I have really become sensible. Please trust me this time." These words truly came from the bottom of his heart. The man raised his head to look at the sky, feeling a few sentences in his heart. Usually, even when causing monstrous disasters, Hongxing had never knelt down to beg like this. The old man's aged voice rang out. "Then give this old man a reason." He spoke with an extremely serious demeanor. "I want to become strong, to rebuild the prestige of our Gu family, to plant the prestige of our Gu family once again on the soil of the 100 nations, so that the billions of living beings in the world will not dare to look down on our Gu family." Hearing these words truly made the old man feel as if he were floating. His eyes shone brightly, unable to believe what he had just heard. "For so many years, I have always sought various cultivation techniques for Hongxing, hoping that one day he would escape the title of a natural-born waste. But it was all in vain. I could only watch with open eyes as he became more and more desolate." Tears slowly fell from the old man's eyes, deeply moved. Hongxing has grown up. He stood there and asked seriously, "Then do you have a specific plan?" "Yes, I do." Suddenly, the other party accepted this matter easily, which surprised him a little. "Then go. Remember to return in a month. Remember, do not fail my expectations." The figure of the young man slowly walked out of the large gate. Behind Gu Shang, another man appeared. Uncle Yi, the butler of the Gu family, who had followed Gu Shang in battles north and south, staining the lands with blood, was Gu Shang's right-hand man. Knowing everything clearly, he said seriously, "Master, why not let this subordinate secretly escort the young master?" However, the man's face still carried that same determination. "No need, just let him go. If he doesn't return in a month, I will lead an army of hundreds of thousands to dig up his corpse." These words made Uncle E unable to help but sigh helplessly. After all, the stubborn temperaments of the grandfather and grandson were truly identical. Yet, heaven only knows how turbulent his heart was at this moment. "Hongxing, you must return." The sky outside was still blue and clear. He sat on a stone bench, carefully watching the group of kids practicing in the distance. Holding the books just handed to them, they asked with bewildered faces, "Is this the cultivation technique the young master wants to teach us?" Gu Hongxing smiled faintly and replied, "This is the introductory technique for the spirit profound realm. You have no cultivation base, so you must practice from the very basics. Apart from cultivation, I have also sent people to teach you writing, poetry, and songs. But you must keep this matter absolutely secret. If you dare to reveal it to the outside, I will definitely punish you severely." These threatening words truly frightened the kids below. They quickly obeyed, bowing their heads respectfully. "Young master, rest assured, we will definitely not fail your expectations." The people below raised their heads, seeming to want to see the figure of the young man who had saved their dark lives. A voice as small as a mosquito's buzz sounded in his ear again. "Young master, are you leaving?" He did not answer, only turning around to look towards the distant sun behind him. The path of training to the sword ruins officially began. Time passed, and he soon found Chunsha town. It was just that the space here was dilapidated and desolate to the extreme. The surrounding dust and sand formed gusts of wind, sweeping everything away in the space. Suddenly, a strong wave of sand rushed towards him. The young man raised his head to look ahead, feeling a bit thoughtful. Even in Chunsha town, close to the sword ruins, one could clearly feel the terrifying sword energy. His eyes looked straight ahead with coldness. That ancient sword energy was created 100 years ago by a sword cultivator. Rumor has it that the sword cultivator, for the sake of love, angered a ruler of a dynasty and was surrounded to be eliminated. The sword cultivator fought against 10,000 troops alone, swinging down a sword strike. In that moment, the entire imperial city was destroyed in the blink of an eye, and countless high-level experts became ghosts under the sword's gleam. Remembering those events, he couldn't help but sigh. One sword peerless for 3 miles. The title of sword venerable for this senior is completely deserved. The young man walked forward slowly, thinking to himself that this person likely not only touched the sky profound realm, but might have even stepped into the sky profound realm. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Having suffered the devastation of the sword energy, Chunsha Town had long been abandoned. Yet, there were still people opening it in here. Gu Hengxing then walked forward slowly with curiosity. Inside, this inn seemed a bit dilapidated. Over there, an elderly man was attentively sharpening a sword with great professionalism. At this moment, a human voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Grandfather." A girl walked out from inside, looking a bit unhappy as she spoke. "A guest has arrived. Why are you still dazed here?" The old man over there seemed not to hear those words at all and continued his work. The girl walked towards him, a faint smile on her lips as she asked gently, "Young master, pardon the rudeness. May I ask what you would like?" He sat down on a chair and replied calmly, "Just bring some wine and meat." Hearing this, the person smiled happily. "Then you are in for a treat, young master. The wine I brew is the best in the 100 nations. I'll bring it up for you right away." That night, he was arranged a small room. The young man sat on the bed, carefully cultivating. Strange lights surrounded him in the blink of an eye. "Before entering the sword ruins, I'm still making some preparations." Countless rings of sparkling light radiated from Gu Hengxing's body and then sank into the air. Suddenly, he sensed something and quickly opened his eyes to look straight ahead. The window outside was wide open. It seemed a strange aura had appeared over there. He finally stopped his actions and reflected carefully. After settling down for a few days, he finally stepped into the middle stage of the spirit profound realm. The young man looked at his own hands with some thought. Then he quickly clenched his hands into fists, looking extremely determined. Gu Hengxing smiled faintly, very satisfied with the result he had just achieved. "I can feel that my strength has increased many times compared to before. This trip to the sword ruins, I must absolutely win." At this moment, the determination in his heart surged even more violently. Time passed quickly, and the next morning arrived. He looked at the girl there and smiled. "Miss Wen, thank you for the hospitality." Hearing this sentence, the person replied excitedly, "Take care, young master. If there is a chance, please ask the young master to patronize my humble shop's business again." The other party said, while waving happily at him. Gu Hengxing's mood seemed to be slightly better. Before leaving, he left a few words, "I will come back." At this moment, the little girl's grandfather seemed to continue his work. They completely did not know that the old man's eyes had shifted, carrying a bit more depth. Gu Hengxing soon appeared at the 3,000-mile sword ruins. The young man stood there looking ahead, deep thoughts rising in his heart. 100 years have passed. The sword radiance remains. The sword venerable's understanding of the sword has reached the realm of great completion. In my previous life, what I learned was mixed, not purely cultivating one path. Although I stepped into the sky realm, sometimes I felt incredibly helpless. His eyes carried a look of determination, staring straight ahead. In this life, I want to reclaim the Azure Life 9 swords. The first step is to borrow the countless sword chi inside the sword ruins to forge a sword body. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept across his body, and a small wound appeared on his shoulder. This thing once again grazed that handsome face, creating a scar with trickling red blood. Yet from beginning to end, he did not retreat. "In this life, my sword shall be sharp." What is there to fear about the sword body art? In an instant, his entire body was once again enveloped by a massive and incredibly powerful force. Blood God, sword body art. Sword body initial success can withstand spirit profound realm body transformation. Sword body medium success can rival earth profound realm early stage experts. Stepping into great completion, sky profound realm experts and below are nothing to fear. Human rank, spirit rank, earth rank, sky rank, divided into low, medium, and high grades. The higher the technique grade, the deeper and rarer the method. The Blood God sword body art is an extremely rare, high-grade, earth rank technique. At this moment, the clothes on his body had long disintegrated into small fragments. The sun high above shone down with gentle rays. But very quickly, it gave way to the sorrowful moon and the dark night. Day and night cycled through. The power within him finally erupted once again. The Azure Life 9 Swords is a low-grade Earth rank technique with a total of 9 forms. If one can cultivate to the final sword, it is enough to slash down stars, domineering and sharp to the extreme. His entire body was now wrapped in strange runes that suddenly appeared on his skin. The young man's eyes carried a look of madness as he stared straight ahead. The hands placed there also clenched into fists. Blood God Sword Body Small Completion. Cultivation has also reached the mid-human profound realm. The effect is truly distinct. After a long period of time, he finally slowly stood up. It's a pity. The benefits the sword ruins can bring are only this much. I wonder if there are any other opportunities? Gu Hongxing looked up at the sky, seeming to notice something. On a distant mountain peak, a sparkling light suddenly emitted, catching his interest. It seemed there was something up there. The closer he got, the more the brilliant light from that place attracted every gaze. And Gu Hongxing very quickly realized the current situation. This pile of sword radiance, is it the great completion sword intent left behind by the sword venerable? He quickly used his power to leap up, heading straight for the peak over there. In the blink of an eye, his hands grabbed the powerful vitality floating in the space. The young man smiled with great satisfaction at what he had just harvested. Even better, if I can refine a portion of the Sword Venerable's great completion sword intent, I can definitely significantly improve my comprehension of the Azure Life 9 Swords. However, the power he was holding in his hand seemed to undergo a violent change. Gu Hongxing did not expect this power to struggle so strongly to escape him. Struggling? This young master actually wants to see how long you can hold out in my hands. The power he radiated into the space was now many times denser than before. Immediately after, the light he was holding quickly dissolved into nothingness. It could be seen that the first form of the Azure Life 9 Swords was achieved. As he got closer to the stone steel nearby, it became clearer. He seemed to be able to see the letters carved on that giant rock. Gu Hongxing looked up, feeling a bit emotional in his heart. Back then, when Gu Dushang was still weak and helpless, unable to protect his confidant, waiting until his cultivation was achieved, he discovered that his confidant was no more. A lifetime of genius, all for love, wanted to walk out is perhaps harder than climbing to the heavens. Thinking of this, his heart seemed to sadden a few degrees. The abyss of the sword ruins emitted an extremely strong smell of blood, and that strange smell finally caught his attention. Behind him, the figure of a giant monster with sharp teeth and a bizarre smile suddenly appeared. It looked this way, a happy smile on its lips, and started rambling in a terrifying voice. It's been a long time since I tasted a living person. Hearing these words, the young man was not afraid. Instead, he felt a bit excited and smiled, saying, "A resentful soul that has been dead for 100 years dares to target this young master?" The monster heard this and roared in anger. Ignorant little brat at the human profound realm, yet so arrogant and haughty. Watch how I tear you into shreds. It threw a fist straight at him to attack. But before that thing could touch him, a powerful barrier was erected, blocking everything. This scene astonished the monster on the other side. "No way. You can actually control the sword chi left by the Sword Venerable? Who are you?" Seeing the astonishment in its eyes, he smiled mockingly and replied, "A tiny resentful soul. Since you have come, then don't leave." Azure Life 9 Swords, first form. A massive power quickly appeared, seeming to want to blow away the resentful spirits around him. In an instant, they were completely pierced through with no way to resist. The monster on the other side saw this scene and cried out inwardly, "Not good. If this continues, I will dissipate." Gu Hongxing ordered with cold eyes, "Bring out a strand of your soul and swear a blood oath to submit to me, and I can spare your life." The thing gritted its teeth, seemingly cornered. Although unwilling, this was the last way to save its own life. "No, I still have an obsession unfulfilled. I cannot die here like this." From its mouth, it spewed out countless strange, powerful strands of blood essence. That thing instantly headed towards him and wrapped around. Gu Hongxing's expression did not change as he said coldly, "The blood oath is complete. You have acknowledged me as master. Why do you not reveal yourself yet?" The massive body of the monster before him then dissolved into nothingness. Behind that misty smoke, the figure of a young man slowly appeared. The other party was in a daze, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. Those suspicious eyes opened, carrying a bit of probing towards the person in front. However, he quickly understood his own situation and hurriedly knelt on the ground with a very respectful demeanor. Yin Xing pays respects to the Lord. Gu Hongxing stood there looking down at the young man in front of him, evaluating him slightly. With this form of yours, neither human nor ghost, how can I take you out to meet people? He extended his hand forward and spoke again. Yin Xing, this young master now wants to transmit to you a cultivation method of the ghost cultivation lineage. Its name is Heavenly Ghost Path. Wait until you step into the earth profound realm. You will be able to condense into flesh and blood, truly living a new life. He reached out and touched the other's forehead. The point of contact seemed to emit a small light. Yin Xing's eyes were blank, seemingly in disbelief. Heavenly Ghost Path? The surrounding space was now covered by the faint light of the sun. The young man kneeling on the ground still could not believe the Lord's means. Ghost cultivation lineage, intolerant to the heavenly Tao, 9 lives and 9 tribulations, 1 life, 1 disaster. Whether you can achieve anything in the future depends on your own fortune. When saying these words, his face still carried that cold demeanor. Yin Xing below could not clearly express his current emotions, but he quickly bowed his head and replied, "The Lord's great grace, Xing cannot repay it all. From now on, as long as the Lord requests, Xing will not fear even if my body dies and my Tao vanishes." Gu Hongxing did not care about the person behind him and turned to leave. In the future, no need to call yourself slave. Just be casual, it's better. Although he heard that, the other party still replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord." The scenery in this deep mountain area was desolate and dilapidated to the extreme. The figure of the young man appearing there seemed to embellish that vast ink painting. His hands held the sword tightly, pointing straight in one direction. Gu Hongxing's eyes carried a coldness full of calculation. One sword subdues, demons arises, separating life and death by 1,000 miles. Just as the words finished, a powerful light was directed straight ahead to attack. That thunderbolt truly astonished people. Third young Master Gu looked at the power he had just created, seemingly a bit satisfied. 10 days of bitter training. Not only has the sword intent entered the small completion realm, but cultivation has also reached the late stage of the human profound realm, barely getting by. Yin Xing, witnessing everything from the side, could not help but sigh in his heart. No one in the human profound realm can comprehend sword intent. Even the sword venerable 100 years ago only comprehended sword intent when he reached the peak of the spirit profound realm. The Lord must have been a supreme sky profound realm figure, or even a mighty being surpassing the sky profound realm. As these words appeared in his mind, he couldn't help but be frightened by his own thoughts. At this moment, the person next to him suddenly spoke, pulling him back to reality. "Yin Xing, come here." The other person quickly appeared and bowed respectfully. "Lord, now I want to mask your soul aura so I can take you out of the sword ruins. The process might be a bit uncomfortable. You must endure it." Hearing this, he bowed and replied, "Yes." That power was quickly used. Heaven concealing secret technique, using soul as medium, using spirit as boundary, guiding chi into the body to cover the dust and avoid the eyes. Yin Xing's entire body was immediately covered by strange rays of light. In an instant, countless powerful streams of energy pierced through his body as if to readjust his aura. Gu Hongxing stood there, quickly using his power to control those powerful streams of energy. They were like spider webs intertwining to form indeterminate, unfathomable flowing loops. However, they very quickly returned to their trajectories. That light had now crystallized into a definite shape. Immediately after, a small pale pink sphere existed intact in his hand. The figure of the young man stepped forward, seemingly ready to leave this place to continue on his own path. He then once again returned to the dilapidated inn in that desolate town. Miss Wan was a bit surprised as soon as she saw him. Then she smiled happily and greeted him. "Young master, you're here again? Do you want to taste the wine I brewed?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Hongxing sat at the table and looked at the old man beside him. This time, he was the one to strike up a conversation. "Old sir, are you sharpening a sword?" The man over there seemed a bit surprised by what he had just heard. The young man beside him once again stated his speculation. "The thing in your hand is rare heavy iron. When sharpening it, there will naturally be a fluctuation of sword intent." "Old sir, surely you are a top-tier weapon refining grandmaster, right?" Although this was a question, the young man more or less already had a certain answer for himself. The old voice of the old man rang in his ears. In the world today, there's only one person who can truly be worthy of the precious sword forged by this old man. When saying those words, the old man's eyes carried immense determination. Hearing these sentences, Gu Hongxing only smiled faintly and replied, "I wonder who could be praised by you like that, old sir?" Du Gushang. The old man's eyes carried a bit of sharpness as he looked in that direction. Suddenly, the wine jar in Miss Wen's hand over there fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She seemed unable to calm down after what she had just heard. "Is its sword venerable, Du Gushang?" Hearing these sentences, Gu Hongxing's expression remained calm as ever. Du Gushang was the peerless sword venerable who suppressed the 100 nations 100 years ago, and also the one who created the 3,000-mile sword domain. He stood there and spoke up again, "Old sir." Then, with a very serious demeanor, he continued, "I want to ask you to forge a sword for me." The old man over there seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. However, immediately after reacting to that sentence, the other party began to smile mockingly and with great disdain. "Forge a sword for you?" The smile on Gu Hongxing's face at that time remained unchanged. "Old sir, I am not joking with you." The old man looked over, his tone carrying a bit of appreciation as he spoke, daring to speak so arrogantly, and even daring to ask this old man to sharpen a sword for you. "What do you rely on?" The young man slowly stood up and replied seriously, "I will use the sword you sharpen to cut down all enemies in the world. And I will use the precious sword you forged to make your name resound across the 4 seas and the world. I will use the sword that you poured all your heart into crafting to step onto the peak of the 100 nations, not letting down the power of your precious sword." Hearing these words, the old man's expression changed heavily. However, he quickly turned his head to look in another direction and replied softly, "Do you think that relying on a few moments of arrogant conceit can make this old man take action to sharpen a sword for you?" At this moment, a brilliant light with a bit of strangeness suddenly appeared on his body. The wall of that small shop was shattered in the blink of an eye. And a person who had sharpened swords for many years like that white-haired old man naturally recognized that this was sword intent. He absolutely could not believe what he was seeing. Sword intent at small success stage. How is this possible? Miss, when standing nearby, saw this scene and was extremely angry. "My tavern, you bastard! You actually dare to destroy this lady's shop." The old man beside her quickly spoke up to remind her, "Little Mai, step down quickly. Do not be rude." Although the other person was not happy at all in her heart, she still had to resign herself to leaving. "Yes, grandfather." Gu Hongxing still kept a gentle smile on his lips and asked softly, "Old sir, how do you feel now?" The other person smiled faintly and replied, "Young lad, how long have you comprehended sword intent? I didn't expect you to have reached the small success stage." He answered very honestly, calculating it, "I've been cultivating the sword for about 10 days. Those words made the old man's expression change more gravely than ever. "What? 10 days? Is this even human? Truly a monster." The old man quickly signaled to his granddaughter beside him, "Little Mai, go get the black sword box in my room." She very quickly brought out a black sword box that seemed extremely special. "Grandfather." As soon as the lid was opened, a sword full of spiritual energy appeared in sight. This sword is named Jing Hong. Gu Hongxing looked at the sword in the box and couldn't help but exclaim a few words. Jing Hong's sword. One strike of Jing Hong, 10,000 miles of blood. In the blink of an eye, he created a giant water dragon, seemingly capable of swallowing everything in an instant. That small shop was now no longer strong enough to contain that colossal power. With just one strike, everything was completely destroyed. This time it was no longer a piece of wall, but everything had turned into ashes. He didn't care about it and still seriously commented on the sword in his hand. "This sword increases my power by nearly 60%. Truly a precious sword." However, the girl behind him had long been unable to keep calm, holding her head and screaming, "My old lady's tavern. Bastard, you're still destroying it?" Yin Xinga, not known when he appeared, held a stack of banknotes prepared in advance and said softly, "This is compensation for my young master. Please kindly accept it, Mississippi." That shining banknote really made the little girl surprised and unbelieving. She took it, smiling very happily. "How about telling your young master to swing a few more times to try?" Gu Hongxing held it in his hand, contemplation rising in his heart. "As my cultivation base increases in the future, the help of the Jing Hong sword to me will only become smaller and smaller." The young man looked at the old man beside him and said seriously, "Old sir, the Jing Hong sword is a good item, but you can't expect me to use it forever, right?" The old man turned his head to look in a direction. Then he once again sat at his familiar table. That old face remained calm from beginning to end. 3 years later, if you could take another step forward, then come here to find this old man. Gu Hongxing, after achieving his goal, finally smiled faintly and replied, "All right, 3 years later, I will definitely come to Qinsha Town personally to ask Grandmaster for a precious sword." Time flew by. After returning to the Gu residence, Master Gu, upon hearing the news of his precious grandson's return, immediately ran over with a worried look. "The stinky brat is back? Let this old man see." Gu Hongxing stood there, spreading his arms and looking towards the door, calling out happily, "Grandfather." The man over there quickly ran over with a worried look and hugged him tightly. "Stinky brat, you still know the way home?" If you had delayed for a few more days, this old man was preparing to mobilize the army to catch you. Gu Yumo sat behind, joining their conversation. "Hongxing, did you gain anything?" These words immediately made the two people over there so surprised they couldn't speak. However, his second uncle still comforted him very psychologically. "Then prepare a bit. In 2 days it will be the day our Gu family and the Leaf family become related by marriage." Old Master Gu stood there and also spoke up. "Stinky brat, rest assured. This matter was agreed upon by the monarch before. Even if you go to the Leaf family, you won't have to suffer humiliation." Gu Hongxing heard those words and only bowed his head without replying. But he quickly continued, "Hongxing understands. I still ask grandfather and his second uncle to rest assured." He then quickly turned around and left this place. Gu Yumo sat in a wheelchair, his hands clenched into fists, extremely angry. "Why? Our Gu family are all outstanding people. But except for Hongxing, even the sword ruins has no way to change his condition of a crippled body." Old Master Gu, sitting nearby, could only sigh helplessly. "Does the heavens want to destroy my Gu family?" However, only then did one know how deep Gu Hongxing's calculations were in his heart at this moment. "Grandfather, second uncle, I really want to tell you that I can cultivate now, but I cannot. The water in the capital is very deep. If some people harboring malice discover that I can cultivate and enter the Tao, I'm afraid the days ahead will be filled with dangers. The current me does not want to repeat the past life, because every step needs to be taken firmly. Otherwise, it will let my Gu family fall into a situation of eternal doom." That night, he slowly walked into a large cave. In this place, Yin Xinge had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Gu Hongxing appeared, he spoke up. "Yin Xinge, I want you to step into the great profound realm tonight, truly stepping into the ghost cultivation path and condensing a physical body." These words made the young man in front of him a bit surprised. "Tonight? My lord, this is afraid to be a bit rushed. If it were an ordinary person, they would have to spend at least 3 years. However, before he could finish his words, he was quickly interrupted by the boy. "I am saving you, not giving charity. It depends on what use you have to me. If you cannot, then just scramble back to the sword ruins." The eyes of the man over there carried a look of determination. His hands clenched into fists, seeming to have made a firm resolution for himself. "It is the Lord who gave me a chance to live again. How can I disappoint him?" Although the other party could not understand the things just arranged, he still bowed his head respectfully and replied, "The Lord has orders. The subordinate will naturally do his utmost to complete them." The two of them sat in that dark cave, seeming ready to enter the moment of Tao cultivation. Gu Hongxing sat on the ground and spoke coldly. "The ghost path is not tolerated by heaven and earth. If you want to step into the ghost cultivation vein, you must experience a scene that happened in your previous life. If the cultivator is distracted, they will definitely lose themselves because of it, leading to the punishment of heaven descending and the soul scattering. Yin Xinge, remember this, remember this." He once again saw everything he had just experienced in his previous life. The figure of a newborn baby, perhaps it was him. The baby slowly grew up with the appearance of his father and mother, along with laughter and happy talk. Upon reaching adulthood, the young man from back then had found his destined one. The feeling this young lady gave him was truly familiar. Even the parents behind them looked at the pair and smiled with great satisfaction. But one day, tragedy struck. A group of mountain bandits appeared, brandishing their weapons and easily robbing them of all their money. "Is this all the money you have? What a bunch of poor devils. Yin Shingu stood there, his face dazed, completely unable to believe it. His eyes filled with such anger that red blood vessels appeared densely within them. You all must die. That scene replayed once more in his mind. The entire village was massacred to the point that not a single person was left. Yin Shingu panted heavily, seemingly unable to calm down. She is still waiting for me to return. At this moment, a powerful pillar of light appeared in the forest behind. The young man looked towards the light, his face seemingly having lost all focus. And the girl waiting under the peach blossom tree kept waiting and waiting, waiting and waiting, not knowing when her tears had started to fall. Yin Shingu, you broke your promise. The young man appeared there, his body covered in injuries, slowly walking forward. His hands reached out towards the girl as if wanting to touch her. But no matter what he did, everything dissipated like a thick fog. Tears slowly fell from the young man's face as a call for Hua Chong rang out. At this moment, Gu Hong Sheng, who was outside, seemed to sense that something was not right. The young man before him was now trembling, and a murderous aura surrounding his body was about to go out of control. Yin Shingu, wake up, don't get trapped by a nightmare. At that moment, a powerful bolt of lightning actually struck down from the sky. Gu Hong Sheng stood there, silently crying out not good in his heart. This is bad. The heavenly punishment is about to descend. He quickly reached out to touch the man, shaking him gently. Yin Chungu, hurry and regain your senses. However, the other's face remained dazed and unfocused from beginning to end. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious red, murderous aura. Gu-san saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He has successfully broken through to the Earth's profound realm and condensed his flesh and blood again. The other person finally realized that something was not right with the current situation. His voice filled with panic. He quickly warned the person before him, "My lord, it's the lightning tribulation." At this moment, countless powerful lightning bolts had appeared in the sky, preparing to strike down. The young man's eyes darkened in disbelief. My physical body is not yet solidified. I can't move at all. I'm dead for sure this time. In a flash, a pillar of light struck down, heading straight for the top of the cave. Yin Chungu squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the pain from the lightning strike. But he quickly realized that something was not right, as after waiting for a long time, his body felt no strange pain whatsoever. Because at this moment, Gu Hong Sheng had appeared there, holding his sword and blocking that bolt of heavenly lightning. The other person looked at his master, so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. But the young man, standing there, still appeared as steady as ever. Yin Chenggu, focus on your cultivation. This young master will be right back. The young man's figure slowly moved towards the powerful lightning bolts high above. His footsteps lightly carried him to the top of the cave. In a flash, the figure of a young man stood there, facing the immense power set forth by the heavenly Tao. He gritted his teeth and looked up. Old man Heavenly Tao, in my past life, during my reincarnation, my divine soul was severely injured by you, causing this young master to be blind and ignorant for the first 20 years. In this life of Hung Sheng, my heaven-concealing secret art has long been diligently tempered. I will definitely not let you take advantage of any opportunity again. The young man's eyes carried a determined look as he stared straight ahead. Heaven-concealing secret art, with the soul as the medium, with the spirit as the boundary, guide the chi to enter the killing intent. The tip of that powerful sword once again stabbed straight down towards the ground below. In a flash, he created a series of powerful formations, blocking everything that was about to appear, conceal the mortal world, avoid the eyes. At this moment, a pillar of purple light appeared from the sky and descended below. And at this time, Yin Chungu inside the cave had also successfully finished cultivating his own body. He looked at his hands with a dazed and somewhat astonished face, unable to believe it. Just then, a figure in white robes appeared outside the cave, already waiting. Upon seeing the person emerge, he anxiously stood up. "My lord, are you all right?" He slowly walked over with a serious face and replied, "It's nothing." With the heaven-concealing secret art here, the heavenly punishment couldn't find the target of the lightning tribulation, so it naturally dissipated. Yin Chenggu stood there, his expression changing slightly as he asked, "There is something this subordinate does not understand. Why did this lightning tribulation change its target midway and shift its position to you, my lord?" Gu Hong Sheng calmly answered, "Because you and I are the same, we have both been reborn once." The difference is that I practice reincarnation usurpation, which makes the heavens jealous and casts me aside, and the heavenly Tao tolerates me even less. These words shocked the man before him. No way. With the heavenly Tao suppression, my lord was still able to reincarnate successfully? In that case, my lord's past life was likely a supreme expert at the heaven profound realm or above. His eyes turned cold as he questioned the man before him. What about you? You were originally a peak expert of the heaven profound realm. How could a mere nightmare trap you? Hearing these words, the other man bowed his head respectfully and replied with endless guilt, "This subordinate deserves death. It's just that this subordinate had an agreement with an old friend. I was forced to perish in the sword ruins later, and thus it became an obsession." Gu Hong Sheng, being a reasonable person, quickly replied, "I gave you your life. No matter what your obsession is, only on the day you help me complete my grand plan will you be free." Yes, this subordinate understands. He then once again returned to the large courtyard behind his mansion. The kids who were adopted the other day looked at him respectfully and bowed. "We respectfully welcome the pavilion master." This time, he also brought Yin Chengu along and began to introduce him. His name is Yin Chengu, and he is this young master's guard. From now on, he will lead you out for training. Shang Wanhai, who was there, heard these words and looked up with a bewildered expression. "Pavilion master, do you want us to leave the Gu family?" Gong Xinu at his side quickly added, "The cultivation techniques the pavilion master left for us. We have not been lazy for a single day. We beg the pavilion master not to send us away." Hearing these words, Gu Hong Sheng only explained softly, "Although the Gu family is large compared to the thousands of worlds outside, it is but a tiny speck of land. Do you really want to be sheltered worms for your entire lives? I hope that when you return, you can make this young master see you in a new light." These words left the young boys and girls standing there with dazed faces, as if they couldn't believe it. His next destination was the Li family's estate. A petite maid appeared beside him and said with some hesitation, "The old master is discussing official business. Please wait for a moment, young master." As she spoke, her eyes carefully sized up the man before her. Strange, this third young master, Gu, doesn't seem like the heinous villain from the rumors. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed over from the side and quickly knocked over the freshly poured cup of tea. "Get out! You bullied my younger sister. Do you deserve to drink such fine tea?" He looked at the girl standing there and said seriously, "Go treat your wound first. Don't let it leave a scar." "Yes, thank you, master." Only then did his eyes indifferently glance at the person who had just appeared. "May I ask who you are?" The person who appeared there roared furiously, "I am Li Yixian, Shu Ru's older cousin." But his next words left the man on the other side a bit dazed. "Can you represent the Li family?" "Of course not." As soon as these words were spoken, he quickly turned to look in another direction with a very disdainful expression. "But this young master can represent the people of the Gu family. Do you think a despicable, insignificant ruffian like you is worthy of standing before this young master?" Li Yixian, behind him, heard those words and roared in anger. "You rotten brat, how can you talk like that? Insolent!" While they were arguing, the most powerful man of the Li family appeared. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw the figure of Li Tian Yuan standing there coldly. "Grandfather!" Upon seeing the person, he quickly walked over and bowed respectfully to greet him. Lordly, his eyes, filled with coldness, looked at the young man beside him with a look of disgust. "You are a guest. By putting on such airs, who are you trying to embarrass? Hurry up and step down." The other person could only look at his old master in fear, give a forced smile, and quickly retreat. Yes, I'm going now. I'll leave right away." Afterward, the two of them sat down at the small tea table, looking as if they had already seen through each other. Li Tian Yuan was the one to start the conversation. "This old man knows why you are here, but you'd best give up on that idea. Letting a waste body like you marry into the Li family is already our greatest concession." Gu Hong Sheng sat there, picked up his teacup, and calmly replied, "Who said that this young master is a waste body who cannot cultivate?" As soon as these words were spoken, they quickly caused the man's face to change drastically. He seemed to have sensed something strange during this conversation. He couldn't see any spiritual energy surging from this brat. Then, a sneer appeared on the other's old face. "No chi in your body, an empty dantian. If I say you're a waste body, you're a waste body. And yet you still delude yourself into trying to bluff in front of this old man. How truly ridiculous." He quickly put down the fine tea in front of him. His hands gently placed everything on the table. Every movement was extremely gentle and elegant. But just as the teacup touched the tabletop, the surrounding atmosphere was instantly enveloped by a fierce, murderous aura. This powerful sword intent made even Li Tianyuan stare in astonishment. It's actually the aura of a peak human harmony realm. He spoke with a hint of suspicion. Young Master Gu, this old man finds that I truly cannot see through you now. The person on the other side responded with a cold gaze. My father, Gu Qingjun, died early for the country while resisting the enemy, and my second uncle, Gu Yumo, was abandoned on the battlefield and is now paralyzed. My two older brothers also died young. Lord Li, are you not aware of how many people in this capital city want this young master to die on the battlefield so they can carve up the Gu family's fortune? These words immediately made the other man's hands, which were under the table, tremble violently. That's right, the Gu family back then was full of brilliant talents, and it was true that quite a few scoundrels in the capital were red-eyed with envy. Li Tianyuan once again carefully sized him up from head to toe. When Gu Hongxing's two older brothers died on the battlefield, he was only 6 years old. If he had started plotting since then, this would be 14 years of hidden forbearance. A mind this demonic is definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Even though his inner thoughts were in turmoil, the other party still spoke seriously. Young Master Gu, you came before this old man today to reveal yourself over the matter of marrying into my family. Aren't you afraid this old man will spread the word? The young man smiled without any fear and replied, Lordly can give it a try. See how many people will believe it. I won't stop you. These words made the other man start to reconsider. That's right, who would believe that a dandy who has been causing trouble for over 10 years is actually a genius with a demonic mind? All right, even if this old man agrees to change the matter of you marrying into the family, it still requires the emperor's permission. Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing's lips curved into a faint smile as he continued. It will probably depend on Lord Li's ability to make the emperor change his sacred words, which shouldn't be a difficult matter. Naturally, a junior like me doesn't need to worry about it. The old man in front of him heard these words and shouted angrily, You rotten brat, did you plan all of this? You came today to make this old man run errands for you, didn't you? He didn't answer, but gently poured another cup of tea for the other party. The smile on his lips remained unchanged. Have a sip of tea to cool down. My lord, you're already a ripe old age. Don't get angry and harm your health. The other man's expression seemed a bit uncomfortable as he looked at the teacup. However, the other party quickly continued. Come to the Li residence tomorrow. Gu Hongxing looked up with some suspicion. What? The other man picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. His cold voice spoke. To present the betrothal gifts. In the following days, the streets of the capital city became much livelier due to the betrothal ceremony of the two great families, with the Gu family specially coming to the Li family to propose marriage. 5-direction jade seal, 1 mid-grade human rank spirit tool, body tempering and marrow cleansing pills, 3rd-grade spirit pills, a total of 10 chests, and 3 caddies of luminous sand iron for forging weapons. The surrounding crowd, who were eagerly watching, were extremely astonished. Unbelievable. Wasn't it said that today was the day the young master of the Gu family would marry into the Li family? How did it turn into presenting betrothal gifts for a proposal? Li Xiang actually agreed to marry his granddaughter to this 3rd-generation good-for-nothing with a crippled physique? This is clearly pushing his own child into a fiery pit. However, the high and mighty Lord Li, standing there, heard these words and only said calmly, Worthy of the Gu family name, truly generous. Ibo, standing there, bowed seriously. The Gu family values the Li family, so naturally, we cannot be careless with the betrothal gifts. Knowing that the young master had truly persuaded the Li family, the old master was so excited his back hurt, he almost told you to empty out the Gu family's treasury. The man on the other side heard these words and asked coldly, Since the betrothal gifts are being presented, where is that rotten brat? Ibo below bowed his head and replied, His Majesty has summoned the young master for an audience. He should have entered the palace by now. These words made the other man a little surprised. His old eyes carried a hint of contemplation as he thought to himself, It seems His Majesty has taken some notice. The atmosphere inside the imperial palace was truly solemn and magnificent. When Gu Hongxing arrived before the great hall, a young eunuch was already waiting there. Young Master Gu, please enter. His Majesty has been waiting for a long time. The large doors inside were quickly opened. A man in a dragon robe with an extremely majestic bearing, along with an old eunuch, was already waiting there. That person was the heavenly shadow great emperor, Emo Shuyang. As soon as Gu Hongxing entered, he bowed his head and greeted respectfully. Gu family's Gu Hongxing pays his respects to your majesty. Seeing this, the eunuch beside him shouted angrily, "Insolent! Why do you not kneel upon seeing his majesty?" Hearing those words, the young man's lips curved into a faint smile as he replied, "Your majesty, you know that I am used to being undisciplined and do not understand these complicated etiquettes. You wouldn't hold it against a young master like me, would you?" The high and mighty king above slowly walked down and replied, "Correct. You have always been mischievous by my side since you were young. I of course understand you." The two of them made eye contact. Suddenly, the majestic voice of the sovereign rang in his ears. Gu Hongxing, an aura more powerful than ever now emanated from the other person, deceiving the sovereign and disrespecting the Son of Heaven. Do you know your crime? As soon as this aura was released, the eunuch beside him panicked and used his sleeve to block some of the immense power. However, the young man in front of him remained extremely calm and replied, "Hongxing admits to having a bad reputation outside, but I have never deceived your majesty. I do not know where your majesty's words come from." The emperor gritted his teeth, looking displeased. "Back then, old Gu conquered the world with me. Then your father became a general, and with your second uncle, the blood-bear general, which one of them was not a peerless prodigy of their generation. But in the end, you were born in naturally crippled physique. Yesterday, Li Xiang entered the palace and urgently pleaded for me to rescind the imperial edict for you to marry into his family and change it to the Li family, marrying their daughter to you. That Li Xiang, I know him best. If you were truly a naturally crippled physique, he would definitely not have let go so easily. I will ask you one last time, can you cultivate or not?" Seeing the killing intent emanating from the other person, Gu Hongxing just smiled amicably and replied, "Your majesty is mistaken. Li Xiang agreed to marry his granddaughter to me not because of me, but for the Tianfeng nation. The Gu family is a family of generals for the Tianfeng nation. We represent the honor of tens of thousands of soldiers on the border, and for me, the only son of the Gu family, to marry into the Li family would shake the fighting will of tens of thousands of soldiers. They would think that your majesty does not value those who serve the country and its people, throwing away the heads of loyal and passionate officials." The words he spoke next seemed extremely persuasive and solemn. The man heard these words and seemed to ask with some suspicion, "Is that so?" "That is indeed so." The emperor finally agreed to drop the subject and turned to walk back to his dragon throne. "Forget it. Let's not discuss this for now. I am tired. You may withdraw." Hongxing takes his leave. The eunuch beside him looked at the departing back in the white robe and spoke with some suspicion. "Your majesty, do you really believe the words of that young Master Gu?" The person on high heard this and gave a disdainful smile in reply. "Ridiculous. From the moment he entered this imperial study, did he ever reveal even half a point of fear towards me? How could a person with such a character be just a crippled physique?" The man below heard this and bowed respectfully, asking, "Then why did your majesty not punish him for his crime?" At this, the emperor smiled cheerfully and replied, "Let's just watch. Let's see just what kind of great waves this third young Master Gu can stir up in the future." That night, at the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, the place was extremely crowded with people coming and going, gossiping about everything. Two high-ranking officials with big ears and faces had also appeared at this place with polite smiles. "Welcome, Prince Pingxing. Welcome, fourth virtuous prince." The owner of the tavern stood there, constantly wiping his sweat, showing his nervousness. "My goodness, even the princes have come." The engagement ceremony of the Gu and Li families is truly no small matter. "Shopkeeper, should we increase our manpower? So many influential figures have come. What if an incident occurs?" Hearing the suggestion, the shopkeeper quickly agreed and boldly ordered, Right, double no. Triple the manpower. Now go arrange it." At this moment, the people from the Li family had also arrived. Behind Lord Li was the beautiful Li Qiuro, slowly walking in. Seeing her appear, several people there couldn't help but blush and glance over. It was the first time they had seen such a peerless beauty, and they began to buzz with discussion. "This is just as the rumors say. The Li family's young miss can't speak. She is so beautiful." Gu Hongxing stood there, his dazed gaze fixed on the young lady who was slowly walking in. However, The old master of the Gu family quickly pulled him back to reality. "You rotten brat, what are you standing there foolishly for? Hurry over there." They quickly gathered together. "Old Man Li, you arrived really fast." Li Tianyuan stood there and spoke coldly. "Old Man Gu, my granddaughter is a peerless treasure. If she suffers any grievances in your Gu family in the future, don't blame this old man for turning hostile and not recognizing you." The other person heard this and replied with a happy smile. "Don't worry, from now on, your granddaughter is also my granddaughter-in-law. Anyone who makes her suffer a grievance, let alone you, this old man won't let him off either." Now, that's what a human being should say. Li Tianyuan's gaze in this direction carried a hint of profoundness. Then he couldn't help but start calculating. It seems old man Gu probably doesn't know his own grandson's abilities. Otherwise, based on his personality, he definitely couldn't have endured it for over 10 years. If old man Gu finds out in the future that he has been deceived by his own grandson for so many years, I wonder what his expression will be. The other party couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Then, the majestic voice of Lord Li rang out again. "Today is the engagement day of the Gu and Li families. As the person concerned, doesn't young Master Gu have anything to say?" Li Qiuruo, standing behind, had been silent from beginning to end. She couldn't help but be extremely curious about the man on the other side. What is so special about this Gu Hongxing that he is worthy of Grandpa's trust? She soon saw the figure of the young man, slowly walking towards her. A deep voice, carrying a look of determination, rang in her ears. "No matter how the years pass, as long as the young miss does not let me down, I will definitely not let her down." The crowd downstairs heard these words and could not remain calm at all. What, this dandy? He actually has the face to say such words? That's right, Miss Li is the #1 talented woman in the capital. For him to say such words is too arrogant. Pity, what a pity. Why is such a beauty wasted on this straw bag Gu III? Even his second uncle, standing to the side, heard those words and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This stinky brat really hasn't stopped causing trouble. At this moment, the fairy-like young lady nearby also presented a sheet of white paper along with a prepared inkstone. The little girl took it and carefully wrote out a few lines. The other party's eyes seemed extremely determined. Those present at the scene also attentively watched that beautiful young lady's actions. Several words quickly appeared on the white paper. Did this mean, "Let fate decide"? Gu Hongxing also had his own speculations. Fate and destiny all have cause and effect. I said this mainly to probe the intentions of this Miss Li. If she is not willing, I naturally will not force it. But he did not expect that although this Miss Li was a lady of a noble house, her treatment of others was so open-minded, contrary to common logic. The young man standing there quickly bowed his head and spoke. "Miss Li, I offended you a few days ago. Today I promise to compensate you well." That pair of soft hands once again touched his hand. The young man facing this scene seemed a bit surprised. His eyes once again glanced towards the person in front of him. Facing that flower-like, jade-like girl over there, he couldn't help but feel his heart beat fast. Gu Hongxing was a bit surprised, not knowing how he should react. He instinctively quickly averted his gaze to another direction. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Princess Yong has arrived." A beautiful girl, covered in jewelry, appeared outside the main gate along with a shouting voice. Those present quickly knelt and bowed their heads respectfully. "Greetings, Princess Yongan." Even several princes nearby were a bit surprised to see her appear. "Imperial sister, why have you come here?" "I eventually came out anyway." However, the appearance of that noble princess once again left Gu Yumo endlessly stunned. They couldn't help but remember their days of youth. At that time, Princess Yong was still a young girl, standing on the imperial city wall waving her hand. General Bloodfiend, have a life of peace. The man below, facing this scene, only gave a faint smile and replied with extreme determination, "Princess, wait for my return." The two of them once again turned their backs to leave this place. The voice of that noble princess rang in his ears. "Did you not intend to see me again after that battle? It's been 5 years. Can the current you give me a concrete answer?" The person sitting there had a darkened expression and completely no intention of replying. However, the hands placed on his legs were trembling, revealing his own wavering mood. And Gu Hongxing sitting behind had also taken everything into his sight. 5 years ago, the border was in chaos. Second Uncle led the Blood Crimson Army into battle to attack the enemy. His legs were crippled because of that incident. From then on, Second Uncle completely became a person who locked himself in his room all day long. Afterwards, Second Uncle, with a heart cold as dead ash, sent someone to deliver a letter to Princess Yongin. At that time, each of that princess's tears could not be held back and fell. Facing this scene, Gu Yumo remained silent, having absolutely no answer. That princess's face could no longer maintain its composure. It was just that the next sentence completely broke her defenses. Hongxing, I am tired, push me back. He had no other choice but to obey the order and lead the person away. Yes, Second Uncle. The two of them once again passed by that princess. The other party's voice rang in their ears at this moment. Gu Yumo, her tears filled with pain, appeared as she asked one last time, "What are we in the end?" However, responding to her words was only extreme silence. Gu Yumo sat there and could only slowly open his mouth. Princess, this subject has said it before. In this world, there is no longer a general blood fiend. These words made the princess over there completely collapse. The tears on that beautiful face could not be controlled and fell down. Good, very good. The voice carrying the resentment of that person rang out. 5 months from now, I will go to Nan Yuan Kingdom. The other party's figure gradually disappeared behind the large curtain. However, these words had all reached his ears, and the surrounding gossip made Gu Yumo's mood change violently. Nan Yuan Kingdom is a medium-rank imperial dynasty. I'm afraid the king also had no other choice. If we offend Nan Yuan Kingdom, it will create another powerful enemy for our Tianfeng Kingdom. The princess is truly righteous. Gu Shang, witnessing everything from the side, looked towards his son and sighed. In the end, that party still took place very solemnly and lively. The betrothal ceremony today ends here. Thank you all for your congratulations. They quickly returned to that quiet and cold Gu family. Gu Hongxing pushed the person back and asked softly, "Second Uncle, are you really just going to let Princess Yongin marry into Nan Yuan Kingdom like that?" The figure of the man over there carried extreme loneliness. Now, I am a cripple, fundamentally unworthy of the princess. So what do I have to fight with? The voice of a young man behind rang out. Second Uncle, from tomorrow onwards, every morning at the 5th watch, use profound energy to clear the meridians of both legs for half an hour. These words caused the other person to be somewhat surprised and in disbelief. Stinky brat, what do you mean by this? Gu Hongxing stood there smiling and replied with an extremely certain tone. I can make Second Uncle stand up again. These spoken words completely made Gu Yumo shocked and unable to believe it. What did you say? Stand up? What do you want to do? Second Uncle, don't rush. When the time comes, Hongxing will naturally say, "For now, you should rest well first. I will take my leave." Gu Hongxing walked step by step on the dark road outside that residence. Nan Yuan Kingdom, right? I hope you will be somewhat moderate. Otherwise, I'm afraid this empress's seat does not need to exist. The next day, when the sun had risen, Li Chiro had been invited to the Gu family as a guest since who knows when. Grandpa Gu sat there laughing and talking very happily. "Chiro, if you like any dish, eat a bit more. If it doesn't suit your taste, Grandpa will immediately order the kitchen to make other dishes." Seeing his old man behave like this, Gu Hongxing seemed a bit unable to understand. Second Uncle, what is this situation? Why is Miss Li here? The person beside him heard these sentences and only replied calmly, "Have you forgotten? According to the etiquette of our Tianfeng Kingdom, after the betrothal, the bride's side will come to stay at the groom's house for a short time to foster affection. Look, although Miss Li cannot speak, her ladylike temperament is particularly excellent. You brat will be blessed in the future." These words made the young man over there a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to react. Grandpa Gu once again pulled him closer and said seriously, "Churo, then today let Hongxing take you out for a stroll. If you see any items or toys you like, just let this brat buy them for you." As he spoke, he pulled their two hands closer together, looking very urgent. Gu Shang once again seriously instructed, "If this stinky brat does anything poorly, just come back and tell Grandpa. I will definitely help you teach him a lesson." Gu Hongxing could only sit there silently, letting the old man make a fuss while pretending to be calm. Grandpa Gu looked towards his stinky brat with some appraisal. Previously, when this guy saw beautiful girls, he would stare fixedly. Why is it that now, seeing the #1 beauty in the capital, he acts so foolishly? Very quickly, the two of them were chased out of the place. Go quickly, the weather's very good today, it's still lively outside. You two must have fun, no need to come back for dinner. The two of them were quickly pushed to the most lively and noisy market in the capital. Both of them slowly strolled in this place, their manners seeming a bit shy. Li Qiuro walked beside him, her face blushing, unable to relax from start to finish. Every few minutes, she would glance towards the young man beside her, her eyes extremely curious and shy. In Gu Hongxing there seemed to have seen what he needed. Right, to treat second uncle's legs well, I must break through to the spirit profound realm. Princess Yong and marriage alliance is an extremely urgent matter. Buying some spirit herbs to take back can improve the breakthrough efficiency. He looked towards the young lady beside him and said softly, Miss Li, I'm going inside to buy a few things. I hope you can wait a moment. Then he went inside and bought a few things he needed with a very cautious manner. Bone spirit grass, vein rock grass, dust clearing wood. This pile of medicinal ingredients was indeed too rare. At this moment, the teasing voices of a group of people suddenly rang in his ears. Quick, look, that is the daughter of the Li family. Is it really her? She grew up truly extraordinary. Pity, she is a cripple. A mute like her is very suitable for that dandy Gu III. Truly a perfect combination. People say she is the #1 talented woman in the capital. A mute locking herself at home every day, naturally, can only read a few more books. Suddenly, they heard a voice behind them and turned to look. So what if she is a mute? Gu Hongxing, who had appeared there since who knows when, said seriously, She, Li Qiuro, has peerless ability, receiving the praise of the current king. Do people like you deserve to discuss her? Seeing his attitude, those people quickly turned around in fear and left the place. The girl over there witnessed everything, and her face couldn't help but start blushing again from shyness. That night, he started his training again. It was just at this time he didn't know where the error was, but he spat out a large mouthful of blood in extreme pain. Gu Hongxing sat there a bit bewildered. My Tao heart is solid as a rock, unshakable. Even if there is a forest of swords and a sea of fire ahead, it cannot make me retreat in the slightest. But why? Why is the threshold of the spirit profound realm blocked? He couldn't help but recall the final battle of his previous life. Right, what this body lacks is ultimately the baptism of blood. Even if my Tao heart and soul have reached the peak, it is difficult to make up for the congenital deficiencies of the body. The young man clenched his fists with a look of great joy. The time had come. The next day, this earth-shattering news quickly shocked everyone in the mansion. What? Grandpa Gu sat there, his face changing completely in disbelief. You want to go to the border? Do you not want a life anymore? The young man below bowed his head with a determined look and replied, Grandfather, I naturally know what kind of place the border is. It is precisely because of this that I want to give it a try. Only by entering that place can I come into contact with the baptism of blood and step into the spirit profound realm. The old man sitting there pointed angrily at him and shouted, I'm warning you, don't even think about it. The wedding day is approaching. If you leave now, what will happen to Chiro? The young man below replied firmly, Grandson does not want to be a young master who hides under wings for a lifetime. Going to see the wind and rain of the border and honing my temperament will allow me to better inherit the Goof family in the future. As for Chiro, grandson will go personally later to ask for Miss Li's forgiveness. Uncle E, seeing his master so angry, could only comfort him softly, Master, calm down. Actually, letting the young master go out and see the world is good. After all, it is in the army. Arranging a leisurely position for the young master won't be dangerous. The other party quickly threw a pale gold token to him. Stinky brat, take this. The young man seemed a bit surprised. Is this the Gu family general token? The old man continued, Wait a moment, I will personally write the official document for you to take office. Take this general token as well. In times of need, you can use this token to mobilize the army. Understand? Gu Hongxing was a bit dazed at first, but quickly recovered his composure. Hongxing understands. Thank you, grandfather, for fulfilling my wish. He quickly found a place where Li Qiuro was grinding ink and practicing calligraphy. Gu Hongxing stood there and spoke softly. Miss Lee, I need to go to the border. Why don't you return to the Lee family first and postpone the plan? The girl over there lowered her head as if wanting to say something. A character quickly appeared. Through this character, he seemed to understand everything. She didn't seem to hate this marriage. She even wished him a safe journey and an early return. He seemed to understand all the feelings of the girl over there. His voice carried comfort as he replied, "Wait for my return." At this time of the border, the weather was harsh, with dust and sand flying everywhere. General Ren Chifeng sat there with an unhappy face. Below, a man was kneeling and reporting respectfully, "General, there's a strange brat outside who says he is from the capital and brought an official document to take office." The man replied with a look of disgust, "Another muddled young master arriving. Are those lords in the capital idle, sending a piece of trash here? Can't they see what the front line has been beaten into? Let him get in here." Gu Hongxing, dressed in white, was quickly invited inside. The man over there spoke as soon as he saw him. "So you are Lieutenant Gu Yun from the capital?" Hearing those words, he replied softly, "Yes." The young man knew well that the name Gu Hongxing, the famous silk pants, had long spread throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. Fortunately, before leaving, he asked his grandfather to change the name on the official document. Otherwise, his identity would definitely be exposed. Ren Chifeng evaluated the young man in front of him with cold eyes. This guy had no fluctuations of profound qi all over his body. To put it clearly, he was a straw bag who couldn't cultivate. Keeping him here would be a hindrance. He must be made to leave early. The person thought for a moment and said, "All right, the chiefing camp just happens to lack a lieutenant recently. You go there." The young man beside him exclaimed in panic upon hearing these words, "General, didn't someone just arrive at the chiefing camp a few days ago?" Before he could finish speaking, he was scolded angrily by the general above. "Arrive what? Relying on that young master whose mouth still smells of milk. Do you think he can last a few days?" Gu Hongxing just sighed in his heart upon hearing these words. Ren Chifeng's words definitely had other meanings, as if said for him to hear. The person quickly ordered his subordinate, "Take Lieutenant Gu Yun to the chiefing camp." "Yes, General." The curtain outside was quickly opened again. Ren Chifeng sat there sipping tea, very unhappy in his heart. Those brothers in the chiefing camp are known to be very difficult to manage. I just want to let this brat know the difficulties and retreat getting out of here early. He was quickly led to another camp where many people were gathered. Passing by those people, they were all extremely strong and muscular soldiers. At this moment, inside the camp, there were very unhappy cursing sounds. "Relying on you. And you want to be the lieutenant of the chiefing camp?" Accompanying those words was a young man being thrown out. An extremely angry voice rang out from inside. "You're not even fit to carry my shoes." Standing there and hearing these words, he asked the person beside him softly, "Who is the person speaking inside?" The other party seemed a bit embarrassed and answered, "To be honest, Lieutenant Gu, the person inside is Lu Lingyu. He is the hardest person to provoke in our military camp." An angry voice came from inside. "Who the hell is whispering outside? Get in here for me." The voice of the young man beside him gradually became smaller. "Lieutenant Gu, I warn you first, those who came to take the position of lieutenant were all beaten severely by this guy and chased out. He seems to be unconvinced by anyone." Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing just smiled faintly and replied, "Is that so? Then I must broaden my horizons. I will say what needs to be said." The man over there, seeing him walking seriously, reached out as if to stop him. However, the other party quickly sighed in his heart. "Looking at that brat with tender skin and soft flesh, I'm afraid he won't be able to last until tonight." He walked into the solidly prepared tent. There were a few guards and a tall, burly man sitting on the main seat. The other party was Lu Lingyu, with a mustache, frowning tightly and looking angrily in this direction. "Where did this little kid come from? What are you doing in our chiefing camp?" Gu Hongxing's face remained serious from beginning to end. A cold voice rang in his ears. "From today onwards, I am the lieutenant of the chiefing camp, Gu Yun." The people standing below heard those words and began to discuss spiritedly. "What kind of joke is this? Letting a little kid come to guard our chiefing camp. Isn't that ridiculous? If the brothers in other military camps know about this, our chiefing camp will become a laughingstock. Sent a straw bag, and now a little kid. Our boss won't be able to stand it anymore." The man over there listened silently to the quarrels from beginning to end. Lu Lingyu stood up slowly from the high seat and said seriously, "You want to be the lieutenant of our chiefing. That's fine. But the premise is that you must defeat me. Do you dare?" The opponent stood up slowly revealing a body that was far superior and extremely overwhelming in height. However, the young man was not afraid at all from beginning to end. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he replied, "All right, if you wish." The eyes of the tall man looked down coldly, seemingly extremely angry. He threw a powerful punch forward. Remember well, my fist is not vegetarian. However, the young man simply tilted his body to the side and dodged everything. Lu Lingyu was completely shocked seeing this scene, unable to believe what he was seeing. And Gu Hongxing maintained his calm appearance from beginning to end. "Your speed is too slow." That monster was so angry that he turned his head back. But the scene before him really astonished him endlessly. The young man over there was now wrapped in a powerful aura around his body, his legs directed forward, seemingly ready to enter a combat state. In the blink of an eye, the young man delivered a kick that sent the opponent flying far away. The crowd around saw this scene and stared in shock, unable to believe it. "Boss, he was actually kicked down by this brat with one kick?" Lu Lingyu, lying on the ground, was also bewildered and couldn't believe it. "What is this situation? I am in the late human profound realm. How could I lose to a brat who doesn't even have profound chi?" He hugged his body and stood up angrily. "Fight me again. I'm not convinced." Gu Hongxing replied in an extremely calm voice, "A bet is a bet. Losing is losing. I don't have that much leisure time to waste on you guys." Then, amidst the unwillingness of the man kneeling on the ground, the respectful greeting of the soldiers beside him rang out in unison. "Take care, Lieutenant Gu." Lu Lingyu's eyes were full of unwillingness and extreme anger. From inside that tent, a voice screaming in extreme rage rang out. "Damn it, this isn't over yet." This news quickly reached Ren Qifeng's ears. "What did you say? That Gu Yin defeated Lu Lingyu?" The person replied very seriously, "Yes, because Lieutenant Gu used only one kick to knock down Lu Lingyu." The soldiers of the Qifeng camp can all testify to this matter. The general sitting high up heard those words and seemed a bit surprised. Unbelievable, impossible. Although Lu Lingyu's brain isn't very good, he is at least a cultivator in the late human profound realm. The other party quickly asked the young man over there, "Then did you recognize what cultivation base that Lieutenant Gu has?" "I didn't recognize it." The brothers of the Qifeng camp said Lieutenant Gu didn't reveal any cultivation aura, just like an ordinary person. After thinking carefully, Ren Qifeng finally revealed a faint smile on his lips, seemingly very interested. "This Gu Yin is a bit special." Lu Lingyu then took his anger and quickly gathered his brothers in the camp into a team. The man beside him, seeing that appearance, spoke up with a fearful face to advise, "Boss, or should we just let it go? Do you want to lose at the hands of Lieutenant Gu again this time? It will be mortifying." The burly man beside him heard these words and immediately shouted in anger. "Yesterday, he just had good luck. Today I want to capture him, so he can't resist at all." A person behind quickly spoke up to announce, "General Run has arrived." Ren Qifeng very quickly appeared there with an extremely serious face. Lu Lingyu, seeing the person appear, also bowed his head to greet very solemnly, "Greetings, General Ren." The other party quickly asked what was on his mind. "Where's Gu Yun? Call him out here immediately." And the figure of that young man very quickly appeared in their line of sight. Gu Hongxing walked out from inside the camp, his face serious as he asked, "General Run, is something the matter?" The man, seeing him appear, seemed a bit surprised. Then his gaze carefully assessed the other party from head to toe. Looking at his appearance wearing armor, it was indeed familiar, seemingly very much like a certain person. However, he did not let himself be immersed in thought for too long. The person very quickly spoke up, "You go gather all the officers now. There are important matters to assign." After that, they very quickly gathered at a wide courtyard where many people were waiting. Gu Hongxing cast his assessing gaze around. So this place was where second Uncle garrisoned back then. The people around suddenly bowed respectfully and shouted extremely valiantly, "Greetings, Grand General." The Grand Commander of Yanhang Pass, Feng Aojin, very quickly appeared. The man stood there with an extremely majestic and valiant aura. The other party shouted a few serious words, generals, regarding the emergency military report. Recently, the Beiwei Kingdom has gathered nearly 30,000 troops intending to attack Yan'an Pass. These words very quickly caused the crowd below to clamor. Beiwei Kingdom sure has big guts. These years, they constantly infringe upon our Tianfeng Kingdom. Do they really think our Tianfeng Kingdom is easy to bully? Remembering back then, when General Shuexiong garrisoned here, let alone invading our Tianfeng Kingdom, they didn't even dare to approach the border. If it weren't for 5 years ago, Gu Hongxing, standing to one side, heard these words and also fell in a deep thought. Right, what harmed second uncle and both his legs was the Beiwei Kingdom 5 years ago. In that campaign, the Beiwei Kingdom sent an earth-profound realm expert who, at the moment of death, struck second uncle's legs. But the battle at that time had reached a critical moment. Second uncle disregarded his injuries and fought to the end. Because he missed the best time for treatment, his legs were disabled for life. He himself became depressed and lived in seclusion, not emerging again. Feng Aojin stood up high and shouted orders. Regarding what has happened, soldiers, are you willing to follow this general to protect Yan'an Pass? To protect the national prestige of the Tianfeng Kingdom? The people below quickly responded in unison. We swear to follow the general to the death. Meanwhile, on Gu Hongxing's side, he was extremely calmly conveying everything he had just heard in the meeting. The young man sat there and said seriously, "All right, return immediately to reorganize and prepare well for the battle." The people below heard this sentence and were a bit bewildered, asking loudly, "Why is no one talking? Could it be you are afraid? How is that possible? As soldiers of the chief in camp, we can die on the battlefield, wrapped in horse leather, but we cannot fear the enemy." Lu Lingyu stood there and said extremely excitedly, "I hate that I can't immediately go to the battlefield and chop off every single dog head of those Beiwei enemies." That person smiled happily and said loudly, "Lieutenant Gu, rest assured, if you encounter danger on the battlefield, I, Lu Lingyu, will definitely not leave you to die without saving you. Because good or bad, you are the lieutenant of our chief in camp. If we let the brothers of other camps know that we didn't even protect our own lieutenant thoroughly, that would be too shameful. Right. We swear to Lieutenant Gu, we do what we say. We also can't let those Beiwa wolf cubs bully us, right?" The young man sitting there heard these words and only gave a faint smile. "All right, I must thank everyone for the care in advance." The subsequent orders were very quickly transmitted. Pass the order down. The entire chief in camp enters level 1 readiness. Tomorrow morning, we march out to kill the enemy. Yes. The next day, their entire army, under the command of the Grand General, was extremely valiant and ready for battle. Soldiers, listen to the order, beat the drums. Gu Hongxing stood on the city wall listening to the crisp sound of drums, unable to help but sigh in his heart. Someone said that in troubled times, blood inevitably flows like rivers and bones lie white. If there really was peace in the world, how many people would be willing to risk their lives to death? They do not fear life and death. They only fear that the national prestige of the Tianfeng Kingdom will be damaged. They do not fear battle. They just worry about the common people in the rear suffering harm. At this moment, a man nearby appeared and quickly knelt down to report. Reporting to the general, the 30,000 troops of the Beiwei Kingdom are only 10 miles away from Yan'an Pass. Pass the order down. Send General Su Quan to lead 10,000 elite troops out of the city to engage the enemy. Gu Hongxing stood to the side and listened to all of this. The difference in strength between us and the Beiwei army is very large. We must send a portion of forces first to wear down their military strength to have a chance to exchange for a successful defense. After receiving the order, Su Quan valiantly rushed to the battlefield with the brothers behind him. Soldiers, follow this general out of the city to kill the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. They rode horses and charged straight towards the legion where the Beiwei Kingdom was rushing in. Both sides moved towards each other, unleashing powerful slashes. The battle at this moment took place extremely fiercely. Sharp sword strokes were unleashed, easily taking down opponents. However, the opposing side showed absolutely no mercy. They carried raging, murderous intent, truly wanting to kill them with a fatal blow. The soldiers in the team even had to use horses to block the arrows that were powerfully rushing in. Those horses could only shriek a few times in extreme pain. That man, after a bout of fighting, lost all advantage and quickly fell from his horse. Su Quan gritted his teeth, feeling unable to stay calm. It's over. Facing the situation where enemy troops appeared abundantly before his eyes, that man could only sit there miserably, completely unable to resist. However, they were completely wiped out easily in the blink of an eye. Su Quan sat on the ground, seeing those heads fall, his heart filled with disbelief and bewilderment. However, the other party quickly regained his composure and called out happily, "Lieutenant Gu." Gu Hongxing at this moment appeared from who knows when, valiantly riding a large horse, easily passing through all the surrounding soldiers. The crowd, seeing the person appear, immediately signaled to each other, "Brothers, deal with this kid first." However, his eyes from beginning to end still carried that cold appearance. He extremely skillfully controlled the small horse under his feet, rushing forward at a dizzying speed. Just as they attacked, the large horse under his feet was completely knocked down, red blood flowing out along with the miserable scream of the ill-fated horse. However, the crowd was completely astonished by what had just happened, their faces carrying bewilderment as they shouted, "Where is he?" He completely did not expect that Gu Hongxing had already appeared behind his back and stabbed down with a powerful blow. In the blink of an eye, that enemy rebel was completely destroyed. He once again used the sword in his hand to draw a circle, easily destroying everyone. The young man from beginning to end maintained an arrogant smile on his lips. Indeed, only those who have undergone a baptism of blood can polish their Tao heart to the best possible state. He passed through the crowd of enemies before his eyes, easily defeating them all. Gu Hongxing, mounted on horseback, powerfully charged straight forward and roared, "From now on, let me, as the Gu family general, once again burn up to the 9 heavens." Lu Lingyu saw the person appearing below, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Unbelievable, Lieutenant? Is that Lieutenant Gu of our chief in camp?" Feng Aojin, standing to the side, heard these words and was also endlessly astonished. "Lieutenant Gu? Why have I never heard of this person before?" Rin Chifeng beside him quickly explained, "His name is Gu Yun, but when he first arrived, I was shocked because I couldn't see even a bit of his cultivation base. Looking again now, he is already at the peak of the human profound realm." The man beside him heard that name and gave a dry laugh. "Gu Yun, huh? Good for this kid." The other person quickly ordered the subordinates. "Vice General Run, Vice Lieutenant Liu, you take the brothers of the chief in camp to hastily reinforce Lieutenant Gu." Yes, they quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed straight forward, extremely excited to join the battle. "Brothers, let's kill alongside Lieutenant Gu." Powerful explosions occurred continuously, causing the mountains and forests everywhere to shake. And at this time, the news had also been transmitted back to the Gu family. The teacup in the old man's hand also fell to the ground and shattered. Old Master Gu completely could not believe what he had just heard and shouted in astonishment. What? 30,000 troops of the Beiyue kingdom suddenly invaded the northern border Yan'an Pass? Uncle E below quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, there are rumors that Yan'an Pass has deployed all its military forces. The young master is very likely also out there." Old Master Gu above shouted urgently, "Go quickly, Elder E. Immediately lead people to Yan'an Pass. You must bring Hongxing back safely. Also immediately notify, via carrier pigeons, quickly dispatch the armies in the vicinity of Yan'an Pass to reinforce. We must tear the Beiyue enemy army to pieces." Uncle E below respectfully responded, "Yes." Meanwhile, on the battlefield side, Gu Hongxing was extremely agile and had already destroyed countless enemies. A strange light emitted from his body. Finally, he had broken through the realm, advancing to the early spirit profound realm. The young man was extremely happy in his heart, an arrogant smile blooming on his lips. Success, the boundary of the spirit profound realm, has been thoroughly broken. At this moment, in the distance, an arrow infused with powerful spiritual energy was suddenly shot over. Lu Lingyu was completely stunned by this situation and unable to defend himself. What was that? It was too fast. But the target of this thing from the very beginning was the young man on horseback over there. A panic shout rang out in an instant. "Adjutant Gu, be careful." However, Gu Hongxing reacted to such things very quickly. His feet quickly spurred the large horse beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he had easily dodged the piercing arrow. It landed on a patch of ground behind him, creating a deafening explosion. From behind, the amused laugh of a strange man rang out. Not bad. The opponent was a commanding general of North Viet, with a long beard styled in a peculiar fashion. Young man, to be able to dodge an arrow from this general, you're the first. Who are you? At this moment, he didn't hesitate to declare his real name with great valor, replying, I am Gu Hongxing of the Gu family, from the Tianfeng nation. The moment the man on the other side heard this name, his expression changed drastically. You are from the Gu family of the Tianfeng nation? He unhesitatingly repeated what he had just said with an extremely serious face. I am Gu Hongxing, grandson of Tianfeng Nation's Grand Marshal Gu Shang, son of General Gu Qinjun, and nephew of the blood bear General Gu Yimo. The others who heard this identity also had expressions of disbelief. He is really from the Gu family of the Tianfeng Nation? Rumor has it that everyone from the Gu family is an invincible hero who has never lost a battle. The rest of the squad also couldn't believe what they had just heard. Gu Yun is Gu Hongxing? Even the great general standing high on the city wall was shaken upon hearing this news, roaring in astonishment. The Gu family. It's the Gu family. So many years have passed, and a member of the Gu family is finally standing on the battlefield once more. The general over there heard this name and angrily retorted, Impossible. The world knows that Gu Hongxing of the Gu family is a crippled physique. How can you be him? Hearing these words, the killing intent around him grew even denser. Whether I am or not, you could try and see. In a flash, the silhouette of the horse completely vanished. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and charged straight forward. The man on the other side witnessed this scene, his face changing in disbelief. The main army has already approached. If I arbitrarily withdraw our forces based on a few words, how can I establish my authority in the barracks in the future? He said no more, quickly leaping from his horse's back and lunging forward. The opponent quickly landed on the ground with an arrogant smile. All right then, I'll take your head first as an offering to our North Viet national flag. With just one stomp, the ground around the man completely shattered into pieces. However, that amount of power was completely insufficient to even touch him. Those nearby who saw this scene shouted in astonishment. So this is the power of an Earth Profound Realm expert? A blinding light then appeared, Azure Life 9 Swords, first form. A massive explosion then occurred. This power seemed to want to blow away everything within its range. The shockwave from the explosion was so great that it caused the enemy soldiers in the distance to panic incessantly. The North Viet great general couldn't seem to believe what he had just seen. This fellow. Gu Hongxing reappeared in the hazy smoke and said coldly, Is an Earth Profound Realm expert only this much? He gripped his sword tightly, pointed it forward, and shouted, From this day forward, anyone who dares to invade the Tianfeng nation will be killed without mercy. The people nearby quickly fled in disarray, filled with immense fear. He's too strong. We can't fight him at all. Let's retreat. Gripped by panic, they quickly turned and fled from this place. Even that high and mighty general gritted his teeth in disbelief. Gu Hongxing, this general will remember you. Another day, this general will personally come to take your head, to offer to the souls of our fallen heroes of the North Viet nation. Hearing these words, the young man replied powerfully, This young master will be waiting. For the old grudge with my blood-bear general, I will make the North Viet nation pay with blood. He stood beneath the tall city wall and shouted once more, declaring his identity. I am Gu Hongxing of the Gu family, from the Tianfeng nation. The battle passed, and the people in their barracks seemed to be trying to minimize the casualties for the entire group as much as possible. Gu Hongxing's eyes swept around, carefully assessing the situation. The young man's eyes were tinged with a clear sadness. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out beside him, drawing his attention. Feng Gaekin and the soldiers under his command were now kneeling there with an extremely respectful posture. Feng Gaekin of the Blood Crimson Army pays his respects to the young master. He, of course, knew the man kneeling before him. The Blood Crimson Army was an army single-handedly built by the founding Grand Marshal Gu Shang. Back then, the name of the Blood Crimson Army struck fear into many surrounding nations. Its name soared proudly to the ninth heaven. He quickly moved towards the man in front of him and gently helped him up. Generals, there is no need for this. Since my father died in battle and my second uncle fell ill, the original 9 divisions have long been scattered among the major army barracks. How can there still be a Blood Crimson army? The man replied with an extremely serious expression. Young master, you are mistaken. As long as the Gu family is here, the moment a general's order is issued, the Blood Crimson army will immediately assemble and await instructions. He looked at the man before him, a deep sense of admiration rising in his heart. This was the Blood Crimson army that his grandfather had spent decades forging. A heart of utmost loyalty, witnessed by heaven and earth. The man on the other side clenched his fist with a very determined look. Young master, you alone fought against 10,000 soldiers, an act of unparalleled heroism. But in the capital, rumors spread everywhere that the young master is a useless wastrel. Their turning black into white is truly damnable. The martial prestige of the Gu family must exist forever. It cannot be tarnished. I will immediately report your merits to the capital for the young master and approve it. This news was quickly transmitted to the capital. The high and mighty king sitting on the throne became a little restless upon hearing the urgent announcement. From the northern border pass of Fengyan, an urgent military report. The man sitting up there commanded coldly, "Read." The messenger, extremely happy, read the victory aloud. Reporting to your majesty, the battle at Fengyan was a great victory. General Feng Ngayakin dispatched 10,000 elite soldiers out of the city to repel the enemy forces, leaving 5,000 soldiers to slaughter tens of thousands of North Viet troops. The repulsion was successful. Upon hearing this, the king broke into a radiant smile, saying with great excitement, "Excellent." The other ministers in the court also laughed and joined in the joyous celebration of the victory. Suddenly, the messenger seemed to notice something and was extremely surprised. He quickly continued reading aloud. As the main army was returning to the city, an adjutant charged out from within, slaughtering dozens of North Viet soldiers and shouting, "Invaders of my Tianfeng nation, be slain." Suddenly, the young marshal of North Viet ambushed this adjutant. The adjutant, relying on his early stage, spirit, profound realm cultivation, dodged the attack without a single hair being harmed. Hearing that, the king's face showed even more joy, worthy of being a soldier of my Tianfeng nation. A man should be like this. The voice of the man below continued. The North Viet commander asked who he was. Reading these words, even the messenger himself was astonished and couldn't believe it. His voice, carrying a hint of doubt, continued. The adjutant replied, "I am Gu Hongxing of the Gu family from the Tianfeng nation." Gu Shang, who was beside him, heard those words and also shouted in disbelief. "What did you just say? Who is that adjutant?" Even the king, sitting securely on his high throne, grew impatient. "Present it here. I want to see for myself." The report was quickly brought over. The man on the other side took it with a pensive and utterly disbelieving expression. However, the 3 words Gu Hongxing were written neatly on the paper, so it absolutely could not be a lie. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is him. Old General Gu, you see for yourself as well." Grandpa Gu took the report, his hands trembling in disbelief. Tears fell uncontrollably as he seemed overjoyed. "Haha, worthy of my Gu family. Good, very good." The court immediately buzzed with heated discussions. The rumor was that the Gu family's young master couldn't guide Qi into his body to cultivate, but he's at the early stage, spirit, profound realm. This cultivation level is only a step away from the 3 great prodigies of the capital. How is that possible? An early stage, spirit, profound realm cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. Could it be that the Gu family's young master was pretending all along? The man sitting on high quickly spoke to calm the situation. "Our beloved ministers, quiet down. That's all for today. The battle at Yinhan Pass has completely ended. We will grandly reward all ministers who have rendered meritorious service. Court dismissed. We respectfully send off your majesty." At this time, outside the imperial palace, the sky was still high, blue, and beautiful. Gu Shang walked beside his old friend, looking a little angry. "Old Manly, did you know about this all along?" Li Tianyuan heard those words and replied with a happy smile on his lips. "Huh, You could say I knew a little more than you, that's all. The old man in front of him got angry upon hearing this. All right, you old bastardly. No wonder you suddenly changed your mind and agreed to let Shiro marry Hongxing. So it was to keep this good news to yourself? The man on the other side saw this and replied cheerfully, not angry at all. Old man Gu, why are you cursing people? You and Hongxing have lived together day and night for 20 years, and you still didn't see it. How can you blame this old man? The old man beside him grew even angrier upon hearing this. Just wait until that stinky brat comes back and see how this old man skins him alive. To think he even hid it from me. Very well. Li Chiro, still unaware of the situation in the court, was sitting quietly practicing her calligraphy. At this moment, her maidservant rushed in from outside, looking flustered. Young miss, something major has happened. The girl quickly said everything she knew. It's young Master Gu. At Yinhan Pass, he fought against the North Viet nation. His cultivation is at the early stage, spirit, profound realm, striking fear into the enemy's 10,000-strong army and making a name for himself throughout the world. Hearing these words, for some reason, the young lady's expression showed a hint of anger. To be more precise, the image of that handsome and valiant young man suddenly appeared in her mind. Her whole face couldn't help but blush. Even the space around her turned into a pink heart. The early spirit profound realm that terrified the enemy's vast army, making his name known throughout the world. The young lady's face flushed, seemingly filled with deep longing. So this is the real him. At this moment, outside the battlefield, Gu Hongxing, after participating in a long battle, was looking up at the high sky, sighing about a few things. I've finally entered the spirit profound realm. It seems that after a while, I can go back and treat second uncle's legs. In 4.5 months, the princess still needs to go to the South Abyss Nation. At that time, if the South Abyss Nation still doesn't know what's good for them. Before he could finish his words, a voice from behind caught his attention. Adjutant, Ling Yuyu appeared here with a hurried look. What's the matter? The tall man on the other side seemed a bit embarrassed. Adjutant, about the matter of me wanting to challenge you before, please don't take it to heart. Hearing these words, the young man just replied calmly, my magnanimity is not that petty. Hearing these words, the other party finally laughed, feeling somewhat relieved in his heart. That's good then. He couldn't help but sigh a few words to himself. But they all say the Gu family's young master is a useless silk pants. Damn it, that's all dog shit. As expected, you can't believe rumors. Suddenly, his question made the other person a little stunned. How are our brothers from the Red Wind Battalion? The other person lowered his head, looking extremely sad. Most of the injured brothers have been rescued, but there are still some who are seriously injured. The man's expression changed violently, extremely angry. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will personally annihilate the North Viet army to avenge our fallen brothers. As he spoke, he threw a punch straight ahead, expressing his current emotions. Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing couldn't help but let out a sigh. War is always cruel. And at this moment, outside the city gate, Ibo, riding a horse, had finally arrived after several days. Feng Giken looked down from above and shouted loudly, who dares to charge at Yinqing Pass? The man below skillfully pulled the horse's reins. Where's my young master? And the great general on the platform just now recognized the voice, which sounded a bit familiar. Seeing the killing intent from that face, he was finally astonished when he realized something. The other party quickly ran down and bowed respectfully. Feng Gaikin of the Crimson Blood Army pays respects to old General E. The other person didn't pay much attention to these matters and quickly replied, I want to see the young master. The horse under him was put to use once again. Feng Gaikin quickly led the former commander inside. General, are you here to find young Master Gu? He is resting at the Red Wind Battalion. Let me take you there. The few gate guards on this side watched the two of them leave, feeling somewhat bewildered. One person, unable to understand, asked in a low voice, who is that old man, that he can make the general so respectful? The person next to him immediately reminded him with a few words. Watch your words. That is old General E, who followed Grand General Gushang to battle on the sandy fields back in the day. Even a blood-bear general was watched over by him, as he grew up. These words immediately shocked the young man next to him. No way. The other party looked towards the two backs that had already left and bowed respectfully. My apologies. And when he saw the person who appeared, he also seemed a little surprised. Ibo, why have you come here? The other party quickly bowed respectfully, with 2 streams of tears running down his face. The old master heard that a great war had broken out at Yinxing Pass and urgently sent me to bring you back. Young master, you really scared the old master. Seeing the other's dejected appearance, he smiled gently and approached to console him. Ibo, am I not still fine? Let's go home. The old man's aged face slowly lifted as he said happily, All right, let's go home first. It's time for us to go home. They once again mounted their horses and began the long journey. Both of them rode their horses with great valor. Standing opposite a group of people who were already waiting there and respectfully called out, Adjutant. Seeing them, he said cheerfully, Fellow soldiers, we will meet again in the future. I hope you won't target me then. Cheerful laughter rang out from below. Ling Liuyu, who was leading this farewell, replied cheerfully and respectfully, for an unparalleled prodigy like the adjutant to be the adjutant of the Red Wind Battalion. It is our greatest honor. Adjutant, we believe in you, that in the future you can be like the blood-bear general of the past, standing at the pinnacle of the battlefield, making all the nations not dare to invade the Tianfeng nation. The soldiers beside him, hearing this, also quickly cheered in enthusiastic agreement. I'm also waiting for Adjutant Gu. Ibo, standing to the side, saw this scene and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The Gu family has a successor. The Gu family's young master naturally has the demeanor of a great general like his forefathers. And at this time in the Gu residence, everyone was gathered at the main gate to wait for their young master's return. Gu Yumo at this moment had a happy smile on his lips and called out, Father, look, it's Ibo. Then they quickly saw Ibo driving a horse-drawn carriage that slowly stopped in front of the gate. As soon as old Master Gu saw the person who appeared, he happily walked over. You smelly brat, you're back. Come, today Grandpa will take you drinking. We won't go home until we're drunk. He smiled at this moment, feeling a little embarrassed. Grandpa, you're hitting too hard with this. His gaze turned towards the man sitting behind him, his voice soft. Moreover, drinking can wait a bit, but second uncle and I still have important things to do. I have entered the spirit profound realm, which is also the time for second uncle to stand up once again. The man sitting over there looked this way, seemingly with some scrutiny. The two of them entered the room and chatted softly for a few sentences. You smelly brat, can you really heal my legs? He didn't answer directly, but asked seriously in return. Second uncle, for the past month, have you been doing as I instructed, using profound energy to clear the meridians in your 2 legs? In 4 months, Princess Yongin will be sent to the South Abyss Nation for a marriage alliance. By then, I will definitely make it so second uncle can stand up. After sizing up his nephew from head to toe, the man finally replied, all right. He then poured a strange solution into the nearby bucket of water. Steam billowed everywhere, spreading throughout the space of the small room. Gu Hongxing looked up and instructed the man in front of him. For the next 10 days, second uncle's legs must be soaked in this medicinal bath. Only when the medicinal effects of the spiritual medicine truly begin to take effect can we continue the treatment. However, before that, because second uncle's bones and meridians have been broken for 5 years, the flesh and blood have become necrotic, so must be shattered and then regenerated. The other person naturally understood the intention in his words and roared angrily. Then shatter them. Your second uncle has fought on the battlefield for many years. What great storms and waves have I not seen? Hearing this, he just replied softly, Second uncle, forgive my offense. The other's face remained calm from beginning to end. Come on. The young man quickly reached out and touched the leg that had not been used for a long time. Just one strike made the man's face change drastically. And Gu Hongxing had been observing his expression from beginning to end. But having come this far, he couldn't stop. He once again reached out and touched the other's remaining leg. His whole body trembled. Unable to resist, the pain was beyond description. Gu Hongxing looked up at this moment and carefully asked, Second uncle, for these 10 days, you must not leave this place for even half a step. You must remember those words. The other's voice carried a barely detectable tremor, I know. The door outside was quickly closed, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw the figure of Hanran appear there, Brother Gu. Seeing the other's appearance, he asked angrily in a low voice, "You walk without making a sound. Who are you trying to scare to death?" The young man beside him showed a look of disdain and began to tease, "Are you really my Brother Gu? Defeating the North Viet army, an unparalleled prodigy. Huh, I remember you being even more useless than me." Hearing the other's tone, he just glanced past him with disdain. "Get lost. What bullshit are you talking about?" Han Rayan, behind him, scratched his head with a doubtful look. However, the young man quickly chased after him and began to tease. "Brother Gu, don't go. It wasn't easy for you to come back. Why don't we go to the 100 Dreams Pavilion for a drink together?" Hearing these words, he gave a cold glance at the person behind him and said seriously, "Little one, you never have any proper thoughts. Why don't you think about cultivating?" The young man behind him heard these words and seriously shook his head a few times. His voice was very proper as he replied, "I am a man who pursues freedom. How can I be bound by cultivation?" Countless thoughts arose in Gu Hongxing's mind when he heard those words. This kid, for better or worse, grew up with me. With our years of friendship, I'll have to think of a way to get him to cultivate later. A few days later, a crowd gathered at the capital's daily bulletin board, which was extremely lively. Imperial edict. Gu Hongxing of the Gu family, for intimidating the enemy army at Yinqing Pass, displaying the might of our Tianfeng nation, inheriting the style of the Prime Minister's gate, an unparalleled prodigy, is hereby appointed as the 4th rank guard general of the Gu family, Gu Hongxing, with the title Qishan. The common people in the capital couldn't help but make a few comments upon seeing the announcement. Could it be that the Gu family is going to produce another proud, great general on the battlefield? General Qishan, one battle against the North Viet nation, has truly pushed this 3rd young Master Gu to the peak. After so many years of playing the fool, this young master of the Gu family is truly meticulous and terrifyingly so. What on earth is he plotting? And at this time at the Gu residence, they were already in chaos like a disturbed beehive. Tonight, gather everyone in the Gu family, up and down, do not let a single fly enter. The black-clothed guard below replied respectfully with a yes. Gu Shang quickly opened the door and entered from outside. He said seriously to the two of them, "Hongxing, you can begin." Gu Hongxing stood there and replied in a serious voice, "Second uncle, don't use profound energy later, just leave everything to me." The man, who had been sitting there for 10 days, was much calmer now, all right. The opponent's feet, which had long since lost all feeling, were now enveloped by a brilliant stream of spiritual energy. In a flash, the fractured bones miraculously appeared. Yet, a moment later, everything was completely restored. The bone condensing and soul-weighing art, gathering flesh and blood, clearing soul meridians, restoring chi vessels, with the power to seize the fortune of creation. Gu Hongxing stood there, his forehead already beaded with sweat, looking extremely serious. He once again used his power, channeling spiritual energy into the feet before him, molding flesh and blood, clearing the gathered meridians. The pair of feet were quickly illuminated by countless surrounding powers. The man over there looked down in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe it. His trembling feet slowly regained sensation. The gentle light enveloping them had not yet dissipated. Gu Yumo tried to feel all the sensations he hadn't had for 5 years. Each breath made his legs tremble even more. The opponent finally let out a breath. Gu Hongxing continued in a serious tone, "Second uncle, you could try to stand up now." The opponent then tried to stand up on his trembling feet. Very quickly, those feet that had been inactive for so long truly regained sensation. With a dazed expression, Gu Yumo slowly stood up on the legs that were supposed to be immobile. Gu Shang, watching from the side, had tears streaming down his face, overjoyed. All right. Only then did Gu Hongxing silently let out a sigh of relief. "Congratulations, second uncle. Now, you can openly and honorably marry Princess Yong'an." The man's face darkened. "I've heard that the Nanyuan Kingdom's event from the night before last has been moved to tomorrow. I can only barely take 2 steps now. What can I use to compete with them?" "Hongxing, you don't know the depth of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Their imperial city is guarded by an earth-profound realm expert. No matter what, I can't compete." Hearing these words, he replied seriously, "Second uncle, Princess Yong'an has waited for you for 5 years. You should give her a satisfactory answer. For her sake, and for yours, it's for the best for both of you. Therefore, second uncle cultivation must at least advance another level." This statement left the man opposite him a bit dazed and unable to understand. "What do you mean? A faint smile appeared on the young man's lips. I intend to help second Uncle break through to the mid-stage of the Earth profound realm. The two of them sat on the bed, facing each other, a hint of doubt still in the other's eyes. Hengxing, each stage of the Earth profound realm may seem like a single step, but it's actually a heavenly chasm apart. Surely you know this. This matter. Yes, you brat, this is no joke. Do you have a plan in your heart? Hearing this, he just replied cheerfully to the two worried people over there. Grandfather, I was even able to treat second uncle's legs. What is there for you to not believe? Dazzling rays of light emanated from his body, immensely powerful. Second uncle, next I want to transfer to you an earth rank, low-grade cultivation method called the Heavenly Heart Blood Chi Guidance. The scene before him astonished Gu Yumo endlessly. An earth rank, low-grade cultivation method. The preciousness of this type of method, if revealed, would probably ignite a war among 100 kingdoms. Before he could even digest what he had just heard, he felt a pair of strong hands touch his chest. Both of them were enveloped in a strange golden light. Heavenly Heart Blood Chi Guidance. Chi roams the origin of light. Sun and moon lose their souls. The divine gate is without a path, the ultimate point in a single breath. Gu Yumo sat there, as if countless strange powers were truly being transferred into his body. Old Master Gu looked out at the night sky and sighed. It seems tonight will be very long. That day, Princess Yongin, wearing a stunningly beautiful, bright red dress, stood in the imperial palace. She bowed respectfully before the high and mighty emperor, her tone devoid of emotion. "Greetings, Father Emperor." The man replied coldly, "You may arise." At this moment, the old eunuch's announcement rang out. Today, Princess Yongin marries into the Nanyuan Kingdom, strengthening the friendship between our Tianfeng Kingdom and the Nanyuan Kingdom. The next words issued by His Majesty were full of majesty and solemnity. Imperial Guard Deputy Commander Wen Hongfeng, I order you to command 30,000 elite Imperial Guards to escort Princess Yongin to Nanyuan. Return to court after the grand wedding is over. The man below quickly bowed respectfully and replied, "This general receives the order." At this moment, the space was filled with the majestic and bustling sound of drums. It was just that Princess Yongin, standing there, did not crack a smile from beginning to end. "Gu Yumo, are you really not going to appear after all?" In the end, with no other choice, she could only follow her handmaiden into the bright red wedding carriage over there. Along the carriage's path, a long line of people bowed respectfully seeing the princess off. And at this time, at the Gu residence, Gu Yumo was still in the middle of an extremely arduous cultivation session. Gu Hengxing, sitting in front of him, spoke up, "Second uncle, if you don't hurry up and break through, I can only forcefully awaken you." However, just as the words left his mouth, the man over there shouted several times with a voice full of inner power, "Cultivation breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Earth profound realm." The opponent's expression changed markedly, and the aura on his body also quickly transformed. He stood up in a great hurry. "Quickly prepare a carriage. I will immediately give chase." "This is bad, second uncle." Princess Yongin was taken out of the capital by the Nanyuan Kingdom's envoy long ago. Gu Hengxing sat there and said seriously, "Wait, second uncle, there's something you must think through first. The princess has probably already entered the Nanyuan Kingdom's borders. If we go now, it will be snatching the bride." Snatching the bride? These words astonished the man, because he knew well that it meant provoking the dignity of the entire Nanyuan imperial dynasty, and to go now would certainly be a path of no return. The man's face took on a cautious look as he quickly replied, "This matter arose because of me, so it's enough for me to go alone." However, Gu Hengxing also quickly stood up with a defiant tone. "Princess Yongin is the aunt-in-law that I, Gu Hengxing, have acknowledged. I will definitely go on this trip with second uncle." The other man heard these words and said angrily, "You are the only bloodline of the Gu family, the hope and future of the Gu family. How can you take such a risk with me?" However, the person over there remained extremely resolute in his reply. "No matter what, I will not let second uncle face danger alone. This matter is not up for negotiation." At this moment, old Master Gu, who had appeared at some point, pushed the door and rushed in. Seeing them, he seemed a bit, "Grandfather, this is?" Granny E stood there, pointing to the three men in black cloaks behind her, and introduced seriously, "Young master, these are all generals from the Dark Camp trained by the Gu family. The old master has decided to have them escort you to the Nanyuan kingdom." Gu Shang, at the side, also unleashed his power. "Not just them, this old man wants to go too." But as soon as the words were spoken, a voice of protest rang out, "Absolutely not." Gu Hongxing stood there with a serious face and said, "Grandfather, you have galloped on the battlefield for decades. Your body is full of old ailments. This trip is extremely dangerous. You cannot take such a risk." The old man, standing there angrily, smacked him hard on the head. "Get lost. This old man is not that decrepit yet." The man's eyes carried a determined look as he continued, "The people of the Gu family do not go back on their word. If you have acknowledged Princess Yongin as a daughter-in-law of the Gu family, then we are one family. When a family member is in trouble, as the head of the family, I naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. It's just one Nanyuan kingdom. If we want to snatch her, we'll snatch her." Gu Yumo stood there, seemingly wanting to say more. "Father, you are the Grand Marshal of the nation. Your appearance will cause conflict between the Tianfeng Kingdom and the Nanyuan Kingdom. The Gu family must prioritize the safety of tens of thousands of citizens." Gu Shang stood there with a happy smile on his lips and replied, "Don't worry, I've already thought about this. By now, His Majesty has probably received my urgent memorial." At this time in the imperial palace, when the emperor read the neat and clear characters on the paper before him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Old Gu, you've really put me in a difficult position." And at this moment, the paper clearly stated, "Your Majesty, this old subject, Gu Shang, voluntarily relinquishes the position of Grand Marshal of the nation held for so many years. This old subject and the entire Gu family, from top to bottom, have fought on the battlefield, our sword stained with blood, a whole family of loyal martyrs. Today, this old subject will live once more for my Gu family. I wish Your Majesty good health and take care." The man on the throne seemed to fall into deep, extreme thought. Then he quickly shot up and shouted, "Someone!" The eunuch from outside quickly ran in with a flustered look. The opponent quickly bowed respectfully in salute, "Your Majesty." The emperor's face still carried that arrogant look as he said, "Transmit my imperial order. Have the Blood Crimson Army pursue the Tianfeng Kingdom's procession. Proceed immediately without error." These words left the old eunuch unable to understand even as he left the main hall. The Blood Crimson Army are all loyal and brave men. To suddenly be deployed, it must be to support the Gu family. Is His Majesty trying to destroy one of his own arms? The opponent looked up at the sky and finally sighed in his heart, a bit helpless. It makes sense. The Gu family's position in His Majesty's heart is irreplaceable. At this time, the delegation of envoys had also arrived at the Nanyuan Kingdom. The envoy of the Lixing Kingdom congratulates the marriage alliance of the Crown Prince of the Nanyuan Kingdom with Princess Yongin of the Tianfeng Kingdom. The envoy of the Dafeng Kingdom congratulates the grand wedding of the Crown Prince of the Nanyuan Kingdom, wishing the Nanyuan Kingdom increasing prosperity, favorable rain, and gentle winds. The envoy of the Shifeng Kingdom congratulates the grand wedding of His Highness Crown Prince Xianyuan Haoyun, wishing the Nanyuan Kingdom ever-growing development. The Emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom had also appeared at this place. The opponent stood at the highest point, smiling happily to welcome all those present. Today, the Nanyuan Kingdom and the Tianfeng Kingdom are joined in marriage. From now on, our two nations will be bound by a treaty of friendship and peace. Congratulations to the Nanyuan Imperial Dynasty. Congratulations to the Nanyuan Imperial Dynasty. A eunuch standing nearby called out cheerfully, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I invite the new couple to ascend the platform." A man and a woman in brilliant red attire slowly approached. Nanyuan Crown Prince Xianyuan Haoyun. That person presented 2 cups of wine in golden goblets with an excited smile. "Crown Prince, Princess, after you serve the wine to His Majesty, the ceremony will be considered complete." The man beside her, a faint smile on his lips, made a gesture of invitation. But before she could even touch the wine cup, a voice from behind stopped her. "Princess, wait." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Unable to believe her eyes, You're here. You're really here. At this moment, Gu Yumo and Gu Hongsheng, leading a few close subordinates, were ready to enter the battle. The man high above looked down and questioned loudly, "Who goes there, daring to violate the prestige of our Nanyuan kingdom?" The other party, completely unafraid, solemnly announced his name, Gu family, Gu Yumo. The name, once spoken, quickly left the man over there in endless astonishment. "Your Majesty, Gu Yumo is the bloodthirsty general who terrified all the nations back then." The emperor standing there seemed somewhat surprised by the person who had just appeared. Rumor has it that the bloodthirsty general's legs were crippled 5 years ago. Why is he able to stand today? Gu Hongsheng, standing there, cut in, "Enough with the nonsense. We came here today with only one purpose, and that is to take Princess Yongin away." As soon as these words were spoken, the crown prince standing over there was filled with rage. Insolent. The emperor's expression was not pleasant either. The man quickly bowed respectfully. "Father Emperor, these two have violated the prestige of our Nanyuan kingdom. They are truly audacious and should be killed on the spot." Princess Yongin knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Absolutely not. I beg your majesty to let them go. Miaoling will be eternally grateful." The crown prince's expression turned even uglier. "You're pleading for him?" The hands of this renowned, bloodthirsty general are stained with the blood of many soldiers of our Nanyuan kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, the princess's expression changed drastically, and the emperor on high, facing this situation, quickly regained his composure and ordered, "Kill them both on the spot." The two Gu family members, uncle and nephew, seemed completely unafraid of being surrounded by soldiers. On the contrary, both were extremely relaxed about the current battle. "Today, let's see which of us can kill more." Gu Hongsheng forcefully took out his sword box. "Let's have a good fight. What's there to be afraid of?" On the other side, Gu Yumo, with the blood spear in his hand, had already easily defeated countless enemies. The man's face was resolute as he shouted, "Even if the Nanyuan kingdom is stained with blood, I, Gu Yumo, will bring the princess back today." As soon as these words were spoken, the princess kneeling beside him was deeply moved, and Gu Hongsheng was now also ready to enter the battle. The sword in the box was quickly drawn. He grabbed it and charged forward to attack. 10,000 swords of startling grace. 10,000 kinds of blood. The path of startling grace reveals the tribulation of all living things. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, a man exuding a fierce aura. The opponent looked at him with a provocative smile on his lips. "Little brat, let this old man come and play with you." He, of course, also recognized the opponent. This person was the Nanyuan Kingdom's earth-profound realm expert, Zhui Yuanzhou. Zhui Yuanzhou saw his posture and smiled contemptuously. "This old man doesn't fight with nobodies, little brat. State your name." He stood there, gripping his sword tightly, and said seriously, "Gu family, Gu Hongsheng." Upon hearing this, the man began to show his disgust. "What? Go to hell. You're that so-called number one useless dandy, huh?" Hearing these words, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The saying that good news never leaves the house, while bad news travels 1,000 miles is indeed true. At this moment, a soldier behind him reminded him in a low voice, "General, that Gu-san has long since turned over a new leaf. He is now the Chishui general of the Tianfeng Kingdom, who once defeated 30,000 Viet back troops." The other man spat contemptuously in response. "I spit on that. What the hell is a Chishui general? A piece of trash is still a piece of trash. Let's see how I beat him until he cries for his mommy." In an instant, he unleashed a powerful blow, attacking straight towards the ground below. The young man gripped his sword, his expression extremely calm, as he easily unleashed a move, 9 Swords of Green Birth, first form. With just one blow, he was able to easily overpower the powerful sword coming straight at him. After that, the two of them quickly separated. This scene left the general over there in utter astonishment. Even the crown prince high above, seeing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Such powerful sword intent." This situation truly left the man somewhat bewildered. Damn it, I, a dignified earth-profound realm expert, am being held up by a little brat. If word of this gets out, how can I ever show my face in public again? Before he could finish his words, the young man's figure appeared behind him, easily unleashing a blow. 9 Swords of Green Birth, second form. Zhang Suo Shalat. The man's expression changed, as if he had been on guard. He quickly leaped into the air to try and evade this move. However, that scene was exactly to his liking. You've finally revealed an opening. A powerful aura quickly enveloped the opponent's body. 9 swords of green birth, third form. Ice sword form. In an instant, Gu Hongxing unleashed a powerful slash forward. The man's arm was severed in a flash. The opponent, unable to bear the pain, quickly fell. The scene before them was truly astonishing. The once tall and mighty man had now fallen, looking extremely pained and struggling. I am a second-ranked general of the Nanyuan Kingdom. What do you think you're doing? He slowly walked straight towards him. A contemptuous smile on his lips, he swung his sword again, just a minor kingdom on the fringe. In an instant, the general was completely annihilated, his head severed from his body. That scene terrified everyone present. He actually dared to kill a general of the Nanyuan Kingdom, my god. And the scene over here also attracted the attention of Gu Yumo, who was fighting over there. A happy smile appeared on his lips, extremely pleased with the sight he had just witnessed. Well done. Truly worthy of being the second young master of my Gu family. The man over there continued very seriously. Today, my Gu family only wishes to bring the princess home, with no other intention. If the Nanyuan Kingdom insists on not releasing her, it will only lead to more useless sacrifices. As the supreme ruler, the emperor over there gritted his teeth, completely displeased. He quickly announced loudly, "The majesty of the Nanyuan Kingdom is inviolable." Very quickly, a group of soldiers was assembled in an instant. The two of them faced this situation alone, yet they remained fearless and ready to fight. The highly respected emperor over there felt extremely pleased. Two such peerless talents will likely meet their end here. At this moment, a fierce roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Kill! As he glanced behind him, he saw the figures of countless soldiers holding flags, charging powerfully in this direction. That sight made the emperor's face change color quickly. The Blood Crimson Army? The one leading the legion at this moment was none other than Gu Shang, charging forward with mighty valor. Kill! The emperor's expression, of course, was not pleasant at all. Is the Tianfeng Kingdom trying to declare war on our Nanyuan Kingdom this time? The small horse beneath him was reined to a slow stop. Gu Shang dismounted from his horse, his expression extremely serious as he replied, "The Blood Crimson Army has been expelled from the Tianfeng Kingdom for violating national law. Today's events have nothing to do with the Tianfeng Kingdom. The consequences will be borne by the Gu family alone." These words shocked the opposing soldiers to the point of utter confusion. How could this be? The Tianfeng Kingdom was only able to suppress countless smaller nations because of the existence of the Blood Crimson Army. That's right. What kind of law book did their monarch have to dare expel the entire Blood Crimson Army? Was this act of cutting off his own arms for the sake of the Gu family? Hearing those words, the other man gave a faint smile, seemingly very interested. "I'm just afraid your Gu family cannot bear the consequences of this." Gu Shang held his weapon, standing tall and proud. "My Gu family being unable to bear it is merely." The man over there, with an arrogant smile on his lips, raised his head and looked straight ahead. Faced with this aura, the monarch was truly a little shaken. However, he quickly collected himself and spoke. "Gu Shang, I ask you again as I did back then, are you willing to join the Nanyuan Kingdom and work for me? I can spare those two from the death penalty for your sake." But old Master Gu's expression was extremely firm as he replied, "Thank you for your imperial grace, your majesty, but it is a pity this old general is not fated to serve you. If there is a next life, I will repay your majesty's great kindness then." Hearing this, the other party could only sigh. Then, he quickly ordered his soldiers, "Kill the bandits, restore the national prestige of our Nanyuan." The group on the other side quickly rushed forward with their weapons. Although old Master Gu was advanced in age, his strength had not diminished in the slightest. The weapon in his hand could still annihilate tens of thousands of troops. Gu Yumo, in his prime, could annihilate countless enemies. The young man, standing there, finally let out a sigh. In a flash, countless enemy soldiers were completely annihilated. Gu Hongxing slowly walked forward, muttering a few words to himself. "You people in this world are all like floating duckweed. How can you stop my steps?" However, at this moment, the three of them were quickly surrounded by the large number of soldiers here. The man on the other side still maintained his questioning demeanor. "Gu Shang, I'll give you one more chance. Will you surrender or not?" But the old man remained extremely resolute in his decision from beginning to end. Since we are already fighting, why fear life or death? Once again, weapons clashed, creating extremely piercing sounds. The soldiers below now bowed respectfully and offered their suggestion. "We implore your majesty to summon the national elders, suppress the enemy, and glorify the prestige of our Nanyuan." Princess Yongin, being in the midst of it all, could no longer maintain a calm expression, because she knew very well that the current situation was extremely dangerous for everyone. The young woman looked towards the crowd that was surrounding the main force of the Gu family. Tears streamed down her face once again, as if she had made a firm decision. While no one was looking, she quickly grabbed the sword from a nearby guard. Then, as tears streamed down her face, she placed the blade to her own neck with an expression of immense pain. The crown prince, standing nearby, saw this and cried out in alarm. "Mu Ling, what are you doing?" This voice quickly drew the attention of those on the battlefield. Gu Yumo shouted in panic, "Princess, don't!" Her trembling voice rang out, revealing her turmoil. "Gu Yumo, go back. I cannot return with you." The general's expression turned extremely grim. The young woman's voice, carrying a hint of threat, echoed in his ear. "Gu Yumo, you and I are not fated in this life, so there is no need to force it." Gu Hongxing, standing to one side, seemed somewhat uncomfortable watching this development. "If this continues, I'm afraid my identity will truly be exposed. The true Azure Lotus Nine Swords, a single strike could destroy a nation, but to achieve such power, I must activate the soul force of my past life. Even if I am stared down by the heavenly Tao of the land of 100 kingdoms, I am not afraid." These thoughts truly gave him countless motivations. But before he could act, the nearby crown prince quickly shouted, "Soldiers of Nanyuan Kingdom, hear my command. All of you, stand down." The sovereign high above looked down at his son, seemingly a little surprised. "Yinner, what is this?" "Father Emperor, if Princess Yongin's heart is not with your son, then this marriage holds no meaning for me." The smile that followed on his face was somewhat forced. "Princess, perhaps you do not remember, but we actually met once, many years ago. It's just that at that time, you and the Bloodbear General were already in love with each other. I thought that if my literary skills could stabilize the nation and my martial arts could defeat soldiers of my generation, I could compete with the general. Unfortunately, even when you were by my side, your eyes only saw the Bloodbear General." The crown prince then spoke again with a determined gaze. "Gu Yumo, you may take the princess and leave." The soldiers over there quickly parted to make a path for the man. Gu Yumo walked to the woman to whom he had devoted his entire heart and quickly knelt. "Princess, your subject has come to take you home." The two of them held hands as they left through the gates of the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. The powerful ministers under the emperor desperately tried to stop it. "Your Majesty, we cannot let them leave. Otherwise, how can our Nanyuan Kingdom ever set foot in the land of 100 kingdoms? Your Majesty, please persuade His Highness the Crown Prince. A matter concerning the Nanyuan Kingdom cannot be judged so easily." The man over there softly asked his son, standing beside him. "Yinner," letting them go, "perhaps you have another reason, don't you?" The crown prince's eyes quickly darkened, and his voice grew colder. "I will not hide it from you, Father Emperor. Since this assembly began, your son has felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, but I just couldn't identify the source." He quickly realized his own situation. Because the power emanating from Gu Hongxing was truly terrifying, he couldn't help but exclaim a few things in his heart. The authority of Nanyuan's crown prince is truly grand. "Young master of the Gu family, so you are the source of this sense of crisis?" On their way back, they suddenly saw a contingent of troops rushing straight in their direction. It was Old Master Gu's eyes showed a hint of surprise, unable to believe it. Feng Aojin rode up on his warhorse and rushed over. "Marshal, that is the Blood Crimson Army, the 30,000 Iron Cavalry under your command." Back at the Nanyuan Imperial Palace, had you given the order, they would have stormed the Nanyuan Kingdom, swearing to do so without regret until death. These words plunged the man into a state of disbelieving contemplation. Meanwhile, the soldiers over there, upon seeing them, cheered joyfully. "It's the marshal. They've come back." The entire crowd quickly bowed their heads and knelt respectfully on the ground. The Blood Crimson Grand Army pays its respects to the marshal. He looked towards them and commanded sternly, "Rise." A faint smile appeared on Gu Hongxing's lips as he looked back, seemingly very satisfied. They are indeed a group of passionate men, knowing it was a path to death but still rushing over. The old man over there looked up at the sky with a very happy smile on his lips. "Let's go home." After a long march, they finally returned to their beloved homeland. The great gate that appeared before them stirred their emotions. Past Ishi Pass is the territory of Tianfeng. I never thought we'd actually return alive. I just wonder if His Majesty will still acknowledge this old bag of bones that is me. Gu Yumo stood there and shouted majestically, "The Gu family has arrived with the blood-crimson army. Please open the city gates." The large inner gate slowly opened, revealing the figure of a mature man. Princess Yongin was endlessly astonished upon seeing him. That person was Father Emperor. She looked up at the city wall behind, seemingly in disbelief. Upon seeing him appear, they bowed their heads and knelt respectfully. "We pay our respects to your majesty." The man high above maintained his majestic air and said softly, "You may rise." Yet his expression held no joy. "Old brother Gu, do you know how difficult you've made things for me with this trip of yours?" Hearing those words, Gu Shang's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Since the founding of the nation, he and His Majesty had not called each other brothers for a very long time. It turned out that man from back then was still here, unchanged. "Your Majesty." He quickly regained his composure and replied solemnly, "Old General Gu Shang, with his descendants and the blood-crimson Grand Army, implores to return to the nation. We seek your Majesty's gracious approval." The man on the other side smiled happily and replied, "Granted." He then quickly ordered his subordinates, "Open the city gates and welcome the fine sons of our Tianfeng kingdom." The large gate was quickly opened. The crowd marched inside with a most majestic air. As soon as Gu Shang approached, he exclaimed angrily, "Your Majesty, the border is so dangerous. You're not allowed to be so reckless again." Hearing this, the other man replied with a cheerful smile, "I am the Emperor. I have hundreds of millions of subjects behind me and must always put the nation's safety first. However, I am also a person. What's wrong with being a little whimsical from time to time?" Hearing this, the old man spoke again with a serious tone. "This time, the Gu family has caused trouble for your Majesty. The Nanyuan kingdom will surely not let this matter go." The other man replied with great resolve, "If they want to fight, then we will fight. With the Gu family and Gu Hongxing in my Tianfeng kingdom, what is there to fear?" Upon returning to the Gu family manor, old Master Gu couldn't contain his anger and began his interrogation. "You stinky brat, get over here." "Brat, since when have you comprehended sword intent? You little rascal, to hide it so well, even from me. You think you're all grown up now, is that it?" As he spoke these words, the old man's expression changed in a very amusing way. Seeing this, the young man knew he was in the wrong and could only awkwardly apologize. "Grandfather, I was wrong." The man picked up a teacup and said, "Tell me, what else are you hiding from us? Speak clearly. You stinky brat, you turn my entire worldview upside down every time. If you don't explain everything clearly today, don't even think of going anywhere." The young man had no choice but to reveal the whole truth. "Grandfather, I'm actually a heaven-profound realm martial artist." The moment he said this, the old man spat out the mouthful of water he had just taken. Filled with anger, he started ranting again. "If you little rascal, are a legendary heaven-profound realm expert, then haven't I wasted all these years of my life?" The young man could only stand there awkwardly, unable to argue back. "Grandfather, when I tell the truth, you don't believe me. Isn't that just making things difficult?" Just then, a servant came forward to announce, "Young Master Gu, young Master Han has arrived and is waiting for you in the courtyard." Old Master Gu, getting a headache just looking at his grandson, was determined to get him out of the house. "He's probably here to take you out. Go, 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 go." Yes. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Han Shuyan running toward him with tear-filled eyes, looking utterly miserable. "Shaoan, what is it? Did you need me for something?" The other teenager hugged him and cried loudly, "Brother Gu, I beg you, please convince my father to lift my confinement. Let me follow you to cultivate." These words made Gu Hongxing ask in surprise, "You want to cultivate?" But the other teenager shook his head like a drum and replied decisively, "Of course not. That's just an excuse for my father to let me out." Han Shuyan was extremely serious about his self-proclaimed ideals. "My youth is meant for enjoying all the beautiful women in the world, all the sweet scents under the heavens. How could I possibly waste it on cultivation?" These words truly left Gu Hongxing unsure of how to respond. The teenager's extremely serious voice rang out once more. "Besides, no matter what trouble I get into, I have my father and grandfather to support me. Now that you're a peerless prodigy, why should I have to cultivate anymore?" Isn't it much better to just be a carefree young master and enjoy life? As he spoke, a very candid smile spread across his face as he looked over. Brother Gu, tell me, am I right? Hearing those words gave him a massive headache. He held his forehead wearily. I feel you have. Quite the ideas. The boy over there immediately cheered, so that means Brother Gu agrees, right? This is great. Seeing his excited expression, he felt he had no other choice. He's truly a lost cause. I'll just tell the head of the Han family to let him go out for some training. Afterwards, he quickly summoned Yin Shinjia and his group. Greetings, Lord. Facing them, the young man's demeanor remained calm from start to finish. He carefully assessed the group of youths before him. It seemed none of them had been slacking in their cultivation. Gong Xina, Shangwan Hai, and the others had all stepped through the gates of cultivation. Some had even reached the mid-stage of the human profound realm. Among the 13 martial artists, 4 had entered the mid-stage of the spirit profound realm, while the other 9 were all at the early stage of the spirit profound realm. Gu Hongxing glanced at the cloaked young man beside him and asked softly, Chun Jia, pick out the one with the highest cultivation and the best temperament for me. Yes, my lord. A dark-skinned man was quickly brought before him. My lord, this man's name is Gu Xingping. His cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the spirit profound realm. He is very sharp-witted, and his temperament is also very good, my lord. Gu Hongxing looked at the man before him and said softly, Gu Xingping, I have a task for you. No mistakes are allowed. Do you understand? This subordinate understands. Please assign the task, my lord. The young man there seriously explained his plan. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for someone to be near the Han family's young master, Han Shuan. I will arrange for you and Han Shuan to go to a certain place. He pointed forward very seriously. Remember, unless Han Shuan's life is in danger, you are absolutely not to intervene. I want you to let him experience the darkness of this mortal world, to let him understand how cruel the world can be. Hearing these words, the man over there nodded seriously. This subordinate understands. For the next few days, Gu Hongxing remained very calm, sipping his tea. Suddenly, someone appeared beside him, causing the young man's eyes to shift slightly. Yin Shinjia had appeared there, bowing his head respectfully and saying, My lord, at noon, young Master Han and Gu Xingping set foot into a human trafficking organization. Also, young Master Han and Gu Xingping have now left the capital city. It seems the road ahead will not be very peaceful. Only then did Gu Hongxing slowly raise his head and reply. There are some things he must experience for himself. Only then can he understand what he truly wants. The other young man's eyes seemed a bit pensive. My lord, there is something. A few days ago, I mentioned the Mayan kingdom to you, my lord. I want to leave for a while to find an old acquaintance. The other man's voice gradually grew cold. The Mayan kingdom is a high-level imperial dynasty. It is the most profound place among the 100 kingdoms. Many experts there are at the peak of the earth profound realm. Are you sure you want to go now? Yin Shinjia's face was extremely serious as he said with certainty, My lord, I want to go and see. Gu Hongxing thought for a moment, then continued, I originally wanted to go with you, but I have too much to do right now and can't leave. Hearing this, the man before him replied softly, You've troubled yourself, my lord. I just want to find an old acquaintance, so there's no need to trouble you like this. The young man's face finally showed some relief. In that case, you should go. Just make sure to arrange things properly for the others before you leave. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely return to share your burdens. Gu Hongxing picked up the teacup beside him, lost in thought, feeling that something was bound to happen. Meanwhile, Gu Xingping was riding his black horse, charging forward powerfully. Ahead of him was a horse-drawn carriage speeding along a forest path. From inside came a terrified and pained scream. Let this young master go. This young master is the grandson of Han, the Minister of War. Han Xuan, who had been captured at some unknown time, was shouting from inside. You people are bolder than the heavens. Do you believe this young master will send people to kill all of you? Tears streamed down his face, looking utterly miserable. Hurry up and let me go. I'm begging you. I can give you money, a lot of money, so please let me go. The leader in black clothes there angrily kicked straight at him. Stop screaming. Damn it, you've been yelling the whole way. The young man, being treated so roughly for the first time, seemed to be in some pain. I am the grandson of the current Minister of War. Let me go. Yet, at this moment, back in a certain mansion in the capital, the atmosphere remained quiet. The young man's footsteps slowly entered. Gu Hongxing had now come to the Li residence and met Lord Li, who was waiting there. "Lordly, this young master has come to disturb you again." Seeing him, the other man was not angry. On the contrary, a happy smile appeared on his lips. "Hengxing, you're here. Come, sit over here." "Hengxing, this old man has heard all about what you did in Nanyuan." The man standing there had a very satisfied smile on his lips. Right now, the reputation of General Chishui can be said to echo across the 5 lakes and 4 seas all over the land. Hearing these words of praise, Gu Hengxing gave a polite smile and replied, "Lordly, you jest." As he glanced over, he saw Li Chiro waiting at a nearby tea table. The beautiful young lady looked this way, a faint and incredibly gentle smile on her lips. That sight made the young man unable to stop himself from blushing. Old Master Li saw the 2 young people exchange a glance and turned to leave. "All right, you young couple have been apart for many days. You must have a lot to say. We won't disturb you anymore. However, you young lad must stay for a meal tonight. Our family will have a drink together." "Thank you, Lordly." The large door outside was quickly closed. Lichiro sat there, looking at him, still with that same beautiful smile. The young girl reached out and touched a nearby glass of water, as if wanting to express something. Her soft finger wrote a few delicate words on the table with water. The water quickly soaked the tabletop. "Were you injured on your trip to Nanyuan?" She looked up with a worried expression on her face. Seeing this, he gave a faint smile and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." Her beautiful finger once again wrote a few words. He could clearly see what she wanted to say. "Take better care of yourself in the future. Don't put yourself in danger again." Gu Hengxing had no choice but to softly reply, "All right." Suddenly, he extended his hand towards the girl sitting there. His handsome face quickly broke into a happy smile. "Let's go for a walk. There are still many places in the Li residence I haven't seen." This action made the girl a bit shy, not knowing how to react. Waiting for her like this also made him, a person who had lived 2 lives, feel a bit embarrassed. However, her hands quickly reached out and touched his. Outside, the scenery was beautiful and poetic, and their footsteps were walking forward side by side. The 2 of them, like a pair of celestial children walking in the beautiful scenery, were truly a perfect match. The maids watching from a distance couldn't help but blush and exclaim a few words. The young master-in-law and the young miss are truly a match made in heaven. If my future husband could be half as good as the young master-in-law, how wonderful would that be? Stop daydreaming. How many peerless heroes like the young master-in-law are there in this world? Forget half as good. Even 1,000th as good wouldn't be too bad. At first, I thought our 3 great prodigies were the most formidable, but I didn't expect our young master-in-law wouldn't even give that title a second glance. He knocked down that so-called prodigy with just 1 kick. The person next to her quickly reminded her cautiously, "Don't say that. What if someone else hears you?" The 2 of them ignored the gossip and held hands, walking all over the beautiful garden courtyard. That night, the sky outside was illuminated by an ethereal and incredibly beautiful moonlight. The young man, with a hint of reluctance, reached out and touched the girl's soft, dark hair. "It's late. I'll be heading back now." "Oh, right. Tell Lordly that I can't drink tonight." As the young man spoke, he leaned closer to her and continued softly, "If we're to drink, let's wait and drink the celebratory wine at our official wedding." "All right, Chiro." As he said those words, the girl's face couldn't help but blush. Autumn leaves rustled down from the sky, creating a very romantic scene. The 2 of them stood side by side, having seemingly spent a happy day together. However, the hands tightly clutching the hem of her skirt had long since betrayed her feelings. The young woman's face was flushed, completely unable to remain calm. Li Chioro's gaze was flustered, and her mind could no longer remain calm. "Did he just say we'd drink together at our wedding? He just called me Chioro. I didn't mishear, did I?" The young girl, flustered, instinctively looked up at the sky above. "Why are there no stars tonight? But why do I feel it so dazzling?" In her vision now, only the handsome face of that young man remained. The young woman became increasingly flustered by the situation. Her beautiful hands gently took hold of his arm. She used her hand to write a few words on it, as if wanting to change the subject. Her small finger moved very slowly, yet with great warmth, allowing him to follow. Gu Hengxing, of course, realized what this girl wanted to say. "Everything is fine. I will wait for you." As she conveyed those words, the young woman's face seemed to blush slightly. The young man, standing there, had a happy smile on his lips. "All right, His figure once again left this place, followed by her lingering gaze. Li Qiuruo watched that white-robed figure, her eyes filled with adoration. In her heart, she remembered the handsome face of that young man. She remembered the time they walked together in the beautiful garden. She remembered the young man's deep voice when he spoke those affectionate words just now. Thinking about these things, the young woman's face became redder than ever. Just then, Lord Li's voice from behind truly startled the young girl, making her jump in surprise. "Silly girl, stop looking. He's already long gone. Grandfather did a pretty good job choosing a husband for you, didn't I? Back then, you refused for dear life. If not for grandfather insisting and persuading you to get to know him a little first, I'm afraid this young lad might have belonged to someone else by now." The old man's face gradually became solemn. This lad from the Gu family has hidden himself for many years. He was content to lay low, but once he makes a move, he shocks the world. The Battle of Yinqing Pass. His fame spread throughout the world, earning him the title of Qi Shui. This trip to Nanyuan, he furiously slayed the Nanyuan general with a single sword strike, shocking all 8 directions. He could be called a peerless prodigy. These words made the girl over there more embarrassed than ever. A peerless prodigy? The scene quickly shifted to the magnificent and luxurious imperial palace. The emperor, seated high above, quickly stood up. "What is it, Your Majesty? This humble general has a matter to report." Gu Yimo, after standing up, spoke with the seriousness of one on the battlefield. "This humble general knows his status is lowly and his position is humble, but my heart is devoted to Princess Yong'an, so I boldly ask for Your Majesty's permission to marry Princess Yong'an." The man sitting in the high and mighty position heard these words and said, "General Gu, we know of your feelings for Jiaoling. If Jiaoling agrees, we will approve. This humble general thanks Your Majesty." The man standing there spoke up once more. "Your Majesty, this humble general knows my wealth is meager, and the betrothal gifts may not be worthy of Your Majesty's eyes. Therefore, this humble general still requests Your Majesty's gracious approval to let me lead an expedition to Beiyu and conquer 10 cities as the betrothal gift for this marriage proposal." Those words completely astonished the court officials. Incessantly, Tianfeng hasn't won a victory against Beiyu in a long time. That's Beiyu, 10 cities? However, the man below was extremely serious about his decision. "In recent years, Beiyu has frequently violated our borders, killed our citizens, and trampled on the prestige of our Tianfeng kingdom. Therefore, this humble general is willing to lead an expedition to conquer 10 cities to serve as the betrothal gift to marry Princess Yong'an." The emperor, seated high above, on the contrary, did not find this to be a bad thing at all and very happily approved. "Good. You are worthy of being a man of our Tianfeng kingdom." "Approved. Thank you, Your Majesty." That man spoke again. "We have heard that Hengxing was able to slay Grand General Zhui Yuanzhou of Nanyuan with a single slash. We shall ennoble him as Marquis Tianwu and have him accompany you on the expedition to lend you a hand. Your Majesty is wise." Meanwhile, at the Li residence, the scenery outside was still as majestic and splendid. Now, Gu Hengxing was sitting before Li Qiuruo, seemingly wanting to discuss something important. The young man on the other side spoke seriously. "Qiuruo, I must set out for the expedition tomorrow. Before I leave, I want to see if your muteness can be cured." These words seemed to make the girl in front of him a little sad. Is he teasing me? The young man in front of her seemed to understand all her thoughts and quickly continued. "Qiuruo, don't overthink it. I just feel that I might have a way to cure your muteness." The young lady's face quickly flushed red. "So it turns out he wants to cure me." The man on the other side spoke seriously again. "My blood qi will pass through each of your meridian points to check them. The process might be a little uncomfortable. Please do not resist." As he spoke, he reached out and touched the girl's forehead. Gu Hengxing then carefully sensed all the acupoints on the other person's body. Higa point, like a point, Tonli point, Suchi point, these acupoints are all extremely important places on the human body. They are closely related to the body's functions. No problem. There are no problems at all. The young man's eyes held a hint of suspicion as he looked forward and sighed. Strange, how can this be? He carefully pondered these matters. Could it be that for all these years, Li Qiuruo has been pretending? Can she actually speak? He looked at the woman before him again and immediately dismissed that speculation. That's not right either. Her soul shows no fluctuations of lying or concealment. Remembering something, Gu Hongxing clapped his hand as if he understood. Wait, it's the soul. He quickly moved closer to the person in front of him and asked softly, Chiro, in a moment, don't resist. I want to see if your soul has been damaged in any way. The girl on the other side seemed a bit flustered by this thought. If he's checking my soul, wouldn't every inch of my body be seen? However, she quickly regained her resolve. In any case, we already have the title of husband and wife, and it won't be long before our grand wedding. It should be fine for him to check a little now, right? The young man gently extended his hand forward. Don't be afraid, Chiro. Just place your hand on mine. The two of them closed their eyes, seemingly trying to sense something. Yet, he sensed a strange aura emanating from the other person. Heavenly Qi, how is that possible? Gu Hongxing's gaze darkened once more, seemingly not very pleased. A trace of the heavenly Tao, heavenly Qi. To think that Li Chiro has heavenly Qi on her. He quickly stood up and said seriously, Chiro, you're fine, don't worry. Those large, warm hands gently patted the girl's head. I'll go back first to prepare for tomorrow's expedition. When I return, I will definitely cure you. The girl's face quickly showed a look of sorrow and reluctance. The expedition is tomorrow. He's leaving tomorrow? She gently took the man's hands. Her slender finger wrote a few words on it. I hope you return safely and soon. Those hands reached upwards. The young lady was shy at being soothed by him like this. The man on the other side gave a faint, reassuring smile. Wait for me. The two of them ended with flushed faces, looking extremely shy. However, as he left, the young man's eyes carried a barely perceptible hint of avoidance. In his heart, he cried out, Heavenly Qi is the mark of the heavenly Tao's judgment, a mark for the sinful. This mark only appears on those who go against the heavenly Tao and are about to be annihilated. He raised his head to look at the high sky above. Heavenly Tao. His eyes were serious as he muttered in his heart, I'm afraid in this life, I really can't escape it. They looked down from the high capital city and shouted, All soldiers! The Beiyu Kingdom has repeatedly violated Yinqing Pass on the border of our Tianfeng Kingdom, causing countless citizens of our Tianfeng Kingdom to die tragically. Gu Yumo, with great authority, shouted fiercely. Therefore, today, this general is willing to lead the troops on a northern expedition to crush the arrogant spirit of the Beiyu Kingdom. The man gripped his weapon tightly and raised it to the sky. All soldiers, are you willing to follow this general to punish the Beiyu Kingdom and protect the prestige of our Tianfeng Kingdom? Those below were in complete agreement and roared, We swear to follow you to the death to protect the prestige of our nation. Gu Yumo, after a long period of confining himself in the large house, could now show the same arrogant smile as before. March out, Northern Expedition. The large banner once again fluttered against the high blue sky. The giant gate outside slowly opened. The powerful sound of horse hooves echoed in the quiet space. Princess Yongin looked down from above, following the figures of the group leaving the capital city. From beginning to end, her eyes were only on the figure of that man. The pain left from the previous battle made it impossible for him to smile. Suddenly, her eyes constricted as if she had realized something. At this moment, Gu Yumo, who was riding his horse, suddenly turned his head to look back, his gaze extremely determined. This time, I will definitely return safe and sound. As these words were spoken, she once again remembered the figure of the young man from before. The large horse over there quickly galloped straight down the long, wide road. Princess Yongin finally showed a satisfied smile, as if her mood had improved somewhat. Sometime later, countless pieces of good news were sent back. General Qi Song led the 20,000-strong Blood Crimson Army, successfully crushing the 300,000-strong army of Beiyu and using a fire pit to kill nearly 50,000 enemy troops, it was reported. The Blood Crimson Army, led by General Qi Song, defeated the southern city of the Beiyu Kingdom. The emperor, sitting high above, was extremely happy with what he had just heard. Worthy of being the grand marshal who guards a nation for our Tianfeng Kingdom. With the Gu family guarding our Tianfeng Kingdom, why worry that great things cannot be accomplished? Sitting below, hearing this sentence, someone bowed their head respectfully and replied, It is because your majesty is wise. At this time, on the battlefield of the Beiyu Kingdom at Suya City, their enemies quickly appeared, ready to join the battle at any moment. Gu Yumo stood there with a faint, extremely arrogant smile on his lips. Having just had 50,000 troops annihilated by our army, you've already managed to rear your heads again so quickly? Your Beiyu Kingdom truly has great national prestige. The person opposite him heard this and snorted coldly. The opponent replied with hatred, "Your great calamity is about to befall you. With your death so near, you can only be stubborn with your words." The one who had just spoken was the Minister of War of the Beiyu Kingdom, Gongliang Zijua. The man's voice was extremely firm. "Our 300,000-strong army has completely surrounded your blood-crimson army. You cannot escape." Hearing these words, the faint smile on Gu Yumo's lips did not fade at all. "I have fought on the battlefield for over 30 years. What kind of storms have I not seen? Relying on you alone, Gongliang Zijua, you want to make me, Gu Yumo, fight to the death?" As soon as the man finished speaking, he leaped onto his horse's back. In a flash, he grabbed his weapon and charged straight forward. "You are not yet qualified to say such things." Their weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound. The army below quickly grabbed their weapons and charged forward to attack. The man standing opposite saw this scene and still tried to force a smile. Truly a shameless boaster. "Today you, Gu Yumo, will undoubtedly die." As he spoke, he ordered the soldiers behind him to attack quickly. "All troops, hear my command. You must slaughter the enemy and uphold the prestige of our country." However, their enemy, the Blood Crimson Army, was no less formidable. "All soldiers, form up to meet the enemy." Countless sounds of clashing weapons created an extremely difficult battle formation. Meanwhile, their two commanders were still fighting fiercely. Gongliang Zijua looked behind him and shouted an order. "Is the defending general of Suya City here? Why aren't you helping this general eliminate the enemy? What are you waiting for?" At this moment, from a distance, countless shining arrows were shot down in an instant. Gu Yumo saw that the situation was not good and signaled to the soldiers behind him, "Careful of the arrows." Countless arrows were fired in an instant. At this moment, the soldiers had nowhere to hide and could only resign themselves to their fate of being struck down by the arrows. Gongliang Zijua, seeing that the advantage had tilted in his favor, laughed cheerfully. "Today I, Gongliang Zijua, will wash away my past shame and raise the prestige of our Beiyu." The words had just left his mouth when a line of completely annihilated Beiyu soldiers quickly appeared before him. Witnessing that scene completely left the man stunned and in disbelief. A piercing scream rang in his ears, making the other man unable to comprehend as his expression changed drastically. "We're done for. The enemy has circled around and surrounded us." "What?" A cheerful smile appeared on Gu Yumo's lips as he muttered a few words. "You rotten brat. You're finally here." By now, Gu Hongxing was leading his soldiers, charging straight ahead with an incredibly fierce momentum. "All troops, heed my command, kill." The soldiers on that side couldn't believe what had just happened. "Why is Gu Hongxing here? Wasn't he at Yunlu City?" Gongliang Zijua's face changed violently in disbelief as he shouted. Could it be that Yunlu City has already fallen? But the enemy gave him no chance to wonder. Gu Yumo gripped his weapon and charged forward forcefully. "Your opponent is me." The two of them once again clashed, engaging in a proper fight. However, the other man's face had already changed, and he could no longer remain calm. "Damn it, if this continues, our side will lose." At this moment, a strange voice suddenly rang in their ears, startling all three commanders. "Who am I?" In a place behind where the fierce battle was taking place, the man exuding countless auras of killing intent slowly approached. The opponent, with disheveled hair and a haggard face, seemed unable to understand why he had appeared in this place. Gu Hongxing, sitting on his horse, also seemed to notice the opponent's appearance. Who is he? How could he appear on the battlefield so silently? Moreover, there isn't the slightest fluctuation of profound qi on his body. The moment Gongliang Zijua saw the person appear, a cheerful smile spread across his lips. "Haha, you madman." He suddenly yelled at the person opposite him as if they were very familiar. "Quick, help me kill this person, and I'll give you lots of wine." The opponent continued to entice him, wine that's even more fragrant and delicious than before. In an instant, the man on that side was drooling, his face flushed. Is it good wine? Guillermo was somewhat astonished to see the man's figure appear before him in a flash. Damn it, my intuition tells me this old man is very dangerous. His bizarrely smiling face was truly terrifying. The opponent kept muttering the words good wine. Guillermo instinctively wanted to retreat a few steps. In a flash, he leaped back to evade. He finally managed to maintain a relatively safe distance between them. However, the man's demonic voice continuously echoed in his ear. I want wine, lots and lots of good wine. Hearing these words, Gongliang Zijua forced a smile. I'll give you as much good wine as you want. He glanced towards his opponent from a moment ago. Watching the battle from the outside, he couldn't help but start commenting, Guillermo, you're dead for sure this time. 20 years ago, this nameless old man broke into the imperial kitchen of the Bayou Kingdom just to steal 100-year-old fine wine. Back then, a large number of troops were deployed to capture this old man, but they failed. Even I suffered considerable injuries. From beginning to end, he just aimlessly muttered, who am I, to himself. Although this old man is crazy, as long as you give him top-grade wine, you can order him to do anything. This man has participated in numerous battles, big and small, in recent years. For 20 years, he has settled many matters for the Bayou Kingdom, becoming a sharp blade for this place. The man's footsteps slowly moved straight ahead, his mouth still muttering strange phrases. You tell me, who am I? I won't kill you. Your appearance is very scary. The shambling figure slowly advanced this way. Who on earth am I? In a flash, a powerful fist was cocked, ready to be thrown at any moment. Seeing this speed, Guillermo's expression changed drastically. He had no other choice but to quickly use the weapon in his hand to block. The two forces collided, creating a violent shockwave. Although the giant fist met the powerful weapon, it was completely unscathed. In fact, the one at a disadvantage now was Guillermo. At this moment, he could only try to use all his strength to block it. So strong. The strange muttering voice rang out from above again. Who am I? Where do I come from? The opponent had, at some point, jumped onto that powerful spear. He was like a monster, standing there and foolishly asking over and over, where should I go? Witnessing this scene, Guillermo's expression changed drastically in complete disbelief. The man had no other choice but to grip his weapon tightly and counterattack. In the end, I can only risk it all. Today's battle cannot be lost. However, facing this monster that appeared out of nowhere, he was truly out of options. Gongliang Zijua, watching the fierce battle from the side, was gloating, Guillermo, don't die so quickly, and watch as my army flattens your crimson blood army. As he spoke, he once again forcefully climbed onto his horse. The opponent, with great authority, signaled to the surrounding generals and soldiers, heed my command, kill. They quickly rode their horses straight ahead, joining the fierce battle. Kill, kill. And Gu Hongsheng, fighting on the side, naturally noticed the commotion over there. He quickly signaled to those near him and shouted a loud command, follow me, and stop him. The young man's expression remained incredibly serious from beginning to end. I can't see through this old man at all. What's his background? The brutal battle hadn't stopped for even a second. At this moment, the opponent's fist struck out forcefully again, completely and heavily injuring Guillermo. The man, with no way to defend himself, could only be sent flying far away. His face was inevitably scraped. How can the Bayou Kingdom have this kind of expert? He looked at the weapon beside him and his own trembling hands. Could it be that my painstaking planning? The other man's footsteps once again moved straight forward to attack. That will lose the whole game because of one person? In the end, only deep despair remained in his eyes. However, Gu Hongsheng on the side would certainly not allow such a thing to happen. The Jinghong sword was quickly launched straight ahead. The two over there looked towards that direction in some surprise. However, the old man's hands quickly clamped down on that powerful sword blade. The opponent's eyes, on the contrary, held a hint of fascination and bewilderment. This scene left Gu Hongsheng in complete disbelief. How could he catch my Jinghong sword with his bare hands? Just how tough is his body? The man's face even showed some dazed disbelief. Gongliang Zijua, seeing the battle pause, shouted a few times, "What are you standing there stunned for? Hurry up and help me deal with the enemy." However, the beggar-like old man paid no attention to these things. His face still dazed, he muttered a few words only he could understand. There's a hint of a familiar scent. His figure quickly rushed towards where Gu Hongxing was sitting on his horse. This speed astonished the young man. Unbelievable, so fast. But he didn't expect the opponent to sincerely offer the sword with both hands towards him. The old man's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Do you recognize me?" The situation changed so drastically that the boy was a bit slow to react. What's wrong with him? Does this sword have some effect on him? The man, not getting the answer he wanted, seemed to get angry and roared a few times. "Tell me, who am I? What is my name?" At this moment, he was enveloped by a powerful, mystical green aura. The shout even made countless soldiers standing nearby cover their ears in pain. Even a chosen one like Gu Hongxing found this sound a bit uncomfortable. He had no other choice but to shout a few words. "Qingfeng. Qingfeng is your name." These words made the old face twitch violently. "Qingfeng is my name?" The boy could only sigh reluctantly in his heart. No matter who he is, it's best to stabilize him for now. But the old man in front of him continued to tremble and ask, "Qingfeng is my name. Qingfeng is my name. Qingfeng is my name. How do you know my name? Why is there such a familiar feeling?" Gu Hongxing had no choice but to try and deceive the man before him with his next words. "I know. I will tell you slowly later. For now, you should stand on my side and deal with my enemies." The opposing general saw this scene and seemed a bit confused. "Unbelievable." He shouted in anger, "What are you doing? Hurry up and deal with them. I'll give you as much good wine as you want." Before he could finish his words, the other man's figure appeared behind him. The opponent seemed to sense the danger and quickly turned his head to look back. But before he could even resist, he was struck and sent flying. The man could only resign himself to his fate as he flew straight into the opposite wall. His face was covered in blood, his expression dazed and uncomprehending. The man lay on the ground in a very sorry state. The opponent struggled to raise his head, looking up with a face of complete disbelief. Seeing the other man's fist ready to strike him, he screamed in panic, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! You madman! I'll give you wine. Whatever wine you want, I'll find it for you." Those tempting words actually made the madman waver slightly. "Wine." Gu Hongxing, who was on the side, naturally heard the opponent's weakness and declared, "Whatever fine wine you want to drink, I can also give it to you." In a flash, a powerful fist was thrown, completely blowing everything away. Gongliang Zijua had no chance to resist and could only lie there in agony. His face contorted in pain, he stared straight ahead with wide eyes. The soldiers beside him saw this scene, their bodies already trembling with immense fear. "General Gongliang is actually dead?" Gu Hongxing looked at the man beside him and said, "Second uncle, now is the time to end everything." Gu Yumo quickly regained his momentum, grabbed his staff, pointed it forward, and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, hear my command. The enemy commander is dead. Brothers, follow me and kill." Witnessing this heroic scene, they quickly roared in agreement and prepared to attack. The commander Gu Yumo's face remained stern from beginning to end. He grabbed his weapon and charged straight ahead, attacking forcefully. In an instant, a giant beam of light shot out, completely annihilating everyone within its range. The remaining people in the army saw this scene and panicked immensely. Retreat. They quickly turned their horses and fled in disarray. Retreat. Retreat quickly. However, the Crimson Blood Army certainly wouldn't give them a chance to escape. The whole group quickly mounted their large horses and galloped in pursuit. After the crowd had gone far, only Gu Hongxing and that old man were left standing before the great gate. The other's face seemed somewhat awkward as he asked, "My name is Qingfeng. What's your name?" He replied with great sincerity, "Gu Hongxing." The other man, with unconcealed curiosity, asked seriously, "How did you know my name is Qingfeng? Why am I here? Where should I go?" The young man felt he couldn't just keep being questioned and answered seriously, "We had a chance encounter once before, but I don't know about your past or what you've been through." Hearing those words, the other man's face became even more downcast. "Just a chance encounter?" A faint smile appeared on Gu Hongxing's lips as he continued, "Wait until everything is settled, and I will prepare fine wine for you." The other man heard this and immediately perked up. "Fine wine. My name is Qingfeng. He stood there, carefully observing the foolish appearance of the man over there. Unconsciously, A deep sense of pity welled up in his heart. Such a pitiful person who doesn't even know who he is, nor what he is searching for, or where he is going. In this world, his only companion was wine. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had reached its conclusion. A man faced his general, bowed respectfully, and reporting to the marshal. In this battle, the Crimson Blood Army lost a total of 10,000 soldiers. The reinforcements had 23,000 killed in action, for a total of over 30,000 people. We have annihilated over 130,000 Bayu troops, a great victory. Hearing these words, a faint smile appeared on Gu Yumo's lips as he replied, "This marshal is aware. You may withdraw and clean up the battlefield." "Yes, Marshal." Thinking of something, he asked again, "By the way, where is General Chi's song?" General Gu has already gone ahead to Suiye City to buy wine. This answer left the other man somewhat astonished. Buying wine? At this moment, inside the city, it was extremely noisy and bustling. Qing Feng sat at a table, heartily drinking a jug of fine wine. The man couldn't help but slam it on the table and start praising good wine. Gu Hongxing sat there with a calm face and replied, "The wine I promised you is now paid in full. We don't owe each other anything anymore. Don't be like that." The old man over there had a happy smile on his lips and pointed in this direction. "I will follow you." That decision made Gu Hongxing a bit suspicious and unable to understand. "Why?" The other man replied very seriously, "I feel that by following you, I might find out who I am. Besides, if I follow you, there will be wine to drink." As he said this, the man giggled with an incredibly foolish look. Meanwhile, the news of the Bayu Kingdom's dynasty's defeat quickly reached the capital city. The man sitting on the magnificent, luxurious throne, upon receiving the report, roared in anger. "Can anyone tell me why it ended up like this? How is it that even Gongliang Zijua was killed in battle? Answer me." The court officials below, bearing his anger, could only tremble, unable to answer. The man, with his annoyance, held his forehead, seemingly provoked into a great rage. Our Bayu kingdom has actually become a huge laughingstock among the 100 nations. An army of 300,000, yet 180,000 died tragically. Now they've been utterly defeated and have fled. What use do I have for you all? The court officials in that luxurious palace, with fear in their hearts, could only tremble and try to appease the other's anger. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." But the more he heard, the more indignant he became, roaring, "Besides saying that, do you have anything else to say? Drag them down and execute them. Spare us, Your Majesty, spare us." At this moment, the monarch roared in his anger, "Pass on my order. Seek help from the Yanwu kingdom with the utmost speed." Meanwhile, they had quickly arrived at the next battlefield. The great city gate outside still seemed as tall and imposing as ever. The soldiers of the Crimson Blood Army were slowly moving towards this place. In their ranks, the figure of a madman, who happily hugged a wine jug all day, also appeared. Gu Hongxing looked up at the tall city, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Why doesn't this Yugu city have a single defending soldier? This is so strange. There must be a trap. Qing Feng hugged his large wine jug, seeming a little sad. The wine is gone. The young man on horseback heard the complaint, smiled faintly, and replied, "Wait a moment. After we enter the city, I'll buy more wine for you." The other man heard these words, and a happy, extremely satisfied smile appeared on his lips. All right. But at this moment, the young man also had his own calculations. This old man's background is unknown, and his strength is unfathomably deep. I absolutely cannot let him lose control, or an incident will occur. At this moment, on the great city wall over there, tall figures suddenly appeared. They're here. The crowd up high quickly drew their bows and arrows, aiming straight at them with great hostility. A man with pure white hair and clothes had appeared there. Grand Marshal of the Tianfeng Kingdom, Gu Yumo, I have long heard of your name. The man below, his eyes showing some vigilance, replied seriously, "May I ask who you are?" A soldier standing beside him heard those words and roared angrily, "Insolent! This senior is the state elder of the Yanwu Kingdom. How can you be so insolent? Dismount and pay your respects immediately." Hearing those words, Gu Yumo's usually calm face began to show some cracks. "Greetings, State Elder of Yanwu Kingdom. I wonder what business brings the State Elder here." In his heart, he couldn't understand what the hell was happening. Isn't that State Elder of Yanwu Kingdom a late-stage Earth Profound Realm expert? Why is he here? The man high above looked down and answered seriously. This old man, Wenrin Yuliang heard that you are inciting a war between two nations here, so I have come specially to stop it. Those words made him grit his teeth, completely unable to remain calm. He had long heard that Wenrin Yuliang was astonishingly talented, his pair of iron fists having killed countless enemy soldiers, making him extremely fierce. The man's hands clenched into fists. What on earth did Beiyu promise to make him interfere in the struggles of other dynasties? Shouldn't he be afraid of collective condemnation from the dynasties in the land of 100 nations? Gu Yimo had no choice but to dismount to show his goodwill. Senior, this is a matter between the Tianfeng Kingdom and the Beiyu Kingdom. For you, Senior, as the state elder of the Yanwu Kingdom, to want to intervene is somewhat unreasonable. That man heard these words, and only a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then, the other's voice continued with a certain distance. Does this old man need to explain my actions to you? If you can defeat this old man, I will directly cede 5 cities to you. It's no matter. These words made the man below's expression change drastically. He is a late-stage earth profound realm expert. The gap between my cultivation and his is like a celestial chasm, incomparable. The man on the other side still wore a look of contempt. If you know what's good for you, this old man will give you a chance. Either you retreat and return the cities you've conquered, or this old man will be more than happy to kill you here. As he spoke these words, the aura on the man became even more intense. The bodies of the young soldiers over there trembled violently. Even Gu Yimo, a general who had fought for many years, couldn't help but start trembling. However, Gu Hongxing at his side said very seriously, "Hey old man, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" The words just spoken quickly astonished everyone present. Unbelievable. Even Gu Yimo couldn't believe it and turned his head to look. That old man, being taunted like that, was naturally quite angry. The other's expression changed drastically as he shouted seriously, "What did you just say?" Gu Hongxing didn't answer, but looked towards Qing Feng standing behind him. "Qing Feng, help me deal with that old man up there. After this battle is over and we return to our country, I'll give you a jug of 500-year-old superior wine. How about it?" The other man held out a hand, showing his desire. His eyes sparkling with excitement. He said, 5 jugs of 100-year-old wine. But the young man didn't fall for the trick and replied seriously, 3 jugs. Qing Feng fell into a thoughtful state at the temptation of 3 jugs of wine. The man quickly broke into a happy smile and replied, "All right, 3 jugs it is." The nearby soldiers who heard their conversation turned pale, turning their heads back in disbelief. Meanwhile, the old man standing high above, upon hearing this, had veins bulging on his forehead, showing his indignation. "To think you'd use 3 jugs of wine to measure my worth. You all are truly insane. You're insane." The more he spoke, the more killing intent filled his eyes. "You dare to insult me like this. You must all die." In the blink of an eye, a colossal beam of light was easily absorbed by the other person. Gu Yimo instantly leaped forward. He instinctively stood in front of the boy to protect his precious nephew. "Hongxing, go quickly." The young man behind him, however, was not afraid, a faint smile on his lips. "It's all right." Meanwhile, the old man high above had also begun to join the battle. The opponent threw a powerful punch straight in this direction with an incredibly terrifying shockwave. "None of you will get away today. You will all die for me." Qing Feng stood there, lightly licking his lips, seemingly unafraid. In an instant, the man's figure appeared and easily faced the attack. It had been a long time since someone could keep up with his striking speed, so this truly astonished the other person. No way too fast. But the more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Child's play. In an instant, Qing Feng had tightly grabbed the hand that was striking down. That silver-haired old man was now completely restrained. Even the surrounding ground and rocks were somewhat damaged. The scene before him made the opponent completely unable to believe it. "He actually blocked my punch without getting hurt at all. How is that possible?" The other person's expression changed constantly, completely unable to keep up with his opponent's figure. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" These words, of course, touched the most sensitive spot of the madman standing opposite. "Who am I? I am Qing Feng, he." This name was completely unfamiliar to the old man standing there. After all, it was just a name he had casually made up, so of course it wouldn't be widely known. "Qing Feng? Impossible. In this vast land of 100 nations, I have heard of all experts like you. There absolutely cannot be an existence named Qingfeng. Who on earth are you? His tightly gripped hands were suddenly released. Qingfeng looked at his own hands with a doubtful and disbelieving expression and cried out, "Then who am I? Who on earth am I? I am Qingfeng." "So who is Qingfeng?" His expression slowly turned this way with an extremely serious look. "Who am I and who are you?" The old man on the other side instinctively retreated, trying to keep a safe distance from his opponent. "Don't you come near me." But Qingfeng gave him no chance to escape. A powerful fist was clenched, ready to be thrown at any moment. "I am Qingfeng." "So who is Qingfeng? Tell me." In an instant, a ferocious killing intent was unleashed, the punch so powerful it seemed to want to blow everything away. No. One of the old man's arms was now completely blown off. It flew towards the distant wall. With just a light touch, the once enormous wall completely shattered. Qingfeng's whole body trembled as if he was trying to figure something out. From beginning to end, he just kept repeating a few incoherent sentences. "My name is Qingfeng. So who is Qingfeng?" Gu Hongxing's expression changed as he seemed to realize the current situation. This is not good. If this continues, he will go completely insane. Meanwhile, the old general on the other side was completely defeated, not a piece of armor left. That scene made everyone in the entire squad so astonished they couldn't believe it. "No more fighting. I don't want to fight anymore. Run quickly." But Qingfeng seemed not to have forgiven what had just happened. His eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, stared coldly straight ahead. "Who am I? Is my name Qingfeng? Then who is Qingfeng?" The man clutched his head, erupting with a violent killing intent, completely losing his composure. Gu Yumo saw his nephew about to rush forward and shouted to stop him. "Hongxing, it's dangerous." He was not afraid and quickly used his spiritual will on the man over there. The young man mumbled a few words, which seemed to have truly reached the other person's mind. He stood there observing the current situation, still unable to be sure that everything was all right. The mind-calming and word-forgetting incantation, something that I spent a great deal of effort to achieve in my past life, can eliminate the distracting thoughts of a cultivator entering a demonic barrier in a state of madness. I hope it will be effective. The man's eyes over there once again became dazed. The man's hands dropped limply to his sides. He looked at the boy and cried out a few words with a very aggrieved expression. "I'm thirsty." Gu Hongxing could finally let out a sigh of relief. The young man replied with a faint smile on his lips. "Let's go. We'll go into the city to buy you some wine to drink." Gu Yumo, who was behind, had of course seen everything. This old man is a ferocious character who can kill a late-stage profound realm expert with one punch. Why do Hongxing and he look like such good friends? The man nodded slightly, seeming to have understood something. He quickly signaled to the soldiers waiting behind. "The enemy has scattered. Pass down the military order for the main army to directly enter and occupy 5 cities." "Yes, sir." A few days later, the Crimson Blood Army had also returned to the capital city. As soon as they saw the figures appear, they cried out with great joy, "They're here." The marshal and the others have returned victorious. The high and mighty monarch also appeared here to welcome the nation's heroes. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Gu Yumo bowed his head in greeting. "Your humble general, Gu Yumo, has returned from a northern expedition and specially offers 10 cities of Beiyu as a betrothal gift to marry Princess Yong'an. Your humble general implores Your Majesty to agree." The man on the other side heard these words and broke into a very happy, broad smile. "I approve." Then, in a very solemn tone, the man spoke again, "And I declare that the Grand Marshal who pacifies the nation is the imperial son-in-law of our Tianfeng kingdom. A date can be chosen to hold the grand wedding with Princess Yong'an." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Today is also the day the Grand Marshal who pacifies the nation and General Qishuang return in victory. I am overjoyed. I proclaim to the world a 2-year tax exemption to celebrate the victory of the northern expedition. The crowd below smiled excitedly. His Majesty is wise. The smile on the man's face did not diminish as he looked towards Gu Hongxing. "Having you in the Tianfeng kingdom is my blessing, the blessing of the Tianfeng kingdom." I still clearly remember the general's words. "Wherever the grand army of our Tianfeng kingdom passes, all our citizens and territory of our Tianfeng kingdom." This spirit of swallowing 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers truly moves me greatly. Gu Hongxing, with a faint smile on his lips, bowed and replied, "Your Majesty overpraises me." The monarch's voice rang out again. "General Qishuang possesses unparalleled might. From the previous battle of Yinqing Pass until today's great victory in the northern expedition, you have achieved glorious military merits. Therefore, I specially bestow upon you the title of Grand General of the Principal Second Rank. In addition, I also ennoble General Qishuang as Marquis Tianwu. You need not perform the kneeling ceremony upon seeing the monarch. Proclaim it to the world." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The voices of people bowing with immense respect rang out from all around. "We pay our respects to Marquis Tianwu." Gu Yumo smiled. "This is probably the first time the Tianfeng Kingdom has bestowed such a grace. The Gu family finally has a true heir." The man in the imperial robe in front said seriously, "General Qishuang, you have repeatedly achieved military merits. Your might is unparalleled. You have revitalized our national prestige. I don't know what else to reward you with. If you have any requests, just say them." He replied very seriously, "Your Majesty, your humble subject only asks for 3 jugs of 100-year-old wine." This request truly made the man before him a little stunned. 3 jugs of 100-year-old wine? At this moment, Qingfeng's old voice rang out from behind. "How much longer are you going to dawdle? Are we going in or not?" He appeared there with a somewhat sad expression. Hearing this, the boy quickly turned his head and replied, "We'll go in a moment. Don't be hasty." The monarch saw his appearance and whispered to Gu Yumo beside him, "Could this be the peerless expert who killed a late-stage Earth profound realm expert with one punch?" Qing Feng in the back kept whining, "I'm about to die of thirst. I want to drink wine." After receiving that nod, he looked towards Qing Feng and greeted him seriously, "Greetings, senior." But that old man didn't care at all about the status of the person in front of him. From beginning to end, he was always craving wine. "I'm so thirsty." Gu Hongxing had no choice but to speak up to resolve the situation. "Your Majesty, I think we should head into the city first. Senior Qing Feng doesn't like these formalities and customs. As long as there's enough good wine to drink, it's fine." The other person heard those words and replied with a happy smile on his lips. "As General Qishuang says, let's return to the city first. As for the good wine, I guarantee there will be enough." After that, they quickly returned to that magnificent palace. Countless jugs of wine had now been drunk clean. Qing Feng sat to one side, very comfortably clicking his tongue in praise. Good wine, it's all mine." He sat amidst the pile of large jugs, completely elated. Gu Hongxing, watching this scene from the side, finally let out a sigh. The other person's happy voice kept ringing in his ears, another jug. But in his heart, he now had his own calculations. How could a powerful expert like him have fallen to this state today? At this moment, outside, someone suddenly rushed in. "My lord, your subordinate has something to report." "What is it?" The person continued. "The young master of the Han family entered the city today. He has returned under the protection of Gu Xingping. After a long campaign, he finally remembered this matter." "Oh, Shaon has returned? Let him in quickly." The sound of footsteps from outside quickly approached. Gu Hongxing walked in that direction with a happy smile on his lips. Shaon. But when he saw the person in front of him, his expression changed to one of extreme disbelief. The young man who once always had a smile as bright as a halo was now somewhat gloomy, his long hair disheveled behind his back. His face was also covered with large and small wounds. Even one of his arms was completely gone and hung limply. He absolutely could not believe that the teenager before him was the dashing, sunny young master who always wore a smile, Han Shuian, Shaon. He looked at that arm, completely unable to believe it. "Your arm?" Han Shuian's expression was unchanged as he replied softly, "I cut it off myself. It's not his fault." He looked seriously at the teenager over there, carefully sizing him up. Then, in a tone devoid of emotion, he asked why. But the other person remained silent from beginning to end. Han Shuian said calmly, "It affected the speed of my sword draw." The man beside him couldn't help but lower his head and answer through gritted teeth, "My lord, this is what happened. Young Master Han and I were sent to a remote mountainous region to work as coolies. Young Master Han endured all the torture there. But because of my lord's orders, I could only stand by with my hands tied. Later, young Master Han was injured in an accident. That burly foreman wanted to kill young Master Han, who could no longer work. Young Master Han, who had been suppressing his feelings for a long time, finally couldn't bear it anymore. snatched the sword of that old black slave foreman and killed the foreman. Because I wanted to protect young Master Han, I revealed my true strength. Young Master Han also found out the truth. Grief-stricken and indignant, young Master Han refused my help and cut off his cumbersome arm. Young Master Han, with his own strength, slaughtered all the old black slaves. The words that were recounted truly surprised him a little. Gu Hongxing's eyes carried a hint of melancholy as he replied softly, "Is that so?" His voice couldn't help but carry a bit of gentleness. "Shaolin, do you hate me?" Hearing these words, the teenager before him just replied seriously, "The person I trust most in this world is you." His hands clenched into fists. "I hate you, because you can never know what I've had to endure these past few months. But I have no right to hate you." Gu Hongxing could only offer a final apology. "Shaolin, I'm sorry." The teenager's eyes flickered slightly. "You showed me the true cruelty of this world. I should probably thank you for that." A gentle breeze swayed the now empty sleeve. The teenager's eyes finally revealed his grievance. "Can I still trust you?" Gu Hongxing's gaze was extremely serious as it gradually calmed. "Of course." Hearing these words, the other party could finally let out a sigh of relief. "Then that's good. You've taught me a lesson this time. I will forever engrave it in my heart." Qing Feng, at the side, had finally finished his last jug of wine. In this world where the strong are king, one must ultimately rely on oneself. He finally noticed the two teenagers beside him talking to each other. "I want to cultivate to become even stronger." Another jug of wine was quickly brought over. With a drunken face, he slowly walked over and asked with an amused look, "Little beggar, how did you lose your arm?" The teenager was not sad, but instead replied very calmly, "It was in the way, so I cut it off." "Haha, it was in the way, so you cut it off? Haha, that's really interesting." Gu Hongxing suddenly realized something. "Shaolin, follow him. He is your fated opportunity." Him, an old beggar? He didn't want to say more, only speaking seriously. "If you trust me, then listen to me. There are some things you will understand later." The other person held his empty wine jug, seeming a little unhappy. "Where's the wine?" "All right, then I'll trust you." "Is the wine all gone?" Han Shuian quickly walked over, knelt on the ground, and bowed his head. Disciple Han Shuian pays respect to master. He looked at his empty wine jug, seemingly lost in thought. "Do you have wine?" "Yes. Tomorrow disciple will bring it to master." The man was very happy to accept this disciple who fell from the sky. Good. Gu Hongxing, at the side, quietly sighed. "Shaolin, if I could do it all over again, I would still do the same. Go ahead and hate me. What this fated opportunity can ultimately create will all depend on you." That night, he once again sought out the Li family. "Greetings, Marquis Tianwu." "Lord Li, no need for formalities." "Where is Chiru?" "Chiru doesn't know you're back yet. She's in her courtyard." "I'll send someone to call for her at once." The teenager before him replied with a faint smile on his lips. "No need. I'll go find her myself." The man's eyes followed the teenager's departing figure, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. After the wedding of Grand Marshal Gu and the princess is over, our Li family will have good news soon too. At this moment, the high-hanging moon gently cast a layer of hazy light on the scene below. The young lady stood before a lotus pond, seemingly admiring something carefully. Just then, a voice from behind caught her attention. "Chiru." As soon as she heard the voice, the other person happily turned her head to look, a radiant smile on her lips. Gu Hongxing stood there with a gentle smile. "I'm back." Seeing that the young lady's complexion seemed a bit off, he carefully walked over and asked softly, "Chiru, is something on your mind? Or are you still not well? You seem a bit weary in spirit." The girl in front of him quickly shook her head a few times. "As long as she's all right. Second uncle's wedding is coming up, so I'll be very busy during this time. I might not have time to visit you." The girl beside him looked at the imposing young man next to her. Her face now showed a clear look of sadness. The young man suddenly used his hands to gently touch that beautiful face. Then, very smoothly, he placed a light kiss on her forehead. This action truly left Li Chiru not knowing how to react. The moon high in the sky was slowly covered by hazy clouds. It was time for Gu Hongxing to leave this place. And Li Chiru behind him still couldn't escape the afterglow of that forehead kiss, her hands gently touching the spot from before. Then her face turned red again, as if she was extremely shy. In the following days, firecrackers were hung everywhere, and a brilliant red color covered the entire capital and the palace. The palace was bustling and crowded. The envoy from Shushi Kingdom arrived to congratulate the grand wedding of the Grand Marshal who pacifies the nation, Gu Yumo, and Princess Yongin. The envoy from Mayang Kingdom arrived to congratulate the grand wedding. The envoy from Xiaqing Kingdom arrived specially to offer congratulations. And Gu Hongxing had also appeared before the two of them, bowing respectfully in greeting. Congratulations on second uncle and second aunt's marriage. Old Master Gu at the side was overjoyed as he hugged his youngest son. After bitterness comes the sweet. You two must live well together from now on. Yes, father. Then, the man over there looked with disdain at his precious grandson beside him. You little brat, you should also hurry up and let me drink at your wedding feast. Seeing this attitude, he was truly a bit embarrassed. No rush, it's coming soon. Gu Hongxing suddenly felt that something was not right. Grandfather, if you want to drink at my wedding feast, you might have to wait for me to go to a place first. You rotten brat, go quickly and come back quickly. He left the imperial palace with a grave expression, running straight ahead. Yin Chenjiao, what on earth happened? Why was his life-bound soul on the verge of shattering? At this moment, they quickly arrived at the imperial capital of Mayang Kingdom. Gu Hongxing looked all around, calculating in his heart. Chenjiao's soul fluctuations are in this vicinity. Why? Qing Feng, who had also been brought along, was still muttering. I want to drink wine. The teenager turned his head towards one side and quickly reassured him. You endure it a little longer. After this is over, I'll buy more wine for you. He had finally found the place where he sensed that soul's message. It seems the source of this aura is up ahead. And it was actually the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West. The source of Yin Chunjia's soul aura was here. The guard at the gate saw him appear and immediately stood at attention to report. The teenager in front said seriously, Gu Hongxing of the Gu family from Tianfeng Kingdom, here to pay a special visit to the mansion of the prince who pacifies the west of Mayang Kingdom. The man over there revealed a reluctant expression as he replied, You say you're a general of the Gu family? Do you have any proof? The killing intent on his body was quickly unleashed, frightening everyone present. Just report it inside. Yes. The people inside were quickly informed of this matter. You are that Gu Hongxing of Tianfeng Kingdom, Marquis Tianwu? It is this Marquis. Steward Xiao Yongyong at the side reported in a low voice. Old Master, I saw him when I was an envoy at Grand Marshal Gu's wedding. He is indeed Marquis Tianwu. There's no mistake. The heir of the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West, by Hao Xia, heard these words and his attitude softened somewhat. Since you've seen him, please invite Marquis Tianwu to sit down and we'll talk. I've troubled Old Master by. Please. The teacup on the table was quickly filled. I wonder what business brings Marquis Tianwu thousands of miles to my mansion of the prince who pacifies the West. Gu Hongxing, sitting to one side, quickly stated his true purpose. I wonder if the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West has entertained any special guests recently? This statement truly made the man beside him a little suspicious. What does Marquis Tianwu mean by this? The teenager decided not to beat around the bush and quickly replied, A straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. Today I have come to the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West to ask for a person. His name is Yin Chenjia. I hope Old Master can agree to this matter. But the person opposite him replied with a very solemn expression. Never heard of him. The teenager's footsteps quietly moved to leave. If the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West is unwilling to hand him over, then I will go find him myself. I'll trouble Old Master to lead the way. This attitude truly made Xiao Yongyong behind him a little angry. Insolence. The steward beside him shouted a few times, completely displeased. This is Mayang Kingdom, the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West. How can we let someone from Tianfeng Kingdom like you? But before he could finish his words, he felt the killing intent emanating from Qing Feng, and the words he was about to say were quickly swallowed back down his throat. They had of course heard of this man's reputation. Could he be the expert who single-handedly eliminated the state preceptor of Yin Kingdom? The other party's face darkened, seemingly not pleased at all. Do you know the consequences of provoking our mansion of the prince who pacifies the West? Even the entire Tianfeng Kingdom and your Gu family cannot bear it. The teenager's face showed no fear, but instead radiated countless waves of dense killing intent. Then, does your mansion of the prince who pacifies the West know the consequences of provoking me? Gu Hengxing? The old master's face showed some displeasure. After careful consideration, the other person could only let out a sigh. Forget it, I will take you there. The place he was led to was actually a giant ice mountain. The influence of the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West was immense. Mayan Kingdom is warm all year round. For an ice mountain to be rooted here without melting, it surely wasn't just for viewing, right? And now, before him, a door leading into the giant ice mountain had appeared. The man beside him said seriously, "This was also moved here by my royal father 100 years ago. Inside is an ancient ice coffin. It is something my royal father ordered a master refiner to painstakingly create 100 years ago. Inside the ice coffin is my paternal aunt, my royal father's biological sister, Bai Huachang." Gu Hengxing had a few things he didn't understand and asked seriously, "Then what does your aunt have to do with Yin Xinjia?" "He is the husband my aunt had chosen for her entire life." Such an answer truly made it impossible for Gu Hengxing to understand. 100 years ago, my royal father and my aunt were unparalleled young talents in a younger generation of Mayan Kingdom. At that time, a young man was able to defeat my aunt, and from then on, the two became friends and gradually developed feelings for each other. But the happy days were short-lived. A sudden catastrophe struck the young man's family, and his entire clan, from top to bottom, was massacred by mountain bandits, leaving almost no one. The young man rushed back to his homeland, the Jingyang Kingdom, to avenge his family, but his mind was so damaged that he went mad. My aunt originally wanted to go find him, but 100 years ago, the sword sovereign unexpectedly appeared, and with one sword strike, carved out a 3-mile-long area in the Jingyang Kingdom. That young man also vanished without a trace under that one sword strike of fragrant flower. When my aunt heard the news, she suffered a cultivation deviation. Her cultivation regressed, and her body gradually withered. She left behind a portrait of the young man, waiting for him to return to find her. 100 years passed, and that young man never appeared. Speaking to this point, the old man beside him couldn't help but let out a sigh. That large door was finally opened. It wasn't until a few months ago that a man came to my mansion of the prince who pacifies the West, who is none other than the Yin Xinjia in the portrait. It was just that the scene before them truly left them endlessly astonished. At this moment, half of Yin Xinjia's body was completely frozen, and Bai Huachang was also lying peacefully in that ice coffin. Red blood had already streamed down one of the young man's arms. That stream of blood was not frozen by the ice at all, but flowed more and more fiercely. Seeing this scene, they were completely unable to believe it. "Yin Xinjia, what the hell is he doing to my aunt?" The man beside them, upon seeing everything inside, roared in extreme anger. "What is he doing, daring to defile my aunt?" However, Gu Hengxing beside him quickly stopped the other's action. "Wait a moment." The young man walked forward with an extremely calm demeanor. His gaze swept over once, and he sighed, truly a fool. He once again activated his own power. His hands formed a halo of light and touched the top of the other person's head. His voice carried a hint of majesty as he spoke. "Are you not going to wake up yet?" The young man at this moment slowly opened his eyes and looked up, seeing the figure of the person before him. He seemed to have understood the general idea. Yin Xinjia's face changed as if in great pain. The young man quickly knelt down with an extremely respectful posture. "Lord, Xinjia implores you to awaken Huachang. Her breath is so weak, she might sleep forever." When he said these words, the young man's face over there seemed extremely pained, and the man beside them, hearing their conversation, also had some understanding in his heart. "Lord, how could the famous prodigy of Mayan Kingdom from 100 years ago be willing to bow so respectfully to someone like this?" Hearing these words, Gu Hengxing's face remained calm. She has waited for 100 years. If not for a glimmer of hope still in her heart and someone protecting her heart meridians, then I'm afraid she would have truly become a corpse in the coffin. Right now, if you open the coffin or rashly use profound energy to awaken her, you might extinguish the only spark of life in her heart. The young man thought about these things and slowly shook his head. Waking her is truly not easy. Yin Xinjia's tears streamed down, seemingly unwilling to accept it. "Lord, You must have a way, right? He quickly reached out to help the person below him up. You stand up first. Since you're my subordinate, I will not stand by and watch. Thank you, Lord. The man behind them now said seriously, if Marquis Tianwu can truly awaken my aunt, from now on, all the servants in the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West will be allied with the Gu family in Tianfeng Kingdom, and I will owe you a great favor. The young man did not reply, but slowly walked straight towards the ice coffin over there. His hands gently transferred a bit of aura into it. The silent atmosphere made this place even more still. Gu Hongxing once again turned his head to look behind him. His face was extremely serious as he looked at them. These words made the faces of the two over there become even more grave. In his heart, that old master couldn't help but recall the image of some great expert. He once again made a sign with 2 fingers. The woman lying inside the ice coffin remained silent, without any expression at all. Gu Hongxing's voice continued, as for the third method, you have already tried it. With your cultivation and skills, you nearly buried your own life as well. Yin Shenjia stood there and asked seriously, Lord, what are the 3 life medicinal herbs and the 3 death medicines? Marquis Tianwu, please enlighten me. The mansion of the prince who pacifies the West will definitely do its utmost to search for them. Gu Hongxing quickly listed the things he needed. The 3 life herbs consist of the nether immortal flower, the fallen voidwood, and the profound gloom vine. The 3 death medicines are the jade poison grass, the breath-severing water, and the purple soul root. There are 6 types in total. All are 5th-grade spiritual medicines. I'm afraid the entire kingdom might not necessarily have them. Before finding all the spiritual medicines, you cannot continue to disturb her, otherwise it will cause her only thread of life force to dissipate. The large door on the snow mountain was quickly closed. The 3 of them once again left by that trail. Marquis Tianwu, I may have heard of the other spiritual medicines, but what are the nether immortal flower and the breath-severing water? A faint smile appeared on Gu Hongxing's lips. It is rumored that the nether immortal flower is a treasured medicine, formed from a single blood tear of an immortal, capable of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It is not ordinary. The nether immortal flower has 3 petals, 1 red as the sun, 1 black as ink, and 1 white as snow. It is rumored that the red petal symbolizes the blood tear of an immortal. The black petal is like the danger from the depths. The white petal, in turn, is a glimmer of hope in the mortal world. This answer truly left Yin Shenjia beside him a bit stunned. An immortal? Are there really immortals in this world? Gu Hongxing, on the contrary, did not directly answer such questions. It's just a legend. Who has ever seen one? The voice of the man behind them rang out again. Then may I ask Marquis Tianwu, where have you seen the nether immortal flower? My mansion of the prince who pacifies the West. Even if we have to pay any price, we must. Before he could finish his words, he was cut off by the young man. You cannot go. The young man's eyes carried a look of determination. I saw the nether immortal flower once in my past life when I reigned over the world in a higher realm. The nether immortal flower is also just a legend. Yin Shenjia behind him asked worriedly, Lord, then what is the breath-severing water? Soul-severing, breath-severing water. Its water is clear one moment, and the next moment it turns black as ink. This kind of substance is considered the greatest poison in the mortal world. Just touching a part of it can devour your life force. If you want to collect it, you can only use a flawless jade bottle. Other tools are all useless. Furthermore, you absolutely must not get any breath-severing water on yourself. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be very troublesome. These matters made Yin Shenjia understand that the method to save the woman he loved was becoming more and more difficult, and those hands of his also quietly clenched into fists. However, the young man's eyes did not waver from beginning to end. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Thank you, Marquis Tianwu, for your guidance. On behalf of my royal father and the entire mansion of the prince who pacifies the West, thank you. It's nothing. At this time, it was time for the 2 of them to leave. Marquis Tianwu, why don't you stay at the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West for a few more days, so I can properly host you? The mansion of the prince who pacifies the West doesn't need to do that. You should still try to find these spiritual medicines first. If you really find enough of the 3 life 4 death medicines, you can send someone to the Gu family in Tianfeng Kingdom to invite me. At that time, I will help your aunt awaken and her soul return. The man over there heard those words and seriously bowed his head. Then we will have to trouble Marquis Tianwu. On behalf of the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West, I thank you. From today onwards, the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West will form a friendly alliance with the Gu family and will absolutely not infringe upon the interests of the Gu family. That person took out a small token from his person. This is the token of the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West. A total of 3 were made. Inside is the insignia of the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West, so no one can fake it. Today, this token is gifted to Marquis Tianwu, hoping our 2 families can form a friendship. He certainly wouldn't refuse such a good item. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he quickly accepted it. Good, I'll accept this token. It was just that his next words quickly left the man before him endlessly astonished. I think the prince who pacifies the West is in the mansion, isn't he? That person had no other choice but to answer seriously. That's right, my royal father is currently in seclusion within the mansion. The man's face gradually became serious as he evaluated the young man before him once again. Even the current monarch of Maiyang Kingdom doesn't know where the prince who pacifies the West is. How could he possibly sense my royal father's aura? The young man's face opposite him became increasingly cautious. If possible, have your royal father act one more time to help your aunt with another stream of profound energy. Your royal father and your aunt are biological siblings. Their bloodlines are connected, so there will be no rejection. That way, you can stabilize your aunt's dissipating life force, buying more time to find a way to save your aunt. The man over there heard these words of guidance and quickly bowed his head. I have remembered it clearly. Before leaving, Gu Hongxing left behind a few more sentences. I hope that the next time I come to the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West, I can see the bearing of the prince who pacifies the West. As they walked through a bustling street in the northern capital of the Maiyang Kingdom, Yin Xinjia, who was behind them, spoke up. My lord, I want to go find the spiritual herbs immediately. The more Gu Hongxing listened, the more annoyed he became. In your current state, what makes you think you can find spiritual herbs? Since ancient times, spiritual herbs in this world have always been accompanied by risks and dangers. Obtaining them is by no means an easy task. Heal your internal injuries first, then we'll talk. Hearing these words, Yin Xinjia could only softly reply with a yes. When they turned around, they suddenly realized that Qing Feng, who was behind them, had disappeared. Where's Qing Feng? Where did he run off to? Yin Xinjia, from behind, quickly pointed in one direction. My lord, over there. Seeing that sight, he seemed a little bewildered. The sign high above made the young man even more baffled. What was he doing over there? At this moment, inside was a beautiful woman with a charming figure, happily going about her business. Congratulations, young master, for winning the beauty. This jar contains 100-year-old fermented glutinous rice wine, also a gift for the young master. Fine wine, and a beautiful companion. I hope the young master can have an unforgettable night. Young masterin, hurry up here, or everyone will have to bid again. The people below couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene. Fine wine and a beautiful woman. Young masterin is truly fortunate. It's hard not to be envious. At this moment, the wine jar in the girl's hand was suddenly snatched away. Qing Feng, appearing out of nowhere, was hugging that wine jar with a happy smile on his face. Good wine, good wine. Insolent. The girl over there shouted furiously. Where did this beggar come from, daring to cause trouble in my Luchin pavilion? Guards, drag this beggar out for me. Below, the figures of several tall, strong men who specialized in such tasks quickly appeared. At this moment, the figure of someone in white robes stepped in through the door. Gu Hongxing appeared and asked in a stern voice, Qing Feng, what are you doing here? The proprietress of this place saw him appear and questioned him angrily. Do you know this beggar? Do you know what he did? He drank my Baiwa Zue, worth 3,000 silver taels. Gu Hongxing's expression didn't change as he took out a banknote from his clothes and handed it to the person in front of him. This is a 5,000 tael banknote. Consider it as me buying a few jars of fine wine. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but start discussing when they saw this scene. It must be a fake banknote. Who would casually carry so much money on them? But the proprietress's words made them stare in disbelief. It's a real banknote. It can be used. Behind them, Qing Feng had started drinking from the wine jar. He looked at what he was holding and couldn't help but assess it. The taste of this wine is so familiar. It's not enough. I still want more. Gu Hongxing looked towards the proprietress standing nearby. Do you have any more of this wine? I'll buy it all. The other person replied with a happy smile. Young master, we at Luchin Pavilion only have 3 jars of baiwazu left. He very calmly took another bank note from his clothes. I'll buy them all. Here is about 13,000 taels. Consider it payment for the wine. At this moment, a slightly angry, mocking voice suddenly sounded from the side. Ridiculous. This baiwazu is a top-grade fine wine that has been aged for 100 years. This is all that's left in the world now, and no one can brew it anymore. And yet you want to buy all of it? Your greed is a bit too much. The people below who had no money could only complain continuously about this kind of service. Hearing this, Gu Hongxing felt a little curious. Where does this wine originate from? The girl beside him thought for a moment, then replied, Legend has it that baiwazu was made by a certain woman using a special brewing technique. All the baiwazu circulating in the world was brewed by that woman, and it can no longer be brewed now. So who is that woman? The girl standing there gently shook her head a few times. I don't know. These events happened 100 years ago. My abilities are limited, and I cannot know. Then, a happy smile appeared on her lips. Young master, you are so generous. May I be so bold as to ask for your great name? The young man over there didn't want to hide these things. Tianfeng Kingdom, Gu family, Gu Hongxing. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately astonished the crowd. No way. Tianfeng Kingdom, Gu family, Gu Hongxing. Even the proprietress's expression changed drastically. Could this person be the world-renowned Marquis Tianwu, Gu Hongxing? Could this senior be Marquis Tianwu's Dao Protector? The moment she thought of that, she shouted, Guards, quickly return the banknote that Marquis Tianwu used to buy the wine, and immediately bring the 3 remaining jars of baiwazu from the back hall up here as a gift for Marquis Tianwu. Seeing this action, Gu Hongxing just gave a faint smile. There's no need. Although the wine is expensive, I can afford it. After causing a commotion in the capital city, the 3 of them finally decided to leave this place. Seeing the man beside him continuously hugging the wine jar, Gu Hongxing asked curiously, Qingfeng, what's wrong? Why don't you keep drinking? The other man hugged the wine jar to his chest, looking a little unhappy. I'm afraid that after I drink it, there won't be any left. Hearing this, he seemed a little suspicious. Could it be that he and this baiwazu have an extraordinary origin? Legend has it this wine is from 100 years ago. The person beside him continued to mumble some strange words. Who am I? I am Qingfeng. Who is Qingfeng? Who am I? Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly tried to calm the other person down. Qingfeng, calm down. But the other person seemed to be out of control, constantly muttering. Who is Qingfeng? Who am I? That man once again erupted with his own power. Who on earth am I? That powerful aura was truly frightening. Gu Hongxing quickly called out to Qingfeng, but the other person quickly disappeared from this place. Yin Xinjia at the side quickly spoke up. My lord, let me go after him and see. He stood there, looking in the direction of the man who had just left, and said, There's no need. If he wants to leave, no one in the entire land of 100 kingdoms can stop him. Let him go. Perhaps he will find some of his memories. If it's fated, we will meet again in the future. Let's return to the Tianfeng Kingdom first. After returning to the Tianfeng Kingdom, his next stop was the Li family's grand courtyard. The young maid beside her, seeing her young lady so constantly uneasy, tried to persuade her. It's been a long time since there's been any news of Marquis Tianwu. Young lady, you shouldn't wait anymore. Li Qiru stood there with a sorrowful face, not knowing what to think. At this moment, the sound of footsteps from the side caught her attention. As soon as she turned her head, she saw the figure of the young man standing there. Gu Hongxing had a gentle smile on his lips as he looked at her. Qiru, I've come to propose. They looked at each other, seeming to have silently understood each other's hearts. On that day, the streets everywhere were extremely lively, with red firecrackers hung all over as if wanting to join in the grand celebration. The lanterns hanging on the trees made the atmosphere even more festive. Countless people brought precious treasures to the Li family's door to offer congratulations. The Dafeng Kingdom specially came to congratulate Marquis Tianwu on his grand wedding. The Fengshu Kingdom brought 9 rare luminous night pearls to specially congratulate Marquis Tianwu on his grand wedding. The Bomeo Kingdom respectfully presented a luminous glazed jade to congratulate Marquis Tianwu and the young lady of the Li family on their grand wedding. The steward of the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West also appeared here. The mansion of the prince who pacifies the city of the Maiyang Kingdom brought a Qingxi silk dress to congratulate Marquis Tianwu on his grand wedding. Seeing the person appear, old Master Gu also had a very welcoming smile on his lips. So it's General Xiao Yong from the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West. The other person also quickly came forward and said politely, Old General Gu, I represent the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West and have come uninvited. Please don't blame me. Seeing the person, Gu Shang also quickly smiled amicably. Not at all, not at all. General Zhao's reputation precedes him. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The other person had a happy smile on his lips. Old General Gu, you're too kind. I am merely a steward. The surrounding crowd, seeing them talking so intimately, also began to discuss. So the Gu family and the mansion of the prince who pacifies the West have really formed an alliance. It wasn't a baseless rumor after all. At this moment, a lively shout was heard from the side. They're here, they're here. The young master is arriving with the bride. Leading the procession was Gu Hongxing, dressed in a dazzling red outfit, looking incredibly handsome. Behind him was a magnificently decorated bridal sedan. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion as soon as they saw him appear. Congratulations to Marquis Tianwu on his grand wedding. Congratulations to Marquis Tianwu and the young lady of the Leaf family on their wonderful union. The young man gently dismounted his horse. He slowly walked straight towards the stately red sedan over there. The maid beside it quickly lifted the curtain, revealing the space inside. Li Qiru was now wearing an incredibly beautiful, deep red outfit. Gu Hongxing reached his hand inside, smiling gently with a tender expression on his face. Their hands touched. The two of them slowly walked forward, side by side, with immense honor. The two held each other's hands tightly, for a lifetime, never to part, never to let go. The scene inside was crowded and extremely lively. At this time, the elders of the family were already waiting. Gu Hongxing had a faint smile on his lips as he looked at the bride standing beside him. Lord Li, old Master Gu, and even the monarch were now present, seated in the highest positions. Uncle E, acting as the officiant at the side, will the bride and groom please prepare? First bow to heaven and earth. Li Qiru, beside him, quickly bowed her head. But Gu Hongxing remained standing still from beginning to end. Why isn't this Marquis Tianwu performing the bow to heaven and earth? It seemed Li Qiru was also a bit stunned by this action. Gu Hongxing, of course, had his reasons for not bowing. I only respect old Master Gu and elders like Gu Yumo. I don't care about anything else. Heaven and earth are inherently heartless. How can they receive my bow? Very quickly, the next part of the ceremony was performed. Second bow to the elders. He looked towards the two elders sitting up high and quickly bowed his head. Tears streamed down their faces as they seemed extremely satisfied with today's wedding. Good, very good. Bow to each other. Uncle E at the side also smiled happily. The two of them reached out and touched each other again. He looked at the young woman before him, the gentle smile on his lips deepening. Both turned toward each other and bowed once more. A gentle smile appeared on their faces in an instant. The servant at the side presented the cup of oath wine again, offering a toast. The two quickly drank their own nuptial wine. The elders sitting high above saw this scene, glanced at each other, and nodded meaningfully. Especially old Master Gu, who was extremely happy in his heart. It was good. The emperor sitting beside them had a smile on his lips. I have waited for this wedding wine of Marquis Tianwu and Churo for a very long time. Gucang spoke up there. Churo, the ceremony is done. From today onwards, you're the daughter-in-law of my Gu family. If Hongxing dares to bully you, just come find grandfather. Grandfather will definitely stand up for you. Lord Li, sitting nearby, also happily responded. Hongxing, today, you should also change your form of address, right? Before, you always call me Lord Li. One sentence Lord Li, two sentences Lord Li. It really made this old man feel helpless. The young man over there had a happy smile on his lips. Old master. Although this address didn't quite fit the etiquette, he had no other choice. The surrounding crowd heard this sentence and smiled teasingly. Marquis Tianwu is truly humorous. Amidst that laughter, Li Tianyuan could only cover his face, feeling a bit helpless. Fine, fine. Calling me old master is fine too. It sounds closer than Lord Li. Even Li Chiro beside him couldn't help but smile upon hearing this address. The surrounding crowd became increasingly curious and laughed more happily. Unexpectedly, Marquis Tianwu was not only outstanding in talent, but his personality was also interesting. They were truly a match made in heaven. They stood amidst countless discussions and blessings, but the young lady beside him seemed to have made a this strange movement. In just a blink of an eye, the other party fainted again, completely without warning. Gu Hengxing turned his head and saw this situation. He instinctively reached out quickly to support her. The young man's face carried a look of worry as he held her in his arms. Chiro. The elders high above saw that scene and were extremely worried in their hearts. Quickly standing up, what happened? Summon the doctor immediately. Gu Hengxing held the little girl in his arms and carefully checked. His hand touching the forehead of the person before him revealed a strange light. Before, he seemed to be trying to find the abnormality inside this body. At this moment, it was easy to realize that the heavenly Tao seal was expanding ceaselessly. If this continued, Li Qiurou's soul would be completely swallowed. The young man sensed these things, his body trembling with anger. His face carried resentment as he looked straight ahead, gritting his teeth and saying, "Heavenly Tao." The seniors behind saw the back of the young man, carrying the little girl away in a somewhat hurried manner. Hengxing, do you know the cause of Chiro's illness? Hengxing? However, that young man did not turn his back to look even once from beginning to end. His footsteps very quickly entered the large gate. Gu Hengxing then walked steadily straight into the bridal chamber. The bright red room was extremely dazzling, yet the bride at this moment had fallen into a deep sleep. The face carrying a weak gaze of the girl opened once again. Gu Hengxing saw this scene, his heart aching endlessly. Li Qiurou suddenly grasped his hand tightly. Her hands gently wrote a few words on it. "Sorry, perhaps I will have to break my promise." When saying those sentences, she seemed to know her current health condition clearly. He quickly held those hands and said seriously, "Qiurou, I will definitely." The other party gently wrote a few words on his hand. "You haven't kissed me even once." These words being written out also made tears well up in the girl's eyes over there. Gu Hengxing reached out and touched that beautiful face. With a look of extreme cherishing, carrying the demeanor of nurturing a treasure, he planted a strong kiss. Both of their hands were still tightly clasping each other. However, at this moment, Li Qiurou seemed to have lost all strength, her beautiful hands falling down once again. The young man looked down at the girl over there and muttered a few sentences. "Qiurou, wait for me to return." The girl seemed to no longer have the strength to respond, and the large door outside was very quickly opened. Both elders appeared there with extremely worried looks, asking loudly, "How is Qiurou? Do you have a way to save her?" Gu Hengxing stood there and said extremely seriously, "She has fallen into a coma again. I will go out to find a way to save her. Please take good care of her." At this time, he went to a corner of the courtyard in the residence and called out softly, "Brother Yin Shun." Very quickly, a young man wearing a black cloak appeared beside him. Kneeling respectfully, "Subordinate is here." The young man held an object in his hand and instructed seriously, "This is Mo Guai stone. Quickly collect as many as possible for me. Let everyone in the sword pavilion go do it. Absolutely no negligence is allowed. Do you hear clearly?" The other person heard these sentences and responded extremely sincerely, "Understood." That night, he actually found a mountain with a very beautiful waterfall stretching down. He untied the hairband on his body lazily. "I thought I had a lot of time, but in the end, everything was beyond expectations. I once crossed 10,000 miles of rivers of blood, trampled the 10 directions of the ancient Lotus Kingdom underfoot, suppressing countless living beings. I have been involved in the karma of 3,000 great Daos. What is there to fear from a tiny great Tao of the Zhangui man?" When a young man said these words, his face carried a calm look, but was extremely serious. His eyes looked up at the waterfall over there. "Today, I will borrow the great force of the rushing waterfall to temper the sword body until the sword body achieves great completion." The water flowing down from above was truly extremely powerful. The young man sat there, ready to bear all the power shooting out from that water. From his hands, a strange light seemed to have appeared. Blood God sword body. Using the essence of all things as a guide, using flesh and blood as the foundation to forge the sword body. The bright red groom's outfit from that day had now turned into fragments. The young man sat there, gritting his teeth, seemingly enduring a pain that was pressing on him. Then very quickly, he raised his head to look at the high sky and let out a powerful roar. Several days later at the Li residence, the atmosphere was still heavy and deadly like that. Mr. Li sat in front of the sickbed and couldn't help sighing. Why does heaven treat Qiuer like this? She struggled all her life to find a resting place, yet now her life is shattered. Again, Li Yuantian's tears flowed down, carrying an unwillingness full of resentment. This old man is not resigned, not resigned. Gutsong beside him really didn't know how to advise old man Lee. The couple Gu Yumo and Princess Yunong also appeared here with extreme worry. The footsteps of the young man outside finally echoed. As soon as they saw the person appearing, they quickly stood up in anxiety. Hengxing, you finally returned. Where have you been these past few days? He didn't say many words, quickly walking forward to pick up the young woman in his arms. There's no time left. Today, I must wake Shiro up. He once again held the other party and stepped out into the vast sky outside. The young man's appearance carried caution, but was extremely calm. Yin Xinga appeared holding a large bag in his hand, making Old Master Gu a bit surprised. My lord, these are all the Mo Gwai stones we have collected. He carried a worried look, turning his head to look at the young boy over there. Hengxing, what do you intend to do? He placed Li Chiro on the ground, arranging several stones just collected around there, and replied softly, Grandfather, please step aside. I know my limits. Gu Hengxing looked down from above, calculating carefully in his heart. 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation, a body-protecting formation that can block heavenly secrets, protecting the person in the formation from harm. Only this method can protect Shiro from the heavenly Tao. The young man held a dagger in his hand, gently cutting a slash on his arm, causing red blood to flow down. 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation. Seal the soul, seal the spirit. Protect the chi, protect life. Use Mo Gwai as the base, use blood as the guide. Drop by drop of dark red blood fell onto the sturdy stones over there. The young man's eyes once again carried a look of madness. Formation, start. The surrounding stones flew into the air in a flash and began to tremble violently. The young man's voice rang in the ears, guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and all things. Gather. At this moment, countless powerful auras suddenly appeared around, condensing towards him. It touched every stone in the corners. Then it carried that stone flying swiftly through the space. In a flash, the entire residence was enveloped in a huge power that was somewhat strange. Gu Hengxing shouted loudly in the center, 9 Palace 8 trigrams. Gather spirit, protect chi. Open. The young woman was now lying in a dazzling golden space, extremely eye-catching. The young man's appearance over there was still extremely serious from beginning to end. The 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation can temporarily protect Chiro's soul and body. His eyes turned towards the back once again. His feet stomped on the ground in a flash, creating an extremely powerful force. His whole body was now covered in an extremely fierce aura, the power so huge that even the sky above had to shift, calling for wind and rain. It seemed that everywhere in the space had been affected by this huge power unexpectedly. The 2 elders beside him also couldn't believe what they were seeing. This aura was truly too terrifying. However, the young man facing that situation was completely unafraid. His eyes, carrying coldness, looked straight ahead, muttering a few sentences in his mouth. Heavenly Tao, why do you have to judge her? As he spoke, he held his sword and pointed it strongly straight towards the high sky. The sword tip was directed strongly up to the vast sky over there. In this life, I originally did not want to form a karmic connection with you, but you forced me to step onto this path. Do you really think I am easy to bully? When saying those sentences, the young man's eyes carried a look of determination and extreme anger. The night sky above shot out countless powerful streaks of lightning once again. This scene made the 2 elders standing nearby unable to believe their eyes. What happened? Is this the heavenly Tao getting angry? But Gu Hengxing stood there, his goal unchanged from beginning to end. I once had karma with the 3,000 mortal paths, with kindness and enmity. Deep within my soul, I have accumulated countless Tao marks that are hard to list. In this life, I yielded everywhere, not going against the order of this heaven and earth, only wanting to peacefully cultivate to reach the peak of the spirit profound realm. But that does not mean I fear you. As he spoke those words, his eyes looked even more determined. In the end, you are just an insignificant incarnation of the great Tao. So what if I incur karma by opposing you? In a flash, the young man activated his own power, creating a magnificent orange orb. The young man's figure flew up into the high sky in an instant. The light emitting from behind him seemed even more powerful than before. Gu Hongxing had now broken through to the mid-stage of the Earth Profound Realm. Old Master Gu, seeing that scene from his side, was so surprised his jaw dropped. What? Why did Hongxing suddenly jump directly from the peak of the Spirit Profound Realm to the mid-stage of the Earth Profound Realm? The young man's entire body faced the powerful lightning in the sky without any fear. And when the young man's figure hovered in the sky, it attracted the attention of everyone on the continent. That looks like Marquis Tianwu. Look quickly, it seems to be the Marquis. This scene was unbelievable even to the emperor in the palace. Gu Hongxing, can he fly in midair? His face bore a mix of emotions hard to explain. Although his strategy is astonishing, doesn't he only have spirit profound realm cultivation? Gu Hongxing ignored the scattered words down below, his determined eyes turning to look behind him. His focus at this moment was entirely on the girl in the bright red wedding dress lying over there. He pointed his sword in that direction in anger. The judgment seal, today I will destroy it. A speck of red light emerged from her body. In the blink of an eye, it completely vanished into the void. As soon as that action finished, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky, slowly looking in this direction, and the surrounding lightning became even denser. Everyone standing in this place seemed to sense something. The heavenly Tao is angry. Who is so bold as to provoke the heavenly Tao like this? Do they want to die? The heavenly Tao hasn't been this angry in over 100 years. Who is it this time? The emperor of a certain nation looked west in astonishment toward the specks of light continuously gathering in the sky. It seems that direction is the Tianfeng kingdom. Quickly send someone to investigate what exactly happened. And somewhere within the 100 nations, Qingfeng also saw this phenomenon and looked up at the sky. His old face still carried confusion as he muttered to himself, "Who am I, after all?" The eyes of the heavenly Tao carried indignation as they gradually seemed to weep large streams of blood. But the young man below had no intention of stopping this. She is not something you can judge. Either you scram right now, or today I will destroy you. He fearlessly gripped his sword, directing a fierce killing intent toward the vast sky over there. This scene truly terrified Gu Tsong, who held his head in utter disbelief and confusion. Hongxing, come down quickly. Don't make trouble anymore. Come back. The boy seemed not to hear those words, his eyes remaining determined. So what if you were angry? The lightning from the sky directed at the young man below became increasingly fierce. Yet, from beginning to end, he maintained that leisurely and determined appearance. Countless powerful auras surrounded his body, demonstrating a strength that was no small matter for the young man at that time. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, heading straight for him. The light it emitted could truly illuminate a corner of the capital. Yet in the end, the dignified figure of that young man still stood tall there. Still testing me? Are you afraid of me? These words carried a clear provocation that was impossible to ignore. Countless flashes of lightning shot down from the sky with immense power. But Gu Hongxing did not intend to let this opportunity pass. He quickly gripped his sword tightly and charged straight forward. No need to test and warn me anymore, because after today, there will be no more judgment. Next, the high sky truly continued to shoot out countless brilliant forces like massive lightning bolts. Gu Hongxing gritted his teeth, using the sword in his hand to oppose all the things attacking him. The crowd below only needed to look up to see the figure of the young man facing countless colossal forces alone. Yet at this moment, that light seemed to have spread everywhere. Such an action truly surprised him a little. Just looking up at the sky, one could see the silhouette of a giant wolf roaring powerfully. Gu Hongxing also realized there was something wrong with the current situation. This roaring sound is the terrifying howling of the big wolf over there made people even more afraid. In a flash, that thing stepped on the clouds and jumped down from the sky, appearing once again to face him. Gu Hongxing felt his sky was about to collapse, his voice carrying urgency. Unbelievable. Twin Tiger Blood Wolf? An ancient variant? How can this be? The thing appearing in his sight at this moment truly astonished him endlessly. This land of the 100 nations is so impoverished. How could it give birth to a Twin Tiger Blood Wolf beast? Truly unbelievable. The manifested form of an adult twin tiger bloodwolf beast can rival a strong expert at the early stage of the sky profound realm. The monster over there opened its large mouth, full of sharp teeth, and powerfully shot out a colossal force. The light radiating from it seemed to spread to every place in the space. At this moment in the imperial palace, the emperor, usually high and mighty, knelt on the ground for the first time. His face changed, shocked to the point he couldn't believe his eyes. A sky profound realm divine beast. Yet Gu Hongxing was completely fearless and roared a few times, scram. The light from his body once again radiated more clearly. The situation at this moment truly made those present unable to believe their eyes. Is this Gu Hongxing? And deep within the 100 nations, when this phenomenon occurred, no one could believe what they were seeing. Heavens, it's a sky profound realm aura again. But this momentum is much more majestic and terrifying. Gu Hongxing stood there, completely fearlessly facing the giant wolf over there. And the elders protected within the formation below couldn't understand either. Hongxing, the young man stood there gripping his sword tightly and roared, "Come here and fight." Wherever the monster rushed, light appeared beneath its feet to allow it to move easily. But such scenes did not shake the young man in front of it. If your real body were here, perhaps I would have a bit of a headache. But you are just a tiny incarnation of the heavenly Tao in the land of the 100 nations. Yet you dare to roar in front of me? In a flash, countless powerful lights were directed straight forward to attack. The sharp swords easily pierced through the body of that giant wolf. However, its regeneration mechanism seemed incredibly strong. The thing showed no fear and quickly used its large body to rush straight forward. Its giant claws easily struck toward Gu Hongxing standing on this side. Somewhere in the land of the 100 nations, these violent tremors terrified them in their hearts endlessly. This lightning tribulation. Who is this, after all? Gu Hongxing declared war on his opponent once again. She is not someone you can judge. Either scram right now, or today I will destroy everything. The anger of the heavenly Tao caused everything in heaven and earth to shake. That is Mount Baiwu. The mountain nearly 10,000 meters high is collapsing. Everyone run, quickly. Old Master Gu was burning with anxiety at this moment and quickly shouted, "Hongxing, no. Hongxing, come down quickly. Don't make trouble anymore. Come back here immediately. The sky is about to fall. This is a disaster. A disaster." At this moment, countless meteors and giant boulders appeared from the sky, falling powerfully. But the battle in the sky above the Tianfeng kingdom showed no signs of abating. The two fought a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Hongxing's eyes became increasingly angry, relying on just a beast incarnation. "You fundamentally cannot stop me." The young man quickly directed a powerful kick toward it, easily knocking that giant wolf away. The thing was knocked flying and fell to the ground again. First move, Hanmen arises, Qingsheng 9 swords. A powerful light surrounded that sharp sword. Startling swan sword. It seemed a powerful strike had just been created. In a flash, a column of golden light attacked straight toward the big wolf over there. It roared a few times in pain, completely unable to believe it would die in this way. He clutched his slightly affected body, gritted his teeth, and unleashed the next move. Qingsheng 9 swords, second move, sweeping sword slash. "I'll cut off your limbs." Another powerful column of light was shot out very quickly. Break. As soon as it touched that big wolf, a massive explosion occurred in a flash, seemingly wanting to level everything. The thing was knocked far away, completely disbelieving what it had just faced. And around him at this moment, countless swords and melodies created by himself appeared. Willful sword style. That colossal power pierced straight toward the wolf over there. The monster had absolutely no chance to fight back and resigned itself to fading into the void. This scene made countless witnesses extremely confused. This is a strange beast rivaling the sky profound realm, yet couldn't withstand one sword from him? Just how strong is he? Yet, Gu Hongxing did not just want to stop this challenge here. As the heavenly Tao of a region, you surely have more than just these tricks. Today I want to see how deep you are. On what basis do you etch this judgment? Eternal samsara is just a fleeting moment in a blink of an eye. The vast great Tao is just smoke and dust. In this life, no one is allowed to touch those I protect. Even if I have to pay with the opportunity of the great Tao, I will not give up. At this moment, a pillar of lightning, glittering and incredibly powerful, struck down from the sky. The figure of a man had appeared there at some point unknown. With just one move, he completely blocked Gu Hongxing's neck sword strike. Gu Hongxing looked straight at him with a solemn expression. Who is it? The figure slowly emerged, rising upon the power he had just created. As the people below saw the opponent's appearance clearly, they were endlessly terrified. The man appeared there with an overwhelming aura and spoke coldly. I sentence you to death. The elders below saw the person who appeared, and their expressions changed violently. This dragon robe, this ink sword, could he be? Impossible. Didn't he die long ago and become a legend? The people below could not believe their eyes. He is Great Emperor Nangong from 3,000 years ago, the emperor who united the 100 nations back then. Great Emperor Nangong, Nangong Han. 3,000 years ago, Nangong Han rose from the bottom, using thunderous momentum to reorganize the entire chaotic 100 nations, uniting the world and proclaiming himself emperor, known as the Eternal Great Emperor. It was rumored that Nangong Han was extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand or a breath, he could make the 5 lakes and 4 seas boil and make the mountains and earth tremble. His name was written over a sea of blood and bones. No one dared to be disrespectful to him. However, even though he was revered as the emperor, the Eternal Great Emperor, he was ultimately just a human and had his limit. When the news of his fall spread throughout the mortal world, not long after, the entire land of the 100 nations fell into chaos, no longer united as before, creating the current situation. The crowd below completely could not believe their eyes. Great Emperor. It's actually an incarnation of the Great Emperor, a Tao body manifested by the heavenly Tao. Heavens, what exactly did this person do to offend the heavenly Tao to the point that even the phantom incarnation of the Great Emperor has appeared? Gu Hongxing completely ignored those external matters, pointing his sword straight forward. You want to judge me? You are forever unqualified. The man emitted a powerful aura and said coldly, I am the Emperor. Your life was granted by me. Today I cut you down, declaring you guilty. The aura radiating from the opponent was so terrifying that the crowd below knelt on the ground, trembling. Yet, hearing these words, the young man in front of him revealed an arrogant smile on his lips. My life was granted by you? Ha! If you were alive, perhaps you could have exchanged a move or two with me at my peak. Now, you're just a target of incarnation for the heavenly Tao, bearing a portion of Tao luck. And yet you want to judge me? On what basis? Countless powerful auras radiated from his body, overwhelming the entire space. However, the man in front of him was not afraid at all and said loudly, by the fact that I am the king of the 100 nations. Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing's eyes gradually became serious. King of the 100 nations, is it? Then right now, I will cut down the king of the 100 nations that is you, to see what you will rely on to judge me then. The crowd around naturally heard his arrogant words. He actually loudly boasted that he wanted to cut down the incarnation of the Eternal Great Emperor. What kind of domineering arrogance was this? High above, Nangong Han was also incredibly angry upon hearing those words. Disrespectful to me, insubordination from below. Cut! The man raised the sword high and struck down a fatal blow with force. That immense power seemed capable of destroying everything. Countless brilliant lights surrounded him as if he were the center of the world. However, Gu Hongxing showed no fear at this moment and gripped his red sword tightly. He quickly created a Tao path himself, easily blocking the move heading his way. Bang! The two immense powers collided, shaking heaven and earth. Nangong Han stood there, his expression completely unsightly. The opponent then shouted a few times in anger, "Where's my great army?" In the sky at this moment, countless massive and powerful bolts of lightning struck down. In the blink of an eye, countless heavenly soldiers and generals appeared beside him with majestic auras. Greetings, Emperor. The people below gaped in astonishment, unable to believe it. This is the first war army that great Emperor Nangong used to conquer the world, mentioned in ancient books. The Golden War Army. It actually exists. It truly makes one tremble in fear. He once again pointed his hand toward Gu Hongxing and said loudly, I sentence you to death. Cut. Countless golden spears instantly aimed toward Gu Hongxing. Accompanying them were the figures of the heavenly soldiers and generals fiercely rushing forward. However, the young man standing there was not afraid at all, his eyes looking straight ahead coldly. Want to compare aura with me? I once used the strength of one person to suppress the 10 Directions' ancient kingdom, stepping out a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses with a single foot. Just a mere 100,000 armored soldiers. What is there to fear? The red sword now pointed straight up to the high sky with its sharpness. In an instant, the young man created countless sword tips surrounding his body. The sharp, pale blue swords instantly attacked the group of people over there. They had absolutely no chance to resist and could only resign themselves to the fate of being defeated. At this moment, the group also erected their defensive shields in an attempt to block the damage brought by the weapon. Nangong Han, standing in the middle of the great army, roared in anger. Emperor's order, kill the rebel. Countless soldiers grabbed their weapons and attacked him again. They carried fierce determination, transforming into a layer of brilliant, incredibly powerful golden light. Kill. Gu Hongxing maintained that calm appearance from beginning to end. His eyes finally revealed seething, killing intent directed straight at the opponent. Some say the red dust tribulation is hard to cross, but I believe that for all the tribulations in the world, one sort of mind can wipe them all out. So how is it hard to cross? The power radiating from his body became stronger and stronger. The enemies I've cut down didn't stop at 1,000,000. I once filled that vast ocean with corpses. The sun and moon were once inverted because of me. The 10 Directions, ancestral kingdoms, and thousands of sects all had to bow at my feet. The sky was gradually dyed a fiery red by that killing intent. A mere mortal army dares to have thoughts of judging me. Gu Hongxing had now caused the surrounding space to be completely covered by a deep red color. The young man stood there with an arrogant bearing and said loudly, "On what basis do you rely?" At this moment, he broke through once again to the peak earth profound realm. The sky high above was instantly dyed deep red. The crowd below completely could not believe their eyes. Blood, it's all blood. Witnessing that scene, Gu Tsang's expression changed extremely violently. The man wearing the black cloak spoke again. "This is truly a genuine sea of blood. How many people has this person killed? Why can he possess such a terrifying bloody aura, causing the sea of blood to manifest directly?" High above, Gu Hongxing held his sword and slashed down powerfully. The sword tips from before had now turned a bright red, full of fury. In an instant, they attacked the soldiers and generals over there. Gu Hongxing, with an extremely serious appearance, shouted a few times, "Today, no one can stop me." A pillar of light was unleashed in an instant. This scene seemed to make Nangong Han panic a little. However, he quickly calmed down and roared, "I must cut you down today." Behind him, a faint yellow light appeared once again. A moment later, a gigantic body covered in hard scales appeared. Gu Hongxing frowned and looked straight at it, unknown when the figure of a giant dragon had now appeared in the high sky. Old Master Gu's expression changed as soon as he saw it. That is a dragon. Are there really dragons in this world? No, this is also manifested by the heavenly Tao. But this dragon aura is truly too realistic, as if it were a real body. How can he possibly resist it? In a flash, Nangong Han landed on that giant dragon head. He pointed his hand forward and said powerfully, "I sentence you to death." However, the young man over there showed no fear from beginning to end. "Those who block my path will be killed clean." In an instant, the two giant beams of light collided, creating a deafening noise. The young man's movements paused slightly. His face bore a calm expression as he looked straight ahead. The great completion sword body can perhaps endure for a moment. Relying on his current cultivation, which was only at the peak of the earth profound realm, he basically could not shake them. After all, Nangong Han and the Golden Dragon incarnation had condensed the might of the sky profound realm. At this moment, a strange light appeared beneath his feet. Standing amidst the sea of blood, he erupted with a massive power never seen before. The young man's face gradually became serious. In an instant, the power he radiated drove away all the blood flowing around his body. That aura completely terrified people. "You have come. You have really come." This scene astonished the surrounding spectators endlessly. This is Tao charm. Is this person about to enter the sky profound realm? Was his cultivation just now only at the earth profound realm? Heavens, using earth profound cultivation to resist a beast of heaven and earth and great Emperor Nangong. This person is truly too terrifying. Gu Hongxing was now slowly breaking through his realm once again. Heavenly Tao rules are trying to stop me? On the handsome face of a young man, small red cracks now appeared. Want to stop me? Absolutely not. He raised his head to look at the high sky over there and roared a few times. Then, in an instant, the scene on the other side completely changed. Streams of bright red blood churned into a violent tornado. It spread everywhere in the space. The sky rained blood. It was a sign of great ominousness. Yet, Nangong Han over there remained incredibly steadfast with his solid power. I want to have a battle with you right before you break through to the sky profound realm. Open. Before he could finish his sentence, the light in front radiated an incredibly powerful killing intent. The young man had now broken through to the early stage of the sky profound realm without any flaws. A frenzied battle alongside the appearance of the great dragon over there truly made people fearful. Gu Hongxing gripped his sword tightly and rushed straight forward. He gritted his teeth and used all the strength he had. In his mind, he unconsciously remembered the image of the young woman lying in pain on the bed waiting at home. This battle could only be won, not lost. That high and mighty emperor quickly unleashed a powerful slash. All living things obeyed his command. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals were quickly gathered. They wore incredibly sturdy golden armor. The crowd appeared there, surrounding him completely, giving the opponent no chance to fight back. Nangong Han roared a few times in anger. Where was his golden war army? They quickly responded with high morale from behind. Present. Kill. As soon as the order was given, countless golden figures rushed forward. Gu Hongxing stood there without fear, his mouth starting to mutter, floating stupa blood sea diagram. The sky above was dyed red in the blink of an eye. This scene made that great emperor astonished and unbelieving. In the blink of an eye, a path of blood once again aimed straight at the group of them to attack. It seemed that in their minds now appeared the terrifying and powerful figure of an immortal returning to the past. Countless images of slaughter appeared in their sight. Floating stupa blood sea diagram, all creation wails in the pale void. The young man's eyes slowly opened like a demon. His pupils emitted countless streaks of cold and ruthless red, murderous aura. The opponent shouted a few times in anger. All forces hear the order, win second form, kill. The man riding the giant dragon quickly gave orders to the entire army below. The young man's eyes remained cold from beginning to end. He used all his strength to quickly unleash the first move. Blood Orchid Slash. One sword sweeping through the ages, a giant brilliant red light quickly attacked forward. In the blink of an eye, the entire army at that time was completely annihilated. However, that was not the final move of the Nangong Great Emperor. He quickly created a golden light from his hands. This move was able to once again block the attack of the young man opposite. A giant explosion occurred in the blink of an eye, shaking both heaven and earth. Nangong Great Emperor looked over, seemingly unable to expect how the situation would develop. The opponent looked down coldly from above. Who are you? He faced that situation completely without fear and declared his name. Tianfeng Kingdom, Gu family, Gu Hongxing. The man's eyes over there showed a clear change. I have remembered it. The young man held his sword pointing straight forward and said seriously, Today I will end the judgment. No one can stop me. Then fight. Both of them rushed at each other to attack again. The cracks on his body gradually spread everywhere. The young man's eyes moved slightly. Must fight quickly and win quickly. Cannot prolong the time any further. Gu Hongxing used his power, seemingly creating another version. The young man at that time was wrapped in a giant power that was unimaginable. He stood there looking down from above and said seriously, Today I will save you into the Avicii hell, enduring the pain of 10,000 blades piercing the intestines. His whole body was once again wrapped in that magical light. The man over there saw this appearance, and a smile of arrogance blossomed on his lips. I am the Emperor, so who can save me? Who dares to save me? As he spoke these words, the dragon below also roared a sound that was extremely majestic, as if in support. The young man opposite was completely unafraid and spoke steadily. I am the Buddhist saving you. So what? Seal. Then in the blink of an eye, a pair of powerful hands were created and quickly aimed straight forward to attack. One side of his face had now transformed. I am a demon cutting down all enemies under the heavens. Go! Then the sword in Gu Hongxing's hand once again aimed straight forward. However, that overlord over there was completely unafraid. Facing this situation, he could still create a shield layer from his own power. The large dragon below began to growl, creating a giant flame as if wanting to burn everything. The opponent facing the giant sword in his hand seemed to no longer feel fear. Two giant lights touched each other so powerfully that they shook heaven and earth. Gu Hongxing flew in the air and spoke loudly from above. I save you into the river of forgetfulness, to sink for eternity. The two of them touched each other in the blink of an eye and unleashed the most powerful moves. However, the young man's body at this moment showed clear signs of degeneration. Damn, cannot continue to tangle with him anymore. The sword body great completion realm basically cannot withstand the power deep in my soul. And the emperor opposite seemed to have realized this too. You are about to lose. In the blink of an eye, a giant explosion took place and blew everything away. Gu Hongxing stood there gasping for breath, seemingly a bit tired. If only I could have a little more time, it would be good. If I step into the sword body perfection realm, then all those blocking in front would just be a joke. Stop here? The young man's eyes seemed to reveal a look of unwillingness. At this moment, suddenly a voice appeared from somewhere in his ear. Nangong, great emperor, 100 years ago, I fought a battle with you and lost by a notch. Today, do you want to fight another great battle? This voice made the young boy over there a bit dazed. Who is it? Nangong, great emperor, seemed to be a bit surprised too. Who are you? That voice once again rang in the ear. I come from the red dust, wanting to return to the void. Red dust has no path. Returning to the void to find a dream, a life of poverty, only wine as a companion. These words made that man astonished. Impossible. It is you haven't died? The voice continued to ring out. So do you dare to fight again? On that man's face appeared a look of madness and extreme joy. In the blink of an eye, that figure completely disappeared. What is there not to dare? Before leaving, he even left behind a few sentences. Gu Hongxing, you and I will fight a fair battle when the time comes, living up to my prestige as an eternal great emperor. And the young man standing there seemed to still be a bit dazed. That sound seemed a bit familiar. Who exactly is it? And at this time below the 100 Nations, Ching Feng was calmly sitting on the stone table enjoying his jar of wine. Each cup of wine was poured out. The emperor comes. There is only a cup of cloudy wine. Please forgive me. Nangong, great emperor, in the blink of an eye appeared at this place, looking down coldly from above and said, I don't understand. Is it worth it for you to do so, Sword Sovereign? That man did not answer, but a faint smile blossomed on his lips as he held the small wine cup. 100 years ago, in a battle I didn't win, and you didn't lose either. You originally could have left this place to find a vast and boundless world, but you imprisoned yourself. This sky cannot contain you. I think that is not worth it. At this moment, that man seemed to have sensed something moving in the space. Their voices rang in the ear again. He is the same. Both are not tolerated by heaven and earth. I spent 100 years in the red dust. It is not without harvest. A cup of cloudy wine the emperor can drink. The man over there looked at the stream of wine flowing slowly down, having some suspicion in his heart. Wine? Just for this cup of wine that you are willing to immerse yourself in the red dust for 100 years like this? That man held the small wine cup in his hand and muttered, wine is not wine. Man is not man. No need to be blinded by the appearance. Nangong, great emperor, held that wine cup, carrying a look of contemplation in his heart. Afterward, he quickly held it and drank it all in one breath. 100 years of fermentation, barely enough to enter the mouth. Is this wine brewed by you? That man held it, a faint smile blossoming on his lips. Not me, but a deceased friend. 100 years in the red dust. Having this fine wine is enough. Emperor, you once suppressed an era. Have you ever felt this feeling? That man glanced in another direction, having some thoughts in his heart. I have somewhat forgotten. The eyes of the Sword Sovereign over there gradually changed. I don't know if the Emperor is still alive in this world. The other person poured himself another cup of wine and said calmly, I don't know. 3,000 years ago, it seems I made a transaction with the heavenly Tao of this place, using a strand of my divine soul as collateral to manifest this body. As for the details, I have also forgotten. The emperor is a genius of a lifetime. An eternal great emperor surely won't fade away by being immersed in the world. The man over there heard these sentences, and a faint smile blossomed on his lips. If there's a chance, I really want to have a duel with the main body of the emperor to comprehend your true imperial aura. Consider the next game as a battle between me and you. How about it? On the stone table now, a familiar chessboard appeared. The man over there finally realized something, his appearance looking a bit angry. You want to stall me to buy time for him, right? However, the first chess piece was quickly placed down. It is a pity that even if I don't stop him, the heavenly Tao of this place has enough means so he cannot win. The man over there heard those words, and a faint smile blossomed on his lips. He is very not simple. The outcome is not necessarily determined. Another chess piece was quickly placed down. At this time, on the side of that huge battle over there, it seemed to have not subsided at all. Columns of lightning struck down from the high sky, as if wanting to destroy everything. Gu Hongxing stood there holding the sword, controlling his entire aura. I said already, after today passes, it will no longer be judgment. Even with the protection of the 100 Nations' heavenly Tao, that won't change anything. The young man's eyes gradually became more determined. Heavenly treasure, floating stupa, all fall into the absolute 10,000 sword slash. A column of light was struck out in the blink of an eye, seeming to want to blow everything away. It was just that at this moment, a brilliant purple lightning column suddenly appeared from the sky. The young boy's eyes carry a look of panic, seemingly unable to believe what he just saw. That power was quickly blocked by that bolt of lightning. He finally realized his current situation. It turns out to be heavenly firmament divine lightning. So that's it. You, the ancient variant species and the eternal great emperor, just wanted to stall me, aiming to utilize the thunder sea to create the heavenly firmament divine lightning. The heavenly firmament divine lightning contains a strand of the great Tao's charm. Its power can cause countless living beings to sink and be destroyed. Even at the peak of the sky profound realm, it would be difficult to survive. Gu Hongxing had no other choice. He reached out to touch his own body, carefully sensing something. The heavenly firmament has 3 bolts. One has passed, but there are 2 bolts of divine lightning left. What should be done? Facing that immense power high in the sky over there, he seemed a bit flustered. Blood sea diagram, intent of sentient beings, gods, and Buddhas. The young man seemed to have made his final choice. Behind him now appeared a giant Buddha statue radiating a glittering light. Strange, the god Buddha wears a crown. I am Tathagata. A pillar of light struck down from the sky, carrying a powerful strand of energy that seemed to want to blow everything away. However, when it touched the circle created by the young man below, it was completely unable to penetrate it. Gu Hongxing tried to hold himself steady, sitting within the circle, existing as a completely different entity. But a short time later, his entire body couldn't help but start trembling. The young man sitting there spat out a large mouthful of blood for the first time, displaying his own pain. His entire body was no longer intact. In the blink of an eye, half of his body had dissolved into nothingness. Gu Hongxing looked at his shattered hands and muttered in his heart, "Great completion, sword body." In the end, still couldn't withstand it. Finally, another powerful pillar of lightning was shot down. But no matter how much pain he endured, the young man standing there showed no fear. The heavenly Tao of the 100 Nations used so many methods just to judge Chiro, truly shaking heaven and earth, making it hard for people to understand. Having reached this step, there is no turning back. He looked toward the barrier circle he had created in the distance, feeling a bit contemplative. Gu Hongxing once again remembered the silhouette of the beautiful woman he loved in this life and secretly sighed. Moreover, even if I had to do it again, I would not regret it. He looked in that direction, a painful smile blooming on his lips. Perhaps I have to break my word. The last thing he remembered in that form was the beautiful appearance of that young woman. Gu Hongxing stood there, secretly muttering a few words in his heart. Perhaps I have to break my promise. The man reached out to touch the trembling sword in front of him. Jinghong's sword, you have followed me to the battlefield for nearly a year. Today's battle truly does not disgrace your reputation as a precious sword. You should go. The young man spoke while quickly using his power to push the sword far away to a new sky. Go. You cannot help me with this final slash. The young man, having just lost the weapon in his hand, still stood very calmly facing unleashing the final bolt of heavenly lightning. The strongest strike of the heavenly firmament divine lightning? How could I let you judge Chiro? His eyes gradually became cold and full of determination. This venerable one has said, after today, there will be no more judgment. No one could change this. In the blink of an eye, the young man erupted to the mid-stage of the sky, profound realm. His entire body carried pain as he looked straight ahead, forcibly raising his realm. Is his body about to collapse? But it doesn't matter. This is the blood intent from sentient beings. Blood, Chiel, and sword gather. A powerful pillar of light was formed in the blink of an eye. The young man stood there, swinging the sword in his hand high. Sweep away the eternal ages. So what if I die? Those two immense powers collided, creating a stream of aura so strong it seemed to want to blow everything away. Gu Hongxing, with a resilient expression, refused to retreat and roared, still not enough. It doesn't matter if the body collapses, the realm must be raised for me. Once again, that mortal body broke through to the late stage of the sky, profound realm. The young man stood there with his fierce determination and roared. This sword gathers the blood intent of sentient beings. It must slash apart the 9 heavens. A pillar of heavenly lightning struck down from the sky with a mysterious black color, incredibly terrifying. And Emperor Nangong on the other side naturally sensed everything. Heavenly firmament, divine lightning. He won't be able to withstand it. The battle on their chessboard also seemed to be coming to an end. The sword sovereign there looked straight ahead with eyes full of determination. On his lips afterwards, he calmly revealed a faint smile. I believe in him. Emperor, this strand of your divine soul fought the heavenly Tao 3,000 years ago. If the Emperor is still in this world, I wonder if 3,000 years later you have touched the mysterious void realm yet? It seems such questions also caused the man on the other side to fall into thought. I do not know. This strand of my divine soul only has one obsession, which is to maintain the situation of the 100 nations, protect the stability of a region, and try my best to prevent this world from producing sky, profound realm powerhouses. This statement seemed to surprise the person in front of him. Why? Nangong Han replied with cold eyes and certainty. The land of the 100 nations is not as simple as it looks. Unfortunately, the order of heaven and earth has changed, so everything has become unusual. He raised his head to look at the battle taking place in the distance. If geniuses like you and him were born 1,000 years ago, you certainly wouldn't be restrained by the 100 nations. The young man's battle, facing those countless powerful bolts of thunder and lightning, had not stopped yet. Gu Hongxing had always been steadfast in his goal from beginning to end. Even if I die with one sword strike, I must destroy this judgment mark of the heavens to save Chiro. The heavenly lightning looked down coldly from the high sky at him like a lowly insect. Want to surpass me? No chance. The young man ignored those words and shouted powerfully, slashing once. Shatter for me. The immense power of that bolt of lightning seemed unable to hold up. The young man carefully muttered a few words in his stomach. This body must try to endure. A pillar of light was struck out in the blink of an eye. It seemed the black lightning in the high sky had undergone some changes. He was finally able to use his full power to blow away that overwhelming aura. The young man saw the halo of light reveal from the high sky over there and finally laughed dryly a few times. The judgment mark is only this much. The heavenly Tao is also only like this. At this moment from the high sky, suddenly a pile of strange ashes appeared, which Gu Hongxing naturally noticed quickly. This thief, heavenly Tao, plotted against me, actually leaving behind a strand of divine lightning power when my body has completely collapsed and has no chance to fight back. Facing this situation, the young man remained extremely calm and muttered a few sentences. Sorry, I broke my promise. Li Qiurou's entire body was now enveloped in an incredibly powerful formation. The two elders below, seeing this scene, were also bewildered in their hearts. This brat, defying the heavens like this, what is it all for? It seems he always wanted to destroy the mark in the sky. Could it be that Qiurou's illness was caused by that mark? At this moment, a coughing sound rang out from behind, attracting their attention. Turning their heads, they saw Li Qiurou opening her eyes and looking in this direction with a weak face. The other party spoke with difficulty, asking, "Grandfather, what happened to me?" That situation made Li Tianyuan incredibly astonished. Qiurou, you can speak? Could it be that he risked his life like that all for Chiro? Indeed, I did not misjudge him. At this moment, a final strand of the heavenly Tao's divine soul seemed to still be hovering in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the other party unleashed a powerful move directed straight at the young man over there. His eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before him. That power, upon touching the outer barrier, created a violent shockwave. The young man below seemed to have sensed something, such familiar sword intent. A powerful pillar of blue light swept across that place. The dark sky before now showed the light of blue sky and white clouds. So the heavenly Tao was actually defeated by Marquis Tianwu. The blue sky is injured, so the heavenly Tao is not invincible. Too terrifying, that abyss in the sky stretching 10,000 miles. Is this the true power of Marquis Tianwu? The dark sky above had now returned to normal, only they couldn't help but glance around. Where is Marquis Tianwu? Did the Marquis perish together with the heavenly Tao? The crowd below began to discuss animatedly. Marquis Tianwu disappeared? Did he fall? What a pity! A genius of a generation actually opposed the heavenly Tao. Why is there a sword there? They quickly recognized that familiar, brilliant blue sword. That is the Shanghai sword. This is the Sword Sovereign's sword. In the blink of an eye, that sword zoomed off in a direction and flew far away. Shanghai sword, the peerless precious sword of the Sword Sovereign. Then this means the Sword Sovereign has returned. That powerful sword quickly returned to its master's hand. Your sword is sharper than back then. The man's face gradually became cold. A faint smile with a hint of mockery bloomed on his lips. Immersed in the red dust for over 100 years, the Tao heart has entered the flawless realm. If there is still a chance, I hope to fight a battle with the Emperor myself. The man did not reply, calmly turning to leave this place. I also look forward to it. Hope he is still alive. At that time, if I still exist between heaven and earth, I wish to drink a cup of muddy wine with the two of you, not failing the unparalleled arrogance of you two. I should go. At this moment, the man's figure completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. This strand of divine soul cannot hold on for much longer. It should also return to guard the heavenly Tao. Qing Feng stood there, gently closing his eyes and muttering a few sentences. Hope you still have a path of survival. At that time, I'll truly drink and discuss the Tao. Thinking of something, the Sword Sovereign seemed to have some doubts. Right, back then, didn't I seem to agree to something with that brat? His mind quickly recalled the image of himself drunk that day. Little in following him is your opportunity. Follow him? A beggar? Afterward, that young lad quickly knelt down, respectfully accepting the master-disciple relationship. Disciple Hang Ruyan pays respects to master. The man smiled happily and quickly hugged him. Good. And Gu Hongxing at this moment finally sighed in his heart. If Littlin can start over, I would still do the same, regardless if he hates me. The Sword Sovereign remembered these things and sighed in his heart. Since this has happened, I must make a trip. The man's figure flew into the distance in the blink of an eye. The other party then actually appeared before the Han family with an overwhelming aura. This lowly one along with the family pays respects to the Sword Sovereign. Pays respects to the Sword Sovereign. The person's eyes swept around for a moment, seemingly looking for something. In a flash, he found Hang Ruyan and spoke. You follow me. Who are you? The boy's heart was in turmoil. Why does the face of the Sword Sovereign look so much like that crazy old man? It can't be. The other party looked at the boy, his eyes carrying a bit of appraisal. Long time no see, is it? Forgot your manners? Why aren't you bowing to your master yet? The young man below showed a look of bewilderment and disbelief. However, the other party reacted quickly, mouth gaping in astonishment. The young man, with a look of reverence, quickly knelt down. Hang Ruyan pays respects to master. Originally, under Brother Gu's guidance, I kowtowed and paid respects to this crazy old man as my master. I didn't expect him to be the supreme Sword Sovereign admired by everyone in the world. But now, there's a possibility that Brother Gu can never return. Seeing the other's sorrowful face, the Sword Sovereign didn't seem worried at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. I once promised him I would teach you well. I give you a moment to say your goodbyes, then you will roam the world with me. We will head west. Do not turn back until you comprehend the sword intent. The young man below spoke very seriously to the people beside him. Before, Master's identity was unclear. Brother Gu letting me cultivate with him was also my destiny, so I want to go this time. Grandfather, father, I want to leave. I hope everyone can take good care of themselves. The old grandfather standing nearby, seeing this scene, also had tears in his eyes. He responded with great emotion. Silly child, go. Meanwhile, at the Gu family, Li Qiuro finally woke up on the large bed. Li Tianyuan walked over, asking with a worried face, "Qiuro, can you speak now?" The person who just woke up quickly spoke with a face full of anxiety. "Where is he? Where is Hengxing?" Hearing these sentences, the crowd below let tears stream down their faces, seemingly unable to control themselves. Seeing that image, Li Qiuro anxiously stood up. "Hengxing, where did he go?" The old man over there had no other choice but to shake his head a few times. This answer truly threw the girl over there into a panic. Afterwards, despite everyone's obstruction, a beautiful young girl in a wedding dress quickly rushed out. "Where are you still going? Come out quickly, will you?" The girl stood there, looking up and around the capital, seeming a bit dazed and not knowing what to do. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, extremely angry. "You promised me you would go with me to the Northern Snow Kingdom to watch the snow. You cannot lie to me." The young girl ran everywhere in the capital, screaming that name like a madwoman. Gu Hengxing. A few months later, heavy snow fell. Everywhere was covered in a blanket of white snow. Cold yet beautiful. The young girl stood under the eaves, gently reaching out to touch the beautiful space outside. The other party gently sighed with a lingering sadness. "Look, it's snowing." Starting from a month ago, Li Qiuro had moved to the Gu family. Because she was already a wife of the Gu family, becoming his wife, she told everyone in the Li family that she wanted to wait for him to return. She believed that he would still return. The other party looked at the portrait hanging on the wall, showing the two of them smiling happily. Gu Hengxing's face had never faded from her mind from beginning to end. From then on, after dancing in this heavy snowstorm, the world had one more white-clad fairy. Parallel to that time, somewhere in the desolate mountains of the 100 Nations, a woodcutter carrying a bag of dry grass on his shoulder seemed to be observing something. Heard there was a loud noise here before. Hope it wasn't some wild beast. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance, his eyes changing with a bit of surprise. Because, unbeknownst to him, the figure of a young man had appeared from the other side, fallen around a patch of cracked earth and rocks. He lay there with a weak face, seemingly having fainted for a long time, and this person was Gu Hengxing. He walked over, and upon seeing the appearance of the person in front of him, he cried out in worry. "This person is covered in wounds. Is he still alive?" The young man's entire body was completely buried in the rubble. The upper part of his body was exposed, and one of his arms had been severed. Suddenly, the woodcutter noticed something. It seemed that steady breaths were still coming from that mouth, albeit with some difficulty. He understood very quickly and rushed to help. Still alive, perhaps can still be saved. A few months later, inside a small house, the voice of a familiar young man rang out. "Little Blackie, this ginseng is useless for my injuries. It's better to sell it for some money." However, the man in front of him held it very seriously and shook his head a few times. "That won't do. A few days ago, I asked the medicine master at Medicine Sage Hall. They said for a situation like Brother Yun's, you need spirit herbs and careful nursing to recover quickly." Gu Hengxing looked at the serious appearance of the person in front of him, feeling a bit of comfort in his heart. Little Blackie was the honest, herb-picking youth who had saved him. Although he was a poor orphan, he was always willing to treat his injuries by any means. At this moment, the other person's voice continued to ring in his ears. "I've grown this big and have never seen a spirit herb before. Today my luck wasn't bad. I found an old ginseng. Although it's not a spirit herb, perhaps it can still help Brother Yun recover a bit sooner." There were countless large and small wounds on his face, but that gentle smile did not diminish. "Then, many thanks, little Blackie." In the young man's heart, he already had his own calculations. The name I told little Blackie is the fake name Gu Yun. After all, I am now even weaker than an ordinary person. If people with ulterior motives find out this news, the consequences need not be said. The other person suddenly took something out of his bag and slowly walked over. "Brother Yun, I came back late today. You must be hungry." The happy and full of honesty smile of the young boy as he held that meat bun was completely unconcealed. "This is a meat bun I bought when I went to the street in town to trade for food. Taste it quickly." He looked over there, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Oh, then where is yours?" Hearing this sentence, the other party felt a bit awkward, turned his face to another direction, and replied, "I already ate at noon." After all, the young boy over there had his own calculations in his heart. If it weren't to nourish Brother Yun's body, I normally wouldn't bear to eat a meat bun like this. It was just that the sound of his stomach rumbling quickly betrayed him. Gu Hongxing quickly broke off half of the meat bun easily. He handed it to the young man in front of him, a faint smile on his lips. Take it, otherwise I won't eat either. This action truly moved little Blackie endlessly. All right then, I'll eat with you. It seemed that in the small house, warm rays of light had appeared, illuminating everything. A few months later, the young man looked out the window into the distance very happily, laughing and speaking. That's great, Brother Yin. You can finally get out of bed and walk on your own. That is the largest town nearby. I'll take you for a stroll there. Little Blackie led the way, the smile never leaving his lips. Who knows, maybe we can find news about spirit herbs. Gu Hongxing looked down at his face in the water stream, seemingly deep in thought. My face right now attracts too much attention. It will be disadvantageous for hiding my identity. Then, without hesitation, he took out a small veil from his person. Temporarily, the young man decided to use it as a face veil for himself. As soon as they entered the town, they saw a large, bustling crowd gathering ahead. What happened? Gu Hongxing, after a long period of recuperating at home, finally had some interest and looked into the distance. Let's go over there and see. Countless people are gathering in front of the gate here, seemingly listening for something. Suddenly, a voice rang out from inside. Chaos in the Golden Dynasty, sighing over the red dust, bewildered by the prosperous human world, dare to ask where the road ahead lies? The people outside were extremely confused upon hearing that couplet. What kind of topic is this? At this moment, the large door inside quickly opened. Gentlemen and masters, Master, you have spoken. If any talent can provide a satisfactory answer, they will be invited to the 3rd floor of this wind and snow pavilion for a 3-day chat. What? The news just announced quickly astonished the people below. I originally thought it was free for 3 days on the 1st floor of Wind and Snow Pavilion. Who would have thought it's the 3rd floor? The 1st floor of Wind and Snow Pavilion is already luxurious enough. I don't know what the 3rd floor is like. Thinking of the scenes to follow truly intoxicated people. The girls on the 3rd floor of Wind and Snow Pavilion are far superior to the top cards of ordinary flower houses. If one could go up there to play for 3 days, it would truly be a life of an immortal. The girl over there held a piece of white paper and spoke happily. Everyone has only one chance to answer. Just write it on the paper and leave your name. Hearing those words, the crowd showed hesitation on their faces. Only one chance? No clues? At this moment, a man quickly walked up from behind. I want to try. The other party took the brush and wrote a few strokes on the paper. However, the response he got was just a gentle smile. Master Yu is not satisfied. Another tall and burly man walked up. I'll do it. The response to him was also just the dissatisfaction of the high-ranking figure. You won't do either. Afterwards, it seemed there was a competition of talent at this place. Why is it so difficult? I am a scholar, yet Master Yu is not satisfied even with my answer? Is this ragged topic born to make things difficult for people? Little Blackie at the back saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. If I could answer, maybe I could hear some news to help Brother Yin. At this moment, the man slowly walked forward. Then let me try. The crowd over there, seeing the person appear, began to discuss animatedly. Who is this person? Why is he dressed so raggedly? Their faces revealed ridicule and disgust, saying, Isn't that the beggar from the cave by the bridge coming over to gossip? A smelly beggar is truly delusional. The young man quickly wrote a few characters on the paper, but the answer in front of her truly astonished the girl. The characters of the world were written neatly and tidily. The young man's eyes remained as determined as ever. The world. If looking at the world with confusion is the path, only if you have the answer in your heart do you need to ask others. Flowers are not flowers. Mist is not mist. No one knows your path. The brush was quickly put down. That girl kept her eyes glued to the silhouette of the young man, walking away in the distance. A moment later, the result was out. The other person smiled happily and said, This Mr. Yun, Master Yu invites you. Mr. Yun, is Mr. Yun there? The crowd below fell silent. But soon after, noise erupted in his ears. No way. Is he the one Master Yu took a fancy to? Isn't he a beggar? Even talented scholars failed. What does he have to rely on? Where is that Mr. Yun from just now? Time passed again, 2 months later. At this time, the young man could calmly cultivate his power. His basic mobility had completely recovered, but the black cracks on his body had not yet disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. These cracks are just physical injuries. Spirit herbs can heal them. The most serious is the Tao wound on the soul. If not treated soon, I'm afraid my soul will dissipate. It's been over 2 months. I can't delay any longer. At this moment, the log in front of him was chopped, attracting his attention. Little Blackie stood there and said, "Brother Yun, back then, after you wrote the answer at the Wind and Snow Pavilion, why did you leave immediately? I saw everyone fighting to get into the Wind and Snow Pavilion. It seems there's some treasure inside. Aren't you curious what's inside?" The young man remembered the past event and quickly rested. "Right, perhaps I can borrow the opportunity in the Wind and Snow Pavilion to find spirit herbs." He quickly stood up and called the boy beside him. "Let's go, little Blackie. Today, Brother Yun will take you into the Wind and Snow Pavilion." They then found a somewhat famous mask stall. "Customer, this mask is only 100,000 coins." He glanced at it, seemingly having some calculations in his heart. "My essence is depleted now. Before my injuries heal, I absolutely cannot reveal my identity. Wearing a mask, no one will recognize me anymore." The boy beside him saw this scene and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Yun, let me pay this small amount." The other took out a few silver coins from his pocket, very happy, although a bit regretful about the money. Starving for a few meals is fine for Brother Yin. The boy quickly took the mask, looking towards this side with an excited smile on his lips. Gu Hongxing looked there and nodded gently. "Little Blackie is sincere to me. Later, I will repay both the capital and the kindness." The two of them suddenly passed a notice board placed in the town. Notice searching for Mr. Yun, who answer master used question correctly. Anyone providing clues will be heavily rewarded. The boy walked over, smiling happily. "Brother Yun, are they looking for you?" "Yes, I am Mr. Yun," the young man replied softly. At this moment, the girl over there saw him appear, her face showing some surprise. "Mr. Yun, if you weren't wearing a mask and changed clothes, I almost wouldn't have recognized you." "Mr. Yun, please, you and this young master come inside." Master Yu has been waiting for a long time. The scene inside was truly extremely luxurious and magnificent. Little Blackie stepped inside, the light illuminating his face, making the young man look even more bewildered. The crowd around saw them appear and started whispering, "Isn't that Miss Sue? Who is the person behind her?" To be led by Miss Sue, this figure must have an extraordinary status, but why is he dressed so simply? At this moment, a man standing nearby was quickly called over. "Little Wu, treat this young master well. Do not delay." Little Blackie stood there, already scared and unsure how to react. He stammered, trembling, "Brother Yun." Gu Hongxing stood there, his face calm from beginning to end. "Don't worry. Sit here and wait for me a moment. I'll be right down." The boy finally made up his mind and nodded quickly. And at this moment, the beautiful girl outside also led the way. "Master Yu is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me, sir." At this time, a beautiful figure slowly appeared from behind the curtain. "Sir, please come in." The young man seemed a bit surprised looking towards there. Slender hands opened the curtain from inside, and a girl's figure finally appeared in sight. He looked at the other person, unable to help but admire in his heart. Truly a graceful beauty. The other looked this way, her lips still holding a gentle smile. "Sir has an extraordinary demeanor. Surely a great scholar hiding in the mortal world." Manhwa greets you, sir. The two of them slowly sat at the small table in the middle of the room. "I have a few doubts I want to ask you, sir. Is that all right?" "Please ask." The girl's eyes over there seemed a bit sad. "Where's the path? What must I go from? If there is no path in this world, what should a traveler in the misty red dust do?" Gu Hongxing just calmly replied, "The path is made by walking. If there is a mountain in front, flatten it. If it is a vast ocean, either fill it or slash it into nothingness." Hearing these words, the other's heart seemed to surge. "But what if I fail? Won't I be crushed by rocks rolling down the mountain, or swallowed by the great sea?" That gaze remained calm, looking straight at the girl in front. "Have you tried yet?" Hearing this question, the other seemed a bit dazed, but a sad face appeared in a flash. "Not yet. It's just that Before words could be finished, he quickly exposed everything. "If you haven't tried, how do you know if you will succeed or fail? If you don't even have the courage to step out, don't waste time discussing failure." Words like these really sobered the girl over there. The other quickly stood up and said, "Sir's words are like sweet dew pouring into my heart, enlightening me. Please accept a bow from me. Sir is truly wise. If you don't mind, I have a quiet room on the 3rd floor of the Wind and Snow Pavilion. Please rest there, sir." Gu Hongxing's face showed no change as he calmly replied, "Thank you. If Master Yu has nothing else to ask, I will take my leave downstairs first." At this moment, just as he went back down, he heard angry cursing. "You smelly beggar, where did you come from?" A young master wearing luxurious clothes shouted angrily, "Do you know how much these clothes of mine are worth?" And little Blackie was currently kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. "Tell me, what should I do?" The arrogant young master looked down from above with disgust. "A smelly beggar like you. Don't know where you crawled into the wind and snow pavilion from, yet you dirted my clothes. Can you afford to pay?" Little Blackie was about to cry, seeming extremely aggrieved. "I'm not a beggar. My money is saved to marry a wife. But at most, I'll pay you." Gu Hongxing walked down from above. Seeing this scene, his eyes gradually turned cold. The young man quickly asked, "Little Blackie, what's wrong?" The other wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and said softly, "I was just sitting here by myself. It was him who carelessly bumped into me and couldn't hold his wine cup steady, spilling it on his own clothes. Yet he said I blocked his way and demanded I pay. I said I would pay." As he spoke, the young boy took out a few small silver coins from his person, cherishing them like treasures. It was just that before he could use them, someone knocked them away. That young master frowned in annoyance and disgust. "With that little money, you can't even buy a corner of this young master's clothes." The young boy, with trembling hands, seemed to want to pick up every coin falling on the ground. "That's all my assets." Tears couldn't be held back and fell. At this moment, Gu Hongxing beside him suddenly spoke, "Little Blackie, stand up. Trust Brother Yun. Don't cry anymore." These words were truly powerful. The young boy, with tears streaming down, obeyed and stood up. "I trust Brother Yun." At this moment, the two beautiful ladies from above also slowly walked down. Miss Su saw the scene in front of her and quickly asked, "Little Wu, what exactly happened?" The person replied awkwardly, "Master Yu, Sister Su, as you two instructed, I prepared a seat for this young master. But the other guests in the hall seemed to object, so I had to put him in this corner. I just didn't expect a conflict with young Master Xiang." The girl over there heard this and shouted in panic, "I told you to treat him well, yet you put this young master in a corner?" At this moment, Yu Menghua walked over from a distance and said, "Sir, please do not be angry. This is because our wind and snow pavilion did not host you well. We are willing to compensate this young master." The young man's eyes looked coldly in that direction. Facing this situation, the girl over there seemed to tremble instinctively. Gu Hongxing didn't continue looking at the other person, but turned his head to ask the man in front, "How much are your clothes worth?" That guy showed a look of disdain and replied, 100 taels of silver. "A poor wretch like you probably hasn't seen that much money in your life, right?" Then, ignoring the surprised looks of those around him, he said seriously, "I'll buy it." The crowd nearby heard these words and started laughing. "You buy it? Can you earn 100 taels of silver in your whole life? You want to buy it? Truly ridiculous. For the sake of Master Yu, I won't bother calculating with you." Laughter rang in the air, but the young boy remained silent, standing there from beginning to end. Gu Hongxing finally continued, "Bring paper, brush, ink, and inkstone." The girl over there heard this and quickly responded yes. Then everything was quickly prepared. The young man held the brush in his hand, seeming to want to do something. His eyes carried an unshakable determination. "Even though I have lost all my cultivation." The brush gently moved on the paper, creating beautiful lines. "But the momentum carved into my soul and bones will never disappear." The scene before them truly amazed everyone present. A simple word sword was written, yet it carried countless undeniable authorities. The power it radiated astonished everyone present endlessly. The crowd couldn't help but start buzzing with discussion. "Oh my God, this is a brush strength that only a great Confucian could possess upon emerging into the world." Every stroke contained an implication revealing a majestic and awe-inspiring sword momentum, capable of suppressing evil and slashing away malicious spirits. Even Miss Yu in the back couldn't believe it. Every stroke had formed a momentum, truly the brushwork of a great Confucian. Great Confucians were known as the peak of the literary Tao in the lands of the 100 Kingdoms. Dynasties not only needed experts of the earth-profound realm to hold the fort, but also the support of a great Confucian to firmly rule the world. Because a single stroke of a great Confucian could contain the power to suppress evil and consolidate the national fate. Just like the current prime minister of the Yuchu kingdom who had stepped into the great Confucian realm. The entire national fate of the Yuchu kingdom had almost been stabilized thanks to that prime minister. The young lady Zhao Shuang, upon seeing that scene, quickly bowed her head. I didn't expect Mr. to be a great Confucian of the current age. Our wind and snow pavilion has not entertained you properly. Please forgive us, Mr. Gu Hongxing stood there without replying, only staring coldly at the man standing over there. The other party felt that killing intent and quickly trembled in fear. He spoke up once again. This calligraphy is worth 1,000 gold. Does anyone want to buy it? An old man standing nearby quickly cried out enthusiastically, Mister, I am willing to pay 1,000 gold. However, very quickly after that, countless people rushed into the bidding war. Mister, I pay 20,000. Mister, I pay 25,000. 2 years ago, the Grand General begged for a stroke from the Prime Minister. Even if one has to use the entire family fortune and owe a huge favor, the ink of a great Confucian that consumes life essence is truly priceless. The young lady at the back said with a faint smile on her lips, Mister, I am willing to pay 100,000 to buy it. If that is not enough, I am ready to gift this entire wind and snow pavilion to you, Mister. As she spoke, the other party gestured towards everything she owned in this luxurious pavilion, a smile of utmost sincerity on her lips. Hearing these words, that person only replied softly, The wind and snow pavilion is useless to me. I don't care much for it. You go get 100 gold first. Understood, mister. After having the money on him, he looked coldly at the terrified youth in front of him. You said your outfit is worth 100 taels of silver. Now, I'm buying it for 100 taels of gold. The youth's eyes carried a coldness that allowed no refusal. Take off your clothes for me. The other party also knew he had provoked someone who shouldn't be trifled with. So he stripped in fear. Yes, mister. Don't be angry. I'll strip. I'll strip right now. The youth took the 100 gold that had been prepared and said softly, Here is 100 gold. The wooden box in his hand was very quickly thrown onto the ground. Pick up all the copper coins on the ground and return them to my brother, not missing a single cent. The other guy, with his naked body, trembled all over, completely unsure of how to react properly. Meanwhile, he stood looking down from above, maintaining a cold demeanor from start to finish that allowed no resistance. For every missing coin, I will take one of your fingers as a replacement. Very quickly, those piles of gold and silver were collected. Young master, hurry and see if anything is missing. If anything is missing, all this gold is yours. It's all yours. Little Blackie held that pile of gold, his body trembling as if he didn't know how to react, Brother Yun. Master Yu at the back quickly directed her gaze towards that young master and shouted, Why haven't you scrammed yet? I'm scramming right now. That person, carrying a look of fear, quickly turned and ran away. Meanwhile, Yu Manhwa at this moment could only bow respectfully and say, Just now, the wind and snow pavilion did not welcome Mr. properly. Please forgive us, mister. He, hearing these words, only replied coldly, No need. It's just that Master Yu's way of managing subordinates still requires a lot more learning. Let's go back. The two of them once again left this place with a path cleared by everyone stepping aside. The two girls over there couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. I didn't expect to inadvertently offend Mr. Yun like this. How can we repair this relationship? The two of them very quickly returned to that small house in the mountains. Brother Yun, how do we handle this money? It's a whole 100 taels of gold. Little Blackie stood there looking at the glittering gold coins on the table, seeming a bit awkward. If the bandits find out we have this much money, they definitely won't leave us alone. Little Blackie, just rest assured, the youth said with a faint smile on his lips. After today, no one in the world will dare to easily offend us anymore. Moreover, there will be countless people automatically bringing money to offer up. This amount of gold is just a light drizzle. That youth replied with a happy smile. All right, I trust Brother Yin. Gu Hingxing seemed a bit satisfied as well. Little Blackie has helped me for so long. Consider this money a small repayment for him. The boy spoke up very excitedly. Tonight, I will go into the village to buy a chicken to eat. The momentum has been successfully created. Next, just wait for those powerful figures to personally offer up the things I need. At this time, the youth's voice still rang evenly in his ears. But more importantly, Brother Yin needs to buy medicine for injuries, and needs to change clothes too. Meanwhile, Gu Hongxing had picked up his own mask, seemingly falling into his own contemplation. My identity is special. If it is exposed, I'm afraid bad people will take advantage of my serious injuries to assassinate me. For now, I'll just use the name Gu when to build the image of a great Confucian hermit in the mortal world. Meanwhile, at a certain luxurious study, a man dressed in black quickly ran in to report to his master. my lord. In one town, a Mr. Yun has appeared who wrote the word sword. According to those present at the scene, after that word appeared, sword chi rampaged, and heaven and earth almost changed color. Hearing the description, that person very quickly realized how precious that calligraphy was. Is it a great Confucian? The emergence of a great Confucian concerns the fate of the nation for 100 years. That old man quickly turned and ran out to the courtyard, shouting, "Why haven't you prepared the horse yet? I must immediately go to the capital to report to His Majesty that a great Confucian has emerged." 2 days later, at their small house, it was now piled high with precious materials. With money, Lil Blackie also quickly bought all the healing medicinal ingredients that could be found. Gu Hongxing poured the solution he had carefully concocted into a small wooden tub. From inside that tub of water, an extremely powerful sword in tin appeared. Now let's see how the effect is. The youth very quickly stepped in to soak himself in that tub. Everywhere seemed to be enveloped by that spiritual energy. 3 hours later, he finally stepped out of there with a healthy body. It seems a lot more spiritual medicine is still needed to completely erase the scars on the body. But the damage to the Dao soul, I'm afraid it will be hard to cure in a short time. He quickly reached out to take the bath towel placed nearby. Several days have passed. Those who need to come have already appeared. At this moment, seeing Little Blackie appear, Gu Hongxing called out, "Little Black, let's go back to the Wind and Snow Pavilion for a trip. Brother Yin, wait for me a bit." The other party, not knowing where he got it from, produced a new set of clothes for him. "Brother Yin, I bought a new set of clothes. Is it beautiful?" Gu Hongxing did not spare a small compliment for him. "You don't look bad either, looking very sharp." The other person scratched his head shyly and said happily, "Thank you, Brother Yun. Keep the rest of the money carefully. In the future, Brother Yun will definitely help you live days of glory and wealth. Let's go. This time we will walk into the Wind and Snow Pavilion Fair and Square." The people present there, upon seeing them appear, gathered around in immense astonishment. The crowd surrounding them was extremely lively. "It's the Mister. That Mister has arrived." Little Blackie, walking behind him, seemed a bit shy being surrounded by so many people. Miss Sue, upon hearing the announcement, quickly appeared and bowed respectfully. Mr. Sewer pays her respects and invites Mister to sit. "Master, you heard that the Mister had arrived and came out from the upper floors." Hearing that, he only nodded gently and replied, "All right." Afterward, the two of them were taken to a table full of luxurious wine and meat. Manhwa also appeared at this place with a gentle and beautiful face. "Mister, you have arrived." At this moment, a series of footsteps rang out from outside, attracting their attention. The large door outside was thrown open. "What is it? Has someone come again?" 2 men with powerful auras very quickly appear at this place. Who are these 2? Their eyes swept coldly across the room once. Very quickly, they noticed the masked youth sitting over there. 2 men with extraordinary auras actually appeared here at the same time. 2 officials of the Imperial Court actually came to the scene at the same time. Has that Mister agitated the Imperial Court? Gu Hongxing saw the girl beside him suddenly turn to leave the place and seemed a bit suspicious. "Who is this Master you?" The 2 of them quickly walked towards this side, smiling friendly on their lips and introducing seriously. "This humble one is the current Grand Preceptor of the Yuchu Kingdom, Che Jianbai. Hearing that a great Confucian of the current age is living in seclusion in Wenhang Town, I asked to meet Mister." The person beside him with a sturdy tan body also smiled and greeted. "My Yuchu Kingdom is fortunate to have a great Confucian of the current age. This general also cannot help but come and take a look." Several people present in the tavern couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Our Yuchu Kingdom, for the sake of Mr. Yun, actually sent 2 great generals, 1 civil and 1 military. The influence of this great Confucian of the current age is truly too terrifying. However, the youth standing there maintained that in different appearance from start to finish. "I'm just a commoner from the countryside. The 2 lords flatter me. If there's something, please just speak frankly." The 2 of them at this moment quickly bowed and spoke. "The Yuchu Kingdom is in a precarious time. We hope Mister can lend the Yuchu Kingdom a hand." Gu Hongxing, hearing these words, only replied gently, "You two, I have no heart to seek power, nor am I willing to be involved in the court. I only want to linger in the mortal world in seclusion. You two should just return." The 2 of them looked at each other, seemingly exchanging some gaze silently. At this moment, that man suddenly spoke up. Mister, if you're not willing to enter the court, then this general cannot force you. It is just that this general has a request, bold enough to ask Mister for a word. Gu Hongxing naturally understood the implication in this sentence clearly. Is this wanting to probe my origins? He also responded very easily. If general who has opened his mouth, then it is not convenient for me to refuse. Very quickly, a small table was prepared with brush and ink served. Mister, please. The teenager sat there, holding the brush, and asked softly, Sir, what character do you wish to seek? Nation. As soon as that word was spoken, even the grand preceptor beside him was astonished. The general's expression changed, seeming to have his own calculations. I only seek this character, hoping Sir can fulfill this wish. The grand preceptor knew, well, how much meaning a single character nation held. It could suppress the national destiny, protect the imperial dynasty's peace in a region, and look down upon the world. Great scholars who could condense the momentum of heaven and earth into a character nation were few and far between. Gu Hongxing heard that request and only asked softly, Does general who know the meaning of the character you seek? The other person smiled faintly, seeming to have everything in the palm of his hand, and replied, This general is just a boorish man and does not know the deep meaning of this character. I still ask her to explain clearly. He sat there and replied coldly, A character nation contains everything, holding 10,000 years. The understanding and perception of this character in the hearts of great scholars are not the same, so the achievement it encompasses is also different. Therefore, I want to ask General Hu, what exactly is the nation character you seek in your heart? These words truly put the man in a difficult position. Then please, sir, write out a nation character of the Yu-Chu kingdom. A stroke was quickly placed down on the white paper over there. The two men present felt the aura radiating out, seeming somewhat astonished and carrying immense fear. The character nation was quickly written out with an incredibly powerful momentum. Each of its strokes carried countless implications and undeniable vigor. Both looked towards the teenager, sitting there with dazed and unbelieving eyes. This is, at this moment from the high sky, a powerful light of heaven and earth even radiated down, illuminating everything. This is transforming the momentum of heaven and earth into national destiny. The two of them smiled incredibly excitedly, looking in that direction. I can feel it. The national destiny of the Yu-Chu kingdom seems to be strengthening. The other person also happily continued. Strengthening national destiny means that for many years to come, the Yu-Chu kingdom will have favorable weather and produce countless pillars of the state. They quickly knelt on the ground, speaking respectfully. Sir has astonishing talent. This lowly general's actions just now were no different from a petty person judging a gentleman. Please do not take it to heart, sir. The people present were completely astonished and could not believe it. Did I see that correctly? They all gaped at the scene in surprise. The great general actually knelt down? They quickly turned towards the man and spoke up. We beg, sir. Sir has the ability to stabilize the nation. For the prosperity of the world, we still pray Sir can come out of seclusion. However, the response to them was only a cold statement. You do not need to be like this. Please return. This calligraphy is gifted to you. As for the remuneration, wait until I think of it later, and I will come find you myself. Now, please make way. I must return to rest. The two of them once again turned their backs and left this place with an arrogant manner that no one dared to stop. A few days later, he was invited to this luxurious and splendid pavilion again. Miss Sue stood there waiting, smiling happily. Boss Yu in the elegant room on the 3rd floor has been waiting for a long time. Please come in, sir. As soon as he arrived, he saw that beautiful young woman waiting. The other person sat at the table, carefully pouring herself a cup of wine, and spoke. This is the best wine in my wind and snow pavilion. Sir, try it. See if it suits your taste. While speaking, she brought a cup over. Gu Hongxing accepted it and carefully brought it to his mouth. It is indeed good wine. Then, with a voice carrying a hint of coldness, he raised his head and asked, Do you know why I came here this time? The other person's voice still rang in his ears. That day, I passed by the wind and snow pavilion and saw a red couplet you wrote. The brushstrokes on it revealed an intent of imperial nobility. A few days ago, the civil and military officials from the palace came, and you suddenly disappeared You must have been afraid that people from the palace would recognize you, so you did not want to admit it. If I guess correctly, you probably come from a capital, and surely your status is not ordinary, right? Hearing those exposing words, the beautiful woman quickly knelt on the ground and said miserably, "Sir is not wrong. I agree to pay any price, only begging to receive Sir's help." Gu Hongxing sat there, his face remaining calm, and replied, "You stand up first. I came today wanting to know what exactly you are after." The person then slowly stood up, taking a deep breath as if to regain her courage. Then, with an incredibly serious face, she said, "I am originally the eldest princess of the Yu Chu kingdom, named Manhwa." This seemed to be beyond what he had imagined, so the teenager felt a bit of astonishment in his heart. She is actually the eldest princess. The other person's narration continued. "My childhood was very beautiful and warm, although Imperial Father was busy with court affairs. But occasionally he would come to be with me. But my Yuchu kingdom is just a low-level imperial dynasty. Border warfare is ceaseless, and reports of great defeat are frequently transmitted. Until one day, an envoy from a medium-level imperial dynasty, the Ruli kingdom, came spreading rumors that they could protect my Yu Chu kingdom in peace, provided that my Yu Chu kingdom pays tribute every year, and I marry the crown prince of the Ruli kingdom." When going through those events, the immature face of a young girl from back then gradually became more resilient and strong. As the eldest princess, I already knew my destiny well. That day, I wore the golden phoenix robe, having prepared myself in my heart. The Ruli kingdom sent a squad of elite soldiers to receive the bride. At the moment my imperial father was seeing me off, the receiving general suddenly drew his blade. He killed my imperial father in a pool of blood. All of this was just a conspiracy of that medium-level imperial dynasty. That day, the imperial palace was soaked in fresh blood everywhere, corpses piled up, lying in disorder. Imperial father and mother empress both died. How I wished I had also died on that day. But I had to continue living for revenge. Under the desperate protection of the ministers and soldiers, I left the imperial capital. In the end, only I and a small attendant made remain. From then on, I could only rely on the gold and silver I brought to open this wind and snow pavilion. Just like that, 10 years have passed in a flash. I have always been developing forces in the dark, contacting loyal officials, hoping that one day I can return to the imperial capital. But I know that with my ability, there is absolutely no hope for revenge. I am bewildered, I am panicked, not wanting those who follow me to die in vain. But after meeting Sir, I feel that everything still has hope. If I can have Sir's help, I believe everything will definitely succeed. The teenager held the small wine cup in his hand and asked softly, "Who holds power in the Yu Chu kingdom now?" "That is the child born of my imperial father's concubine, Yu Huaza. Except for the two of us, all imperial bloodlines were wiped out. That year he was only 15 years old. He was targeted by the enemy and turned into a puppet." Gu Hingxing sat in front of her and asked softly, "Can you tell me what your true thoughts are?" A question like this made the girl over there a bit dazed. My true thoughts? The other person seemed to fall in a deep thought for a moment. Then she replied incredibly arrogantly, "I want to abolish the imperial throne, rule over the world, raise the soldiers of the world. Blood debts must be paid in blood." And he naturally understood clearly what the other person just said. She wanted to become the first empress of the land of the 100 nations. No wonder she said she was very bewildered, saying there was no road ahead. The face behind the mask of the man curled up into a faint smile. The rise and fall of the world have always lain in the hands of men. Before this, it was never women who ruled. This is not only difficult to tread, but truly full of countless dangers and challenges. Thinking of these things, the young woman could not help but clutch her stomach and laugh out loud happily. Then she quickly took the wine cup in her hand and slammed it down on the table. Gu Hongxing smiled, looking in that direction, while said, "Rule over the world." Do you know that if these words are transmitted to the ears of others, or rumored outside, what kind of great storm it will lead to? The hands of the princess gradually clenched into fists. I know. I have thought about it for a very long time. Blood debts must definitely be paid in blood. Seize back the Jiangshan of my Yu family. If I do not succeed, I will die trying. I want to prove to the people of the world that women can also rule the country and pacify the world. Another cup of wine was poured out very quickly. I'm actually very interested in such a challenging matter. I can help you, but the condition is that you need not ask about the things I do, and you must disregard everything to search for the items I need. Can these these things be done?" The teenager spoke while pushing the wine cup forward. Hearing these sentences, the other person replied incredibly seriously, "Sir, rest assured, Manhwa will definitely do her utmost to fulfill what Sir said. If there is a mountain ahead, level it. If there is a sea, fill it up." The decisive wine cup was quickly drunk. Good. The aura on that body gradually spread everywhere into space with an arrogant smile. "Since you have the heart, I will help you rule over the world. What does it matter? If anyone stands in the way, just level and destroy them. There is nothing to fear." After that conversation, he spent a small amount of time walking alone in this bustling town. "Now I can search for more spirit herbs and healing medicines through Yu Menghwa's forces. More importantly, this Yu Menghwa's ambition is very interesting. Helping a female emperor ascend to the throne and rule over the world is truly not a bad choice." A small leaf in the air was completely sliced in half in the blink of an eye. The teenager could unleash a move that completely slashed away everything in a flash. These swift actions also caught the eye of little Blackie behind him. The boy over there could not help but blush and cry out a few words in his heart. So cool. Gu Hongxing held the small stick in his hand, calculating silently in his heart. The spirit herbs boss you gifted are indeed effective. The blood congestion in the body has receded a bit. The stick over there fell down in a flash. The teenager could now completely control himself, but the injured soul would be hard to recover without top-grade medicinal ingredients or an unexpected heavenly encounter. Gu Hongxing stood there and slowly spoke. "Since you have arrived, then come in." Yu Menghwa did not know when she had appeared from that side. She walked over slowly and spoke softly. "Sir, the current situation of Yuchu Kingdom is becoming less and less optimistic. Manhwa wants to enter the capital to fulfill the wish in her heart, hoping Sir can go along to help." He stood there and spoke again. "Since you have decided, let's set off. Little Blackie, come with us." The boy beside him seemed a bit panicked upon hearing those words. The youth carried a bit of awkwardness. He quickly shook his head a few times and replied, "Brother Yun, I can't go with you right now. The uncles and aunties in the village treat me very well. I can't bear to leave them. I will wait here, wait for Brother Yun to finish your business. As long as you don't despise me, I will follow Brother Yun then." Gu Hongxing naturally did not want to force the boy opposite him, so he spoke softly. "All right, when the time comes, Brother Yun will definitely come pick you up. I've left a letter for you. After I leave, you can open it and take a look." The boy looked at the figures of the two leaving, his heart seeming to surge with emotion. He very quickly found the letter the young man left behind. "Little Blackie, wait for Brother Yun to handle the matters at hand, and I will return to visit you, because you are Brother Yun's brother and lifesaver. Under the pillow, I left some gold and silver and a book. Keep the gold and silver for yourself to use. Don't save it, spend it. If you have difficulties, you could go straight to the Wind and Snow Pavilion in town. Brother Yun has arranged everything, rest assured." The boy's tears couldn't help but fall. That book contains some pharmacological knowledge and chi guiding techniques Brother Yun handwrote over these 2 months. "I hope the next time Brother Yun comes, you will already be a qualified medicine master." The boy's gaze looked straight ahead, seeming extremely reluctant to part. They didn't know when they would meet again. This parting might not have a set date for reunion. "Little Blackie, take care of your health, do not worry." After that, they traveled for a short time to reach the capital of Yuchu Kingdom. The carriage very quickly stopped in front of the large gate. From inside the carriage appeared the beautiful figure of Yu Menghwa, carefully observing everywhere. She glanced around, sighing in her heart, "Capital, I have returned." That carriage stopped in the blink of an eye. Then the figures of the two of them quickly appeared at this place. This courtyard was located in a secluded place, guarded very strictly. Gu Hongxing looked around, evaluating in his heart. It seems this Yu Menghwa has been operating for a long time. She has long prepared everything properly. Both of their footsteps quickly went inside. At this moment, a group of officials and generals were already waiting there. "Greetings, Princess." Yu Menghwa walked towards them and quickly introduced each person. "Sir, this is Chao Guiyong, Vice Commander of the Capital Imperial Guard, holding the rank of Principal 3rd Grade. He is a Vice Minister under the Ministry of Rights, in charge of some affairs in the palace. He is a Lieutenant General under Ding Bu, guarding the southern street of the capital." After everyone had been introduced, they used curious eyes to look at Gu Hongxing standing there. "Princess, this person is?" The eyes of the veteran officials also stared in this direction, seeming extremely wary. The princess beside him quickly spoke up to stop this situation. "Sir is the great scholar who lived in seclusion in Wenxing Town. Gentlemen, do not be rude." These words, once spoken, truly astonished everyone present. They looked over there with blank eyes. What? That great scholar is not an ordinary person. The character sword and the character nation he wrote are both kingdom-guarding treasures. A great scholar of the current age has actually been invited by the princess to assist. This is truly the best thing in the world. The man over there quickly bowed his head and knelt respectfully. They then knelt down on the ground with extreme reverence. This official greets, sir. I did not know sir was noble. Please forgive my rudeness. This general greets, sir. Manhwa stood there and spoke again. Sir, it is currently the end of the year. According to the customs of Chu Kingdom, the grand sacrifice to heaven will be held in 10 days. Civil and military officials and the great families of the capital will all be present at the ceremony. For years, the deployment of heavy troops for the grand sacrifice to heaven has been handed over to the Imperial Guard, and Manhwa has been here for 10 years, having arranged nearly 1,000 elite soldiers within the Imperial Guard. General Chao Guiyong commands them. Moreover, in recent years, there have been many officials contacting Manhwa. When the time comes, we only need to act during the grand sacrifice to heaven in 10 days. We can certainly coordinate from inside and outside to achieve success. Gu Hongxing stood there and said calmly, if the grand sacrifice to heaven of Chu Kingdom is the most important of the important, that day there will definitely be a large number of elite soldiers and strong generals guarding it. Nearly 1,000 elite soldiers will find it hard to accomplish great things. The voice of the others rang out again. Sir, Yin City, 50 miles west of the capital, contains nearly 10,000 troops guarding it, all of whom can be mobilized at any time. It only takes half a day for the army to catch up. Half a day. These words caught Gu Hongxing's attention. The other party continued speaking. A half-day march will definitely be detected by the capital first. By then, the Chu Kingdom capital will have long been well guarded, making it completely impossible to enter the capital. How can they provide support during the sacrificial ceremony? These words made the officials seem a bit dazed, not knowing what to do. Gu Hongxing also fell into thought at this time. The military official over there continued. Currently, time is urgent. There are only 10 days left until the grand sacrifice to heaven. Today we must make a decision. The young man over there thought for a moment and said, you all go out first. I have some viewpoints I want to discuss privately with the princess. Several of them quickly bowed their heads and left this place one after another. Yes, sir. The door outside quickly closed. The young man quietly looked at the girl appearing behind him. Gu Hongxing walked past her and spoke. Let's go into the room and talk. Be careful that walls have ears. The girl over there observed carefully and replied, understood. He spoke again. Eldest princess, you know this plan has 100 loopholes, right? The face of the young woman over there seemed to fall into deep thought. However, the other party very quickly replied honestly, yes, but time waits for no one. Manhwa can only trust, sir. 10 years ago, I had decided to marry into Ruli Kingdom to quell the border war. But who knew it was all just a trap? When I watched helplessly as my imperial father and imperial mother died, but I had no strength, I made up my mind to possess a powerful force. The man in front heard these sentences and asked softly, so you want to rule the world? The other person quickly bowed her head and replied, yes, I hope sir can assist me. Gu Hongxing replied softly, since I have agreed, I naturally will not go back on my word. The young man replied softly, the first step is to eliminate and drive out the enemy traitors hiding within Chu. The woman behind heard these sentences and bowed her head, replying, please clarify, sir. Hearing this, the other person sighed. Then the other party quickly turned his head and replied, according to your impression and investigation, what kind of people are the current prime minister and great general? The girl over there thought for a moment and then replied, Prime Minister Fu Chung is the only great scholar of Chu Kingdom, holding the management of the general situation of the court in the world. 20 years ago, when he took office, he was extremely loved by the common people. As for great General Hu Qianwen, he is the commander-in-chief of the Chu Kingdom's army, holding half of the imperial dynasty's military power in his hands. However, for these 10 years, this position of great general has not been easy to hold. I heard he is frequently assassinated. This information seemed to make him pay a bit of attention. Hu Qianwen also has such hidden circumstances? Truly interesting. Immediately after, he very quickly went to the great general's manor of Chu Kingdom. The soldiers, seeing the person appear, immediately shouted angrily, Who are you? Retreat immediately. Gu Hongxing stood there, his expression unchanging, and only replied softly, "Go report that an old friend has come to seek an audience with the general." Hearing this sentence, the other party revealed a look of doubt in his eyes. "Old friend? Is there any proof?" The young man maintained his calm appearance and conveyed these words, "The nation of Yuchu Kingdom. I believe the general will be willing to meet." A sentence like this really made it hard for people to understand clearly. The nation of Yuchu Kingdom? After that, he was very quickly invited into the study of the great general's manner. Hu Qianwen saw the person appear, and a happy smile immediately bloomed on his lips. "It really is, sir. This general greets, sir." A teapot nearby was very quickly poured out. The man took it and gently placed it in front of him. This is the deepest part of the general's manner. Absolutely no one could sneak in. "Sir, if you have something to say, please speak directly." Gu Hongxing took the teacup and brought it close to his mouth. The general's manner is indeed guarded extremely strictly. "Haven't seen you for a few months. Is the general still well?" The other person had a faint smile on his lips and replied somewhat awkwardly, "Since hearing the news that Sir left Wenxing Town, this general has always been searching for your tracks. I didn't expect Sir to appear in the capital. It really surprised this general." He heard those words and replied softly, "General, I want to find you today to ask about some matters. In these 10 years, you have experienced quite a few assassinations, right?" Hearing this sentence, the other person revealed a very clear look of astonishment on his face. "This matter is indeed so. How did Sir know?" Gu Hongxing's voice still carried a bit of calmness. "You hold half the military power in the country. You're constantly assassinated. I guess the person behind it must be Ruli Kingdom." Hearing this sentence, the other person just slowly turned his head and sighed. "To keep the world as the world of Yuchu Kingdom, there are some things that must be done. Although full of danger, I cannot help but persevere." Hearing those words, he only asked softly, "You persevered, but have you succeeded yet?" "General, you have always been secretly protecting the country, but have you ever thought about cooperating?" Those words astonished Hu Qianwen endlessly. "Cooperate? Sir means..." Before the other party could finish speaking, the young man in front continued, 10 days later is the grand sacrifice to heaven of Yuchu Kingdom. When that time comes, whether the situation of Yuchu Kingdom can be turned around or not depends entirely on your actions." Hu Qianwen, having fought on the battlefield for many years, naturally understood the implication in that sentence. The man quickly bowed respectfully, knelt on the ground, and spoke, "As long as you are willing to act, sir, our Yuchu Kingdom surely has a chance of salvation. This subordinate is willing to follow your instructions with all my might, without hesitation." Gu Hongxing raised the teacup in his hand again and continued, "General, you need to gather the loyal officials and form a single rope within 10 days. At the same time, arrange for the safety of their families so they have no worries. Additionally, within these 10 days, the general needs to deploy forces at key points in the capital, especially the area of the grand sacrifice to heaven ceremony." These words immediately astonished the other person endlessly. However, the other party quickly regained his composure and replied seriously, "A true man does what he must and refrains from what he must not. If one abandons even their own beliefs, then what meaning is left in existing in this world?" Gu Hongxing did not say more, but turned and left the place. "Good, then I will await the general's arrangements. Time is running out. I hope you can arrange things properly. No need to see me off." The other person looked at the retreating figure, seemingly deep in thought. However, he quickly made his decision and immediately called for someone to execute it, men. At this moment, something also happened at the Prime Minister's manor. The Prime Minister of Yuchu Kingdom, Fu Cheng, also appeared there with a serious face. "Welcome back to the manor, Lord Prime Minister." Just as he stepped inside, he saw a strange box placed on the table. He slowly walked towards it, deep suspicion rising in his heart. What box is this? To be able to evade the Prime Minister's manor guards and sneak into the study, it must be a martial artist of the late spirit profound realm or higher. This old man really wants to see who is playing this mysterious game. Inside, there was actually a small piece of paper written neatly, a small gift, not worth mentioning, to show respect. Seeing this sentence, a happy smile appeared on his lips. This old man has acted all his life without ever caring about such gifts. Wanting to make this old man a favor is truly ridiculous to the extreme. However, as soon as he opened it, the shimmering light radiating from within truly made him unable to help but be utterly stunned. This is The old eyes of that statesman looked down, seemingly in disbelief. It seems this old man has no choice but to accept this favor. A few days later, the sound of drums resounded everywhere in the capital. Everyone in every household rejoiced in that happy scene. On the day of the grand sacrifice to heaven ceremony, countless civil and military officials gathered at the capital square. The young king stood there, waved his hand a few times, and quickly ordered, "Sacrifice to heaven." At this moment, a figure in white clothes, unbeknownst to anyone, slowly walked towards this place. Gu Hengxing appeared there with the familiar mask and suddenly spoke, "It is time to officially take this first step." Those on the side of the young emperor seem to have not yet realized the true conspiracy of today. Invite the prime minister, gather the forces of heaven and earth to convey to the heavens. That man quickly bowed respectfully in this direction. This subject obeys the decree. He then reached out to touch the prepared brush. His steps were incredibly firm as he slowly walked up to the tall, sacrificial altar over there. The man with a dignified appearance faced the strong wind blowing, as if wanting to blow his body away. Those old eyes carried a look of determination, full of vigor. He held the brush in his hand, ready to write what he wanted. In the blink of an eye, a powerful character appeared. "Heaven bless Yu Chu Kingdom. May it exist for eternity. Heaven bless Yu Chu Kingdom. May it exist for eternity." Countless repetitions of those words were conducted. The man in the black cloak standing behind the emperor seemed extremely satisfied with what had just happened. He could not help but show a faint smile on his lips. At this moment, the sound of footsteps of a group of people slowly appeared. Leading the group was the eldest princess, with Gu Hengxing walking in front. As soon as they saw the people appearing, they were stunned and could not quite understand. What is this? Who are those strange people? Are the surrounding imperial guards just letting others barge in like that? He looked at them and shouted in anger. How bold! Who dares to come here? Daring to barge into the imperial palace of our Yu Chu kingdom. According to the law, you must be beheaded without mercy. The young woman stood there under the veil and asked in a cold voice, "The imperial palace? Dare I ask, does this palace currently belong to Yu Chu kingdom or Ruli kingdom?" The hat covering her face was quickly pulled down. 10 years have passed in a hurry. Yu Huaza, you have finally grown up. But now, are you the crown prince of our Yu Chu kingdom or just a pawn in the hands of Ruli kingdom? The young king high above saw the person who just appeared, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You are." Finally, he trembled and called out, "You are imperial sister?" Even the ministers standing nearby could not believe their eyes when they saw the person appearing. She is the eldest princess. The eldest princess has returned. Why has it been 10 years? And only now does the eldest princess return. The princess has truly returned. Today is the day of the grand sacrifice to heaven ceremony. Yet the eldest princess suddenly leads people to barge in here. What does she intend to do? The girl over there ignored those murmurs and spoke loudly. "Dare I ask the civil and military officials of the court, is there anyone here who is currently a subject of our Yu Chu kingdom?" The king high above, hearing these words, seemed a bit panicked in his heart. "Imperial sister, you have gone too far. Men, quickly take the eldest princess who has been lost for so many years back to the palace. We will deal with this after the ceremony ends." In his heart, he understood that the current situation could still be salvaged if he acted in time. "Imperial sister, you do not understand the strength of the enemy. I can only capture you to protect you first." At this moment, in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by countless soldiers. Suddenly, the Grand Preceptor, standing in the distance, spoke up. "Wait, Your Highness, the eldest princess has been missing for 10 years and has had a hard time returning. How can we treat her with drawn swords like this?" He looked down from above and said, "Princess, may I ask if you have visited Minister Fu's manor?" Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and she quickly gestured towards Gu Hengxing standing behind her to introduce him. "Minister Fu, are you satisfied with the gift I sent? That calligraphy was written by this sir." He quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Is the sir the great scholar living in seclusion in Wenxing town?" Gu Hengxing, maintaining that profound appearance from beginning to end, gently nodded. Hearing these words, the person over there bowed even lower. This junior has little learning. Fu Chang pays respects to the sir. The young man standing there only replied softly, I am merely the one holding the brush. If you want to give thanks, you must thank her. This was given to you by her and has nothing to do with me. Hearing those words, Fu Cheng quickly continued, Princess, thank you for the gift. Now is not the time to discuss this. Why don't you enter the palace and wait first? After the sacrifice to heaven ceremony ends, this official will treat you to a grand banquet. How about that? However, Yu Minghua's plan for today was naturally not that simple. Minister Fu, I came here today precisely to root out the internal traitors and revitalize the national prestige of our Yuchu kingdom. The beautiful young woman cast her eyes towards a man in the black cloak who had been standing there from the beginning. You're the one sent by Ruli Kingdom to control our Yuchu kingdom, aren't you? Hearing this sentence, an arrogant smile appeared on his lips. The eldest princess of Yuchu Kingdom, lost for 10 years, is unexpectedly still alive. This is truly beyond expectations. But everyone present here is my person. What do you have to fight me with? As he spoke, an arrogant smile appeared on his lips as he looked down. He was currently at the mid-stage of the Earth Profound Realm. The beautiful princess loudly replied with certainty, as long as Ruli Kingdom is not destroyed, how can my heart be at peace? General Hu, capture the traitor. Hu Qianwen grasped his weapon, ready to join the battle at any time. Princess, Hu Qianwen obeys the order. Hearing that sentence, the other person shouted in anger. How bold! Hu Qianwen, do you want a rebel? However, even though things had gone beyond control, the smile on that person's lips remained calm. He believed that there was no way he could lose in a battle like this. Where is the commander of the Imperial Guard? Except for that, sir. Kill them all immediately. A bald man with a large scar on the left quickly appeared. Commander of the Imperial Guard Hai Yangshu obeys the order. At this moment, another person was also standing there waiting. Generala, you are a general of Ruli Kingdom, yet you have guarded the imperial palace of our Yuchu Kingdom for 10 years. Dare you fight a decisive battle with me? The one who just spoke was the vice commander of the Imperial Guard, Chao Guiyong, standing there fearlessly and speaking up. Hearing this, the other guy laughed uproariously as if he had just heard a joke. Haha. If it weren't for the king of Ruli Kingdom wanting to slowly annex Yuchu Kingdom, your Yuchu Kingdom would have ceased to exist 10 years ago. And you still ask if I dare to fight? The eyes of the princess below gradually became filled with anger and indignation. You truly deserve to die. However, they naturally would not let her off. Eldest princess, look at His Highness the Prince. He has now wisely become a person of Ruli Kingdom. Because Ruli Kingdom can let him live and can also make him die. That black-cloaked figure floated in the air in the blink of an eye. There were even countless black lights surrounding his body. The current Yuchu Kingdom is just a soulless corpse. What can you achieve by struggling like this? You really overestimate yourselves. At this moment, Gu Hongxing's body was radiating murderous aura. Seeing him, that man spoke with a bit of politeness and cheerfulness. Sir, this matter is between Ruli Kingdom and Yuchu Kingdom. Please do not interfere. When this is over, Ruli Kingdom will treat you with a grand ceremony. Standing there, Gu Hongxing heard these words and only muttered softly, treat me with a grand ceremony? Are you even worthy? These words were spoken with countless amounts of disdain and disgust, extremely clear. The man over there did not expect to be rejected so easily. He gritted his teeth in anger. He once again spoke loudly. Sir, you are a noble great scholar, but despising and insulting the majesty of our Ruli Kingdom is not a smart move. The young man standing there still replied coldly with a look of disgust. So what if I despise and insult your Ruli Kingdom? Seeing this attitude, that man became extremely furious. The killing intent radiating from his body became increasingly dense. Down below, Yu Manhwa seemed to realize the situation was extremely dangerous. This person was the guarding expert sent by the Ruli Kingdom, with cultivation reaching the mid-stage of the Earth Profound Realm, while the strongest expert of her Yuchu Kingdom was only at the initial stage of the Earth Profound Realm. Things having reached this point, she absolutely could not waver anymore. She quickly shouted to signal those around her. General Hu, General Chao, take action and destroy the enemy. With powerful auras, the two of them were quickly ready to enter the battle. Initial Earth Profound Realm. Facing another Earth Profound expert truly struck fear into people's hearts. They quickly rushed forward to attack, kill. Their target this time was the general clad in iron armor standing over there. At this moment, the others were also ready to rush straight into battle. Hu Qianwen held the command token in his hand and shouted, "All troops listen to the order. Wear red scarves to avoid injuring our own brothers. Destroy the enemy. Protect the mountains and rivers." In the blink of an eye, a powerful beam of light shot straight up into the high sky over there. The whole group charged forward, gripping their weapons tightly with strong determination in their hearts. Kill! They did not waver, ready to destroy everything blocking their path. The battle of the two generals gradually reached its climax. Today, even if we die, we must drive out you invaders. For 10 years, the entire Yuchu kingdom has sunk into darkness. Many people from the Ruli kingdom came to Yuchu's territory to cause trouble, acting arbitrarily, bullying the common people, raping and looting, adding countless taxes on the people. Countless commoners were taken to Ruli kingdom as slaves, the people suffering in misery. If not for considering the big picture, we loyal soldiers would have taken action long ago. Even death would not matter. That general shouted towards the towering palace. "Where is the Hu family army? Although I only have initial Earth profound realm cultivation, over the years I have cultivated an elite army of 100 men. Relying on this killing military formation, we can definitely withstand this black-robed man of the mid-Earth profound realm." They quickly gathered at that spot. "The Hu family army is here, following the general's orders." Manhwa looked at the person beside her and spoke. "Great general, we are relying on you. The black-robed man has profound cultivation. But if we want to end all this, we can only resolve him." The man over there quickly shouted, "Deploy the military formation. Kill the invaders." The soldiers beside him quickly stepped into their positions, holding weapons in their hands, ready to attack at any moment. Countless powerful beams of light radiated from their bodies, aiming straight at the black cloak flying high above. However, seeing this scene, a mocking smile bloomed on the opponent's lips as he spoke. "Want to use these ants to make up for the gap between us? Hu Qianwen, you are daydreaming too much. Back then, I invited you many times to join my Ruli kingdom, but you stubbornly refused to listen. If I hadn't worried that your death would cause instability in the army's morale, I would have personally suppressed you long ago." The man on the other side completely ignored those words and quickly unleashed his move. Kill. A powerful attack was launched, seemingly wanting to blow away everything in its path. Great General, who held his weapon firmly in one hand, looking straight ahead. "Actually, even if Sir hadn't come to find me that day, I would have definitely taken action today." A pillar of powerful light descended from the sky, truly capable of blowing everything away. The man stood there gripping his sword tightly, striking powerfully towards the ground. "Because I am the great general of the Yuchu kingdom, how can I hand over the dignity and lives of the myriad living beings of the imperial dynasty to the enemy?" As he spoke these words, the man's eyes gradually became more determined. "Attack, drive out the invaders, and protect the mountains and rivers. Kill." A fiery, bloody battle erupted once again. Drive out the invaders. At the imperial palace of the former dynasty, the battle here was extremely fierce and violent. The two of them at the center of the battle had not yet begun to participate. The eldest princess stood there with a cold face, glancing around. Gu Hingxing stood beside her and suddenly asked softly, "Are you afraid?" The other person replied with an extremely serious voice, "Not afraid." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He seemed extremely satisfied with that answer and spoke again, "Then feel it with all your might. The things you will have to experience on the path in the future will be even harder than today." The battle between the man in black and Great General, who was still going on extremely fiercely. However, it was clear that the black-clothed man was truly extremely formidable. The advantage at this moment belonged to him. That man looked back with a look of disgust. "You Huaza, you are an initial Earth profound realm cultivator, right? Immediately take action and destroy these people." The once high and mighty prince was now extremely terrified by the scenes he was witnessing. The other party looked at the two men fighting in the distance. "We have no other choice. We can only join the battle and follow our decision." The great general over there saw this scene, gritted his teeth, and cried out inwardly that it was bad. It's over, I can't avoid it. In the blink of an eye, a powerful blow was unleashed, easily knocking the opponent far away. The other man could not defend in time, and could only resign himself to his fate. General Chao lay on the ground, his body completely injured, extremely exhausted. Seeing this scene, Manhwa's face changed color. General Chao. The general facing his bald opponent smiled happily. Relying just on your meager strength, you still want to resist? Stop dreaming in broad daylight. And the battle on Hu Qianwen's side was not easy either. The light from those hands struck out in the blink of an eye. Ignoring their struggles, that group of people smiled happily and said, "You will never be able to win. Your battle isn't bad, but compared to my power, it's still far off. A tiny low-level imperial dynasty. Those who intend to resist have only one result, death. Die under my fist." General Hu faced this scene, gritting his teeth, seemingly not knowing how to react. At this moment, a human voice suddenly rang out from the side. "You want him to die. Have you asked for my opinion yet?" Gu Hongxing, after observing for a long time, finally took action and joined the battle. The princess beside him seemed extremely surprised by these events, and the Black Cloak boss over there also seemed to realize the current situation was not good for him. The young man completely ignored them and quickly activated his own power. Seal. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant golden talisman appeared, illuminating everywhere. The light it emitted made everyone present on the battlefield fall to their knees. This powerful pressure astonished everyone there endlessly. The young emperor over there, with a bewildered face, could not believe it at all. What? Such immense power made everyone present there incredibly panic-stricken. What is that? As soon as that talisman flew into the air, it radiated an immense amount of power. What is that? Seal talisman. Why is my cultivation suppressed? That man lay on the ground, his face bewildered, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. Even a black-cloaked man over there trembled all over as he struggled to stand up. Could it be that just one character can seal my entire cultivation? They looked up with bewildered eyes at the young man hovering in the air over there. Who exactly is he? An ordinary Confucian scholar absolutely cannot achieve this level. Hu Qianwen on the side, seeing the time had come, grabbed his weapon and quickly rushed forward. This is a good opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the man's body was completely pierced through. That guy exploded in an instant without any chance to resist. The opponent lay on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. If not for that character seal, I truly hate this so much. That guy died with his eyes wide open at the very end, completely unwilling to accept this fate. And Great General, who also quickly landed at this time. Did we win? Did we really win? Gu Hongxing saw their bewildered appearance and quickly reminded them. They have lost all their cultivation. Come on, capture them. What are you hesitating for? Hu Qianwen reacted very quickly and said loudly, "Yes, sir." He quickly stepped onto the high city wall and shouted a few times. "Everyone stop. The leader is dead. Why don't you surrender? We are all people of the Yu Chu kingdom. Why must we slaughter each other like this? We have won today. Everyone stop for me." Hearing those words, the crowd below smiled excitedly and shouted a few sentences. "We won. We won. Long live Yu Chu kingdom." At this moment, Gu Hongxing also easily retrieved the talisman into his hand. They looked towards there, constantly exclaiming in their hearts. "Thought we were about to lose. Didn't expect Sir to take action." As expected, Sir is a great scholar. As soon as he took action, he turned the tide immediately. At this moment, Manhwa slowly walked over there, a faint smile on her lips. "Sir, may I ask what talisman that was just now?" Gu Hongxing replied softly, "It's just a small trick." The character Seal, talisman, gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, collects the chi of all things, can suppress evil and banish demons, and seal the profound energy of the enemy. The girl in front of him seemed a bit speechless hearing those sentences. Just a small trick, yet can suppress a martial artist in the mid-stage of the Earth Profound realm. At this moment, inside the Grand Hall of the Yu Chu Kingdom's Imperial Palace, the eldest princess of that day had now stepped up to the highest position of the supreme place in this land. Since 10 years ago, the Ruli Kingdom, in the name of the marriage alliance, bathed our Yu Chu Imperial Palace in blood, harmed our Yu Chu people, and constantly trampled on the national prestige of our Yu Chu kingdom. Today, with the help of Sir and everyone, we have destroyed the enemy that has run rampant for 10 years. In the court, many people surrendered to Ru Li and became spies. Today, I will settle everything at once and restore the prestige of my dynasty. A man among the courtiers below suddenly spoke with a cunning look on his face. Eldest princess, you have been missing for 10 years, and your current situation is unclear. Please handle this with caution. Other voices also rang out continuously. Princess, this subordinate believes that for now, His Highness should handle this matter. After all, His Highness is the crown prince of the Yosua kingdom. That's right, that's right. Manhwa looked down from above and shouted with a commanding presence, "Enough, all of you, shut your mouths for me." The girl's eyes gradually turned cold and vicious. Today, those who deserve to be killed, those who deserve to be imprisoned, none will escape. These words immediately caused immense panic in the hearts of the courtiers below. General Hu, cut down anyone who dares to speak insolently. Hu Qianwen, at the side, gripped his sword tightly, ready to act at any moment. Yes, princess, this general obeys your command. Then, very quickly, countless exposures were brought forth. Lord Xie, for the past 10 years, you have plundered the people's wealth and offered it all to the Ruli kingdom. Do you really think that while I was wandering outside, I knew nothing? The princess's imposing aura did not diminish in the slightest. Men, drag Lord Xie to the grand prison, confiscate all his family's assets. Upon hearing the judgment passed upon him, the man's tears streamed down, his whole body trembling as he shouted helplessly, "What do you think you're doing? This official is a third-rank court official who has made great contributions to the Yosua kingdom. How dare you?" However, from beginning to end, no one paid any attention to those angry cries. Manhwa, you are not qualified to interrogate this official. Her gaze once again turned towards the crowd standing below. Lord Yu, for the past 10 years, you have tyrannized our people and handed over countless young women to the Ruli kingdom to suffer. Now is the time to pay the price. The man below bowed his head, trembling with fear. The man quickly knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "This guilty servant is willing to accept punishment. I only beg the princess to spare my old and young family members. Thank you, princess. Thank you, princess." After that, countless other high-ranking officials were also called out by name. Lord Wang, Lord Wu, General Li, General Zhou. Her eyes carried a cold look as she gazed at the person before her and called out softly, "Lord Shah, you are the first-rank grand preceptor of the Yosua kingdom, yet you have disappointed me greatly." The man on that side did not resist at all and quickly bowed his head. "Princess, this humble servant has nothing more to say. I am willing to be punished for my own mistakes." She had no other choice but to gently close her eyes and let out a sigh. However, she quickly made her decision. "Take him away." The young woman looked down from above and said coldly, "The current situation is chaotic. It is a time of crisis. This princess will temporarily act as regent and handle state affairs, assisted by Prime Minister Lord Fu and General Hu." The crowd below had no objections and quickly bowed their heads. "As you command, princess." Only then did she turn her gaze to the young man beside her. "Master, my Yosua kingdom is in chaos now. Whether it can be revived will depend on how things are handled in the coming months. I hope Master will provide more guidance." Hearing these words, he nodded gently and replied, "Of course. If you encounter anything you cannot resolve, just come find me, but also do not forget what you have promised me." The other person naturally understood everything and quickly bowed her head humbly. "Yes, master." At this moment, Gu Hongxing had also turned and left that magnificent palace. In the coming months, he could finally use the spiritual herbs Manhwa had found to treat his wounds. The eastern courtyard of the imperial palace a few months later, countless streams of spiritual energy were gathering in that courtyard room. The young man sitting in the bathtub seemed to be carefully cultivating his own strength. He stood up once more in a somewhat stable state. Thanks to Manhwa collecting spiritual herbs, coupled with the medicinal effects, the external injuries on my body have gradually recovered. It's just that the damage to my spiritual soul still rages on, hindering the recovery of my cultivation. After all, the Yosua kingdom is just a low-level dynasty. It seems that to heal this spiritual soul injury, I will still have to find rare herbs elsewhere. At this moment, from outside, a voice suddenly rang out. Manhwa pays her respects to Master. The beautiful girl, standing outside, had a faint smile on her lips as she greeted him. Master, thanks to your guidance, the Yosua kingdom is gradually recovering. It's just that there is one matter. The 7 dynasties have sent envoys. Among them is the Ruli kingdom with unclear intentions. Gu Hongxing gazed towards the distant sky. If the Ruli kingdom intended to launch an attack, they should have done so months ago, when the national treasury was empty and the 100 officials had not yet had time to reorganize. There's no need to guess their intentions. When they arrive, everything will naturally become clear. The grand hall of the imperial palace was now crowded with countless people. The envoy of the Ruli kingdom, Lu Jiangwen, has come specially to pay respects to the Yosua kingdom. The envoy of the Bangshi kingdom, Jiang Huayu, has come to pay respects to the Yosua kingdom, the Yinan kingdom, the Wanran kingdom. Gu Hongxing stood beside the supreme throne, carefully observing all the people below. Manhwa couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The 7 nations sending envoys does not bode well. Fortunately, I have Master by my side. Esteemed envoys, you must be weary from your long journey of 1,000 miles. The man below bowed with a courteous demeanor. I have heard that the eldest princess of the Yosua kingdom has returned after being missing for 10 years, not only taking over the government, but also handling state affairs. This subordinate, under the command of the monarch of the Bangshi kingdom, has brought generous gifts to pay our respects. The Yinan kingdom also has gifts to present. And of course, countless renowned treasures from all 4 corners were brought here under the guise of sincere congratulations. This is the sincere respect for my Wanran kingdom. The princess on high saw this scene and just nodded gently. On behalf of the Yosua kingdom, this princess thanks you, esteemed lords. However, why is the envoy of the Ruli kingdom not saying a word? As she spoke, the young woman's gaze was fixed on the man standing below. The man once again raised his head with a serious expression. I heard that during the grand ancestral worship ceremony of the Yosua kingdom, the eldest princess slaughtered a great general of my Ruli kingdom. Tears at some point had begun to fall from his eyes as if he were in great anguish. When the Yosua kingdom was in peril, invaded and massacred by foreign enemies, our Ruli kingdom once tried to provide aid. For a great general to now die a tragic death in this place is truly a pity and truly heartbreaking. The young woman on high heard those words, and a faint smile appeared on her lips as she replied. So that person was a great general of the Ruli kingdom? This princess thought it was some ownerless stray dog. My apologies, this princess truly did not know that dog was a great general of your Ruli kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, they both angered the man and caused a roar of laughter from all the envoys standing around. Even General, who showed no courtesy and laughed loudly with great enthusiasm. Well said, princess. The crowd below was extremely satisfied with this. The princess is absolutely right. We subordinates completely agree. The man on that side was so angry his whole body trembled. Eldest princess, you're looking down on my Ruli kingdom too much, insulting my country's great general, humiliating my court. The young woman's eyes up here remained as cold as ever from beginning to end. So if I look down on you? She glanced at the man beside her again, thinking, just as Master once said, I am the one who will become the first empress in 100 years. How could I be afraid of a mid-level dynasty like yours? The official below saw this scene, seething with anger. You. At this moment, one among them quickly spoke up. Princess, this time, we officials have come because we wish to request an audience with the great Confucian scholar who is residing in your esteemed country. This humble servant from the Bangshi kingdom begs for an audience with the great Confucian master. These words made the girl, sitting up there, finally understand. So the several nations brought gifts because they were targeting Master. The young woman looked towards the man beside her. Master, what do you think? He thought for a moment, then replied, If you envoys have come specially for me, then tell me, what is it that you want? Hearing these words, they happily nodded continuously. Greetings, Master. Master, this time, This humble servant has come hoping to invite master to my Bungshi kingdom for a visit. Our monarch has already prepared a banquet to welcome you." The young woman's eyes looked down from above as she asked coldly, "Is there anything else?" Hearing the coldness in her words made the man's gaze shift slightly. "If master is unwilling to come to my Bungshi kingdom, this subordinate can only feel immense regret. I wonder if I could ask master for a character seal?" Gu Hengxing did not directly answer the question, but spoke up. "So you'll have also come here to seek a character for me?" Hearing these words, they all obediently nodded, then spoke with great reverence. "We officials also wish to ask for a character seal for master." These words were somewhat unexpected for the young man standing here. "Everyone is asking for a character? Meaning you want me to write a character seal for each of your dynasties and countries. Is that right?" "That's right." At this moment, the vice general standing beside them heard these words and shouted angrily, "Insolent! You bunch of ambitious wolves! You want to harm master?" To gather the power of heaven and earth to form a character requires so much effort. It's not an easy matter. However, Gu Hengxing remained extremely calm. "Lord Fu, calm down. Don't be angry. Since the nations have come for me, it is naturally up to me to resolve these matters." "Yes, master." At some point, countless streams of powerful murderous aura began to radiate from the young man's body. "Where did you get the courage? What qualifications do you have to dare come and ask for a character for me? Just a few insignificant countries think that by banding together you can use your numbers to pressure me, wanting me to exhaust my energy to gather chi and write characters for you? Do you believe that if you dare say one more word, I will suppress and kill you right here, and your dynasties wouldn't dare to utter half a word?" After issuing that threat, he turned and walked away. "Go back to where you came from. My Yosua kingdom is small and has few resources, not enough to host you all." Thinking of something, a faint smile appeared on his lips again. "Oh right, the nation is currently in a period of reconstruction. I hope that after you all return to your countries, you'll remember to send some more supplies and gold over here." This attitude truly infuriated the group of people behind him. After the envoys of the 7 nations left that night, the young man stood alone in the beautiful and luxurious scenery of the imperial palace. Nak Manhwa appeared there at some point. "Master, Manhwa has something she doesn't understand and presumes to ask for your teaching." The young man just replied softly, "In the future, what you will have to face is a land of 100 nations. If you cannot even overcome the 7 imperial dynasties, then it would be better for you to abandon your goal of becoming the emperor sooner rather than later." The girl behind him heard these words, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "So that is how it is. Manhwa will remember Sir's teachings and will definitely not let you down." Gu Hengxing stood there and spoke again. "I must leave you Chu Kingdom to find spiritual medicine. You must walk your own path from here on out." Hearing these words, the girl hurriedly ran over. "Sir, are you really leaving so soon? Manhwa hasn't even had time to repay you yet. Why don't you stay for a few days so Manhwa can serve you wholeheartedly?" The man simply responded calmly, "There is no feast in this world that does not end. I only hope you take care of yourself. Currently, the surrounding nations are eyeing you Chu Kingdom like hungry tigers. The burden on your shoulders is very heavy." After thinking carefully for a moment, the young woman quickly bowed her head and replied, "Manhwa will carve Sir's teachings into her heart and bones." The young man's figure quickly turned and left the place. "This trip to the north, I hope when I return, I will see a Yu Chu Kingdom with a completely new appearance." Unable to hold back the tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, she quickly replied, "Sir, please rest assured. Manhwa will definitely devote all her efforts to governing the country and collecting rare spiritual medicines, awaiting the day of Sir's return." Her eyes, filled with reluctance, slowly looked up. In the blink of an eye, the young man's figure had completely disappeared. A few days later, at a tavern in Lindong Kingdom, several people were happily sitting inside drinking wine. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Hengxing had already appeared there. "I have crossed Luo Shuiguang to reach the Lindong Kingdom. Continuing north, I will have to pass through the Donglin Imperial Dynasty." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside, attracting his attention. "Oh my God, you've come again?" This poor monk offers his greetings. A man wearing a kasaya robe with a bald head was looking in their direction, a friendly smile on his lips. The shopkeeper stood there, seemingly extremely awkward inside. "Great master, please have mercy on me. My small shop dares not entertain you anymore." Hearing this, the other party's eyes remained calm. Benefactor, rest assured, this poor monk has found a fated person, so I will not stay long. Very good, very good. Unexpectedly, the other party walked towards him and greeted him softly. Hello, benefactor. This poor monk's Dharma name is Kong Jia. In his hand, he was even holding a chicken that had been deliciously prepared. The young man sitting there asked with a puzzled look in his eyes, "Is something the matter?" He carefully assessed the person in front of him. I absolutely cannot see through this fat monk's aura. Perhaps he is an ordinary person, or the other party took the chicken leg and quickly put it in his mouth, eating deliciously. This poor monk comes from the Western kingdoms, traveling everywhere to preach the Tao, deliver sentient beings, and save the mortal world. Seeing that appearance, the boy seemed unable to understand. Can disciples of Buddhism drink wine and eat meat now? The monk looked ahead with a happy smile on his lips. Benefactor, you are wrong to say that. The Buddhist said, if I do not enter hell, who will? This poor monk only hopes that after death, I will fall into the Avicii hell to deliver those greatly treacherous and evil souls, thereby saving sentient beings. Therefore, although this poor monk eats meat and drinks wine, my heart holds no impurities. I only wish to shoulder some of the world's suffering. As he spoke, he picked up the cup of wine in front of him, brought it to his lips, and drank it all in one gulp. Gu Hongxing, not wanting to continue interacting with this person, quickly stood up to leave. Then, Great Master, please enjoy your meal. I will take my leave first. Suddenly, the man's expression changed. Benefactor looks very young, not yet 25, right? This sentence made Gu Hongxing stop in his tracks. How does he know my physical age is under 25? Can he actually see through my true appearance beneath this mask? Back then, I performed the Meng Tian secret technique. Even the heavenly Tao here could not probe me. How could a monk appearing in a low-level dynasty see through it? Seeing that he still wanted to leave, the man seemed a bit stunned. However, the other party very quickly stood up and chased after him in a hurry. Hey, wait a moment. This poor monk hasn't finished eating the meat yet. Gu Hongxing walked ahead, seeing that behind him, there was suddenly a tail asking in a low voice, Monk, why are you following me? The other party, still holding the plate of food, was extremely happy. Benefactor, you and this poor monk are fated. This poor monk calculated that you are about to face a special tribulation and came here to help you through it. The Buddha says that all matters in this life are the karma of previous lives. Benefactor has karmic ties from a past life that are destined. You will not be able to avoid them. This sentence surprised the boy slightly. Past life? Could it be that this monk can see through both my past life and present existence? The voice of the monk behind him rang out again. Benefactor, may I ask if you are heading north? Gu Hongxing thought for a moment and then replied, yes. The monk behind him happily scratched his head. This poor monk also intends to go north to preach. How about Benefactor and I travel together? What do you say? Can I even refuse? The young man heard these words and simply replied coldly. But the other party quickly responded with great joy, of course not. Meanwhile, at the northern ice plains, a group of people walking deep in the snowy peaks seemed to have seen something. From afar, a powerful beam of light appeared, as if wanting to melt everything around it. This matter, could it be? A sword with immense power had appeared, surrounded by its own imposing aura. That is the world-shocking sword of that great lord, the Jinghong sword. Shortly after, they quickly appeared in Feng Fu Kingdom, Yin City. The little monk walking behind couldn't help but start inquiring, this is merely a small city. Why is it bustling to this extent? Gu Hongxing did not care too much about that matter. His eyes looked towards the sign hanging high up over there. It's getting late. Let's rest here tonight and set off again tomorrow. Inside, the main hall of the inn was currently extremely lively. As soon as the waiter saw them, he spoke awkwardly. 2 guests. The guest rooms in this small shop are full. We can only prepare food for you. What do you think, sirs? Hearing that explanation, Gu Hongxing seemed a bit surprised. It isn't that late right now. How is it that not even a single room is left? The person below revealed a troubled expression and said, those guests upstairs have booked all the rooms in the inn. We have no other choice. Gu Hongxing asked again very seriously, I wonder if there is any other place to stay in Yin City? Hearing that question, the waiter replied with certainty, to be honest with the guest, it is said that the sword venerable has come to our Feng Fu Kingdom. Geniuses and experts from 100 nations have also arrived here. Trying to find a place to rest now is probably not easy. Hearing this, the young man felt a bit emotional in his heart. These names were all very familiar to him. It's the sword venerable, Shaoan, The waiter in front continued. It is heard that the Sword Venerable is preparing to preach the Tao at the Luyu Mountains right nearby, so the guest rooms in the entire city are fully packed. Having no other choice, he gently sat down at a table and said, "Then please trouble yourself to prepare some food and wine." "Yes, sir." He glanced at the group of people gathering up high, calculating in his heart, "I'll wait for those people to come down and try asking if they can yield a few guest rooms." At this moment, on the upper floor, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were dining together. Gu Hengxing slowly walked over and asked softly, "Everyone, I heard that you have booked all the guest rooms in the hotel. I wonder if you could yield 2 guest rooms to me? I am willing to pay extra gold and silver. What do you say?" Hearing those words, the man waved his hand with a look of utter disgust. "Is this young master someone who lacks money? Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here." This person was Fan Iguan, a son of a general's family from the Pingqi imperial dynasty. At this moment, the person sitting opposite was Murong Ning, the heir to a princely palace of the Pingqi imperial dynasty. He quickly spoke up to stop him. "Iguan, do not be rude." "Understood, heir." Murong Ning observed the boy for a moment, seemingly forming his own assessment. The Sword Venerable's emergence has attracted unknown numbers of strange and talented people from 100 nations. You wearing a mask to cover your face like this indeed looks very mysterious. The girl sitting next to them interjected into their conversation with a happy smile on her lips. "Brother Prince, how about we yield 2 rooms to this young master? Making more friends outside is, after all, not a mistake." The young woman who just spoke was Murong Yi, a commandery princess of the princely palace of the Pingqi dynasty. Hearing those words, the other person finally accepted the matter. "Since Yi has spoken, then yield 2 rooms to them." After receiving their agreement, the boy bowed politely in thanks. "Many thanks, young master." The next day, the sky outside was still as blue and clear. At this time, the heir Murong Ning came down from upstairs and suddenly called out, "You too. I wonder if you rested comfortably?" As the other party spoke, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The monk beside him seemed to reply with a bit of disdain, "It was just okay. It's just that the bed in a normal guest room is a bit hard. Sleeping wasn't very comfortable." Hearing this, the other person could only give an awkward laugh. "Great master is joking. As far as I know, those who have left the secular world probably do not sit on high or wide beds." However, Kong Jie did not care about such things at all and replied seriously, "Benefactor is wrong. This poor monk is a person who has left the secular world with a heart devoted to Buddha. These superficial, fake things are things this poor monk has long transcended." Murong Ning did not continue chatting with the monk, but looked towards Gu Hengxing, who was sitting opposite. "We come from the Pingqi imperial dynasty. I am Murong Ning, and this is my little sister Murong Yi from the Murong princely palace. Is your excellency here for the Sword Venerable at Luyu Mountains?" Hearing these words, the young man only replied coldly, "Passing through this place, I stayed to take a look while I was at it." Hearing this, the other person sighed and replied, "Since that is the case, I will not disturb you anymore." The group quickly turned and left the place. Later, at the Luyu Mountains, the place seemed to be surrounded by an extremely comfortable atmosphere. The 2 of them finally arrived here, gazing at the beautiful natural scenery of this place. Kong Jie beside him couldn't help but exclaim a few sentences. Compared to 100 years ago, it is indeed quite a bit stronger. Seeing the figure of the young man in the distance had gone far, he quickly shouted loudly, "Hey, benefactor, wait for me." At this moment, at the peak of the flowing Moon Mountain range, the towering mountain seemed to have been created to invite people to set foot on it. Countless people stood there, looking up at the distant high mountain peak. And Gu Hengxing also quickly caught up to this place. The person sitting there was Sword Saint Dugushang, who had remained calm and composed from beginning to end. They very quickly arrived at the highest peak of that mountain. At this time, Dugushang and Han Shuan had already appeared there, waiting. The 2 of them just sat there in silence, seemingly unconcerned about the arrival of the newcomers. Gu Hengxing had no other choice but to cough lightly a few times. "We came uninvited. I hope the Sword Saint will be magnanimous." The old eyes of the person over there once again looked in this direction. The other party quickly saw the cheerful smile of Master Kongjia looking straight at them. A polite invitation rang out in an instant. The man on the other side looked at the 2 of them, seemingly with a hint of assessment. Kongjia sat there, his cheerful smile never fading. "Long time no see, benefactor Dugu." Seeing the person who appeared over there, The Sword Saint was so surprised that he stared wide-eyed. "Are you Great Master Kongjia?" "100 years ago, my cultivation was still low, in order to escape the pursuit of the imperial court. It was Great Master Kongjia who saved me, resolving a perilous situation. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I never thought I would meet the Great Master again. What a fortune." The other person just happily gestured forward with his hand and nodded slightly. "Namo Amit Buddha." The other party then noticed Gu Hongxing sitting beside him. How should I address this gentleman? Han Shuian, standing behind, couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Gu Hongxing replied seriously with an indifferent gaze, just a short yun, but it contained so much meaning. The person on the other side continued again. "Great Master, Mr. Yin, please sit. Pour tea for our two guests." "Yes, Master." The young man over there very skillfully poured just the right amount of water into the 3 small teacups in front of them. Great Master Kongji's expression changed, seeming to tease cheerfully. "Benefactor Dugu, in a situation like this, how can there not be good wine as a companion?" Hearing this, the other person smiled and bring out the half bottle of wine that was brewed this year. At this moment, another large wine jug was quickly brought over. The man over there spoke again. "Gentlemen, this wine is called 100 Flowers Drunk. Although it can't compare to the wine brewed hundreds of years ago, it was brewed by an old friend when she was alive. I hope it suits her tastes." Great Master Kongjia took the wine cup in his hand and replied softly, "Wine with meaning is indeed not bad." Gu Hongxing spoke again. "Only by the Sword Saint's invitation can I drink such masterful wine. Thank you. There were originally 3 jugs of this 100 Flowers Drunk. I drank one, buried one, and all that's left is this half jug." The other party gently touched the wine jug in front of him with an extremely cherished look. His voice was even softer, carrying a hint of nostalgia. "If there is no reincarnation in this world, then this jug of wine is the only memory I have left." Gu Hongxing, sitting opposite, suddenly spoke up. "Even if there is reincarnation, can you find her?" The man's voice over there carried a melancholic tone, but was still extremely strong. "Having spent my whole life traveling to the ends of the earth, I will definitely find her. Even if you find her, she won't be the same person she was. Is it worth it?" A question like this made the space fall into silence. But Dugushang, opposite him, spoke again. "What about you? Is it worth it?" These words seemed to have bluntly exposed all of his secrets. Gu Hongxing replied softly, "I traveled all the way north, hearing that the Sword Saint was about to preach on Flowing Moon Mountain and would let his prized disciple meet the geniuses of the 100 nations. Currently, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is gradually becoming denser, and geniuses are also awakening everywhere. To prevent war from breaking out again within the country, I propose that the nations hold the 100 Nations contest to let the young generation of geniuses compete for their own interests. Mr. Yin, does this unworthy disciple of mine catch your eye?" Gu Hongxing looked towards the person standing nearby. The young man on the other side was now different from the arrogant young master he once was. Gu Hongxing was finally at ease with his past actions. "Little one, you have finally come to your senses." A faint smile tugged at the lips of third young Master Gu. The Sword Saint has gone to great trouble. But the silence over there did not last long. At this moment, a group of people enthusiastically came up from behind, ascending the mountain to pay respects to the Sword Saint. A group of people appeared, led by a cheerfully smiling Murong Ning. They looked up at the distant mountain peak ahead and said, "We pay our respects to Lord Sword Saint." Dugushang looked down from above, his expression somewhat cold as he replied, "All of you rise." At the peak of Flowing Moon Mountain, Sword Saint Dugushang stood there, looking down and speaking indifferently. "Today's sermon is to tell you to reflect on yourselves, face your inner hearts, and find the direction of the great path that belongs to you to move forward. Everyone has their own path and destiny. There is no need to deliberately pursue a path that is not suitable for you. Some have a talent for the martial path, others are suited to rule a country, and all are different." At this moment, the figure of a beautiful young woman appeared before them in a flash. The crowd below couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is that, daring to walk on air in front of Lord Sword Saint? How audacious to cause a disturbance!" But the person next to him quickly stopped his friend's outrageous words. "Shut up, that's the fairy in white, the wife of that great lord. Don't you want to live anymore?" As soon as he saw the person who appeared, Gu Hongxing was also a little surprised. Looking in that direction, it's Chiro. Li Chiro slowly walked over and said softly, "Years ago, the Sword Saint was acquainted with my husband, and they were good friends. With the Sword Saint's heaven-reaching abilities, is it possible to know where my husband is now?" Du Gushang over there just shook his head silently a few times. "Since the Battle of Tianqiu, I have not seen him again." Gu Hongxing, behind his mask, maintained a calm demeanor and gently lifted the cup in his hand. "Chiro, your voice is very beautiful as you are." The young woman's face was tinged with sadness. "If the Sword Saint learns of my husband's whereabouts, please let me know. I thank you in advance." At this moment, Han Shuan in the back suddenly spoke up and asked, "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" The young woman over there gently turned her head and replied, "To the north, to retrieve his sword." In the blink of an eye, her figure had vanished. Du Gushang then spoke to his disciple behind him. After the sermon, "The next matter is up to you." "Yes, master." The young man's face was serious as he replied, "Disciple will definitely not disappoint you." He took a sharp sword and once again faced the crowd standing over there. Han Shuan's expression was serious. "I am the disciple of the Sword Saint. Han Shuan, I wish to have a match with the geniuses of the various nations. Anyone from the younger generation can come out to fight." Very quickly, a man came straight forward to accept this challenge. The opponent's face showed some disdain. "Merely at the peak of the spirit-profound realm, and you want to fight the geniuses of all nations. You are truly overconfident. I'd like to see how much of Lord Sword Saint's skills you have learned." In a flash, the figure of that young man had leaped into the air, ready to attack at any moment. "Come and fight." However, Han Shuan at this moment very easily took his weapon and blocked everything. Gu Hongxing looked down from above and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "More than a year ago, you were still an ordinary person. To be able to grow to this extent, it seems the master I found for you is not bad." The battle below was extremely fierce. However, Han Shuan very easily took his sword and parried everything. The crowd below also saw everything and couldn't help but start sighing. What a pity. The Sword Saint's disciple only has one arm. This situation is a bit disadvantageous. But for Han Shuan, losing an arm was, on the contrary, a huge advantage. In a flash, he was able to lean and dodge everything. And the belligerent young man who had stepped forward so arrogantly just now was now panicking and shouting, "This is not good. He deliberately lured me into attacking continuously." Han Shuan once again raised his sword towards the person in front of him with a decisive posture. The young man's voice rang in his ear, "You have lost." The other person, completely disbelieving, cried out with a bewildered face, "I've lost." Next. However, his next opponent was still defeated with ease. Next. That sharp sword was much stronger as it thrust forward without any hesitation. Next. They had no chance to defend themselves and could only resign to their fate and accept defeat. Next. After countless battles, Han Shuan stood there, holding his sword, and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight?" The crowd below was finally silent. No one had the courage to step forward. They couldn't help but start sighing. If he hadn't revealed his sword intent, I might have dared to go up and fight him. Going up on the stage now, I'm afraid I'd just become a stepping stone for this kid to become famous throughout the world. Du Gushang saw that everything was over and slowly walked forward. "If no one else wishes to challenge, then everyone, please descend mountain." They looked up and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Sword Saint's disciple, "Let's go, let's go. Truly a genius of a generation. Let's go down the mountain." Gu Hongxing also slowly walked over from behind. "Thank you for your hospitality today, Sword Saint." The Sword Saint's disciple truly lives up to his reputation. "It's getting late. I must also hurry north." The person on the other side seemed to realize something. A faint smile on his lips. "We'll meet again." Time passed quickly. A month later, the scene now shifted to a landscape of white, snow-capped mountains, seeming extremely cold. Two figures walked amidst this place, looking somewhat lonely. Kongjia couldn't help but call out, "Benefactor, this is already the deepest part of the northern snow plains." The young man's sharp gaze looked straight ahead, seemingly without the slightest waver. "Let's go." In the distance, a crowd had gathered, creating a very lively scene. They looked towards the source of the power radiating ahead and couldn't help but exclaim, What a powerful pressure. We can't advance a single step. Within this sword intent is a sliver of the will of the heavenly profound realm. It's the remnant aura of that person, truly too terrifying. They stood there, their hearts filled with bewildered exclamations. If the Jinghong sword is already this miraculous, just how powerful was that person back then? At this moment, they quickly saw the beautiful figure of Li Qiuro standing there. It's that fairy in white. They fixed their eyes on that figure from behind and couldn't help but start exclaiming, "The fairy in white is so beautiful." The young man, standing deep in the crowd, also couldn't take his eyes off her. She really came. She looked so cold and lonely right now. The beautiful young woman stood there and slowly advanced straight towards a solitary sword over there. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Fairy, please wait." The young man over there spoke with a worried expression. "The treasured sword is surrounded by the pressure of sword intent. You cannot approach it recklessly." However, Li Qiurou's expression was extremely serious as she spoke her next words. "I must retrieve this sword. There's still a clear distance of 100 meters. It's already difficult for us to even lift a foot to get there. If she gets into close contact, she will definitely be torn to shreds by that person's remnant aura and the sword intent." Seeing this scene, the crowd over there couldn't help but start shouting that the fairy in white was still getting closer. Just what kind of determined willpower is this? But only upon having it did one know that her legs were now trembling to the extreme. Her entire body was in pain, yet she still tried to fight against the wounds that were slowly appearing on her. Her eyes held a determined gaze, looking straight ahead. Seeing that scene from behind, Gu Hongxing's heart was filled with endless worry. Qiuro, his hands at his sides had long since clenched into fists, showing his own anger and unwillingness. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "I still ask that the fairy please stop." "Fairy, you are indeed a rare and talented woman in this world, but this old man is determined to obtain that person's companion sword." Seeing this scene, the crowd behind began to discuss again. Who is he? That face and aura seem to be. He is the national elder of the high-ranking Xiaqing Empire, Ding Pengsheng. Heavens, why has even a peerless expert like this appeared? Li Qiuro stood over there and replied in an indifferent tone, "You have no right to contend for my husband's belongings." That person quickly bowed his head and replied with some reverence, "This old man absolutely would not dare to anger the fairy in that person. I just wish to comprehend a sliver of the heavenly profound realm aura within that sword intent. This old man's great limit is approaching. I hope the fairy will yield. I would be extremely grateful." However, Li Qiuro used a cold voice, clearly with no intention of saying more. Absolutely impossible. The aura on his body instantly radiated everywhere. Could it be that the fairy truly wants to fight with Old Ding? Old Ding is a peak earthly profound realm expert. In this world, aside from the Sword Sovereign and that person who went missing, it's feared that few can stand against him. However, the killing intent from Gu Hongxing, who was standing in the crowd, quickly radiated out. Seeing this scene, Kongjia, who was beside him, smiled teasingly. "Benefactor, your heart is in turmoil." The young man replied with a determined look, "Monk, I know you are no ordinary person. How about you help me with this?" The other person scratched his head in embarrassment. "Benefactor, you must be joking. This humble monk is just an ordinary man who has left the secular world. I can't help with anything." Gu Hongxing continued to negotiate with him. "If there's a chance in the future, I will help you find the best wine in all 10 shells along Tian. Didn't you say I am a person of destiny? If I make a move, the karma it would cause would be immeasurable. Are you sure you don't want to help me with this?" The other person's voice was rarely tinged with some coldness. "Benefactor, you are threatening this humble monk." However, an excited voice quickly rang out cheerfully from that person. "How about 20 jars? Deal." The agreement was quickly reached. That old man, surnamed Ding, was still extremely resolute in his decision. "Fairy, this old man has been disrespectful, and I do not wish to injure you. You should still leave this place." Li Qiuro replied with a cold gaze. "I've already said, no one is allowed to contend for my husband's belongings." The other person's expression gradually changed noticeably. "Then this old man can only offend." In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a colossal killing intent. Gu Hongxing, from behind, spoke up once more. Help her retrieve the sword, protect her, and ensure her safe return, and I'll owe you another favor. Kongjia quickly moved forward and called out softly, Namo Amiba. In an instant, the monk was floating in mid-air. A cheerful smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. This benefactor, this humble monk sees that your killing intent is extremely heavy. Your hands must be stained with blood. Why don't you join my Buddhist sect and let this humble monk help you eliminate your own sins? How about it? As soon as the old man, surnamed Ding, saw who appeared, he roared in anger, Stinky monk, get lost. Kongjia didn't feel angry, but instead smiled and replied softly, Benefactor, why are you so quick to anger? That's not good for your body. You should smile a little more. The man over there quickly activated his power and attacked straight in this direction in a rage. Go to hell. However, when faced with this scene, the great master's expression did not change at all. A pair of hands shot out and in an instant blocked everything. The man with the bald head maintained his smile. Benefactor, don't be so quick to talk about fighting and killing. One must have a calm heart and peaceful spirit. Only then can one live a long life. Seeing this, the man over there was filled with indignation. Fellow Taoist is deeply hidden and not revealing your true abilities. It was this old man who was blind. Why are you confronting this old man here today? That person radiated an incredibly bright halo from high above. This humble monk has no major business. I just wish to convert you to my Buddhist sect. The more the old man, surnamed Ding, listened, the more indignant he felt. This old man truly wants to see on what basis fellow Taoist blocks my path. If you want to seize the sword, we'll have to see just how strong fellow Taoist abilities are. This old man will suppress you here today. As he spoke, the man gritted his teeth, showing his anger. That old figure, yet his speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he had leaped into the air. I'll send you to hell. A powerful sword intent radiating from him was truly frightening. A giant hand with a powerful aura was summoned in an instant, heading straight for Kongjia. However, the man over there just gave a short yawn, then turned and walked away. He raised his hands to the air and flicked them lightly. Scatter. In an instant, this move completely blew away that powerful hand. Old Ding, watching from behind, couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, his face quickly revealed a polite expression as he continued, Fellow Taoist, please make way. This old man will definitely remember this favor in my heart, and I will surely repay it when we meet again in the future. Kongjia, walking ahead, suddenly asked, Do you have wine? This sudden question made the old man behind completely unable to react. What? That person's eyes carried a look of disdain as he coldly looked in this direction. You don't even have wine, and you want this humble monk to make way? Seeing that fearsome face, the old man behind immediately put on a fawning expression and continued, I do. As long as fellow Taoist moves aside, no matter what kind of wine you want, this old man will do his utmost to find it for you. Kongjia's voice once again rang out coldly. This humble monk is a man who has left the secular world. How could I accept your bribe, and with wine no less? You want to disturb this humble monk's Buddhist heart. A crime like this is punishable by death. You damned old man. Before the other could react, the man's figure had already appeared behind him. Take a kick from his humble monk. In an instant, Kongjia easily and powerfully stomped the other man to the ground. That person's figure shifted nimbly, and finally, he once again landed on the ground. This humble monk has exhausted my words, and you refuse to listen. So today, this humble monk will properly convert you. Kongjia wore a very friendly smile as he continued. So you refuse to take refuge in the Buddhist sect. As he spoke, the man stomped his foot hard on the old face below. So you use wine to defile this humble monk's Buddhist heart. This humble monk advised you not to make a move, but you just wouldn't listen. You had to force my hand. You're quite despicable, aren't you? Each stomp he delivered was truly incredibly powerful. In an instant, several plumes of hazy smoke appeared on a part of that large mountain range. This humble monk must properly convert you to let you know this humble monk is not a gentle person. At some point, that person had created a strange light that appeared from his own hands. This humble monk will convert you to the Buddhist sect to resolve the sins upon you. The man's hands pushed straight forward. Witnessing this scene, the old man, surnamed Ding, was completely dazed and couldn't understand. What is this? Why can't I move? That strange character slowly fell from above his head, and in an instant, it landed on the ground with an incredibly powerful momentum. The surrounding crowd watching this scene was also endlessly astonished. Old Ding lost. He lost. Ding Pengsheng, a peak earthly profound realm expert who had been famous in the country for hundreds of years, actually lost? Even Gu Hongxing, watching from the side, was a little surprised. This monk is too bizarre. I can't gauge his depth at all. At this moment, he raised his hand to the air and took a small drop of blood from his finger. The treasured sword in the distance seemed to sense its master's power and quickly began to vibrate violently. Look quickly. It seems the treasured sword is making a move. They stared in that direction with bewildered eyes. Could it be that person's will? Is that person a little angry? Gu Hongxing only then realized that a few drops of blood had been taken from his finger. The monk used my essence blood to retrieve the sword, to give it to Chiro to take back. Li Chiro then landed from above. Senior, the man over there suddenly spoke again. Female benefactor, you should move away quickly. When this humble monk draws the sword later, it will surely be earth-shattering. I don't want to injure you. The woman spoke with a pained expression. Senior, taking the sword away is no different from severing my thoughts, burning away my longing. You might as well kill me here and let me be buried in this vast falling snow. Kongjia, hearing these words, replied with some difficulty. When did this humble monk say, I wanted to take the sword away? This humble monk wants to help the female benefactor retrieve the sword. This humble monk has no particular desire for this sword. It's not even worth a cup of red wine. Li Chiro, hearing these words, seemed a little surprised. Senior, are you serious? You said you want to help me retrieve the sword and then give it to me? A faint smile appeared on Kongjia's lips as he looked at the young woman over there with a very friendly face. Rest assured, this humble monk is a man of the cloth and has never known how to lie. At this moment, the crowd below saw the monk slowly walking up to the mountain peak. The other person had a faint smile on his lips, seeming very pleased with this matter. This far is good enough. The small drop of your blood from before was instantly summoned back. That person very skillfully used his power to send it straight forward. In an instant, the Jinghong sword was enveloped in a mysterious red light. It seemed to sense its master's power, and the entire sword body trembled violently. The crowd outside, seeing this scene, exclaimed endlessly, "Look quickly! That person's sword has moved. It moved, it really moved." Li Chiuro's face was bewildered, unable to believe it as she saw this scene. The Jinghong sword has emerged. That powerful sword truly soared up into the vast sky in the distance. It once again shot straight into the air with an incredibly powerful aura. In an instant, that sword was firmly grasped in Kongjia's hand. He was completely unscathed as he held that sword. Li Chiuro, beside him, seemed a bit dazed seeing this scene and softly called out, "Senior." That person suddenly turned his head. "Female benefactor, how about this? You give this humble monk 30 jars of fine wine, and this humble monk will give you the sword. It must be the fine wine from your home to show your sincerity." Li Chiuro seemed a bit flustered hearing these words. I will send someone to my home to get the wine now. I hope Senior won't go back on his word." Kongjia, unconcerned with such matters, replied with a chuckle, "No need for such trouble. This humble monk will return with you to get the wine, and, along the way, I can enlighten a few people with heavy sins." But in his heart, he had already calculated everything carefully. This humble monk is not really doing this for the wine, but to have a legitimate reason to follow the female benefactor back and escort her along the way. This humble monk is truly kind-hearted, wanting to fulfill that kid's request while also needing a justifiable reason. It's really making things difficult for this humble monk. Kongjia, walking ahead, called out softly, "Female benefactor, let's set off." Li Chiuro, holding the Jinghong in her hand, still seemed worried. "Another day, I will definitely offer Senior the finest wine." "Thank you, Senior." The man in front of her heard these words and thought to himself, "That's right, I almost forgot." That person turned his head and shouted towards old Ding, who was dazed in the distance. "What are you still kneeling there for? Hurry up and snap out of it." The old man over there fell in a deep thought, muttering a few sentences to himself. "So my sins are this deep. It's too late for regrets now." The long, silver-white hair on the other person's head slowly fell off. "Great Master, can I follow you to study the Buddhist doctrine? I want to atone for all the sins of my past years." Their two figures gradually disappeared behind the great snowy peak. "Get out of my way. This humble monk doesn't have time to teach someone like you." Remembering something, Kongjia's eyes lit up. That's right. From within his mind, that person began to converse with Gu Hongxing. Benefactor, you still haven't told this humble monk where to find you in the future. Gu Hongxing calmly left the name Yosua Kingdom. At this time, in the imperial capital of the Moyang Kingdom, people from all walks of life were appearing here to prepare for the competition. And the young man was also present to observe the situation. The 100 Kingdoms Prodigy Tournament, Shaolin will probably participate in it too. Holding it right in the front hall of the Imperial Palace is quite thorough. This can prevent troublemakers. At this moment, the front hall of the Imperial Palace was guarded by countless people. In the middle were the emperor of this place and the Sword Saint, who were present there. The emperor is the sovereign of the Moyang Kingdom by Haoshi. Du Gushang's gaze seemed to see through him as it passed through the crowd. Gu Hongxing stood there with a serious face, completely expressionless. The person sitting up high suddenly spoke, "Since Mr. Yun has arrived, why not join me for a cup?" Not wanting to be impolite, Gu Hongxing quickly replied, "Since the Sword Saint has invited me, I will naturally accept." The surrounding crowd saw this and began to buzz with discussion. "He's the one who competed with us for a room at the inn back in the Flowing Moon Mountain Range. He once sat opposite the Sword Saint. I didn't expect him to be here today, too. What a pity, what a pity. That day, we were blind and didn't get to befriend Mr. Yin." Gu Hongxing quickly stepped forward at the invitation of those present. "Mr. Yin, please have a seat. Shall we have a drink?" Du Gushang looked at him and asked softly. The young man maintained his calm demeanor, a faint smile on his lips as he replied, "Of course." He then signaled to the emperor sitting beside him. "It's not early anymore. Let's begin." Although that person was the emperor of a nation, he was still extremely respectful to the one who had just spoken. "Yes, Sword Saint." By order of the Sword Saint, the 100 Kingdoms Prodigy Tournament begins. Enter the arena. Outside the main gate, countless figures ready to charge into battle appeared in an instant. Enter the illusionary realm to test one's disposition. A door emanating a powerful aura quickly appeared from within. "Mr. Yun, this is an ancient formation passed down from antiquity, the barrier-breaking profound heart formation. It is extremely extraordinary. This formation can penetrate deep into the soul of the person who enters, causing the prodigies to get lost inside, enduring countless trials of the mind. If one's mind becomes lost and deluded, I'm afraid that even if they break the great formation, it will be difficult to awaken in reality." Hearing this, Gu Hongxing became a little interested and asked, "Oh, so how does one break the formation?" Du Gushang slowly continued, "As long as the person who enters the formation shatters the illusion and clarifies their original heart, they will naturally escape the formation." "Mr. Yin, would you perhaps like to go down and give it a try?" Gu Hongxing sat there and replied calmly, "What would I go down there for? What does the Sword Saint mean by this?" That person gently lifted the wine cup in his hand and asked calmly, "Mr. Yun, is your heart truly without any flaws?" These words moved Gu Hongxing. He couldn't help but start asking himself the same question. Is my heart truly without any flaws? In my previous life, I reached the peak of the heavenly profound realm, and my heart's Tao had reached a state of completeness. But what about this life? Since the beginning of this life, I've been lost and confused. It wasn't until the coming of age at 20 that my past life's memories were restored. And those 20 years before that feel like another life, unreal, like a distant dream. Gu Hongxing, sitting beside him, suddenly asked, "Can the barrier-breaking profound heart formation withstand it?" Du Gushang gently lifted the wine glass in his hand and said, "Currently, this great formation is only a remnant. With your ability, you can break the foundation of the formation with just a glance. However, if I empower the great formation and you do not resist, I can make you fully enter the illusion within the formation." With that troubled state of mind, Gu Hongxing once again stepped down to join the battle over there. "In that case, I shall go down and give a try." "Thank you, Sword Saint. Perhaps from within the great formation, I can re-experience the first 20 years of this life. Only then can my Tao heart become flawless, and only then can I hope for my cultivation to advance another step." As soon as he went down, the people over there were extremely shocked. "Senior, you intend to?" Gu Hongxing replied in a cold voice, "Open the formation. I want to enter." The soldiers below saw this and quickly bowed their heads. "Senior, please wait. This humble one will open the gate immediately." The crowd outside also seemed a bit bewildered. A great figure who can sit on equal footing with the Sword Saint also wants to enter the illusionary formation? Could it be that Senior is bored and wants to find some fun? Amidst the bewilderment of the crowd below, the young man very calmly stepped through the large door. From above, De Gushang looked down coldly, seemingly with his own plans in mind. He reached his hand forward and sighed softly. I only hope I can lend you a hand. At this moment, the view before him slowly opened up. The vague figure of a man appeared in his sight. This person was Gu Changjun, Gu Hengxing's father. The other person hugged him and teased cheerfully, "Son, hurry and call me father." It could be seen that he had now become an adorable little baby. Have I turned into a child? Could this be the moment of my birth? Nanny E, standing nearby, was also present in this stream of memories and said happily, "Eldest young master, the third young master was just born. How can he speak? Don't scare the child anymore." Hearing this, that person broke into a very happy smile. "Isn't it just because I'm too happy?" A beautiful young woman sitting beside them called out softly, "Brother Jun, let me have a look." This was Shang Yao, Gu Hengxing's mother. As soon as the other person heard these words, his tone became urgent. "Yaoer, don't move. You've just given birth. Don't overexert yourself. Let me bring the child over to you." Held in that beautiful woman's arms, Gu Hengxing mumbled to himself, "She is my mother in this life." Below, two young boys were chatting happily. "Is this our younger brother?" Eldest uncle, does our younger brother have a name yet?" The man over there smiled happily. "This matter, of course, must be decided by your grandfather. We'll talk about it when he returns." The Tianfeng Kingdom is currently in the midst of a military rebellion, and the powerful Nanyuan Kingdom is continuously encroaching on the border. Old Master Gu, upon hearing that I was about to be born, dispatched Gu Qinjun and Nanny E to return and escort my mother, guarding against villains, while he himself remained at the border to stand guard. The monarch of Nanyuan Kingdom personally took to the field, leading a million-strong army to the border of Tianfeng Kingdom, intending to level it. An urgent military report nearly sent the entire Gu family into a panic, but fortunately, Gu Shan was there to stop them. At that time, the emperor took the report and looked down from his throne, seeming somewhat dejected. Nanyuan Kingdom was a peak mid-tier empire, and its monarch, along with an old national preceptor at the late-stage earthly profound realm, had personally joined the battle. Because of this, the entire Tianfeng Kingdom fell into chaos, shrouded in darkness with no glimmer of light. Just as the world thought the nation was lost and the homes were shattered, a heaven-shaking military report spread throughout the land. From outside, a man walked in with a respectful demeanor and shouted loudly, "Report. It is said that the Grand Marshal of National Defense, Gu Shang, led 100,000 troops to confront the grand army of the Nanyuan Kingdom dynasty at the border, where blood flowed like a river." The Grand Marshal of National Defense, Gu Shang, let out a shout that terrified the million-strong army. His magnificent and splendid style, it moved the Nanyuan monarch's heart to cherish such talent. The emperor over there spoke with a look of pity. "You are a talent. What is your name? Come to my Nanyuan Kingdom, and this entire million-strong army will be handed over to your command." However, Gu Shang, with a resolute face, said very seriously, "I am Gu Shang of the Gu family of Tianfeng Kingdom. In life, I am a general of Tianfeng Kingdom. In death, I must be the bones of Tianfeng." The person before him seemed somewhat pleased upon hearing these words. "Very well, then we shall give you a chance. As long as you can withstand 10 moves from my Nanyuan's national elder, we will immediately withdraw our troops and no longer invade Tianfeng Kingdom." Immediately after, a powerful and swift battle erupted. Gu Shang accepted without the slightest hesitation. Before the eyes of the million-strong army, he fought a decisive battle with the national elder, who was at a higher realm, and managed to endure 10 moves. The Nanyuan monarch kept his word and immediately ordered a retreat. The two nations even established a friendly alliance from then on. This battle truly established Tianfeng Kingdom's position as a mid-tier dynasty in the world, and from then on, the name Gu Shang resounded across the 4 seas, intimidating 100 nations. Upon seeing the person appear, the arrogant emperor, surnamed Mo at that time, quickly stepped down and spoke with great appreciation. "You worked hard, Marshal." The ordinary people in the palace also quickly bowed their heads with immense respect. Voices from within the imperial palace rang out with utmost reverence. You've worked hard, Marshal. Gu Shang then also safely returned to the Gu family home. When the heavily injured Gu Shang returned, 2 months had passed since the day the Gu family's son was born. He reached out and took the small baby from his daughter-in-law's arms, speaking softly with a loving expression. This child's birth is the hope for the eternal existence of the Gu family and Tianfeng kingdom, unyielding to foreign invaders. The sun rises, the moon waxes, full of vibrant life force. From now on, your name will be Hengxing. Gu Hengxing looked down from above, witnessing everything, his heart stirring slightly. So that's where my name came from. At this moment, the scene outside the formation became violently turbulent, and the crowd couldn't help but start shouting in astonishment. The grand formation is stirring. The senior is inside the formation. Can this formation still hold? What are you talking about? Lord Sword Saint is here reinforcing the formation. Du Gushang looked down from above. Seeing this scene, a faint, satisfied smile appeared on his lips. It seems you've had some gains in the formation. And at this moment, inside the barrier-breaking Desolate Heart formation, before the eyes of the 5-year-old Gu Hengxing, he already bore the expectant gazes of countless people from the Gu family and Tianfeng kingdom. But after Gu Hengxing's talent was tested, it turned out he was a cripple who could not channel qi. 5 years prior, because of Gu Shang's decisive battle with the Nanyuan kingdom's national elder, he was left with severe internal injuries, and his cultivation could no longer advance. The news of Gu Shang's internal injuries was finally exposed, and without his threat, the borders of Tianfeng kingdom began to stir with turmoil again. The burden of protecting the nation fell upon the shoulders of Gu Hengxing's father, Gu Qingjun. An order was given for General Cheng Meng, Gu Qingjun, to lead the Blood Qi Grand Army to the northern border to guard the frontier. This general receives the order. In a short time, both Tianfeng Kingdom and the neighboring countries were shaken by the reputation of General Cheng Meng. But the good times did not last long. The enemy nation launched a surprise attack, and a traitor within the army leaked military secrets. Gu Qingjun, in order to protect the common people, braced himself to block countless sharp blades without retreating half a step, and finally died in battle on the field. In that year, Gu Hengxing was only 12 years old. 5 years later, in spring, the Gu family's eldest and second young masters joined the army on an expedition, both also being peerless prodigies. But in the end, they could not avoid being stabbed to death by cold-blooded assassins, dying prematurely in their youth. In the summer of that same year, Gu Hengxing's biological mother, Shang Yao, after successively receiving news of her husband's death in battle and her 2 sons' demise, was tormented by a sickness of the heart and also passed away. Gu Hengxing witnessed it all, clutching his head, seeming somewhat dazed. Is my heart truly without flaws? Father, mother, eldest brother, and second brother all left one by one. For all these years, I didn't dare to remember because I was afraid. Tears fell once more, and now I can only watch helplessly as those events repeat themselves, powerless to do anything. In a year, Gu Hengxing turned 15, General Bloodbear, Gu Yang, was stationed at the Yanhang Pass. He was severely injured in battle, leaving both his legs crippled. The Gu family was thenceforth plunged into sorrow and gloom. Old Master Gu's hair grew whiter and whiter. He began to feel resentment, then regret, and then weariness. Gu Shang's only remaining hope now was that Gu Hengxing could live without want for food or clothing after he was gone. Hengxing, I've already spoken with the Hanlin Academy. Tomorrow, you will go there to study and try to find a small official post to live by. However, Gu Hengxing at that time just stubbornly replied, "Forget it, old man. I don't want to go to such a boring place." The man, hearing this, angrily roared, You won't do this, and you won't learn that. What will you do in the future? You stinking brat. If you don't go to the Hamlin Academy to study politics, this old man will really break your legs." The face of the youth below gradually grew cold. The other party then very quickly spoke words of great disrespect. "If you really want me to become like second uncle, then just go ahead and break my legs." The old man high above, seemingly filled with extreme helplessness and regret, quickly sat down on the ground. Gu Hengxing knew clearly that he had said unforgivable words and felt a bit awkward. "Grandfather." However, the old man over there quickly roared in anger. Get out for this old man. Get as far away as possible. Even after being scolded at that time, Gu Hengxing still did not understand Gu Shang's painstaking intentions and continued to cause trouble day after day, carefree and thoughtless. The most outrageous time was when he went to tease the Li family's eldest young miss, Li Chiro. The Li family's young miss is really mute. The rumors are indeed not wrong. Such a beautiful face, but can't speak. What a pity. My relatives passed away one by one. My grandfather grew older and weaker, and I just idled and fooled around everywhere. At that time, I was truly a scoundrel. Gu Hengxing, from high above, quickly used his power. I don't want to watch anymore. I want to shatter this damn illusion. However, those thoughts were very quickly dispelled. The youth with a resolute face said very firmly, "No, a flawless Tao heart means facing everything and one's true self. It cannot be escaped. The memories of my youth that I have always buried, never daring to touch, are now appearing before my eyes once more." Scenes of his hedonistic days appeared one by one in his mind. This is the flaw in my Tao heart. Today, I must peel back this corner of my memory and face my foolish past to complete my own flawless Tao heart. At this moment, outside the formation, countless strange phenomena suddenly occurred. What's happening? The grand formation is stirring with strange movements again. What's going on? Lord Sword Saint is reinforcing the formation. This illusion formation has been active for an hour, yet not a single prodigy has been able to come out. Surely nothing has happened, right? At this moment, one person in the crowd suddenly cried out, "Everyone, look quickly. That is the senior. The senior has stepped out of the formation." It really is the senior. It's been an hour, but I wonder what the senior experienced in the formation? The youth who appeared there had a face that was indifferent and unchanging from beginning to end. Perhaps only now can I truly be called as having a flawless Tao heart, facing my entire true self. Old man, second uncle, and also rower, I will be back soon, very soon. Du Gushang walked forward from the front, a faint smile on his lips. Did Mr. Yin have any gains? Many thanks to the Sword Saint for your hospitality. I will take my leave now. The youth lightly cupped his hands in a farewell gesture. The other party did not find it convenient to keep him and quickly replied, "Mr. Yin, take care." And at this moment, the streets of the imperial capital of Moyan Kingdom were truly bustling with excitement. The youth walking on the street suddenly realized something was not right, that he was being followed. But this tracking aura was somewhat familiar, and moreover, it held no malice. After returning to his resting place, the door outside was very quickly knocked upon, and a deep voice called out, "Kumin." The large door outside was very quickly opened. A man wearing a black cloak appeared there in a flash. "Greetings, sir." Seeing the other party, Gu Hengxing was truly a bit surprised. "Are you General Hu?" The man pulled down his hood and quickly replied, "Sir, it is this subordinate general." "General Hu, why have you come to Moyan Kingdom?" The man bowed his head, seeming a bit awkward upon hearing this question. "I came out to find you, sir. But ever since you left the imperial dynasty, the vassal states have all started to suppress Yosua Kingdom, and this general had to leave Yosua in secret." A small cup of tea was once again slowly poured. "What is the current situation of Yosua Kingdom?" Hu Qianwen's eyes darkened slightly. Currently, Yosua is completely in Her Highness the Princess's hands, but this subordinate general does not know how to face the princess. The youth before him spoke up again to ask, "Why is that? Do you feel she is unworthy of being the empress?" The man's voice still carried that serious tone as he replied, "The princess is a favored daughter of heaven. In just a few months, she has quelled the internal rebellion with divine methods. But sir, this matter is truly too shocking. If the princess really ascends the throne, it will surely cause all the vassal states to object and create enemies everywhere." Gu Hengxing sat there, his voice remaining incredibly calm. "Rest assured, if I say she can become the empress, it means she will. Your job is simply to do your own part well enough." Hearing these words, Hu Qianwen bowed respectfully. "Yes, Mr. This subordinate understands." The story returned to the main topic. "So, why were you looking for me?" The person smiled and replied, "Mister, didn't you previously ask the princess to find some rare and exotic herbs? There is news today. More than a month ago, a valley was discovered at the border of Yuchu Kingdom and Yinan Kingdom. This valley appeared suddenly and is very strange. A few hunters entered, but most went missing. Only a few escaped, but they died shortly after. However, before dying, one said that he saw a flower in the valley. It had 3 petals, one red, one white, and one black. Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing calculated silently in his heart. A 3-petaled flower, red, white, and black. In the land of the 100 kingdoms, the nether immortal flower actually appeared. The nether immortal flower has 3 petals, red as blood, black as ink, and white as snowy jade. Legend has it that the red petal is the blood tears of an immortal, the black petal is the abyss, and the white petal is expectation. Remembering years ago, Yin Xing'e had begged Gu Hongxing for help to save his lover. The nether immortal flower was a crucial ingredient, but it is extremely rare. Even in his entire past life, he had only seen it once. The nether immortal flower has the effect of healing injuries to the divine soul. If that valley truly has the nether immortal flower, then the day I heal my soul injury is not far off. Standing beside him, Hu Qianwen suddenly spoke up. Mister, then what should this subordinate do? Do I need to lead troops into the valley to find the item you need? No need. I will handle this matter personally. Hearing this, the man quickly pulled his cloak back on and turned as if to leave. Yes, mister. Then this subordinate asked for permission to go outside the inn to prepare the carriage and await your arrival. As Gu Hongxing sat in the carriage preparing to leave the city, his eyes were still full of contemplation. The nether immortal flower, formed from the blood tears of an immortal, has appeared in Yuchu. Are there really immortals in this world? Eventually, all answers will be found, and I am walking on the path to find those answers. Tianfeng Kingdom, Rower, I am about to return. That day will not be far away. At this moment, their group was slowly entering the deep forest. Mister, ahead is the valley at the border of Yuchu and Yinan Kingdom. Gu Hongxing sat inside the carriage and asked softly, why did you bring so many people? Hu Qianwen, riding a horse and leading the way in front, replied very solemnly, Mister, ever since the nations sent envoys to ask for calligraphy but were refused, the surrounding countries have harbored great hostility towards Yuchu. If not for the sword venerable ordering a ban on starting large-scale wars between nations, I fear Yuchu would have been flattened by great armies. This subordinate worried that we might encounter enemy bandits later, which would disturb you, mister, so I brought more troops along. Gu Hongxing sat inside the carriage and simply replied softly, thank you, General Hu, for your thorough consideration. After traveling a bit further, someone suddenly reporting to the general, a large number of Yinan Kingdom troops are stationed ahead. Should we continue to proceed? At this moment, the soldiers on that side had also gathered, looking very serious. Hu Qianwen did not dare to make a decision on his own and asked softly to the person behind him, Mister, please take a look. Gu Hongxing sat there and calmly replied, continue forward, straight to the valley. The young man's voice carried a cold and gloomy tone. Kill those who block the way without mercy. After hearing the order, Hu Qianwen decisively rode his horse and charged straight ahead. All troops prepared to engage the enemy. Cut down anyone who blocks the way. Yes, the soldiers below responded with great discipline. They then quickly rode their horses and charged straight forward to attack. Seeing their momentum, the general on the opposite side roared in anger, audacious. This is the territory of Yinan Kingdom. Leave immediately. However, those threats did not scare them at all. Everyone get out of the way. Kill anyone who blocks the path on the spot. The general over there seemed a bit surprised hearing these words. Are you the great general of Yuchu Kingdom, Hu Qianwen? The soldiers below seemed a bit panicked, seeing this god of death appear. I heard that Hu Qianwen once killed a general at the mid-stage of the Earth Profound Realm from Ruli Kingdom. No, didn't they say a great Confucian helped him succeed? Even so, you and I are just ordinary soldiers. We are definitely not his match. Seeing that the enemy this time was not easy to deal with, the general on the other side disappointedly tried to reconcile. General Hu, leading troops here, do you intend to incite war between our two nations? The sword venerable has strictly forbidden the 100 kingdoms from unauthorized military action. At this moment, Gu Hongxing lifted the curtain from inside the carriage and spoke. General Hu, no need to waste words with them. Just kill anyone who dares to block the way. Hearing that order, the man quickly shouted, signaling the soldiers beside him, Brothers, if there are those who do not fear death blocking us, then kill them on the spot. They did not say any more, but quickly rushed forward to attack. The crowd over there seemed a bit confused by the scene before them. To have a great general of Yuchu Kingdom lead the way, who exactly is inside the carriage? The battle ended very quickly. By this time, they had arrived at the valley mentioned earlier. Mister, this is the valley. The area inside was desolate, with absolutely no sign of people. Hu Qianwen stood there and said seriously, "You all wait here. I will go in and take a look." "Mister, we don't know what is inside this valley. Let this subordinate go with you." "I will definitely do my utmost to protect your safety, mister." Gu Hongxing calmly walked inside, quickly refusing the offer. "No need. I can go in by myself. If there is truly something inside the valley that can threaten my life, then having 10 Hu Qianwens would be useless anyway." He carried a slightly urgent demeanor as he quickly stepped inside. The young man's eyes scanned everywhere, carefully assessing the surroundings. "The terrain here is a bit off. I seem to be walking in circles. I'll try changing paths." The young man's footsteps moved once again. Gu Hongxing strolled through the valley area, harboring some suspicion in his heart. Strange, this place seems to have been intentionally arranged by someone. The young man's eyes changed drastically. "No, this is the Qian trigram, 8 trigrams tomb of legend. What kind of existence could set up a Qian trigram, 8 trigrams tomb? In my past life, I traveled the world for 2,000 years and only heard rumors of this tomb, never encountering one. How can such a tomb exist in the territory of the 100 Kingdoms?" He had thought it was just a legend, but unexpectedly, the Qian trigram, 8 trigrams tomb truly exists. According to ancient records, there are 7 other 8 trigrams tombs in this world. A strong gust of wind from outside suddenly blew deep into the valley. Gu Hongxing looked around, carefully assessing. Inside this 8 trigrams tomb, there must still be some mysterious mighty figure controlling it. The young man's eyes flickered as he glanced around. He very quickly saw countless nether immortal flowers growing scattered everywhere. Seeing that scene, a happy smile appeared on the young man's face. It really is the nether immortal flower. This place really has nether immortal flowers. But how do I get over there? Truly a troublesome matter. The existence in the valley hasn't acted against me, so perhaps they have no designs on me. As long as I don't intentionally touch certain objects in the valley, perhaps nothing will happen. Gu Hongxing stood there and spoke softly. "Your Excellency, I only wish to pick a few nether immortal flowers. I wonder if that is permissible?" However, the answer to his question was only silence. The young man looked around, feeling a bit suspicious. No response. "No, over on that stone stele." On that stone stele, lines of text formed by vines actually appeared, confirming, "Nether immortal flower, pick at will." He received the other party's response and quickly bowed. "Thank you, Your Excellency." There's truly an existence in the valley, and very likely a character at the sky profound realm or above. Such a character could crush the entire territory of the 100 Kingdoms in an instant. The vines over there began to move again. "Have you met him?" The young man raised his head, his eyes carrying some doubt as he asked back. "Him? Who is he that Your Excellency speaks of?" The words appeared once again in his line of sight. "Wait until you break through the realm. You will know naturally." Gu Hongxing began to think, harboring countless doubts in his heart. An existence that can arrange a Qian trigram, 8 trigrams tomb. What exactly are their intentions with me? For now, it seems this existence not only doesn't mind me, but also seems to have some goodwill. Nether immortal flower. Legend has it that the red petal symbolizes the ultimate pain of an immortal. The black petal resembles the danger in the abyss, and the white petal is a wish of the mortal world. This flower is no ordinary object. It must be preserved in glazed jade. Once it touches human life force, it will immediately turn to dust. He very quickly collected several petals into a jade box. 6 flowers. 5 are enough for me to restore my soul injury, and picking one more is naturally for Yin Qing'e. The young man held the box and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Senior, for the gift. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you." The young man's figure quickly left the place. On that stone stele, a few words appeared again. "I will wait for you." As soon as Gu Hongxing returned, he saw the group of people waiting. "Mister, you are finally out." "General Hu, let's go back." "Yes, mister." The carriage moved once again on the long road deep in the forest mountains. The young man sat inside, holding the glazed jade box in his hand, pondering in his heart. The nether immortal flower is a rare item in the world, yet grows abundantly in that valley. The Qian trigram, 8 trigrams tomb, is indeed strange and unpredictable. Meanwhile, Kong Jie was happily enjoying the jar of wine he had just been gifted at Tianfeng Kingdom. He hugged the wine jar and muttered a few sentences. The female benefactor really makes one worry. Just telling this poor monk to go to Yuchu Kingdom, but not stating the specific location, is truly troublesome. Still, the female benefactor is more generous, giving this poor monk quite a lot of good wine. It's just a pity I can't stay long. Otherwise, this poor monk would definitely stay and not leave. At this moment, a voice by his ear attracted his attention. Did you not see the final match of the 100 Nations genius, Han Ruyan? He couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhuge Hao, could he? Hearing this, the person opposite couldn't help but look up in doubt and ask, isn't Han Ruyan the disciple of Lord Sword Sovereign? I heard he has even comprehended sword intent. The other person shook his head. The 100 Nations territory is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. So what if he has sword intent? Zhuge Hao was unheard of before, but during the final award ceremony, even the Sword Sovereign had to treat him with some respect. Kong Jie, walking nearby and overhearing the conversation, suddenly walked over and asked cheerfully, two benefactors, this poor monk wants to go from Tianfeng Kingdom to Yuchu Kingdom. Which way should I go? Hearing this, the man replied seriously, Master, Yuchu Kingdom is a no-go zone right now. The warning surprised Kong Jie slightly. How so? The other person happily replied, recounting the gossip he had just heard. This is quite a story. Previously, Yuchu Kingdom underwent a sudden change. The monarch changed. Currently, the Princess Regent is holding power. This Princess Regent is very formidable. She purged the officials, expelled foreign envoys, and holds the entire country in her hand. Before, several surrounding countries sent envoys, but they were scared away by a mysterious great Confucian scholar. Recently, they allied with the 100 Nations envoy delegation to demand she return the throne to her younger brother, the Crown Prince. Before they could finish speaking, they were thrown into prison. Those who resisted were killed. The 100 Nations cannot allow a woman to hold power. The surrounding nations have formed a coalition and are marching towards Yuchu Kingdom, or might have already broken out. Yuchu Kingdom is just a low-tier dynasty. This battle probably means the end of the nation. Hearing these words, Kong Jie thought for a moment and replied, Thank you, two benefactors. In that case, this poor monk must go even more. At this time, at the border of Yuchu Kingdom, Guqiuan Pass, countless soldiers had gathered and were waiting. Manhwa was also present, looking incredibly determined. The young woman stood there with a cold face and asked loudly, Generals and soldiers, are you afraid? Not afraid. Countless soldiers gathered under their command quickly shouted, swearing to fight to the death to protect the nation's dignity. The soldiers gathered below were ready to enter a prolonged battle. 1 million elite soldiers from the coalition of more than 50 dynasties were also present. Witnessing this scene, they spoke with extreme disdain. A small nation dares to imprison the envoys of various countries and provoke the majesty of our nations. It should be destroyed. The princess of Yuchu Kingdom, a lowly woman, dares to delusionally hold the court of a country. There is no place for you in this world. The one speaking was the great general of Hozhao Kingdom, Dumai. Carrying their determination, they quickly ignited the battle to destroy Yuchu Kingdom. Cheers rang out from below. Kill, kill, kill. Manhwa stood there. Though her heart was turbulent, she tried to keep herself calm. Sir, if you were here, what would you do? The voice of Gu Hongxing rang in her ears once again. Remember, if you want to become the first female ruler in the 100 Nations territory, or even empress, how can you not know propriety? Tears fell from the young woman's eyes again. Sir, Manhwa has perhaps failed your expectations. To have been guided by Sir along the way, Manhwa has no regrets. Sir's great kindness can only be repaid in the next life. Although her heart was in great pain, she still shouted with determination, All forces, hear my order. Fight to the death. Even if only one soldier remains, absolutely no surrender. Hu Qianwen stood there leading the troops and quickly joined the battle. Soldiers, are you willing to follow this general to fight on the battlefield again? The crowd below quickly roared in orderly fashion. Willing to follow the general? and fight to the death. Kill. A group of people with surging momentum quickly rush forward, ready to attack at any time. That night, at the west courtyard of the Imperial Palace, Yuchu Kingdom capital, the young man sitting in a room was focused on activating the power from the flower he just obtained. The soul injury from the Tao Path has lasted for 2 years and is finally healed. My cultivation has reached the early stage of the Earth Profound Realm, and the sword body has mostly recovered. However, there is still an irreparable crack in the soul injuries. Even the Nether Immortal Flower cannot fix this. There is still one Nether Immortal Flower left. I'll save it to deal with Yin Chinga's matter later. The door outside was quickly opened. As soon as the young man appeared, he saw the figure of a soldier kneeling on the ground. Reporting to Sir, the princess and his highness have both left the Imperial City. This statement caught his attention. Left the Imperial City? Where to? The person bowed his head seriously and reported more than 50 dynasties led a total of 1 million soldiers to attack Chu. Currently, the princess and his highness, along with all civil and military officials, have set off for Guchuan Pass at the border. This answer made the young man slightly dazed. The whole world is attacking Chu, but he quickly understood everything. I know. The man there bowed again and said, Sir, the princess once said, if you have finished your cultivation, please leave the palace immediately and do not return. The young man looked into the distance and sighed his heart. This girl, is she holding the thought that she would rather die than drag me into this? At this moment, Kong Jia suddenly walked over from the side. Benefactor Gu, looking at your appearance, you finally seem a bit better. Now that Yuchu Kingdom is in a critical situation, you, the instigator, don't seem anxious at all, do you? Seeing the person appear, he only calmly asked, Monk, did you take Rower back safely? The other person replied with a very serious appearance. Since this poor monk agreed with Benefactor Gu, naturally I took that female benefactor back to Tianfeng Kingdom safely. However, Benefactor Gu, the 30 jars of fine wine you promised at the beginning cannot be reneged on. Gu Hongxing smiled faintly and replied, Don't worry. When there is a chance, I will definitely give them to you. Now, I'm going to the border. Do you want to come along and take a look? This poor monk loves to watch the excitement the most, so naturally I must go. Meanwhile, at the border, the fighting was described as incredibly intense. Battles broke out continuously in this place, extreme to the limit. The border of Yuchu Kingdom, Guchuan Pass. Chao Guiyong, commander of the Imperial Guards of Yuchu Kingdom, and Hu Qianwen, great general of Yuchu Kingdom. The two of them faced the enemy without fear and quickly grabbed their weapons to rush forward. However, the monster over there easily blocked everything with just one strike. With the 300,000 strong army of our 100 nations, what does your Yuchu Kingdom have to stop us? Yu Menghua looked down from above and saw all the cruelty happening below. The officials behind saw this scene and felt endless pity in their hearts. Princess Regent. At this moment, General Hu below still had no intention of giving up. Behind me are tens of thousands of citizens of Yuchu Kingdom. Is it that if we can't stop them, we stop trying? The opponent powerfully grabbed his weapon and attacked straight at the person in front. These words made the girl over there grit her teeth in extreme anger. The young woman shouted, Generals Hu and Chao are the pillars of the country. But if we want to escape this dangerous situation, everyone must bleed and sacrifice. Pass my order. The royal army moves out to support Generals Hu and Chao. The young woman commanded the people below very powerfully. Yes, but at this moment, a voice of obstruction from behind rang out, Princess Regent, wait. Yu Menghua knew clearly what the other person wanted to say and replied seriously, Prime Minister, you don't need to stop me. But you're calling too early to prepare for the final battle like this. The enemy troops are as numerous as ants. Wait until we reinforce the main army before attacking. In the past, Mr. Yin helped us comprehend the character nation. Today, I will write out the character nation in my heart. The man spoke while tightly gripping the slender brush in his hand. Seeing this scene, the Princess Regent's expression changed drastically. Prime Minister, he is damaging his own literary energy and lifespan to strengthen the army. A powerful character nation was quickly written out, ready to level everything. Prime Minister, you have worked hard. The man over there with an aged face spoke softly once again. How could I not want to kill the enemy for the country? But I hate that I am just a scholar. It is hard to avoid the sorrow of the enemy and the battlefield. This character quickly took effect. It rapidly carried a strong light and merged into the air of that fierce battlefield. The people below felt this aura and were stunned in disbelief. This is for the country, for every citizen of Yu Chu Kingdom. The entire army of Yu Chu Kingdom charge. They quickly regained their morale, gritting their teeth with great strength. Then the whole army quickly rushed straight forward to attack. For Yu Chu Kingdom, a group of people quickly rushed straight forward, completely fearless. Kill, kill, kill. The two generals on this side also seemed to have been empowered by that majestic character. However, the opponent was also a genius general who quickly reassured his troops. Soldiers of the coalition, prepare to attack. The enemy has left their stronghold. This is the moment to defeat them. General Chao ignored this and quickly rushed straight forward. General Hu, fight and retreat. We cannot let the army advance too far, or we'll be surrounded and doomed. The man in front held his weapon and thrust it upwards powerfully. Fighting with me, and you dare to be distracted? Do you want to die? The young man over there faced this situation completely stunned, not knowing how to react properly. In the blink of an eye, the opponent unleashed a powerful, sharp slash that swept everything away. General Hu over there saw this scene and shouted in panic. General Chao, the young man over there replied with a serious appearance. I'm fine, General Hu. The person, despite having one arm cut off, still had a very proud smile on his lips and replied, the army of Yu Chu Kingdom can do without me, but the other side cannot do without their great general. That man saw this scene and felt something was wrong, shouting, Bastard, let go immediately. However, General Chao completely ignored those words, his eyes sharp and serious, saying, Today I am destined to die, but dying for Yu Chu Kingdom, I feel no regret at all. Hu Qianwen saw the determination clearly in the other's eyes and finally gave in, sighing inwardly and calling out General Chao. However, having no other choice, he could only grip his sword tightly and charge towards the distant crowd. Wait for me, I will avenge you. The entire army had been mobilized. The current situation of Yu Chu Kingdom was extremely difficult, and the General Chao, who once swore to live and die, was now forced to accept his fate, kneeling on the ground. The opponent in front, after restraining him, glanced around. Do you think doing this is worth it? You only bought another 15 minutes, right? Seeing the other party not respond made him a bit suspicious. Only then did he realize the man in front of him had died some time ago. Is he already dead? At least you don't have to witness the collapse of Yu Chu Kingdom. At this moment, General Hu stood from above, looking down and shouting powerful orders. Hear my command. The entire army quickly formed the fish scale formation. The fish scale formation looked like layers of scales from the outside in, allowing the soldiers' energy to interweave and strengthen their defense. When the outer layer of soldiers falls, those inside will immediately take their place. Even if only one layer remains, not a single enemy must be missed. We absolutely cannot allow them to break through the defense line and rush inside. The man over there shouted with immense resilience. Today we will defend Guqiuan Pass to the death, swearing to protect Yu Chu Kingdom and the Princess Regent. Facing the crowd, charging fiercely towards them, they showed absolutely no fear. Kill. The crowd on that side grabbed their weapons and attacked the large, sturdy shields on this side. Kill, kill, kill. That guy roared in anger. Damn shields, I'm coming, go to hell, ha! Only, before he could rush in, he was completely pierced by a sharp blade. Impossible. The opponent, looking bewildered, was quickly flung far away. Kill, kill, kill. Yu Manhwa looked down from above, her mood fluctuating incessantly. Our army's spirit and combat power are far superior, yet the enemy is too numerous. If this continues, sooner or later we will be exhausted. She couldn't help but recall the figure of that young man. Sir, if you were here now, what would you do? His words quickly echoed in her mind. Remember, you are destined to become the first queen of the 100 nations, even a female emperor. How can you lose your composure? Sir, has Manhwa disappointed you again? Along the way, thanks to your companionship and guidance, Manhwa has had a life worth living. Perhaps Manhwa can only repay you in the next life. Even if each Yu Chu soldier could kill 2 or 3 enemies, the disparity in troop numbers between the two sides was still too great. Yu Manhwa, unknown when she had appeared there, spoke with an incredibly resilient figure. General Hu, Princess, why have you come to the army like this? It is very dangerous here. You must protect yourself and return to the capital immediately. However, the princess on the other side completely ignored those words, quickly grabbing the drumstick placed nearby. The girl's eyes were filled with seriousness as she spoke. At a time like this, where can one be safe? The young woman spoke while using the drumstick to strike the drum face forcefully. Stop chatting. I will beat the drum to cheer for our army. The flag of the uprising once again fluttered in the air. Wave the flag. Today I will live and die together with all the soldiers of Yu Chu Kingdom. The young woman carried a resilient appearance, hiding nothing. Not a single step back is allowed. Hu Qianwen stood there, gritting his teeth, for he knew well he could not persuade this stubborn girl. Out of the 200 troops here, only 100 remained. Their hope was extremely fragile, and the princess regent absolutely could not see that while standing on the city wall. Forget it. No need to think about those things anymore. Better to die here than be slaves to those dogs. Then he quickly regained his momentum and once again charged straight into the fierce battlefield over there, not retreating a single bit until death comes for us. The people beside him also quickly and eagerly followed. Soldiers, follow me once more onto the battlefield. Kill! Their appearance was incredibly mighty, ready to join the battle at any moment. The enemy general over there saw this scene, a faint smile appearing on his lips carrying a few traces of mockery. 200 against my army of 3 million? You all really want to die? Manhwa, high above, was still trying to use all her strength to strike the large drum to prolong the morale. It's just that reality is cruel. The righteous army on the Yu Chu side had absolutely no chance to resist those powerful people. Although they launched an attack, the enemy was too numerous. The intensity of the clash between the soldiers increased. If this situation continued, each drumbeat sounded with helplessness and an inability to resist. The battlefield below was piled with dead bodies, corpses strewn across the field. No one had a chance to escape that fierce battle. The high-ranking officials of Yu Chu Kingdom, looking down from above, also saw their expressions change visibly. However, the sound of the drum from the young woman over there did not stop. Each tear fell, carrying helplessness and immense pain. Just as a tear fell, a voice suddenly rang out beside her. Wait a moment, everyone stop. Gu Hongxing, unknown when he had appeared there, arrived with a powerful aura that completely overwhelmed everyone present. As soon as Gu Hongxing arrived, he saw the fierce scene of the battlefield below. Kill, kill, kill. He naturally could not stand still and wait, quickly using his power to stop the current battlefield. Everyone, stay your hands. A powerful wave of aura was quickly shot out, cutting the army into two halves. Seeing this scene, they turned around in fear and ran in chaos. What is happening? A crack appearing in the middle of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Terrified people quickly retreat. Gu Hongxing looked down from above and said coldly, "All people of Yu Chu Kingdom, immediately retreat into Guchuan Pass for me." General who's standing there quickly obeyed the order just issued. All troops hear my order, retreat to Guchuan Pass. However, at this moment, the opposing general completely refused to let them have a chance to leave. Ridiculous. How can my 3 million elite soldiers let you leave so easily? But before the move could be unleashed, a powerful aura appeared and easily severed the opponent's head. Those who crossed the boundary die. The figure of a young man vanished in an instant, because down below, a group of people had rushed towards him attempting a sneak attack. Seeking death. How can the great affairs of the 100 Nations dynasties allow a sneak like you to interfere? He completely ignored those types, his hands easily lifting into the air, and in an instant he struck out a powerful aura that completely incinerated everything. This scene astonished the soldiers below. Their expressions changed violently, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. How domineering is a palm strike that suppresses a mid-stage, profound realm martial artist? Did anyone sense his cultivation base? Why is he like a mist? You could suppress General Lin with a casual palm strike. Who exactly is he? One of them, seeing the situation was unfavorable, quickly stepped forward and risked saying, "Your Excellency, do you really want to make an enemy of our 100 Nations?" The young man looked down coldly from above. 10 days. I give you 10 days for your monarchs and national guardians to come here. At that time, I will be waiting at Guchuan Pass. Within 10 days, Anyone who crosses this boundary will die. Do you still want to try again? A 10,000-foot deep pit appeared before them, terrifying the crowd so much they dared not take a step forward. Meanwhile, inside Guchuan Pass, General Chao's body had been laid out properly in the burial place. Wait until this matter is over to give General Chao a proper burial. Yu Manhwa stood behind, not daring to look straight in this direction, and said softly, "Sir, Manhwa has disappointed you." The young woman's face revealed clear sorrow. Yu Chu Kingdom has perished in Manhwa's hands, causing your efforts to be washed down the river. Suddenly, the person in front asked, "If you could do it again, would you still choose this path?" Hearing these words, the girl behind responded very seriously, "Yes. But even if the 100 Nations punishment of Chu is temporarily stopped by you, sir, this outcome cannot be changed." The young man looked back, a faint smile on his lips appearing very satisfied, his voice ringing in her ears once again. "I once said that in the future, you will be the first female emperor of the 100 Nations. I will help pave this road for you, but how far you can go ultimately depends on you. Go prepare. 10 days from now, when the monarchs of the 100 Nations and the true powerhouses arrive, that will be the day of your coronation. Before all living beings under heaven, take the first step on your path as a female emperor." The woman behind, hearing those words, teared up but quickly responded, "Manhwa will definitely not fail your expectations and will do her utmost." Gu Hongxing stood outside, looking up at the high and distant sky, his voice so soft it was as if he were speaking to himself. "Rower, in 10 days, when the high-ranking officials of the 100 Nations gather fully, will you come?" Meanwhile, at Tianfeng Kingdom, Li Chiro looked up at the distant sky, her heart in extreme turmoil. Her hands gently touched the painting she had kept for a long time. Yu Chu Kingdom, the mysterious white-robed man. "Is the white-robed man of Yu Chu Kingdom you?" As she spoke these words, the young woman's face clearly became increasingly sad. But she quickly regained her composure. "Whether it's true or not, I must go to the Yosua Kingdom to see for myself, because I believe he is definitely still alive." She quickly called out loudly. Someone, Yen Qing'a of the Sword Dance Pavilion, instantly appeared behind her with an extremely respectful demeanor. "Madam, what are your orders?" "Order the disciples of the Sword Dance Pavilion scattered across the 100 kingdoms to immediately go to the Yosua Kingdom." "Understood, madam." The woman, who had been heavy-hearted from the beginning, thought, even if the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, if the sky falls and the earth shatters, I will definitely find you. You promised me you would go with me to the north to see the snow-capped mountain range. Meanwhile, at a desolate inn 3 miles from Jinru, the young girl inside couldn't help but sigh. "Grandpa, we've been wandering for so long. We should go back now. 3 years ago, young Master Gu came here to test a sword. I wonder if he's still alive." However, the old man beside her, clutching a sword box, replied with great determination, "He must be alive. Someone like him is definitely still alive. 100 years ago, the world said the Sword Saint had perished and his Tao had vanished. But what about now? The Sword Saint is still suppressing the 100 kingdoms, standing proudly at the apex of the heavens." Seeing her grandfather being so stubborn, the girl beside him could only sigh helplessly. "Grandpa, it's been 3 years since young Master Gu took the Jinghong sword. Now the appointed time has come. Grandpa, do you think the young master will return to claim the sword?" The man sitting there thought to himself, "Young lad, the supreme treasured sword I promised you back then is about to be revealed to the world. I'm just waiting for you to come and claim it. But you must hurry. This old man has lived for so many years. I'm afraid I can't wait for many more. Someone like you will definitely not die. Looking across the entire world of the 100 kingdoms, only you can wield this sword." The 10-day deadline passed quickly. Outside Gutai Pass, the 1 million troops from over 50 imperial dynasties that had initially gathered have now been joined by the emperors of 100 imperial dynasties, leading their armies personally. The military force has broken through to 3 million strong. 3 million troops converged on Gutai Pass from all directions, an army that could be said to be enough to level any imperial dynasty in the world in the blink of an eye. Kongjia, watching from behind, couldn't help but exclaim at the scene before him. A lot of people really showed up this time. "Patron Gu, you've caused quite a commotion. How you plan to handle this?" The young man paid no mind to the words from behind, and slowly walked across the chasm he himself had created. His powerful figure faced the crowd that had appeared over there. With just this one battle, let the alliance of nations come to an end. An old man on the opposing battle line spoke up as soon as he saw the person appear. Your Excellency, may I ask if you are the senior who once appeared in the imperial capital of the Moyan Kingdom? The emperors of the 100 Kingdoms have come in person, and the national elders of the major imperial dynasties have also arrived. This is already giving you a great deal of face. I hope you will not take a wrong step. This person was the 5th national elder, the national elder of the high-tier Xiaqing Empire, a peak earthly profound realm expert, and also a core figure of the Xiaqing Empire. Hearing these words, Gu Hongxing replied coldly, "Today's matter has nothing to do with the Sword Saint. Do as you please. There's no need to be wary of the Sword Saint. He will not intervene." Another old man heard this and continued, "The Yosua kingdom ruthlessly killed the envoys of various nations and even deludes itself into letting a woman take power. The world will not tolerate this." The one who just spoke was National Elder Xia. 4 peak earthly profound realm national elders, along with more than 50 late-stage earthly profound realm national elders. With such a formation, who in this world besides the Sword Saint would dare to call themselves their rival? They quickly surrounded him. "Your Excellency, the matter of the Yosua kingdom is of great importance. A woman taking power is a great taboo of the 100 Kingdoms. The world will not tolerate this. Even if you have heaven-defying means, you cannot protect them." Standing there, Gu Hongxing heard these words and calmly replied, "You are in the world, yet you wish to represent the entire world? I like to see what brilliant moves you all have. Come on." The silver-haired old man high above quickly formed a pair of powerful hands ready to suppress everything. This was the fist chi of a peak earthly profound realm expert. The opponent spoke, a crazed smile spreading across his lips. "Take this palm." Gu Hongxing was completely unfazed by these actions and easily destroyed the technique. This scene completely astonished the old man over there. "No way, he dispelled my palm force so easily? But let's see if you can still withstand our joint attack." They launched waves of incredibly sharp, powerful flames towards him. But they quickly realized their own predicament. No matter how we attack, we can't even leave a single scratch on him. The opponents couldn't help but feel a bit weary. This person is too strong. It seems we have to use our true killing move. They quickly landed on the ground and signaled to each other. Fellow Taoists set up the combined attack battle formation. Formation activate. A man standing there shouted. Then, in an instant, a colossal aura was gathered, easily blowing everything away. The current prime minister, witnessing everything from above, seemed a little anxious and worried in his heart. If this sword strikes, can Mr. win? Yu Mingyao, standing there, held a deep conviction from beginning to end. Mr. will definitely be victorious. The young man, facing the powerful slash heading straight for him, seemed completely unmoved. He then softly called out a name, Jing Hong, as if wanting to evoke an old memory. At this moment, the white-robed fairy Lichiro was leading the entire sword dance pavilion towards the Yosua kingdom. She, holding the Jinghong sword box in her arms, was suddenly extremely surprised to feel it vibrating violently. In an instant, the sword heeded its master's call and shot straight into the sky in the distance. The crowd below, seeing this scene, couldn't help but start exclaiming, "This is the giant sword formed by the combined power of the national elders of various nations. How can this person still be so calm? Could it be that he knows he's no match and intends to atone with his death?" The voices continued to ring out. If he dodges, this silver giant sword will slash down and will surely split the city behind him in two, slaughtering some of its inhabitants. But if he doesn't dodge, he will probably be suppressed on the spot by this silver giant sword. They grew more and more bewildered in their hearts. What's with this person? Does he intend to forcibly block this sword strike? Then, before the stunned eyes of the crowd below, a powerful sword shot over in an instant. The young man, holding Jinghong in his hand, seemed to feel that familiar aura from back then. He faced that powerful slash completely without fear. Let the world once again see your sharp edge. What do you say, Jinghong? The young man's eyes gradually turned cold. Then, in an instant, he slashed forward with a fatal blow. The crowd below absolutely could not believe their eyes, and the old men opposite were also stunned. What kind of power is this? Screams echoed in their ears. One strike from Jinghong, blood red as vermilion, a strange tale of the mortal world casting all beings into their next life. This move completely sent them all flying, leaving them so stunned they couldn't believe it. He severely injured us with just one sword strike. They looked up at the heroic figure of the young man, standing high above, completely unsure of how to resist. But he didn't press his advantage too much, coldly asking, "Do you have any other tricks?" This scene made all the emperors present they're completely unable to believe it. With just one sword strike, he wiped out more than 50 national elders who had joined forces. How is this possible? The bigwigs from the Tianfeng kingdom were, of course, also present. They looked up at the figure of the young man in white robes holding a sword, which seemed somewhat familiar. That sword it's his personal sword. Someone couldn't help but shout out in bewilderment. That's the Jinghong sword. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately left old Master Gu utterly stunned and astonished. He couldn't help but start muttering to himself in his heart, "I can't believe it's really the Jinghong sword. Why is the Jinghong sword in his hands?" But Gu Hongxing paid no attention to the discussions below and just continued coldly. "I've said it before, as long as you're not afraid to step back, then just climb with all your might. Climb to the pinnacle of this world." The young man once again extended his hand towards the girl standing behind him. "You Mingyao, today, do you dare to tell the world your thoughts and your will?" The girl over there, who seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time, quickly spoke up. "You Mingyao of the Yosua kingdom," gritting her teeth as if she could wait no longer to say the following words. "Wish to become the first emperor of this land, of 100 kingdoms, to sweep across the ages and suppress all nations. I will definitely become an existence that surpasses Emperor Nangong and seize that throne. Someone, bring out her dragon robe, raise her imperial flag." The young woman's eyes, sharp and cold, looked down from above. Today is the day of her enthronement. These arrogant words, once spoken, left everyone present below utterly astonished. The monarch and ministers in the court could not even believe what they were hearing. In an instant, the young woman was draped in an incredibly powerful dragon robe. Her eyes looked down from above with a cold demeanor. From this day forward, she is the emperor of the Yosua kingdom. At this moment, an emperor below suddenly bowed his head and spoke up. "Senior, your cultivation is unfathomably deep, your power unparalleled. Our imperial dynasties naturally dare not object. However, a woman becoming emperor is unprecedented in the world for 1,000 years. Isn't this against the natural order and moral principles?" Gu Hongxing looked down from above and asked softly, "A woman ascending the throne as emperor, ruling and bringing peace to the world, what is so impossible about that? Are you afraid that setting this precedent will cause women throughout the world to follow suit and affect the ultimate interests of the men in your imperial dynasties? Today, I am determined to have her ascend the throne as emperor. What can you do about it?" The words spoken at this moment were as arrogant as they could possibly be. That cold voice rang out once more. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is surging forth, the great era has arrived. What the 100 nations need to do is strive to rise on their own and create a brilliant age where the heavens' pride compete. Do you all understand? Upon hearing these words, they obediently bowed their heads and said, "We understand the words of Senior." At this moment, old Master Gu could no longer remain still and quickly spoke up to question. "May I ask, Senior, is the sword in your hand the Jinghong?" He had just seen the person appear and was already moved beyond control. "Grandfather." After that, they saw that the figure in white robes had now descended. What does Senior intend to do by coming down here? Could it be that he's angered just by a single question? At this moment, suddenly there was the sound of someone approaching from nearby, causing them to quickly turn their heads to look. Old Master Gu naturally also noticed this commotion. Li Chiro, who had appeared from somewhere, flew straight over with a face full of worry. It's the white-robed immortal. The young woman's figure appeared before him in the blink of an eye. The girl's voice carried immense confusion. "Is it you?" The other party at this moment gently descended from above, their voice carrying doubt as it rang out. 2 years. I was so afraid that I would never find you again. You once said you would go with me to the northern snow country of Shui Kingdom to gaze upon the 1,000 miles of ice and snow. These words caused the young man's entire body to tremble. Her beautiful hands once again reached forward. You are Marquis Tianyu of Tianfeng Kingdom, the peerless Qishuang general, the third young master of the Gu family. You surely won't go back on your word, will you? The young woman reached out to touch the face she had longed for night after night. The scene before their eyes left everyone in the Gu family utterly astonished. The mask was slowly removed. The young man finally faced reality, looking forward with a gentle smile. That's right, I won't go back on my word with her. Gu Hongxing quickly stepped forward and embraced the young woman he had longed for night after night. His voice whispered by her ear, seemingly filled with pain. I'm sorry. He once again reached out to touch the beautiful face of the young woman. Li Qiuro also returned the embrace with countless tears. I've finally waited for you to return. Yu Mengyao witnessed this scene in utter astonishment. So Mr. is actually that person? In her heart, she couldn't help but recall the scene when the two of them first met. Mr. had said before that he would definitely help me ascend to become emperor. So Mr. S' background is actually only such a heaven-reaching figure could so resolutely agree with me, not deigning to regard anyone in the world. Someone like Mr., standing high above, looking down upon all living beings. Only the white-robed immortal is worthy of him. The other emperors who witnessed this scene were also dazed and couldn't believe it. That person is still alive? So he's still alive? Senior is that person from Tianfeng Kingdom, the existence who fought the great battle with Emperor Nangong in the Battle of Tiansu years ago, whose sword created a 10,000-mile Tiansu rift. Thinking of these matters, he gritted his teeth, completely unable to comprehend. Why would he come to Yosua Kingdom and even dare to provoke the dignity of that person? If that person becomes displeased and strikes with a single sword toward the imperial courts of other nations, the consequences would be unimaginable. They quickly bowed their heads toward the two existences standing high above. We humbly beg forgiveness. The imperial majesty of Moyang Kingdom, leading all ministers, pays respects to your venerable self. We ministers did not know your venerable self's identity. For any disrespectful behavior, we beg your venerable self not to hold it against us. Gu Hongxing, holding the beauty in his arms, spoke softly. All of you may rise. We thank your venerable self. At this moment, old Master Gu looked over there with many things he wanted to say in his heart. Hongxing. Gu Hongxing knew he still had many matters to attend to and spoke softly. Chiro, I must go apologize to grandfather and second uncle. Go ahead. I've also been cared for greatly by them during this time. The young man quickly descended before the two of them. His eyes, filled with deep affection, looked over there. Grandfather, you've aged so much. Second uncle, you must have worried greatly for me during this time. Gu Shang looked at his beloved grandson with tears streaming down, filled with deep affection. You little brat, come here and let this old man look at you. Grandfather, second uncle He didn't ask much, but gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said happily, no need to say more. It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. He looked at them with loving eyes. Yes, I've returned. From now on, I won't make everyone worry anymore. Thinking of something, the other party suddenly raised his head and laughed, speaking with great joy. The descendants of our Gu family, not one of them is worthless. 20 years ago, Gu Hongxing couldn't cultivate by drawing in qi and was mocked by countless people as useless trash. Old Master Gu had always been troubled by this matter. At that time, the Gu family's entire household consisted of loyal martyrs, and Gu Yumo had also become crippled, leaving only Gu Hongxing as the sole remaining sprout. But even though Gu Hongxing spent his days without ambition, Old Master Gu never abandoned this grandson, always doting on and protecting him, doing everything to let him live a comfortable life. But everything changed on the day Gu Hongxing came of age. A single battle at Yinhang Pass made him famous throughout the world, letting all of Tianfeng Kingdom know that the third young master of the Gu family was not worthless trash, but a heaven's pride of his generation. Just when they thought Gu Hongxing would shoulder the glory of the Gu family, he vanished without a trace after the Battle of Tiansu. The world rumored that he had died in that battle. Old Master Gu sighed daily and visibly aged. Now seeing Gu Hongxing standing safe and sound before him, Old Master Gu released all the emotions he had suppressed in his heart at that time. Without any concealment, he raised his head and laughed, speaking with great joy. The Gu family shall endure forever. He bowed his head toward them once more. "Grandfather, second uncle, I'll go handle a few matters and then return home." "Very well. Once you're done, we'll all go home together." The young man once again looked toward the girl beside him. Chiro had maintained a gentle smile on her lips from beginning to end and nodded to show she understood. "Go ahead, I understand." In the blink of an eye, the other party's figure had vanished. Gu Hongxing once again donned his familiar mask and spoke with powerful authority. "Today, Yu Mengyao, the eldest princess of Yosua Kingdom, officially ascends to become emperor. Does anyone have any objections?" They all bowed their heads obediently, with no one objecting. "With the sacred decree of your venerable self, we ministers of the various nations will naturally comply without any further objections." The young man looked toward the girl standing behind and spoke. "If that's the case, then the new emperor of Yosua Kingdom is Yu Mengyao. The people of the world shall not raise disputes again." The girl behind, witnessing all of this, showed a dazed expression of disbelief on her face. "Mister, perhaps after today I will no longer have any chance to see these white robes again. So in this remaining brief time, I want to look at Mister a little longer to retain a bit more memory, even if it's just his back. At least in this moment, Mr. still stands proudly above the entire world for my sake." The crowd below, hearing the instructions, quickly bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. Gu Hongxing at this moment also smiled with satisfaction. "As for this matter of the 100 Nations campaign against Yosua, out of respect for Sword Saint, I consider it concluded. What say you?" A strange light instantly appeared, spreading into the space. His body was now enveloped in that strange aura of light. Sword Saint Dugushang. Upon hearing that esteemed name, they were filled with fear. Dugushang, hearing the transmitted message, also calmly replied, "You may decide for yourself." He looked down from above and quickly declared, "Then the matter of the 100 Nations campaign against Yosua ends here. You may withdraw your troops." That evening, the sky was covered with a layer of pale golden light. The two of them, hand in hand, seemed extremely intimate and full of longing. Gu Hongxing spoke softly to the person before him. "Go back with old master and everyone first, all right? I'll return home before long." The girl beside him smiled gently on her lips and replied, "All right, I'll wait for you to return." At this moment, Gu Hongxing once again sought out the empress he had just single-handedly supported. The young man looked down from above, his voice carrying a few traces of coldness. "Yosua Kingdom is entrusted to you. From now on, your goal is to stand proud through all ages, to ascend to the imperial throne." These words truly moved the girl to her core. She quickly bowed her head respectfully and replied, "The grace of your venerable self, Mengyao will forever remember in her heart." Her hands clenched slightly into fists. "Mister, I will definitely devote my entire life to cultivation, to pacifying the world, to reaching that lofty position high above. I hope that by then, the distance between me and you will no longer be so vast." The young man looked down from above, his face showing no change. His cold gaze swept over all the faces he had once been very familiar with. The crowd below still bowed their heads respectfully without any impropriety. Gu Hongxing closed his eyes, seemingly having teleported elsewhere in an instant. At this moment, familiar people nearby also suddenly appeared. The entire group vanished completely in the blink of an eye, leaving only the figures of Yosua Kingdom's upper echelon standing there. At a towering mountain peak in the distant ancient forest, the group of them seemed to be having a small conversation. Kongjia, looking displeased, held up a wine jar and said unhappily, "Master Gu, this wine of yours is also too ordinary. It can't count toward the 30 jars of fine wine you owe this monk." Gu Hongxing, holding a wine cup, spoke softly as the great master wishes. Dugushang on the other side also quickly drained his cup of wine. He then spoke up to begin the conversation. "What exactly happened 100 years ago? Why, after you ascended to the heavenly profound realm, did you disappear without a trace, and your memories were also sealed?" That person looked at the wine cup in his hand with what seemed like a bit of nostalgia. The spiritual energy in the world was declining day by day, blocking the path of the world's people into the heavenly profound realm. 100 years ago, I unexpectedly found a breath of spiritual profundity and stepped into the heavenly profound realm. But not long after, he came to kill me. He said that in the land of 100 nations, experts of the heavenly profound realm would be the beginning of all chaos. The great battle between me and Nangong Han shattered an invisible barrier in the southern domain sea. In that instant, I saw a different world. Just one more step and I could have left, but you stayed. I didn't dare to cross over because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find my way back. I still haven't found her, so how could I leave? So you willingly hid your cultivation, sealed your memories to conceal the heavenly secrets, and wandered the mortal world just to find her? The other person forced a smile and replied, "Unfortunately, 100 years have passed in a flash, and I still haven't found her. However, I did find a wine she brewed, which can be considered another piece of memory." Gu Hongsheng, sitting to the side, voiced his thoughts. "I'm very curious about this so-called turmoil that Nangong Han mentioned. And why did he disappear without a trace at the peak of his power?" The other person looked at him seriously and said, "I have a vague idea. Beyond that barrier, there exists something that even Nangong Han found dangerous." Hearing this, Gu Hongxing gave a faint smile and replied, "Since it's already here, let's just be calm. When I have the chance in the future, I will definitely make a trip to the southern domain sea." And at this moment, his next stop was outside Xiao Haizi's thatched cottage, where countless people were now gathered. The young man looked down from above with a faint smile on his lips. "Xiao Haizi, Big Brother has returned to find you." The young boy seemed to be very carefully examining the conditions of all the patients present. "Before I left behind a notebook on pharmacology and cultivation techniques. It seems Xiao Haizi has grasped some skills and can now treat people's illnesses." In a flash, the young man appeared there and placed his hand on the young boy's head. The other party quickly looked up at him, seeming somewhat bewildered. But as soon as he recognized the person who had appeared, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Gu Hongxing's gaze, from beginning to end, was full of gentleness as he looked at this young boy. The two of them exchanged a few simple words of farewell, then ended this meeting. "Big Brother Yin, thank you. I will definitely become the best pharmacist. When that time comes and I've earned a lot of money, can I come find you, Big Brother Yin?" Hearing those words, the young man on the other side smiled happily and replied, "All right, Big Brother Yin will be waiting." At the same time, at the Gu family residence, countless bigwigs from the Tianfeng kingdom were already waiting here, their eyes fixed on the main gate. The former national preceptor was carefully looking around. He finally saw the figure of a young man in white robes, stepping on clouds and heading straight this way. He quickly turned his head to inform those behind him. "He's here." In a flash, the young man landed and stood before them. The once noble sovereign now had to kneel respectfully on the ground, his expression extremely devout. Everyone present quickly spoke with great respect. "We pay our respects to the revered one." The young man's eyes remained cold and unreadable from start to finish. No need for formalities. Old Master Goose slowly walked over, his eyes filled with pity. But he quickly broke into a happy smile and patted the boy's shoulder a few times. "You stinky brat, you're home." Inside the Gu family residence, the scene was exactly the same as when he left. Only now, a beautiful figure in red was waiting in the courtyard. Gu Hongxing looked over, seemingly stunned in disbelief. Li Qiuruo, dressed in a brilliant red dress, looked his way with a gentle smile on her lips. She spoke with a hint of shyness. "Husband, our wedding from 2 years ago is still not complete." The young man quickly walked forward and embraced her. In a flash, the two of them were floating in the vast space above, Gu Hongxing's voice echoing throughout the 100 nations. "I am Gu Hongxing of the Gu family from Tianfeng Kingdom. The wedding with my wife, which was left unfinished 2 years ago for certain reasons, will be held again in 2 months. I hereby proclaim to the world that Li Qiuruo of the Li family from Tianhong Kingdom officially becomes my, Gu Hongxing's, wife. The grand wedding will be in 2 months. May the 100 nations celebrate together and the world raise a toast." These words echoed through the air, seemingly reaching every corner of the earth. His next stop was the sword dance pavilion. The young man appeared there and called out loudly, "Brother Chun, come out." The other's figure quickly appeared in his sight. "Lord." Gu Hongxing gave a faint smile and presented the flower he had found earlier. "Set out for Moyang Kingdom immediately. I have found the Mingxian flower. Your beloved can be saved." Hearing this, Yanqinga broke into a happy smile and quickly replied, "Yes." The two of them were soon received at the Prince of Jinqi's manor in Moyang Kingdom. A group of people with a dignified air walked in from outside. As soon as they saw him, They bowed respectfully. This humble prince pays his respects to the revered one. This person was the Prince of Jinshi of Moyang Kingdom. Gu Hongxing walked over with a faint smile, offering some polite words. I didn't have the opportunity to meet the Prince of Jinshi last time. It seems I am quite fortunate this time. They quickly returned to that ice mountain. Revered one, please follow this humble prince. The place where my younger sister sealed herself is just ahead. The ice coffin inside remained quietly there. The girl's frail face showed no change. This was the younger sister of the Prince of Jinshi, the one in Yin Xing's heart, Bai Huachong. Gu Hongxing looked down from above and said softly, Bai Huachong can be considered a remarkable woman. 100 years ago, Yin Xing'e was struck by a sword blow from the enraged sword venerable, dissipating within the 3-mile sword ruin and becoming a resentful spirit. Fortunately, he had the chance to meet Gu Hongxing, which allowed him to leave the sword ruin and embark on the path of a ghost cultivator. That meeting was like a light shining on his path back. Since Yin Xing'e's disappearance, Bai Huachong missed the one in her heart day and night, sitting alone in her desolate room, growing more haggard by the day. In the end, she lay down in the ice coffin and sealed herself, 100-year slumber just to wait for Yin Xing'e's return. The young man beside her gritted his teeth, seemingly in great pain. I respectfully asked the Lord to take action. Gu Hongxing stood to the side and said seriously, to awaken her, we need the 3 life elixirs and the 3 death elixirs. Among them, the Mingxian flower is the most important medicinal guide. I have already obtained it. You take out the remaining 5 spiritual medicines. The 3 life elixirs are the Mingxian flower, Luo Wu wood, and Xianyu vine. The 3 death elixirs are the jade poison herb, breath-severing water, and soul-devouring root. After sleeping for 100 years, only a fragile thread of her aura remains. Saving her now is likely much more difficult than it was 2 years ago. Yet, he did not give up on this faint hope. Go! In an instant, a powerful aura spread through the air. The young woman lying there was enveloped in a beautiful light. The sky outside gradually turned a dazzling orange. Several hundred hours passed, and Gu Hongxing still stood there, trying with all his might to treat the girl in the coffin. The others all wore worried expressions as they looked on. Finally, it was over. He stood to the side and quickly announced, the life force in Bai Huachang's soul has stabilized. You can open the coffin lid now. They quickly ran over and called out loudly, Lord, revered one, try calling her to see if she can wake up. At that moment, the girl inside the coffin slowly opened her eyes and looked at them. In her vision, 2 figures quickly appeared, looking at her with great anxiety. Huachong. After waking up, Bai Huachong looked at them with a bewildered gaze, completely unable to understand. Huachong, who are you? Where is this? This reaction plunged the others into deep, disbelieving thought. Yin Xing'e cried out in panic. Huachong, it's me, Xiaoyu. Have you forgotten? You used to say my name wasn't nice, and always called me Xiaoyu. But the girl inside did not recognize the people in front of her at all. You are Xiaoyu? Then who am I? Seeing this, they could only turn to the revered one standing there with indescribable expressions. Gu Hongxing quickly explained the situation. Frozen for 100 years, her soul has not perished. Although her consciousness has awakened, her heart is still frozen by her own will. If her heart does not wish to awaken, then I am powerless. Everything can only depend on her. Hearing these words, Yin Xing'e's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, Gu Hongxing's voice rang in his ear again. Brother Chun, from today on, you are free. Walk your own path. You can stay here at the Prince of Jinshi's manor and reminisce about old memories with her. Perhaps it will have an effect. These words astonished Yin Xing'e. As soon as he recovered, he quickly knelt on the ground, his posture filled with reverence and gratitude. My lord's great kindness. Xing'e can hardly repay it in this lifetime. If my lord ever summons me, no matter the ends of the earth, through mountains of blades and seas of fire, Xing'e will definitely come, even if it means life or death. The young man couldn't help but shed tears, deeply moved. Meanwhile, Gu Hongxing had already left that cold, snowy mountain. The matter here is settled. I should also return to prepare for my grand wedding. At the grand courtyard of the small palace, the scene was bustling with people coming and going. Congratulations to Marquis Tianyu on his grand wedding. People from every household came to celebrate the magnificent and luxurious scene. Seeing countless red wooden chests being moved in, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the revered one's grand wedding, even the sovereign of Zhang Kingdom and peerless experts must obediently attend. Jinmu Kingdom has arrived with the glazed jade light retreat. Congratulations to Marquis Tianyu and the young lady of the Leaf family on their grand wedding. Inside, several small banquet tables had appeared. Sword Venerable Dugashang had also appeared here, holding a cup of wine to offer his congratulations. A maidservant standing to the side called out happily, "The young master has arrived." Gu Hongxing, dressed in red robes, quickly appeared at the venue. As soon as they saw him appear, they bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to the revered one," someone outside shouted to announce. "The young madam has arrived." Before the crimson curtain was slowly pulled open, the beautiful young girl stepped down from inside once again. Her footsteps slowly entered. Li Chiro appeared there with an incredibly beautiful appearance. This look made him endlessly intoxicated. The young man quickly walked over with a hurried demeanor. In front of everyone, he did not shy away from holding her hand and softly called out, "Rower." Then, both quickly stepped into the hall to perform the ceremony. Lord Li stood aside, tears streaming down his face, seemingly overjoyed. The crowd outside cheered, looking at the scene with great happiness. The young master and the young madam were indeed a match made in heaven. At this moment, the people inside were already waiting. Two elders sat presiding, looking forward with majestic demeanors. Gifts sent by everyone were increasing. Hacheng Kingdom congratulated Your Honor and the white-clothed fairy on becoming husband and wife, offering a wide-sleeved white silk dress and 10 longevity pills. Namyin Kingdom congratulated Your Honor on the grand wedding, offering a spiritual spear and a set of golden blood armor. Moyang Kingdom offered a chest of glazed jade cups, 3 deep-sea luminous pearls, and a snow domain ice lotus. Countless envoys from other places also took turns introducing their gifts. Inside the crowd, a bald head appeared at this moment. Kong Jia, unknown when he had arrived, held prayer beads and looked this way with a happy smile. "Benefactor Gu, today you and the female benefactor are getting married. This poor monk cannot drink this wedding wine without a gift. This item is called the Buddha Shining Life Beads. The female benefactor can wear it for peace and protection." Li Qiuro was quickly presented with a strange string of beads. Gu Hongxing knew the aptitude of the person before him well, so he gently spoke, "Rower, since it is so, wear it on you. Do not refuse the great master's good intentions." They looked towards the high monk over there and quickly spoke, "Many thanks, great master." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Your Honor, great joy. I have come specially to congratulate you." The person appearing there turned out to be the number 1 heaven's pride of the 100 nations, Zhuge Haokong. As soon as the people inside saw him, they began to discuss animatedly. This guy really knows no etiquette. Arriving late is one thing, but daring to barge straight in, this is too rude. As soon as Kong Jie saw the person appear, his expression changed drastically. "Third bro." However, before he could finish his words, he was silenced by the other party's cold glance. Seeing this scene, that person quickly and obediently shut his mouth. Gu Hongxing looked towards a young man over there and spoke. "Your Excellency is too polite. Since you have come, you are a guest. Please take a seat." However, in his heart, he had already made calculations. He didn't know why this red-clothed man gave him a feeling even more mysterious and unfathomable than the fat monk Kong Jie. Zhuge Haokong, unknown from where, took out a sparkling lotus flower, the 9 Revolution Jade Birth Lotus. He used his killing intent to direct towards the fearful Kong Jie beside him, speaking with disdain. Too talkative, yet that smile never disappeared from start to finish. The lotus flower was once again presented towards Gu Hongxing. "This is the gift I give to Your Honor and the madam. This lotus, when split in 2, can aid in cultivation." He received it in his hand, and his eyes seemed to change. This item had dense spiritual energy, absolutely not an ordinary product. The young man's eyes looked coldly straight ahead. "What does Your Excellency mean by giving such a grand gift?" A faint smile appeared on Zhuge Haokong's lips as he replied, "This lotus is harmless. Just use it soon. Wait until you break through your realm, and you will naturally understand." The smile on that person's face made him even more suspicious. Gu Hongxing suddenly remembered what he had just experienced, again breaking through. Back in the Bagua diagram tomb, The mysterious and powerful existence of a nether immortal flower had also said something similar. The young man's eyes gradually became serious. Who exactly are you? The other person had absolutely no intention of answering this question and happily replied, You will know when you reach the great world. Then, amidst everyone's discussion, Zhuge Haokong looked at Kong Jie beside him and said happily, Had enough fun? We should go. Then the two of them very quickly left the wedding. The people inside, seeing this scene, couldn't help but start discussing. Isn't this Zhuge Haokong, the #1 heaven's pride of the 100 nations? Why does he have a connection with the great master? It seems even the great master respects and fears him greatly. What exactly is going on? Du Gusheng, sitting aside drinking wine, also seemed to be muttering a few sentences to himself. Zhuge Haokong cannot be seen through. Disregarding the confusing events that happened during the wedding, that night was the wedding night for the two of them. Everywhere was decorated in brilliant red, seemingly very dazzling. Li Chiro sat in front of the man she had waited for several long years and softly called out, Husband. The man was extremely gentle and quickly removed the thin veil covering her face. His hands gently touched that beautiful face, calling out extremely affectionately, Rower. The two quickly moved close to each other, murmuring a few sentimental words. Husband, the night is late. We should rest. The young man, whose eyes were filled with love from beginning to end, replied, All right. The red curtain hanging outside was quickly pulled down. The late night was quiet. The thin curtains fell. A moment of a spring night was worth 1,000 gold, intoxicating the heart. 3,000 sword ruins. At this moment, a pillar of light suddenly struck down from the sky, powerful and extremely dazzling. The old man sitting there, holding the sword in his hand, revealed a look of excitement and great delight. This old man has finally succeeded, pouring all the effort of a lifetime, finally forged a world-shocking precious sword. And this pillar of light piercing through to the high heavens above actually attracted the attention of countless people. Among them included Gu Hongxing. The young man looked towards the divided sky and gently said a few words. It's here. It was just that the scene at the inn at that time was still as desolate as ever. The two of them, grandfather and grandchild, were actually hugging a sword box sitting in front of the gate as if waiting for something. The innkeeper held one Ruomai in his arms. She was extremely worried and spoke up to advise. Grandpa, these past few days there have been many strangers in town. Everyone looks fierce and evil. Should we leave? Yet the man sitting there only calmly replied, waiting for someone. This old man was the weapon-refining Grandmaster Bei Lihai. The man looked at the sword box placed on the table and softly said, The 3-year agreement has arrived. He will come. Since you have arrived, come out, don't hide aside and peek anymore. At this moment, inside the desolate town, there seemed to be no sound. Yet in the blink of an eye, inside that ruined house, someone appeared. Their footsteps were very proper, slowly walking straight forward. Unknown when, countless people had appeared here. The withered-bone old man, the painter of the dead, a man wearing an official's hat on his head, also quickly squeezed in. The opponent was at the peak of the earth profound realm, the state elder of Ha Chung Kingdom, stroking his long beard and speaking. Not long ago, sword light shot straight up to the 9 heavens. The aura emitted was clearly an earth-rank spiritual weapon. I wonder if it was made by the Grandmaster? A man with red hair, standing beside him, quickly continued. This world-shocking sword was created by the senior, but I do not hope to let this item be covered in dust and sealed away. Therefore, I asked Senior to quickly decide. This person was a peak Earth Profound Realm expert. Another peak Earth Profound Realm expert also spoke up. Senior, give the precious sword away early. It is also to escape prying eyes early. Otherwise, if one day someone forcefully robs it, I can definitely protect Senior. However, that man seriously placed his hand on the sword box in front of him and firmly said, This sword has already been reserved by someone. Hearing those words, their expressions changed to ferocity. Reserved? By whom? One of them exuded a powerful aura along with a voice that seemed to come from hell. At this moment, from behind, a voice quickly rang out, joining that conversation. It's me. Gu Hongxing had actually arrived, calmly replying, This sword is what I asked the old man to forge for me 3 years ago. Seeing the person appear, they turned their heads in surprise. The group of people very consciously separated to 2 sides, leaving a wide space. The young boy quickly walked towards there, facing the sword box over there, but his eyes still coldly looked back. You guys want to rob it? That person, seeing the aura emitting from his body, naturally understood that he had no chance to seize it. He quickly smiled happily and replied, "If this sword belongs to your honor, then naturally I would not dare to compete. I bid you farewell." The old man over there, seeing him appear, smiled happily. The 3-year term has arrived. The human profound realm child from that year now stands at the peak of the 100 nations. This sword is what I pour my life's blood into creating. Give it a name. The wooden box over there is quickly opened. A sharp sword appeared in sight, along with countless sparkling lights gently spreading in the air. Sword gathers the 9 heavens. Then let's call it Blood Firmament Sword. The old man over there heard this naming style and seemed a bit confused. Blood Firmament Sword? But why is there the word blood? Gu Hongxing held it in his hand and calmly said, "My sword must naturally surpass the eternal ages, blood staining the world." Hearing this explanation, the person couldn't help but start laughing loudly. You are still arrogant as ever, but it suits this old man's taste very well. When Ruomai at this moment walked over from behind and seriously said, "Right, young Master Gu, I heard you got married. Congratulations." She now noticed the sword the other party was holding, her eyes sparkling. "Grandpa, is this the sword you forged? It really is too beautiful. But we work hard for so long. Are we just going to give it to someone for free like this? At least we must ask young Master Gu for 10,000 taels of silver banknotes." The people over there hearing this sentence could only helplessly sigh. This is an earth-rank spiritual weapon, such a priceless treasure. Yet she opens her mouth to ask for 10,000 taels? What is this situation? This young lady is too wasteful. One of them quickly spoke up to inquire. "Old Hai, I've often heard about you, but I've never heard your son mentioned. So where did a granddaughter like this come from?" The girl on the side, however, answered very naturally. "My grandfather found and raised me. What about it?" Meanwhile, the old man just smiled happily and remained silent. This scene truly left the crowd unsure of how to react. Even Gu Hongxing couldn't understand. It seemed that when Ruomai had followed him since she was little, and this old man's mind was entirely focused on artifact refining with no knowledge of business. The two of them lived from hand to mouth, which made the girl afraid of poverty. Having no other choice, Gu Hongxing acted chivalrously and spoke up. "Old man, if Miss Wen has any problems in the future, she can come find me. I will definitely do my utmost to help." However, the man showed his disdain as he turned and walked inside. "There's no need. My only wish was to see my spirit sword live up to its reputation. You've already done that. Go on, all of you. This old man must go in and get a good sleep." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from behind. "It's been 100 years. Are you still well, great master?" Du Gushang had appeared there at some unknown point, a friendly smile on his lips. Meanwhile, Gu Hongxing, off to one side, also seemed a bit surprised to see the person who had appeared. The sword venerable? What is he doing here? Could it be for this sword as well?